Qin Song was reborn during the summer of his sophomore year. Upon realizing this extraordinary turn of events, he finally had the opportunity to rectify the myriad regrets of his previous life. The tragic loss of his parents in a car accident, his long-held affection for his childhood sweetheart, who passed away from cancer without him ever confessing his feelings, a life squandered by self-doubt and insecurity. I have amassed considerable wealth and gained fame both domestically and internationally. I can grant you anything you desire, the youthful Qin Song declared with fervor. The girl, gazing at the object of her long-time affections with her gentle, peach blossom eyes, replied softly, "All I want is you." Chapter 1. I have already won the grand prize in the lottery of life. Mr. Qin Song, this is the urn containing Ms. Jiang Wanwan's ashes. Please accept my condolences. The staff at the funeral home handed Qin Song an urn. He gently accepted it, murmuring, "Thank you." As he exited the funeral home, he made his way to the underground parking garage. With tender care, he placed the urn in the passenger seat after opening the car door. Qin Song's gaze fell upon the photograph atop the urn. That high ponytail, that bright and gentle smile. He could never quite get enough of it. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as though Jiang Wanwan sat beside him, chattering animatedly about her day's encounters. He yearned to embrace her, yet before he could touch her, her figure vanished into thin air. "I'm so sorry, Wanwan. It's all my fault. I was too foolish. You harbored feelings for me all these years, and I remained oblivious. I even asked you for advice on how to pursue girls, and I had you deliver love letters for me, even borrowing money from you to buy gifts for other girls. If it weren't for your friend divulging everything to me and handing me your diary, I might never have realized. Only now do I comprehend that the one I cherished was you all along, and I had already won the grand prize in the lottery of life. But alas, it is too late to claim my prize. At times, human emotions can be painfully dull in youth. One may indulge in frivolity and excess, oblivious to the passage of time." Qin Song tenderly caressed the photograph on the urn, as if stroking the face of a beloved. He opened the glove compartment of the passenger seat and retrieved a pink diary. In recent days, Qin Song had been preoccupied with Jiang Wanwan's funeral arrangements and caring for her mother, who had been hospitalized due to overwhelming grief. This was his first time opening the diary. As he gently leafed through its pages, elegant and graceful handwriting greeted his eyes. September 1st, 2016. Today marks the first day of my high school life. During registration, I discovered that Qin Song is in my class again. Unbeknownst to me, from kindergarten to primary school, from primary school to middle school, and from middle school to high school, I've spent 12 years attending the same classes as him. September 2nd, 2016. Today, the teacher distributed the seating chart, and I found out that Qin Song is my desk mate. I'm in such a good mood today, not because Qin Song is sitting next to me, but because I'm memorized an extra English word. October 28th, 2016. The results of the diagnostic exam are out. I still maintain the top rank in our class, and am among the top 10 in the entire grade. However, today Qin Song was distracted in class. The homeroom teacher asked if I wanted to change seats to prevent it from affecting my studies. I told the teacher it was fine. It doesn't affect me. But I must clarify, I only didn't want to trouble the teacher with special treatment. It's not because I wanted to sit next to him. Humph. November 19th, 2016. This fool actually asked me how to pursue the class beauty from the other class. Doesn't he know high school students shouldn't engage in early romance? Even secret crushes are wrong. December 7th, 2016. Just as I expected. With his character, he dares to pursue the class beauty next door. It's simply absurd. Anyone who likes him must truly be blind. I don't count. December 31st, 2016. Today is the last day of 2016, and that fool actually asked me to help him deliver a love letter to another girl? What an idiot. I'm not even angry. It drives me crazy. I want to draw a circle to curse him. Forget it. I'll just wish him a long life. Idiots live long. April 14th, 2018. Qin Song, this fool. How can he be so clueless? Everyone is preparing for the college entrance examination, yet he doesn't even seem to have confidence in passing the academic proficiency test. Will he even graduate from high school? His parents will surely be furious. No, I must think of a way. Got it. From now on, whenever he daydreams in class, I'll note it down and text his mom after school. Then she'll scold him, and he'll have to study. I'm so clever. But what if this fool can't learn and is too shy to ask the teacher for help? Then I suppose I'll have to reluctantly teach him a little. I'm truly a helpful student. Upon reading this, Qin Song was overwhelmed with emotion. No wonder during the period leading up to the academic proficiency test, he would come home each day with his mother scolding him, detailing every instance of distraction. It was all because of Jiang Wanwan. However, it was precisely during that time that Qin Song, unable to afford distraction, forced himself to study, gradually discovering the joy of problem solving, which led to his success in the academic proficiency test. It wasn't that the test was difficult, but rather that his academic performance had been abysmal for years, consistently ranking at the bottom of his grade. But ever since his grades improved, he received praise from teachers, envy from classmates, and pride from his parents. These positive emotions enabled Qin Song to endure the monotony and solitude of his senior year, diligently studying and practicing every day. With Jiang Wanwan's meticulous guidance, he surprisingly managed to gain admission to a reputable first-tier university. A student who had often languished at the bottom of his class achieved scores exceeding the first-tier cutoff by 20 to 30 points, truly a dark horse of that year. Qin Song remained in the car for 3 hours, reading through the diary. The entries were sporadic yet deeply intertwined with his life. As he closed the diary, his eyes were swollen and unrecognizable. He caressed the cover of the diary and suddenly felt something beneath the leather exterior. He peeled back the pink cover and indeed found a folded piece of paper tucked inside. The paper bore the following inscription. At the tender age of 5, when I was inconsolable in kindergarten, you selflessly bestowed upon me your most cherished toy. By 8, after school, I found myself the target of bullying from older children who taunted me as a wild child without a father. You stood valiantly before me, defending my honor, only to emerge battered and bruised from the confrontation. At 17, engulfed in the sorrow of my grandmother's passing, you were my unwavering source of comfort, offering solace, encouragement, and laughter each day. By the time I turned 20, we were in the same city, but attending different universities. You often graced me with visits, introducing me to your friends as your bro. Yet, little did you know, my heart yearned for something beyond mere camaraderie. This year, upon learning that yet another one of your blind dates had faltered, I resolved to muster the courage to confess my feelings. Qin Song, you great fool. Do you have any inkling that I have harbored affection for you for 22 years? I can no longer concern myself with the trivialities. Even if we are not even friends, I must declare my love for you. Qin Song, do you realize how profoundly I care for you? Or rather, I love you. Following this declaration, the page remains starkly blank, save for a dark, dried pool of blood. This signifies that after Jiang Wanwan resolved to confess her feelings to Qin Song, she discovered she was afflicted with late-stage cancer while penning her love letter. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan abandoned her confession, and it was only posthumously that Qin Song came across this diary and letter. Upon reading this, Qin Song could no longer contain his grief and wept uncontrollably for an hour. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his lips and limbs, his heart raced uncontrollably, and dizziness enveloped him. Being well acquainted with trending news, Qin Song quickly recognized the symptoms of respiratory alkalosis. Yet he refrained from opening the car door to call for help. With every ounce of strength, Qin Song clutched the urn and notebook to his chest, murmuring softly, Wanwan, one must feel so lonely, right? I'll keep you company now. Mom, Dad, I have come to see you. Chapter 2. Quite appealing. Suddenly, Qin Song felt as if fragments of his life were flashing before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Among these snippets, aside from his parents, the most prominent figure was Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song sensed his consciousness gradually fading, lacking even the strength to open his eyes. It felt as if he had slept for an eternity. In a daze, Qin Song abruptly perceived his awareness sharpening. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the cacophony of a classroom filled with students jostling playfully. Wasn't this his high school classroom? Wu Jin, He Shun, Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Yifan, Jiang Yuan. Were these not all his high school classmates? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply, only to be met with an exceedingly familiar face. Jiang Wanwan, back in high school, sported a high ponytail, donned her school uniform, her eyes sparkling and adorned with 2 charming dimples when she smiled. At that moment, she sat at her desk, focused intently on her exercises. Gazing at Jiang Wanwan's visage, Qin Song mused, could it be that I've been reborn? Surely this cannot be merely a dream. He pinched his thigh with fervor. Ouch, that hurt. It was indeed no dream. He had truly been reborn. He glanced at the blackboard, where the words safety precautions for the holiday loomed large. Wasn't this the very day following the academic proficiency examination? Thus, he had been reborn to June 14th, 2018, the day after the exam. Thank goodness, there was still hope, a chance to amend everything. Jiang Wanwan would not succumb to cancer due to the skewers she rented near her workplace, and his parents would not perish in that tragic accident. There was still time, ample time. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Qin Song could no longer contain his exhilaration and shouted aloud, Woohoo! Just then, the homeroom teacher, He Hui, entered the room, and an immediate hush fell over the classroom, save for Qin Song, who trailed off with his elongated exclamation, Ha-ha! He Hui glanced at his most mischievous student with exasperation. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he reconsidered, recalling the effort Qin Song had put in recently, and held his tongue. Qin Song, it seems you need not be so exuberant after doing well on the academic proficiency exam. For a student on the brink of entering senior year, the college entrance examination is paramount. I hope you can channel the diligence you displayed in preparing for the proficiency exam into your studies for the college entrance examination. Only then can you secure a place in a prestigious university and leave no regrets. Qin Song turned his gaze toward He Hui, memories flooding back uncontrollably. He Hui, his homeroom teacher for all 3 years of high school, was strict yet never unreasonable. Whenever students faced difficulties, he was always the first to extend a helping hand. In his previous life, Qin Song's transformation from an academic underachiever to a dark horse was, to a significant extent, due to He Hui's encouragement. Any student, regardless of their standing, would receive praise from him for their progress, no matter how minor. In his words, if you exerted effort but still did poorly, the teacher would not blame you. However, if you failed due to a lack of effort, that was solely your fault. Qin Song looked earnestly at He Hui and declared, "Mr. He, I will certainly do my best." Observing the unusual seriousness in Qin Song's demeanor, He Hui felt a twinge of surprise, but nodded approvingly. Perhaps this was the moment he had suddenly matured? Had he become more understanding and enlightened? He Hui mused. He dismissed further contemplation and, stepping onto the podium, addressed the students seated before him. "Class, the academic proficiency examination has concluded, and we shall soon embark on a 14-day holiday. To better prepare for senior year and the college entrance examination, we will commence classes early after the break. Unlike other schools, our institution does not implement a class division system, which affords those students who lag behind the opportunity to seek help from their high-achieving peers. Hence, I hope that during this brief holiday, you can relax while also remaining committed to your studies." He Hui continued, "I won't dwell on this too much. You would find it tedious. Now, I shall discuss the safety precautions for the holiday." He Hui's assertion was indeed accurate. Jiang City Second High School's lack of a class division system was a crucial reason why Qin Song found himself in the same class as the top student, Jiang Wanwan. As for the safety precautions, Qin Song had little interest in listening. The so-called holiday precautions were merely prohibitions against swimming in ponds or rivers, riding unlicensed vehicles, frequenting internet cafes, KTVs, foot massage parlors, and other entertainment venues, as well as advising students to heed their parents' words and engage in household chores alongside their studies. He turned his head and glanced at the girl who was attentively listening to the precautions. Qin Song thought to himself, why had he never noticed how beautiful she was before? Double eyelids, long eyelashes, fair skin, and rosy lips. An oval face, high ponytail, and large eyes. Jiang City Second High School's acknowledged beauty. What had he been thinking to pursue others who paled in comparison to her, both in looks and character, while overlooking this campus goddess? Suddenly, it seemed Jiang Wanwan noticed something, turning to look at Qin Song, and her face instantly flushed. "W, what are you looking at?" she stammered. "At you," Qin Song replied, propping his chin on his hand. "At me? Is there something on my face?" Qin Song nodded indeed, under Jiang Wanwan's puzzled gaze. Qin Song gently remarked, "You are quite appealing." Upon hearing this, the blush that had just faded from Jiang Wanwan's cheeks returned in full force, spreading to her ears and neck. She lifted her book to shield her face, exclaiming, in no more looking. Moments later, when she heard no response from Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan assumed he had truly stopped staring. A sense of emptiness washed over her. Lowering her book and glancing back, she found Qin Song still watching her, smiling gently. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan's heart raced uncontrollably. What was this? Who stares at a girl like that? Jiang Wanwan thought, although she quite liked it. Something felt off about Qin Song today. He never looked at her this way, nor spoke to her like that. Observing Jiang Wanwan's face, flushed redder than a monkey's bottom, Qin Song finally averted his gaze. This matter required a gradual approach. He couldn't come on too strong, lest he scare her away. Alas, a 14-day summer vacation. Apart from the senior students, surely no one else had a vacation this short? Suddenly, Qin Song recalled that Jiang Wanwan's grandmother would fall tomorrow evening while cooking. Jiang Wanwan's grandmother lived alone in her rural hometown, and because she was not discovered in time after her fall, it was too late by the time she was taken to the hospital. In his previous life, while comforting Jiang Wanwan, Qin Song vaguely remembered her mentioning that the doctor estimated she had fallen around 6 o'clock in the evening. If only she had been taken to the hospital before 10 o'clock, there would have been hope, but sadly, it was only the next day when a neighbor discovered her. Jiang Wanwan had spent a considerable period being cared for by her grandmother. Thus their bond was exceptionally strong. Qin Song vividly recalled that after her grandmother's passing, Jiang Wanwan had been in a state of shock for an entire month, wandering through life in a daze. It wasn't until her exam scores plummeted that she recalled her grandmother's wish for her to attend a good university and serve her country, which ultimately motivated her to regain her determination. Chapter 3. I will accompany you. 1-1. What are your plans for the upcoming holiday? Qin Song inquired. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan's complexion had returned to normal, yet her heart continued to race uncontrollably. What else could one do at home besides studying? As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan assumed that Qin Song was once again planning to indulge in frivolities with friends over the holiday, seeking to borrow some money from her. Qin Song, I am aware that you have already achieved satisfactory results with many others. Passing the academic proficiency exam is a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, do not allow yourself to be overly complacent merely because you have succeeded in this exam. The most crucial challenge remains the college entrance examination. Qin Song nodded, silently resolving. Of course, I will strive diligently for the college entrance exam, for I wish to attend the same university as you. I will do my utmost, Qin Song assured her. Surprised by Qin Song's straightforward response, Jiang Wanwan reflected on his family circumstances. Both of Qin Song's parents were long-haul truck drivers, often away from home, tirelessly traversing between cities to complete their deliveries. Yet, in their absence, they always left some money for Qin Song to ensure he wouldn't go hungry. Unfortunately, he would invariably squander this money with his unruly companions at internet cafes. Wait, he wouldn't know that I informed his mother about him slacking off in class, would he? Is this a ruse to confuse me? Jiang Wanwan mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan was embroiled in her own convoluted thoughts. By the way, I often hear you mention your grandmother. Aren't you planning to visit her during this holiday? Startled by Qin Song's sudden question, Jiang Wanwan hesitated before nodding vigorously. Of course, I want to see my grandmother, but the countryside is too far, and my mother has to run the shop, leaving her no time to accompany me. If I were to go alone, she wouldn't allow it, claiming it's unsafe for a girl to travel so far by herself. Upon hearing this, Qin Song patted his chest and declared, I will accompany you. What does that sound? My mother and your mother have been friends for many years, and our families are familiar enough that if you speak to her, she will surely agree. Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song resided in the same community, both living in Building 8. Qin Song's family occupied the 13th floor, while Jiang Wanwan's home was on the 13A floor. Jiang Wanwan's mother ran a breakfast shop downstairs, specializing in various types of steamed buns. Due to the affordability and deliciousness of her buns, which were generously portioned, Qin Song's parents often purchased them in bulk, storing them in their truck's small refrigerator. During deliveries, when time was too scarce to prepare meals, they would heat the buns for a makeshift meal. Since kindergarten, Qin Song had frequently helped his parents buy buns, and, as both families had children in the same class, their familiarity had grown over time. You? Jiang Wanwan glanced at Qin Song, appearing outwardly calm, though her heart was in turmoil, frantically contemplating. Accompanying me back to my hometown to meet my grandmother? Does this count as meeting the parents? But I'm not yet prepared for that. He seems so bright and sunny. Surely my grandmother would take a liking to him. But what if she doesn't? No, that can't be. If I like him, my grandmother will surely like him too. Noticing Jiang Wanwan's silence, Qin Song stated emphatically, Then it's settled. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. We can spend several days at your grandmother's, allowing you to spend quality time with her while I take the opportunity to breathe in the fresh air of the countryside, clear my mind, and prepare for our final year of high school. Jiang Wanwan, puzzled by Qin Song's words, inquired, Stay for a few days? Where will you sleep? I can lay out a mat. I'll be perfectly fine on the floor. He replied, I'm a boy. I don't require such luxuries. Suddenly, Qin Song, wishing to tease her, added, Actually, I could sleep in your room. We could share the bed. How about that? As his words fell, an immediate blush spread across the fair complexion of the girl, mirroring the evening glow outside the classroom window, rendering Qin Song reluctant to divert his gaze. She stammered, "And no, that's not allowed. You should sleep on the floor instead. Unless it's just the two of us." As she trailed off, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Turning to face Qin Song, she discovered him grinning mischievously at her. Jiang Wanwan instantly realized, "You rascal, Qin Song. How dare you tease me?" With a mock fierce glare, she thought, had it not been for their teacher's presence, she would have shown him her true capabilities. Finally, as the clock struck 6, the bell rang, and upon finishing his final remarks, the homeroom teacher, He Hui, instructed everyone to gather their belongings and leave the classroom. The class erupted in a flurry of activity. Some packed their books to study over the holiday, others had already stuffed their bags and were ready to leave, while a few strolled out empty-handed, exuding an air of nonchalance. As Qin Song tidied his things, He Shun approached. "Qin Song, now that the academic proficiency exams are over, you can finally join me at the internet cafe, right?" He Shun chuckled, "The usual, playing as the stone man Yasuo, taking turns, how about it?" Jiang Wanwan's heart tightened at the invitation to the internet cafe. He Shun frequently invited Qin Song to join him, and previously, Qin Song had declined, citing his exam preparations. Now that the exams were finished and with the holiday upon them, there was a high likelihood he would accept. Seeing Qin Song rise, Jiang Wanwan recalled his recent promise and felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, her eyes misting as she thought, "Humph, a liar. He promised to accompany me to see my grandmother, but he's a liar, a big liar." As Qin Song stood, he noticed Jiang Wanwan pouting in frustration on the bench, and he immediately understood her feelings. "Wanwan, why are you still sitting there? You're on duty today. Hurry up and get up. I'll help you clean up. And we need to leave early tomorrow to see your grandmother. We must pack our things today." The classroom was small, so generally, only one person was assigned to cleaning duties unless it was a school-wide cleanup or there was an inspection. Initially, He Hui had not planned to include Jiang Wanwan in the cleaning roster, considering her academic standing as the top student in the class and among the top 10 in the grade. However, after she had expressed her desire not to receive special treatment, He Hui ultimately placed her on the duty list. Today was her turn to clean. With that, he turned to He Shun. "Sorry, I have things to attend to and cannot join you today. Find someone else." Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. So, he had stood up to help her clean rather than to join He Shun at the internet cafe? "All right, I'll grab a broom right now." She sprang up and dashed towards the cleaning supplies, fearing Qin Song might abandon her for He Shun. Seeing that Qin Song indeed had obligations, He Shun shrugged and sighed. "All right, let us plan for next time." He had initially wanted to test out his newly acquired Yasuo skin alongside Qin Song's Stone Man skin. What a pity. With that, he left the classroom in disappointment. Chapter 4. This mouth may not be good for kissing. The evening glow filtered into the classroom, draping everything within in a golden veil. The girl's high ponytail was bathed in the warm amber glow of the evening sunset. As Qin Song gazed at Jiang Wanwan, an epiphany struck him. The truly cherished are never tiresome to behold. While observing Jiang Wanwan's figure as she moved about the classroom, he busily swept the floor with a broom. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan approached him. She was slightly shorter, standing about half a head below Qin Song. One hand was perched on her hip while the other gripped the broom that was planted on the ground. "Qin Song, are you doing this on purpose? I painstakingly gathered the trash from the first 2 groups into a pile, and you went and scattered it everywhere." Seeing the litter strewn across the floor, Qin Song sheepishly scratched his head. He had been so preoccupied with watching Jiang Wanwan that he had completely neglected his cleaning duties. His haphazard sweeping had inadvertently sent the collected trash flying. "You clumsy oaf. Just go fetch some water and mop the floor." "Yes, ma'am." Qin Song playfully saluted Jiang Wanwan, eliciting a soft giggle from her. As the saying goes, teamwork makes light work. By the time Qin Song returned with water to mop the floor, Jiang Wanwan had already tidied up the classroom. He brought up 2 buckets of water, one for mopping the floor and the other for wiping the windows, podium, and blackboard. After finishing the floor, he found Jiang Wanwan had also cleaned the windows and podium and was now wiping the blackboard. Carrying the trash bin downstairs to dispose of its contents, Qin Song returned to find Jiang Wanwan putting away the cleaning tools, completing the tidy-up process. Observing the girl glistening with sweat, Qin Song leaned in closer. "Let us head home. I'll help you with the cleaning, and in return, you can cover the bus fare. Fair deal, right?" He chuckled. At the school gate, a bus stop awaited them. They needed only to board the number 8 bus, which would take them to their neighborhood in 4 stops. The lightweight summer uniform clung to Qin Song's body, drenched in sweat, outlining the nascent contours of his abdominal muscles. The heavy sound of his breathing filled Jiang Wanwan's ears, the warm air exhaled brushing against her face and ears. The invigorating scent of youth wafted into her nostrils, causing her cheeks to flush crimson like ripened persimmons. "Just go ahead. You're all sweaty and smell terrible. Stay away from me." Jiang Wanwan pushed Qin Song aside, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his abdomen. "Wow, so firm," Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, surprised by the sensation of a boy's abs. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's comment about his odor, Qin Song lifted the hem of his shirt to take a whiff. "Not stinky at all. It even smells like body wash. You can check for yourself." As he raised his shirt, his abs were fully revealed to Jiang Wanwan's gaze. Eyes averted, eyes averted, eyes averted, she repeated internally. Yet her gaze betrayed her, glancing back at them once, twice, thrice for times. Finally, unable to resist any longer, she seized her backpack and hurried towards the classroom door. Qin Song watched her retreating figure, noting the flush in her ears and neck. Lowering his gaze to his exposed abdomen, he finally understood. Due to his frequent basketball games, the definition of his abs was quite pronounced. He grabbed his backpack and hurried after Jiang Wanwan. As they made their way to the bus stop, Qin Song trailed closely behind her. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Jiang Wanwan walked ahead, her shadow pursued by his. He dared not follow too closely, fearing he might step on her shadow. Whenever she paused, he would halt as well, only continuing once he was assured he was still behind her. Upon reaching the bus stop, despite having spent nearly 20 minutes cleaning and thus leaving school later than usual, the stop was still teeming with people. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long before the number 8 bus arrived. Jiang Wanwan took out her bus card, and only after confirming that Qin Song was behind her did she board the bus. Beep, beep. The bus card reader emitted 2 beeps. There were no vacant seats on the bus, so Qin Song found a corner spacious enough for both of them, gesturing for Jiang Wanwan to enter first. After she stepped in, he positioned himself in the corner. The bus proceeded along its designated route. Jiang Wanwan observed Qin Song, who stood a half-head taller than her, gripping the vertical poles as if he were a knight guarding his princess, gazing at the sharp line of his jaw and his rosy lips. She couldn't help but wonder how they would feel against her own. "Ugh, Jiang Wanwan, what are you thinking? How can you entertain such scandalous thoughts? You're a girl. Maintain your composure." Just as she was lost in her musings, a student recklessly dashed across the road, ignoring the red pedestrian signal. The bus driver slammed on the brakes, causing Jiang Wanwan, who was caught off guard, to tumble into Qin Song's arms. He instinctively wrapped his right arm around her waist, holding her close. The driver's irate voice broke the moment, prompting Jiang Wanwan to swiftly extricate herself from his embrace. Sorta. I didn't mean to. It's all right. Are you okay? Did you bump anywhere?" Qin Song inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine. I didn't hit anything," she replied, quickly gripping the handrail and lowering her flushed face. Qin Song felt the warmth of her brief embrace, his hand resting at her waist as she pressed against him. "Is this what they mean by a body check?" he quipped, unable to suppress a grin. Jiang Wanwan, taken aback by his comment, froze momentarily, but the realization sent her face ablaze, resembling a ripe apple. "Why am I blushing so much today? This is mortifying. Qin Song, you idiot. Why did you suddenly get bold and suggest accompanying me to visit my grandmother? And now you dare tease me. He has seen how shy I am. How embarrassing." Determined to salvage her dignity and ease the awkwardness, she steeled herself and stepped on Qin Song's toes. "Ow!" He inhaled sharply, feeling the sting. Realizing he was in the wrong, he opted for silence as they navigated the ensuing awkward yet intimate atmosphere in mutual understanding. Chapter 5. Until tomorrow. Beep. Happiness Community has arrived. Passengers disembarking. Please take your belongings and exit from the back door. Upon hearing the bus announcement, Jiang Wanwan exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly squeezed through the gap, hastily exiting through the back door. Qin Song followed closely behind, a wry smile on his face. Yet his heart bore a hint of worry. How could he have let slip his true feelings? This girl was already shy, and her upbringing made her prone to insecurity, too focused on the past and overly anxious about the future. No wonder she had admired him for so long without daring to confess. Watching Jiang Wanwan quicken her pace after entering the community gate, Qin Song sighed inwardly. This is going to be complicated. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan came to an abrupt halt, gazing at Qin Song, who was drawing nearer by the moment, and quickly exclaimed, "See you tomorrow morning." As her words faded, the young girl vanished around the corner of the street. Unrequited love is a solitary battlefield. Hearing her words, Qin Song's lips curled into a smile, and he called out loudly, "All right, got it." In the happiness community, within a building featuring 2 elevators, Qin Song retrieved his access card and entered Building 8, observing the numbers on the first elevator's display steadily increasing. A smile graced his lips. This girl truly possessed a touch of shyness. He stepped into the second elevator and pressed the button for the 13th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, soon coming to a stop. As he exited the elevator, he beheld the familiar door plate numbered 1301. Beneath the peephole hung a small, somewhat askew, and slightly faded Chinese knot, an artifact crafted during a handicraft class with his mother in kindergarten. This Chinese knot had adorned the door for 11 years, faithfully maintained by his mother, who would take it down each month to wash and dry it before hanging it up again. Taking a deep breath, Qin Song inserted his key into the lock and slowly opened the door. You're back. Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready, and I still have a vegetable to stir-fry." Upon hearing the door creak open, Lu Yu emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron, and smiled at Qin Song. Seated at the dining table, Qin Song observed his son standing in the foyer, looking dazed and still in his shoes, and approached him cautiously, asking, "What's wrong, son? Did the exam not go well?" He patted Qin Song's shoulder, offering comfort. A real man shouldn't be downcast over a single exam failure. It's just a poor grade. You haven't committed a crime. It's not a big deal. Come, let's share a drink together. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Lu Yu, disregarding the vegetables still cooking, hastily turned off the gas valve and stepped out. "Yes, you're almost 18, son. It's time to learn how to drink. You and your father should have a little toast today. I'll go downstairs to buy some beef jerky and marinated pig ears, along with peanuts to accompany your drinks. Wait right there." Listening to his parents, Qin Song fought back tears, quickly changed his shoes, and dashed into the bathroom. In the living room, Qin Song whispered to Lu Yu, "What's wrong with our son? Why is he so quiet after coming home?" Lu Yu, looking irritated, responded in a hushed tone, "It's all your fault. The moment he walks in, you ask about his grades. Can't you engage him in conversation about something else? If we don't resolve this today, you won't be sleeping in my bed." Qin Song protested. "I just wanted to show concern for him. How was I to know?" The apartment, being an older complex from the early 2000s, had poor sound insulation, and Qin Song could distinctly hear his parents' conversation from the bathroom. They always tried to care for his fragile emotions and wounded pride in the best way possible, yet he repeatedly let them down. He had skipped classes to spend nights at internet cafes, frequented arcades, and used the allowance they provided for food to purchase game skins and items. Even the most straightforward academic assessments caused them to worry about whether he could pass. Such exams were ones that anyone who had paid attention in class could easily clear. Yet in his past life, he had relied on Jiang Wanwan's special tutoring for a time to manage to pass. Despite this, they showed no inclination to blame him. Instead, they felt guilty for the time they had to spend away from him due to work. They never compared him with the academically successful, left-behind children or orphans, lamenting his shortcomings. With these thoughts, Qin Song could no longer contain his tears. He turned the faucet to its maximum setting to mask the sound of his sobs. Once he had vented his emotions, Qin Song took a deep breath, splashed water on his face to compose himself, and pushed open the bathroom door. He silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would strive to become his parents' pride, ensuring they would never find themselves on the losing end of comparisons during festive gatherings. "Dad, Mom, I did quite well on the exam. I'm sure I'll graduate without a hitch. When I first got home, I suddenly felt my eyes blur and felt a bit unwell, which is why I didn't speak. It might be due to strain from the exam today. I just washed my face, and I feel much better now. Lu Yu, more concerned about her son's health than his grades, asked, "Are you really all right? Should we go see a doctor?" Qin Song shook his head, assuring her I'm fine. He then turned to Qin Ong. "Dad, let's skip the drinks. You and Mom have that trip coming up in a few days. It's best for drivers to avoid alcohol." Qin Ong nodded appreciatively, glad his son was being sensible and showing concern for them. Seeing that Qin Song was fine, Lu Yu returned to the kitchen to turn the heat back on and continue cooking the vegetables. A moment later, she served the dishes at the table. "Dinner's ready. Come eat." Qin Song glanced at the table, which was filled with his favorite dishes: stir-fried beef with peppers, spicy pork, braised eggplant, sot ed bok choy, and a soup of seaweed and pork ribs. The aroma of the food made his stomach growl, and without hesitation, he scooped up a bowl and began to eat heartily. Relishing the familiar flavors, he devoured his meal even quicker. In less than half a minute, he had finished one bowl. After quenching his thirst with a glass of water, he went back to the kitchen for a second helping. At that moment, Lu Yu finally felt her worry ease. The stomach is an emotional organ. As long as he could eat and drink, everything would be all right. One bowl after another, he continued until he had consumed 5 bowls before finally pausing. "Mom, I need to go out tomorrow morning and won't be back home for a few days." To prevent Lu Yu from thinking he was heading out to play games again, Qin Song quickly clarified, "The reason my grades have improved so rapidly lately is largely due to Jiang Wanwan. You know her. She is the top student in class. Whenever I have questions, I ask her, and she teaches me. Starting tomorrow, the school will be on a 2-week break, and she wants to visit her grandmother. However, Aunt Sue is worried about her going alone. To show my gratitude, I plan to accompany her to her grandmother's house and may stay there for a few days." After listening to Qin Song, Lu Yu nodded. "All right, no problem. You can go. Do you need money? I could give you 2,000 yuan. If that's not enough, just let me know via WeChat, and I'll send you more." With that, Lu Yu took out her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to Qin Song's WeChat. Seeing his mother agree, so readily left Qin Song momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a long discussion, but it was resolved so easily, and he had even secured the funds. At that moment, Lu Yu and Qin Ong exchanged a glance. Their marital harmony allowed them to communicate silently through their eyes. Lu Yu remarked, "Our son has finally realized that Jiang Wanwan likes him." Qin Ong replied, "Speaking of which, he seems to have caught on rather late. Wanwan has been bringing him breakfast since the 1st grade, and she never asked him for money, and that has continued for so many years." Lu Yu asserted, "Let him handle his own affairs. Children will have their own fortunes." Qin Ong added, "With our son away for the next few days, we might finally be able to make use of those things we bought last time." Lu Yu shot him a look. "Let us see how you behave." Upon receiving a subtle cue from his wife, Qin Ong promptly declared, "Son, your father concurs with your decision. Now that dinner has concluded, hasten to pack your belongings to avoid any last-minute chaos in the morning, lest you keep the young lady waiting." Observing his parents' approval, Qin Song wasted no time and swiftly retreated to his room to gather his things. Naturally, he would need to bring a change of clothes and some essential toiletries. Once he had hastily organized his luggage, Qin Song picked up his phone and sent a message to Jiang Wanwan, informing her of his parents' consent before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Chapter 6. Cherish the young woman who can save her dowry. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan found that her mother, Su Qiaoling, had already prepared a meal. "Wanwan, you're back. Wash your hands and come to the table," Su Qiaoling gently urged. Wanwan obediently nodded, placed her backpack on the sofa, washed her hands in the bathroom, and sat down at the dining table, picking at her rice without even touching the vegetables. Observing her daughter's distant demeanor, Su Qiaoling inquired, "Wanwan, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied." Gathering her courage under her mother's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Wanwan replied, "Mom, I wish to visit Grandma. School is on break for 2 weeks, starting tomorrow, and I would like to spend a few days with her in the countryside. I realize you have to manage the shop and cannot accompany me, and I know you worry about my safety if I go alone. I've already spoken to Qin Song, and he is willing to accompany me. I just don't know if you approve." Naturally, Su Qiaoling felt joy at her daughter's desire to visit her grandmother. What mother would not take delight in a filial child? Learning that Qin Song would be accompanying her eased Su Qiaoling's concerns. The two had been childhood friends, inseparable since kindergarten, with little conflict between them. Furthermore, Su Qiaoling had long since noticed her daughter's affection for Qin Song. Although he was playful and did not excel academically, she understood that grades were not the sole measure of a person. As old friends of Qin Song's parents, she was confident in their upbringing and his character. When are you planning to go? With her mother's approval, Jiang Wanwan felt elated, nearly leaping from her seat. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Su Qiaoling Nadif. Have you called Grandma to inform her of your visit? Wanwan shook her head. A Haven Tea told her, I want it to be a surprise. She quickly finished her meal. I'm done. I'll go pack my things now. Watching her daughter dart toward her bedroom, Su Qiaoling smiled, reflecting this girl. She is wonderful in every way, yet she cannot conceal her feelings. In her bedroom, Jiang Wanwan picked up her phone from the nightstand. As she opened it, she noticed a message from Qin Song and immediately replied. Jiang Wanwan, my mom agreed too. Jiang Wanwan, I didn't expect her to trust you so readily. I thought I would have to persuade her longer. Jiang Wanwan, where are you? After waiting for some time without a response from Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan decided to take a shower. She felt sticky from the sweat and longed for relief. Her bedroom contained a small bathroom, suitable for both using the toilet and showering. After preparing a change of clothes, she entered the bathroom and began to remove her school uniform jacket. Just as she was about to toss it into the laundry basket, a thought struck her, prompting her to halt her actions. Jiang Wanwan rummaged through the inner pocket of her jacket and retrieved 2 folded 100 yuan bills. She had anticipated that Qin Song might ask to borrow money for internet access. Hence, she had kept it in her pocket. Since Qin Song had not requested any money, she resolved to return the bills to her little savings jar. Tomorrow marks the start of the holidays. Jiang Wanwan murmured to herself, quietly locking the door to her room before stealthily approaching her wardrobe. At the very bottom of the drawer, she extracted a piggy bank and tucked the 200 yuan inside. She recalled a recent news story about a couple who had planned to wed but fell apart over dowry disputes. I must save more money so that Qin Song will not be troubled by the thought of dowry when marrying me, she thought, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense fills my mind? She exclaimed, that foolish Qin Song. I have no intention of marrying him. As she muttered to herself, she stepped into the bathroom, shedding her clothes entirely, hoping to cool off with a refreshing shower. After Qin Song finished his bath, he picked up his phone to read Jiang Wanwan's messages and replied. Qin Song, I'm here. Just finished showering. Qin Song, let us meet at 8 tomorrow morning. No excuses. Setting down his phone, Qin Song sat at his desk and took out a sheet of paper, writing down his plans for the future. As a class leader, Ren Hui had stated, the impending transition to the 3rd year of high school signifies that the college entrance examination is of paramount importance to all students. Fortunately, his memory served him well, and the memories from his previous life during that pivotal year were etched deeply in his mind, allowing him to retain much of the high school knowledge. In his past life, Qin Song did not pursue graduate studies after graduation, but instead joined a company as a copywriter, achieving modest success and being promoted to a managerial position within 2 years. Due to the necessity of communicating with foreign clients, he had self-taught English quite effectively. Chinese posed no challenges, being his mother tongue, and his previous experience in planning set him apart from other candidates. Mathematics simply required practice, while English needed some vocabulary memorization. It would not suffice to speak without writing. Subjects like physics, chemistry, and biology differed from politics, history, and geography, where rote memorization sufficed. Understanding the former was essential, often leaving no room for guesswork. Even with the advantages of his past life's memories, retaining some formulas and concepts, he knew he could not afford to slack off. After all, he had once excelled in the college entrance examination, gaining admission to Jiangxing University, which required a score of 630 in science, a daunting task for someone of his current standing. As he murmured to himself, Qin Song diligently penned his study plan on paper. Although he vaguely recalled some of the exam questions from his previous life, he dared not gamble on whether his presence would incite a butterfly effect in this world. Thus, relentless study was the only path forward. In this life, he was unwilling to be separated from Jiang Wanwan, so he must strive to keep pace with her and gain admission to the same university. With his study arrangements in place, he now needed to address the root of all evil, finances. In order to enjoy leisurely study sessions with Jiang Wanwan, money was indispensable. For a high school student, although Jiang City's second high school did not have classes on weekends and required attending 3 evening study sessions daily, Sundays offered a full day of rest. After a long week of studying, it would be reasonable to indulge in a snack or two after evening classes, right? And perhaps a stroll or a date on Sundays wouldn't be too much to ask. All these activities required funds. While his family's situation was relatively stable, his parents owned their delivery truck outright, and their home was mortgage-free. He recalled from his previous life that they should have a considerable sum in savings, making them a moderately well-off family. However, such wealth had been earned through their relentless toil, 1 kilometer at a time. If a reincarnated individual still has to ask their parents for money for a date, how utterly embarrassing that would be. Although I have already received 2,000 just moments ago. Chapter 7. Undoubtedly biological. What can one do to earn money? Betting on football? Will the French team clinch the championship next year at the World Cup? Perhaps a short video platform? Live streaming sales? Qin Song pondered the feasibility of these options. Betting on football? Gambling is not to be encouraged. Moreover, I cannot ascertain whether this world will follow the trajectory of my previous life. I cannot place my hopes on such uncertain matters. Becoming a content creator? Live streaming sales? Let us dismiss those thoughts. I'm not cut out for that. Wait a moment, I have an idea. In 2018, those subsequent internet literary masterpieces have yet to emerge. Qin Song swiftly scribbled a multitude of titles on paper. The Lord of Mysteries, The Great Deity's Night Watchman, Mystery Revival, 10 Days of the Apocalypse. They have not yet appeared, and the original authors have not even begun to conceive these novels. I shall copy them all. They shall all be mine. He. In his previous life, Qin Song had another occupation, that of an unsuccessful author. Although none of his novels gained popularity, he had at least read all the successful ones. Simply replicating the plot would suffice. As for the prose, who cares? As long as the writing is not so poor as to hinder reading, the plot is of utmost importance. Without further ado, Qin Song immediately opened his computer and began documenting these novel settings and overarching plots to prevent forgetting them. This recording process took over 2 hours. Upon completing his notes, Qin Song stood and stretched, reflecting. Other reincarnators either possess systems or have photographic memories, enabling them to retrieve their previous lives' memories at will. Why am I left with nothing? With this thought, Qin Song abruptly shook his head and slapped himself across the face. What am I thinking? To be reborn is already a blessing. Why should I desire more? My parents are no longer gone due to unforeseen circumstances, and I can share my life with Jiang Wanwan. What more could I possibly wish for? In life, the most important thing is to be content. Given the current situation, Qin Song felt immensely satisfied. He opened his phone and discovered that half an hour prior, Jiang Wanwan had sent him a message. Jiang Wanwan. Silly Qin Song, good night. See you tomorrow. A smile crept across Qin Song's lips as he replied. Qin Song. Silly Wanwan, good night. Dream of you. The next day, Qin Song rose early, having prepared everything, and was ready to leave with his suitcase when Lu Yu called out to him. Remember to give Wanwan some leeway while you're out. Understood? Whatever she wishes to eat, buy it for her. Whatever she wants to do, take her along. If you run out of money, come to me, got it? If you make her cry, don't even think about getting pocket money for the next month. Hearing his mother's unabashed favoritism, Qin Song couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he was indeed her biological child. Other children seemed to obey their parents far better. He had never once made Jiang Wanwan cry. What an injustice. Noticing her son nodding, Lu Yu added, both of you, be mindful of your safety while out. Avoid dangerous places like the dam or pond, understood? Relishing his mother's familiar nagging, Qin Song nodded appreciatively. It had been ages since he had heard that voice. Got it, Mom. With that, he picked up his suitcase and stepped out the door. Upon hearing the door slam, Qin Song, who had just exited the restroom, noticed the untouched youtiao, soy milk, and dumplings on the table, asking, is our son leaving without breakfast? Lu Yu shot him a glance. With that girl Wanwan around, do you think our son could possibly go hungry? Qin Song slapped his thigh, right? Forget about him. For these few days without her son, We must cherish this rare opportunity for just the two of us. Just the two of us? Didn't Boss Wu call this morning to inform us that we have a shipment to deliver tomorrow? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. I told him I had personal matters to attend to and declined. My dear, you have accompanied me through the years, enduring hardships by my side. You deserve better. Money can always be earned, but opportunities for our time together are rare. After breakfast, let us stroll through the commercial building downtown, enjoy a barbecue for lunch, catch a movie in the afternoon, and then take a leisurely walk in the park in the evening. What do you think? Listening to her husband's plans, Lu Yu beamed with delight. Every woman who has settled down still harbors a little girl within her heart. Shopping, dining, and watching movies are all things Lu Yu adores. She was about to eagerly agree when she paused and shook her head. Let us forget it. Shopping will inevitably lead to purchases, and combined with dining and movies, it will be a significant expense. Once our son goes to college, there will be plenty of opportunities to spend money. It's better to save a bit where we can. Seeing his wife internally yearning to go, but denying herself for the sake of frugality, Qin Song felt a pang of guilt. He gritted his teeth and declared, no worries. I have money. I've saved up a bit over the years, around 20 or 30,000. That should suffice for several days of shopping, dining, and movies. After declaring this, Qin Song straightened his chest and looked at Lu Yu, expecting her to be moved to tears and throw herself into his arms. However, to his surprise, she wore a triumphant smile. Ah, Qin Song, so you've secretly saved up 20 or 30,000. I thought it was strange how a fishing rod mysteriously appeared in the back of the storage room. Thankfully, I kept my wits about me and feigned a sad story. You fell right into my trap. Upon seeing Lu Yu's expression, Qin Song realized his money was as good as gone. He pulled out the bank card containing his secret stash and handed it to his wife with a bitter expression. Consider yourself lucky. Lu Yu accepted the card, ran her fingers over it for a moment, then returned it to Qin Song. Humph, since you revealed your secret stash for our time together. I'll let you off this time. And next time you buy a fishing rod or tackle box, just leave them out in the open. How could anything new in the house escape my notice? If you hide them in a corner, they'll surely get moldy with the next southern wind. To avoid letting Qin Song know she had discovered his fishing gear and to prevent them from gathering dust, she had to specially take them out during cleaning, wipe them down with a damp cloth, and then dry them again before putting them back. Whenever he was away, she would even take them out to sunbathe. Don't worry, I checked, and your carbon fiber fishing rod can indeed be sun-dried. I didn't damage your precious rods. Qin Song suddenly understood why his fishing rods felt as good as new every time he took them out. It turned out there was a diligent mermaid taking care of them at home. This mermaid was not only skilled but also remarkably beautiful, her youthful charm still intact. All right, enough of that. How cheesy. We're old married folks now. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to say such things? Hearing her husband's overly sentimental words, Lu Yu feigned disdain. However, the crescent-shaped glimmer in her eyes and the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Even though I returned the bank card, you're still footing the bill for our little getaway these days. I have set my sights on a handbag that I have long desired. It costs over 5,000. I hesitated to purchase it for quite some time, but now I am finally ready to make the acquisition. Shopping spree. Whatever you wish for, my dear husband will provide. In that case, I want a son. Isn't it just the sun? Purchase it. I mean, the sun is not merely a noun, but... Chapter 8. In the first half of my life, I encountered you. In the second half, it is all you. The sun, akin to a mischievous child, disregards all entreaties from the horizon and insists on perching upon the shoulders of the venerable mountain, casting its radiant glow upon all creation. Much like our rebellious youth, we often ignored our parents' counsel, driven by an insatiable desire to explore the uncharted realms of adulthood. A spirited girl with a high ponytail sat with her knees together on a bench at the entrance of the community. She was adorned in a flowing white dress that cascaded past her knees, complemented by black leather shoes paired with beige ruffled socks, the edges of which were embellished with delicate white lace. Qin Song, pulling along a suitcase, gradually approached the girl. She seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look at him. Her ponytail swayed in the opposite direction of her head movement, and the red bow on her hair tie gleamed brilliantly under the sun. Witnessing this scene, Qin Song was suddenly reminded of a phrase. The first half of my life was spent meeting you. The second half is all about you. Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy upon spotting Qin Song's arrival. This was her first time venturing so far alone with him, and she was filled with anticipation. Here, breakfast. The girl extended the prepared buns and soy milk to Qin Song. He adeptly accepted the breakfast, devouring the buns in a few bites and finishing the soy milk, letting out a satisfied burp. He stuffed the plastic bag that had contained the buns into the soy milk cup. With a swift motion, a perfect parabolic arc traced through the air, landing precisely in a nearby trash bin. Seeing Qin Song clean his plate, Jiang Wanwan beamed with satisfaction at her successful act of kindness. She picked up her backpack resting on the bench and stood up, noticing that Qin Song was still dragging a small suitcase. Unable to hold back, she teased. Silly Qin Song, although your grandmother lives in the countryside, it's only about 40 to 50 kilometers away. Why on earth are you bringing a suitcase? Qin Song playfully flicked her forehead and retorted, You call me a fool, but clearly, you are the one lacking sense. Your grandmother's house has your clothes and toiletries, but none for me. Do you think I can do without a change of clothes, pants, and slippers? Should I use yours instead? Jiang Wanwan rubbed her forehead, realizing it wasn't as painful as she had imagined. In fact, it felt somewhat tingly. This guy is beginning to show some tenderness after all. Is Qin Song truly going to visit my grandmother with me? If we stay together at her house, doesn't that imply cohabitation? But surely, not sharing the same bed wouldn't count as living together, right? But what if he insists on sharing a bed with me? Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Wanwan was jolted back to reality when her forehead received another playful tap. What are you thinking about? The car has arrived. She snapped back to attention as a taxi pulled up at the community entrance. A taxi? Aren't we supposed to take the bus? Jiang Wanwan typically traveled to her grandmother's house alone by bus. When she returned with her mother, if there was nothing substantial to carry and they preferred not to drive, they also took the bus. It was simply a matter of catching a bus to the station, buying a ticket, and waiting for departure. It's quicker by taxi. Don't you want to see your grandmother sooner? With that, Qin Song took the backpack from her hands and, without further ado, pulled her into the car. After placing his luggage in the trunk, he chose to sit in the back seat alongside Jiang Wanwan instead of the front passenger seat. Seeing Qin Song opt to sit beside her in the back, Jiang Wanwan felt a rush of delight but feigned annoyance. Isn't there a seat in the front? Why aren't you sitting there? With a mock gesture, Qin Song rubbed his temples. Wanwan, there is something I've never told you. I actually get car sick, especially in the front seat. Jiang Wanwan rarely took taxis. Almost never. With her home being close to school, taking the bus was not only economical, but also convenient. She didn't experience motion sickness and was unaware of the common knowledge surrounding it. So she believed Qin Song's words. Really? Then wouldn't it be better for you to sit in the back? Her eyes were filled with concern. Qin Song was willing to endure car sickness just to let her see her grandmother sooner. How thoughtful of him. Feigning weakness, Qin Song nodded. It's better in the back. But if I could rest my head on your lap, that would be even better. Really? Upon hearing Qin Song's desire to lay his head on her lap, Jiang Wanwan first felt a wave of shyness, but soon found her courage, biting her lip and declaring, If it will help you feel less nauseous, you can rest your head on my lap. With that, she shifted her position to allow Qin Song to comfortably lay his head on her thigh. Qin Song turned his face outward, resting on her lap. Though separated by a layer of fabric, he could still feel the softness and warmth of her thigh. As he breathed, a soothing scent reminiscent of lavender wafted into his nostrils. It was fragrant and delightful, likely the aroma of laundry detergent. The taxi driver, a middle-aged man, mused to himself about how deep the tactics of today's youth are. He intended to expose Qin Song, but seeing Jiang Wanwan, who resembled his own daughter, he couldn't help but feel protective. The thought that his sweet and understanding little girl could fall prey to such charming words made him uneasy. Clearing his throat, the driver interjected, Excuse me, young lady, although this may not be the finest vehicle, you can't possibly be feeling car sick right now, as the car hasn't even moved. Startled by the sudden voice, Jiang Wanwan straightened up like a frightened deer. She had been so focused on Qin Song that she had forgotten there was a driver in the car. How embarrassing. Wait, What did the driver just say? The car hasn't started moving. So Qin Song couldn't possibly be car sick? Looking at Qin Song, who lay on her lap with an expression of bliss, she puffed out her cheeks and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his side. Oh, that hurts. Qin Song shot up, staring at Jiang Wanwan with innocent eyes. Oof. You're still pretending. I knew you were deceiving me. The girl placed her hands on her hips and shot him a disapproving glance. Qin Song cast a mournful gaze at the driver, who simply shook his head, fastened his seatbelt, and said, "Tell me your destination so we can get moving." Driver, we're headed to Taoyuan Village. Upon hearing the destination, the driver nodded, released the handbrake, pressed the clutch, and shifted gears in one smooth motion. He started the meter, and the vehicle gradually accelerated toward Taoyuan Village. In truth, Qin Song had never experienced motion sickness in his life, whether on a train, a car, or a boat. He had never felt unwell. He even relished the sensation of being in a vehicle, closing his eyes to feel the gentle sway, much like a baby enjoys sleeping in a cradle. Last night, Qin Song was too afraid to sleep, fearing that everything was merely a dream. However, as fatigue gradually enveloped him, he ultimately succumbed to slumber. Resting in the back seat of the vehicle, he closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. As he slept, his head gently leaned to the left, resting upon the fragrant shoulder of a young lady. Chapter 9. One cannot possess youth and simultaneously experience its essence. Feeling a weight upon her right shoulder, Jiang Wanwan turned her head to take a glance. Has he fallen asleep? At that moment, Qin Song lay with his eyes shut, his long eyelashes distinctly outlined in the sunlight. Even a faint mole nestled within his thick left eyebrow was plainly visible. Further down, his straight nose and lips caught her attention. What flavor might Qin Song's lips possess? This thought surged unbidden in Jiang Wanwan's mind. After a brief internal debate between two opposing voices representing her desires, she resolved to adopt a different approach, to feel the texture of his lips with her fingertip. Jiang Wanwan extended her left index finger, slowly inching it toward Qin Song's lips. Just as she was about to make contact, he suddenly stirred, causing her to retract her hand in fright. Could he be awake? Just as this question flickered through her mind, a soft snore escaped Qin Song's lips. She sighed in relief, grateful that he remained asleep. What a fright that had been. Jiang Wanwan nearly convinced herself that Qin Song had caught her in the act. If discovered, would she not be misconstrued as a pervert? How absurd. Why was she so intrigued by Qin Song's lips? By the way, what did his message from yesterday mean? Good night. See you in my dreams. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? The thought flushed her cheeks with warmth. The driver, oblivious to the young lady's cautious actions, continued his conversation. Beautiful individuals often enjoy certain privileges. Who could imagine a burly middle-aged man speaking so softly during a chat? Young lady, which year are you in? You reside in the happy neighborhood, so you must be attending Jiang City number 2 high school, right? My daughter is also enrolled there, and after the summer break, she'll be in her senior year. He often took the initiative to engage passengers in conversation during longer drives. If a passenger exhibited impatience or disinterest, he would promptly cease the dialogue. However, if they appeared intrigued, he would continue, as it provided both amusement and the opportunity to leave behind his business card for potential repeat customers. Upon hearing that the driver's daughter was in the same grade, Jiang Wanwan felt a spark of interest. It was possible that she might be in the same class as his daughter. If she could establish a rapport, perhaps she could negotiate a discount. Glancing at the fare meter, she calculated that the cost to her grandmother's place would be between 130 to 150 yuan. Taking a bus would only cost them 60 yuan. The taxi was rather exorbitant. If a discount could be arranged, it would save some money. I'm in the same grade as your daughter. What is her name? Perhaps I know her. The driver's face lit up with a smile upon hearing Jiang Wanwan mention his daughter. My daughter excels in her studies. Her name is Wang Shi. Wang Shi? Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the world truly this small? In her grade, 8 out of the top 10 students were boys, leaving only 2 girls, herself and Wang Shi. She typically hovered between 4th and 5th place, yet regardless of her position, Wang Shi always trailed closely behind. Uncle, I am Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan? That name sounds familiar. Oh, you must be the one who consistently ranks ahead of Shi in exams. The driver exclaimed. My daughter often speaks of you. She regards you as a worthy rival and claims she intends to surpass you in the next exam. Jiang Wanwan felt a shyness wash over her, scratching her head in embarrassment. She had become Wang Shi's formidable opponent, and now, unexpectedly, she had encountered her father while taking a taxi. What a curious twist of fate. The driver observed her bashful demeanor and chuckled. You two are schoolmates. The competition in academics is merely a healthy rivalry, nothing to be embarrassed about. I hope you can maintain your commendable performance and continue to excel, while also wishing for Shi to surpass you. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reflect, in our student years, competition is the purest form of rivalry. But once you enter society, you'll understand once you graduate from university. Jiang Wanwan was puzzled as to why all adults seemed to reminisce about their high school days. What was so wonderful about it? They slept later than dogs and rose earlier than roosters, all while dining on less than satisfactory meals. Compared to high school, she yearned for the freedom of university and the world beyond. Wouldn't adulthood bring fewer constraints, rendering life more relaxed and liberating? As the scenery beyond the window shifted from towering steel and concrete edifices to modest 3- or 4-story buildings, and from bustling streets to tranquil country lanes fragrant with nature, Jiang Wanwan could not resist rolling down the window, greedily inhaling the fresh air that was so distinct from that of the city. Leaving the urban sprawl not only brought a refreshing breeze, but also a noticeable drop in temperature. This must be the urban heat island effect, she mused. One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the experience of it, nor can one foresee the value of a moment until it becomes a cherished memory. Jiang Wanwan felt this truth resonate within her. Qin Song slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had dozed off in the car. He had not moved from the young lady's shoulder, and he inquired, Wanwan, where have we arrived? Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Wanwan recognized that he was awake. If Qin Song had been asleep, it would have been one thing to let him lean on her, but now that he was awake, it was mortifying. With an expression of disdain, she gently pushed Qin Song's head away. We'll arrive in just a few minutes. Seeing the shy girl, Qin Song smiled and ruffled his hair. All right. He felt remarkably refreshed, as if both his body and spirit had indulged in a rejuvenating spa experience. Shortly thereafter, the driver brought the taxi to a stop at the village entrance. Sir, how much do I owe you? Qin Song inquired. The driver gestured to the meter, which read 139 yuan. Just as Qin Song was about to reach for his wallet, the young lady interjected, Uncle, could you make it a bit less? How about 120 yuan? After a moment of contemplation, the driver smiled and nodded. Since he knows that is certainly no problem. He then handed Jiang Wanwan a business card. Should you need a ride in the future, I would appreciate your patronage. Jiang Wanwan accepted the card with a smile and, reaching into her pocket, counted out 120 yuan to pay the driver. Prior to her departure, Su Qiaoling had given her 600 yuan, advising her that when out with Qin Song, she should not let him bear all the expenses, as it would be both inconsiderate and impolite. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan had settled the fare, Qin Song chuckled resignedly. Since she hadn't let him pay for the taxi, he would find a way to make it up in other ways. Chapter 10. The Sound of Heartbeats. Today marks the day of the bustling market in the neighboring village, and most of the residents of Taoyuan village have ventured out to partake in the festivities. Consequently, Qin Song found himself oblivious to the presence of the information center at the village entrance. After meandering through a series of turns for approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at a modest bungalow. At that moment, Zhang's grandmother, basking in the sunlight at the doorway, caught sight of a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her granddaughter, accompanied by a young man. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Could it be Wanwan? Jiang Wanwan tossed the bag in her hand into Qin Song's embrace and rushed towards her grandmother, grasping her arm. It's me, Grandma. I am Van, and I've returned to see you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang's grandmother finally recognized that her granddaughter had indeed come back. Oh dear, my eyesight is failing. I didn't recognize you at first. You didn't even inform me beforehand that you were coming back. The market in the neighboring village is bustling today, and I haven't even had the chance to buy any vegetables. She turned to Qin Song, her gaze penetrating as if attempting to see through him. Wanwan, is this your classmate? Qin Song felt somewhat unnerved under her scrutiny. Wan, blushing slightly, nodded. Yes, Grandma, this is Qin Song, my childhood friend and deskmate. My mother was too busy to accompany me back to see you and was worried about me coming alone, so she asked Qin Song to accompany me. Wan told a little white lie, for it was she who had suggested that Qin Song accompany her home. Upon learning that it was her daughter's arrangement, Zhang's grandmother's expression softened towards Qin Song, alleviating some of the tension he felt. Qin Song, come in, sit down. Wan, you take good care of your classmate. I need to go to the market to buy vegetables. You didn't even call ahead to let me know you were coming back, and I haven't prepared anything at home. At this point, Qin Song flashed a smile that he believed to be bright and charming. Grandma, please just relax at home. Wan and I will go buy the vegetables. He could not bear to let an elderly woman run to the neighboring village to fetch supplies just to host him, especially since she was Jiang Wan's grandmother. However, Zhang's grandmother seemed to disregard his words, busying herself with her chores. It wasn't until Jiang Wan chimed in, yes, Grandma, let's go buy them. Just tell us what you need, and we'll bring it back. Zhang's grandmother, looking at her dutiful granddaughter, nodded with a smile. All right, you two go ahead. Buy whatever you wish, and I'll reimburse you when you return. Wan is so filial. Once she grows up, Grandma will be able to enjoy her life. Jiang Wan nodded, placing Qin Song's suitcase and her own bag inside the house before retrieving an old bicycle from the backyard. Let's ride this. Although the neighboring village was only 2 or 3 kilometers away, cycling was certainly less laborious than walking. Qin Song eyed the somewhat antiquated bicycle without a hint of doubt regarding its rideability. Compared to modern items, older productions were undoubtedly more durable. His own family possessed a fan that was said to be older than he was, yet it still functioned well, providing a decent breeze. Taking the driver's seat, Qin Song recalled a humorous anecdote from his previous life and patted the back seat. Addressing Jiang Wan, Princess, please get on. At the mention of Princess, Jiang Wan shot him an incredulous glance before her cheeks flushed as she took her place on the back seat. Qin Song intended to say more, but upon catching a glimpse of Zhang's grandmother's gaze, he swallowed his words. After exchanging farewells with her grandmother, Qin Song pedaled the bicycle towards the neighboring village. Jiang Wan had informed him that as long as they followed this small path, they would arrive shortly. Thus he had no fear of losing his way. Wan, what did your grandmother do before? He inquired. My grandmother was a teacher for decades. She only retired a few years ago. Why do you ask? A teacher, you say? No wonder I felt so uneasy whenever I met her gaze. She is a retired educator, Qin Song mused. It seems I am under a certain ancestral pressure. No, it's nothing, he replied hastily. I just sense that your grandmother seems to be rather wary of me. Recalling her grandmother's earlier behavior, Jiang Wan found it somewhat peculiar. She had previously brought friends to her grandmother's house, and her grandmother had always been exceedingly warm and welcoming. Why was Qin Song treated differently? You're overthinking it. It's nothing. Jiang Wan reassured him. She resolved to inquire about the matter with her grandmother after lunch. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Qin Song checked the time on his phone and noted that it was nearly 9:30. Wan, hold on tight. We need to accelerate, or we might miss the market before it disperses. Jiang Wan nodded, gripping the handlebars tightly. However, due to her skirt, she found it challenging to grasp the bar firmly, causing her to feel precariously balanced, just as she was at a loss for what to do. The bicycle's speed gradually decreased, and Qin Song's strong hand reached back, clasping her hand and guiding it to his waist. Have you ever watched a drama? Just like in the dramas, hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. As they descended a slope, the bicycle surged forward, and the girl instinctively wrapped her arms around Qin Song's waist, squeezing tighter. Cough. Wan, are you trying to choke me? Hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wan finally realized that her anxious grip had contorted his waist. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. She quickly loosened her hold, allowing her arms to rest lightly around his waist. Noticing Qin Song's silence as he continued to ride, she gradually grew bolder. She leaned forward, resting her head against his back. Thump. The sound of his powerful heartbeat resonated in her ears. Is this really Qin Song's heartbeat? Jiang Wan pondered, utterly captivated by the rhythm, unaware that the bicycle had come to a stop. Hey, have you had your fill of hugging? If not, you can hold me again on the way back. Otherwise, the market will be closed soon. Noticing that she hadn't realized they had arrived, Qin Song teased her. Startled by his words, Jiang Wanwan sprang from the back seat like a startled rabbit. He didn't deliberately observe her flustered expression, but simply asked, Wanwan, where shall we park the bike? Though nearly 10 in the morning, the market remained vibrant and bustling, with an array of vendors calling out their wares. Chapter 11. Hand in Hand. The market was alive with a throng of people, each more colorful than the last. It wouldn't do to leave the bicycle unattended. What were stolen? There's a chain lock in a basket at the front, and the key is already in it. Just find a tree and secure the bike to it with the chain, Jiang Wanwan suggested, her voice markedly softer than before. Upon inspecting the basket, Qin Song indeed discovered a chain lock with a key inserted. The chain's color matched that of the basket so closely that he had initially overlooked it. After locating a sturdy-looking tree by the roadside, he confidently secured the bicycle to it. The ebb and flow of the crowd at the market created a lively atmosphere. Once the shuttle bus arrives, a throng of people surges forward, and after they have finished their purchases, the market becomes noticeably less crowded. As Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan are selecting pork, a group of elderly gentlemen and ladies rushes over. "Ah, this pork looks fresh. Let's buy from this stall." One exclaims, "This one's good too. How about buying 1 pound of pork and getting 1 pound of offal for free?" Another offers, "These ribs are excellent. I'll take 2 pounds, as I plan to make soup for my grandson." The pork stall owners, witnessing this influx of eager customers, are grinning from ear to ear. "Take your time selecting. Just call me when you're ready." The stall owner calls out to Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan before negotiating prices with the elderly patrons. "Oh dear, how can you expect 1 pound of pork for 1 pound of offal? How about if you buy 3 pounds of pork, I'll give you 1 pound of offal. 2 pounds, and I'll give you 1 for free. I'll purchase 4 pounds of pork." "All right, 2 for 1 it is. Tell me what cuts you prefer, and I shall prepare them for you." Offal refers to the neck meat connecting the pig's head and body, rich in lymph nodes. Often referred to as scrap meat by the locals. In times of scarcity, some would buy this meat, and with careful preparation, it could indeed be edible. Nowadays, however, with improved living conditions, people would rather not accept such meat even as a gift. Firstly, it is seen as troublesome to prepare. Secondly, with a heightened awareness of food safety, individuals prefer to spend a little more for quality, avoiding the risk of health issues that might land them in the hospital. Rather than waste it later, it is better to conduct business now. Although the stall owner is unsure what the elderly lady intends to do with the offal, he thinks, why not? Perhaps there is someone in her home who appreciates it. Humans are social creatures, drawn to crowds and gossip. As the number of patrons at the pork stall swells, those at the back push forward, anxious that a few minutes of delay might mean missing out on the best cuts of meat. Qin Song feels that if this continues, he and Jiang Wanwan might soon be separated in the throng. Disregarding everything else, he confirms that Jiang Wanwan's grandmother has a refrigerator, then takes her small hand in his left while grabbing the last piece of pork and 3 connected ribs with his right. "Boss, I'll take these." Upon hearing his voice, the pork stall owner quickly approaches to weigh and tally the cost. Jiang Wanwan is momentarily taken aback, witnessing this unique side of Qin Song for the first time. After purchasing the pork, Qin Song heads to the beef stall and buys 2 pounds of beef. As he prepares to buy vegetables, Jiang Wanwan stops him. "No need for vegetables. My grandmother has a small garden in her backyard with plenty of them." Qin Song nods in acknowledgement, and, after inquiring about which ingredients are absent from the garden, he purchases those missing items. Just when Jiang Wanwan thinks Qin Song is ready to return home, he pulls her into a shop selling fruits and cakes. As she tries to tug at his sleeve to suggest that it isn't necessary to buy so much, she realizes her hand is still firmly held by Qin Song. Her cheeks flush crimson, yet she shows no inclination to break free. "Qin Song, don't buy so much. We want to finish it all." Qin Song waves his hand dismissively. "It's all right. We're buying fruits after all. We must have some after our meal. This is my first visit to my grandmother's house, and I didn't bring any gifts, so these items will serve as my present to her. This is my grandmother, not yours." Qin Song hadn't anticipated that Jiang Wanwan would catch on to his underlying meaning so quickly. "Hee, it's all the same. Isn't it? Your grandmother is also my grandmother. Boss, I'll take this entire bunch of bananas and give me 2 pounds of those apples as well." He selects a bunch of bananas, and for the apples, he takes his time choosing. Fruits shouldn't be bought in excess, lest they spoil if left too long. After choosing the fruits, Qin Song makes his way to the cake section. Which of your cakes are not too sweet, but still soft? He inquires of the vendor. The elderly cannot consume overly sweet or hard cakes, and Qin Song is particularly attentive to these details while selecting. Jiang Wanwan finds herself being led by Qin Song, watching him as he navigates the market like an adult, buying meat, fruits, and cakes while haggling with vendors. This feeling is truly delightful, she muses inwardly. At that moment, she feels like a little puppet, following wherever Qin Song leads. It isn't until all their shopping is complete and they exit the market that Jiang Wanwan comes back to her senses. Within the bustling market, no one paid attention to their joined hands, but once outside, the passers-by, particularly the older gentlemen and ladies, are all too aware of the two fresh faces. Some remark on their pairing as a match made in heaven, while others suggest they are merely children in their first romance. Until Jiang Wanwan inadvertently calls out to Qin Song as brother, the gathered crowd disperses. So they are siblings. No wonder. With no more gossip to entertain them, the onlookers gradually disperse. However, Qin Song finds himself struck by the sweet sound of brother. What did you just call me? He asks, intrigued. Jiang Wanwan feigns ignorance. What did I call you? I didn't say anything. Oh, so you're just going to discard me after using me, is that it? As they walk and tease each other, they soon arrive at the bicycle parking area. This tree has proven to be reliable. Their bicycles show no signs of theft. Qin Song places the cake at the bottom of the basket and arranges the meat on top. As for the fruits, he has Jiang Wanwan seated on the back. Hold them. Apples and bananas can quickly spoil if they're even slightly bruised, which is why they are entrusted to her. The girl in the dress remains seated sideways, as the bicycle glides along the rural path at a leisurely, yet varying pace. Chapter 12. Eating Watermelon. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan reflects on Qin Song's words, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He mentioned that if she hadn't had enough hugs, she could continue on their way back. Should she hug him? Or should she? Suddenly, she feels the bicycle accelerating. Using her knowledge, she calculates that the bike has indeed increased its speed by a full kilometer per hour. This is practically racing. At this rate, not hugging would be perilous. Well then, if we're speeding up, I suppose I should hug him. Jiang Wanwan thinks to herself. She places the bag of fruits on her lap, steadies it with her left hand, and wraps her right around Qin Song's waist. Leaning in closer, the familiar sound of her heartbeat resonates in her ears once more. Thump, thump. As Qin Song pedals, he feels the warmth against his back, his mind awash with 1,000 thoughts, remembering Jiang Wanwan's bold, yet shy actions over the past few days. He can't help but ponder, why didn't she exhibit such behavior in his previous life? Upon reflection, Qin Song realizes that the root of the issue lies with him. After he began frequenting internet cafes in high school, he neglected Jiang Wanwan, depriving her of any opportunity. Coupled with the onset of puberty, Jiang Wanwan developed a vague understanding of gender relations, becoming increasingly shy in the process. Though they still sat together daily, engaged in conversation, shared homework, and sought each other's assistance, they had yet to truly open their hearts to one another. Their interactions were confined to the school environment and the classroom. However, an unexpected transformation had occurred within her. She had grown more proactive. The young girl sensed that she held a unique place in Qin Song's eyes, distinct from others. This realization ignited within her a burgeoning affection, gradually emboldening her spirit. Only now did Qin Song come to comprehend Jiang Wanwan's disposition towards love. She was the type who would climb the ladder if provided one. Yet would patiently wait in silence when none was available. He merely needed to forge ahead, knowing she would always be there for him when needed. In a fleeting moment, Qin Song perceived a resemblance between Jiang Wanwan and the character Lu Yao from The Tenet. Lu Yao was meticulously prepared, diligently reviewing for the forthcoming examination, yet had not even received the test paper. In her previous life, Jiang Wanwan appeared to be the same. Yet in this lifetime, Qin Song intended to annul this examination altogether. Jiang Wanwan would only need to input her identification number to receive a perfect score. As Qin Song rode his bicycle with Jiang Wanwan, the journey was brief, yet the weather was capricious. The sun blazed with intensity, only to be tempered by the coolness of overcast skies. The shade of the trees proved to be the most pleasant, with dappled light playing upon them. A gentle breeze occasionally brushed past, attempting to slip beneath Qin Song's shirt, only to be thwarted by the girl's hand. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Taoyuan village. Jiang Wanwan quietly withdrew her hand from Qin Song's waist. The village's intelligence department was now fully assembled. After all, she was still a student and wished to avoid becoming the topic of gossip due to early romance. However, even as Jiang Wanwan released her hold, they drew the attention of the elderly villagers beneath the large tree. The village's youth were either working or studying, leaving mostly seniors behind. Observing such a handsome couple sharing a bicycle, the elderly, who spent their days basking in the sun, sipping tea, and playing chess, were reluctant to pass up this opportunity for gossip. Noticing the gazes fixated on them, Qin Song discreetly quickened his pedaling. Upon reaching his home, Jiang Wanwan's great-grandmother, seated in a rocking chair, promptly rose upon their arrival. Qin Song eagerly unloaded the items from the basket onto the table. Great-grandmother, I didn't bring much for my first visit. These meats, vegetables, fruits, and cake were just purchased at the market. Please don't mind them. Jiang Wanwan's great-grandmother, observing the numerous bags, insisted that it was far too much to consume, all the while helping Qin Song arrange the items on the table. Just as she intended to offer him money, Qin Song swiftly declined. Great-grandmother, there's no need for that. Wanwan and I are classmates, and we even share a desk. My parents are also acquainted with Wanwan's mother. Her great-grandmother is, after all, my great-grandmother. Honoring our elders is simply my duty. Moreover, Wanwan often assists me with my studies. Hearing this flood of words from Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan's great-grandmother ceased her attempt to pay him. She cast a warm glance at Qin Song before gently addressing Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, take your classmate to rest for a bit. There's watermelon in the fridge. I'll go prepare a meal for you. Upon hearing the use of you instead of you two, Qin Song let out a sigh of relief. The pressure of familial connections could be quite formidable. Great-grandmother, how about I come in to help you? Qin Song offered with a smile. Jiang Wanwan's great-grandmother shook her head in refusal, but her gaze towards him bore a hint of appreciation. Diligent children are invariably more likable. Even if merely a courteous gesture, it was better than saying nothing at all. Wanwan, slice up the watermelon from the fridge. You two should have a little something to eat. The fruit knife is on the side table. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Got it. Great-grandmother. She then retrieved a watermelon from the fridge and placed it on the table, slicing into it with the fruit knife. The white blade pierced through, revealing the crimson flesh within. The sweet juice flowed forth, releasing a refreshing aroma. The thin rind and the vibrant red pulp looked incredibly enticing, promising relief from the heat. Most importantly, the watermelon was crisp, not mealy. Having just splashed his face with well water, Qin Song saw Jiang Wanwan about to cut further and quickly intervened. Wait. In response to Jiang Wanwan's puzzled expression, he retrieved 2 spoons from the sterilizer. We can share one half. Let's eat with spoons. Share the same half. Before Jiang Wanwan could protest, Qin Song swiftly wrapped the other half of the watermelon in plastic wrap and placed it in the fridge. He scooped out the sweetest portion from the center and brought it to Jiang Wanwan's lips. Here, this piece from the middle is the sweetest. Watching her still in a daze, Qin Song urged if you don't eat it soon, it won't be cold anymore. Under his encouragement, Jiang Wanwan took a bite, and the sweetness and chill enveloped her mouth instantly. She swore it was the best piece of watermelon she had ever tasted. How is it? Sweet? Qin Song inquired. Jiang Wanwan nodded, her eyes squinting in delight. Yes, it's delicious. So cold and sweet. Observing Jiang Wanwan's exaggerated expression, Qin Song felt a twinge of doubt. Could the watermelon truly be that delightful? It felt as though she had consumed a magical elixir. He took a bite of the surrounding watermelon flesh. The flavor was indeed good, but it was merely the usual taste of watermelon. Seeing Qin Song use the spoon she had touched, Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson. That's my spoon. Chapter 13, I don't mind. Qin Song, noticing her shy demeanor, playfully teased, Oh, is that so? No worries, I don't mind. With that, he continued to scoop more watermelon. He discovered that once one started eating, it was impossible to stop. Jiang Wanwan shot him an indignant glare. I do mind. Now, the watermelon is full of your saliva. Qin Song scooped out several more pieces, offering one to Jiang Wanwan. Here, you take a bite, then I will. Jiang Wanwan glared at him, refusing. No way. It's all your saliva. Qin Song shrugged. All right then, if you want to eat, then all this watermelon is mine. Watching the fruit flesh diminish from the rind, Jiang Wanwan could no longer contain herself. She snatched the watermelon from Qin Song's hands and dove into the sweet pulp. I'll eat, I'll eat, I'll eat. In less than 3 minutes, the generous red flesh had been completely devoured, leaving only a few remnants clinging to the white rind. Jiang Wanwan set aside the remaining shell. This can't be thrown away. Great-grandmother needs it to feed the chickens. Noticing Jiang Wanwan finish off the center portion he had intentionally left behind, Qin Song chuckled. Wanwan, do you know? You just did something beneficial for Mother Earth. Jiang Wanwan looked on in puzzlement. To benefit Mother Earth, does feeding chickens with watermelon rinds count as contributing? Qin Song shook his head and said earnestly, no, that is not what I meant. I was referring to our use of the same spoon. Do you realize that freshwater constitutes merely 2.53 of the Earth's water resources, and only 0.26 of that is accessible for human use? Each drop of water we conserve offers a struggling seedling a chance to thrive. By using the same spoon, we signify the potential to reduce the need for washing an additional spoon. Saving the effort of washing one spoon can conserve countless drops of water. The water we save can rescue many lives on the brink of death due to drought. Therefore, sharing a spoon equates to saving numerous lives. Wanwan, are you willing to join me in saving those lives that are suffering from water scarcity? Initially, Jiang Wanwan believed Qin Song was earnestly imparting the significance of water conservation. However, upon hearing the last sentence, she understood his true intention. He was clearly trying to take advantage of her, hoping to indulge in her food. Not a chance. It's all right. I don't mind you. I mind you. Yet you were relishing it just now? Qin Song's remark struck Jiang Wanwan, causing her to wilt, her cheeks aflame. That was because I didn't want to waste food. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to wash my hands in the backyard. Observing Jiang Wanwan's flimsy excuses, Qin Song chose not to expose her. He glanced at the time and rose to head to the kitchen. Indeed, Jiang's grandmother had already prepared the first dish, and the second was soon to be ready. After a quick wash at the sink, Qin Song brought out the first dish, covering it with a large bowl taken from the sterilizer. He then returned to the kitchen to retrieve the second dish, following the same procedure. He had just noted that the only unprepared item left was a vegetable, and the pressure cooker was releasing steam, indicating that the soup was done. Moments latte. Qin Song went back to bring out the stir-fried vegetables. While Zhang's grandmother finished washing the pot and tidying up, he took a large bowl, filled it with soup, and removed the bowls covering the dishes one by one. He then took 3 small bowls, filled each with rice to 7/10 full, placed them on the table, and retrieved chopsticks from the sterilizer to set atop each bowl. When Jiang Wanwan returned after washing her hands, she was puzzled by the scene before her. Why had Qin Song suddenly become so industrious? Zhang's grandmother, emerging from the kitchen after finishing her tasks, also noticed Qin Song's remarkable diligence. During dinner, she presented 2 cans of beverages in front of Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song. These were brought by some of my former students when they visited last New Year. My eyesight isn't great, so please check if they are expired. If they are, don't drink them. Qin Song inspected them and confirmed they were still good. Indeed, how could Grandma's drinks be expired? It's clear we, as juniors, are the ones who returned late. Suddenly, Qin Song sensed a shift in Zhang's grandmother's demeanor towards him, changing from initial indifference to now warm hospitality. During the meal, she insisted he take more dishes, encouraging him to eat well. Watching this unfold, Jiang Wanwan inwardly chuckled. It seems there's no need to ask Grandma. After all, if I like Qin Song, she will too. After dinner, Qin Song eagerly offered to wash the dishes, but was promptly shooed away by Zhang's grandmother. Qin Song did not feel embarrassed about entering someone else's home to help in the kitchen and wash dishes. He regarded it as basic etiquette. Moreover, he had long considered Jiang Wanwan's family as his own. After Zhang's grandmother washed the dishes, she sat in the living room for a while before feeling fatigued and retired to her bedroom for a nap. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan reclined in the rocking chairs in the living room, with the front door wide open. The summer breeze occasionally caressed their faces, bringing with it a distinctly summery essence. Outside, a table displayed the radish strips and cowpeas that Zhang's grandmother had set out to sun-dry. The branches outside swayed gently in the wind, while sunlight flitted through the leaves, casting dancing patterns of light on the ground. The boy reminisced about summers past, while the girl gazed at the boy before her. The moment the boy turned his head, the girl averted her gaze, blushing and closing her eyes. The boy understood that her blush was not merely due to the summer heat. When Qin Song awoke from the rocking chair, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. The day was sultry, and he felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. Upon rising, he noticed a thin layer of condensation covering many surfaces in the room. Quietly, he adjusted the oscillating fan to face Jiang Wanwan and set it to the lowest speed. He then entered the kitchen and examined the concrete floor. Indeed, in those inconspicuous corners, patches of moss were present. The south wind blew in, carrying humid air that made the moss slippery. Qin Song turned on the kitchen light, only to find that the bulb had not been replaced in quite some time. When he stared directly at it, it emitted little brightness. The dim light, shrouded in dust, combined with the slick moss, likely explained why Zhang's grandmother had fallen. Without hesitation, Qin Song grabbed a shoe brush from beside the well outside and began scrubbing the moss from the floor. The oppressive heat made him sweat profusely, and in the confined kitchen, he was soon drenched. Jiang Wanwan, waking up leisurely, heard the faint sound of scrubbing and initially thought it was her grandmother cleaning shoes. Following the sound, she discovered that it was Qin Song scrubbing the floor. "Qin Song, what are you doing?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Song replied, "You're just in time. Quickly, fetch a bucket of water. I need to wash this moss down the drain." With the south wind blowing today, I noticed the moss had grown in the kitchen, and I feared Grandma might slip while cooking, so I decided to clean it up. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan felt a warmth in her heart and quickly filled a bucket with well water. Qin Song took the scoop and washed the scrubbed moss down the kitchen drain, then sprinkled salt over the areas where the moss had thrived. Having completed these tasks, Qin Song stood before the fan, lifting his shirt to enjoy the cool breeze. Jiang Wanwan approached with a cup of water. As she handed it to Qin Song, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his slightly defined abs, glistening with beads of sweat. The girl had made every effort to restrain her gaze, yet found herself unable to resist. "So handsome, I really like it. Wanwan, are you feeling hot? Your face is so red. If you're warm, come stand here with me in front of the fan." Qin Song's sudden voice startled Jiang Wanwan, causing her to jump. "That was close. I almost got caught." She thought to herself, "No, it's fine. I'm not hot at all, not even a little. You can enjoy the breeze." At that moment, Qin Song was far too overheated to notice Jiang Wanwan's peculiar demeanor. After spending a moment in front of the fan, he turned to Jiang Wanwan and inquired, "Wanwan, do you know where I might find light bulbs in the village?" "Light bulbs? There's a small supermarket at the village entrance that sells them." "Why do you ask?" "I just noticed the kitchen light was rather dim while cleaning the moss, and I thought I might replace it with a brighter one." "You know how to change light bulbs?" Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Song nodded. "In truth, changing a light bulb is quite simple. One merely needs to purchase a bulb of the same type. After unscrewing the old bulb, you simply screw in the new one. But it's essential to turn off the main power switch first to avoid the risk of electric shock." "By the way, where is Grandma?" Qin Song asked. "She is probably chatting and playing cards with the other grandmas in the village," Jiang Wanwan replied. Qin Song nodded. "It's quite nice for the elderly to have their own leisure activities. They don't spend all their time at home and want to feel lonely due to a lack of company." Accompanying Jiang Wanwan to the village supermarket, Qin Song purchased an 800-lumen light bulb, marking the honorable retirement of the old 400-lumen bulb. Upon their return with the new bulb, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother was already home, preparing a bed in an empty bedroom. Though she verbally expressed that changing the bulb was a waste of money, the delight in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. After Qin Song replaced the bulb, he intended to reheat the leftover lunch, but Jiang Wanwan shooed him out of the kitchen. "I'll heat it up. You take a break. Otherwise, it feels as though this is your grandmother's house." Qin Song chuckled, "But your grandmother is my grandmother too." Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare, yet internally reveled in the sentiment. As Qin Song settled in the living room, Jiang Wanwan reheated the dishes, and Jiang Wanwan's grandmother made the bed. Unable to remain idle, Qin Song decided to assist Jiang Wanwan's grandmother with the bedding. Upon entering the bedroom, he discovered that she had already made the bed, complete with a hand-woven mat and a cooling pillow, and a fan was humming softly in the room. Seeing Qin Song enter, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother patted the bed and said, "Qin Song, come sit. Let us have a chat." Although her smile was exceedingly gentle, Qin Song felt a twinge of apprehension. This was solely due to the fact that Jiang Wanwan's grandmother had been an elementary school teacher for decades, exuding an inexplicable authority. All right, he replied. "I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to converse with you. There is no need to feel so tense." Despite her reassurance, Qin Song's heart remained slightly unsettled. In his previous life, he only knew that Jiang Wanwan had a grandmother, never having met her. Thus, today marked their first encounter. "Wanwan's mother actually called me before your arrival and shared some information about you," Jiang Wanwan's grandmother continued. "Every time Wanwan returns home, she occasionally mentions you. The events of this morning were quite intentional on my part, as I noticed that Wanwan looks at you in a manner reminiscent of how I once gazed at her grandfather. Likewise, your gaze towards Wanwan mirrors how her grandfather looked at me. Given Wanwan's disposition, once she sets her sights on someone, she is unlikely to change her mind easily. I understand both of your feelings, but I hope you both focus on your studies for the college entrance examination. After teaching for so many years and advocating against early relationships, I certainly do not wish to see such matters arise concerning my granddaughter. My words are not meant to imply that you two are not diligent, nor do I intend to separate you. I have taught for decades and firmly believe that the right person will stand before you on your path to the future." Qin Song's expression was earnest as he replied, "Grandma, I feel the same way. I will work hard alongside Wanwan to gain admission to a prestigious university." Jiang Wanwan's grandmother nodded, then shook her head. "While my words indeed encourage your efforts, they are not the sole intent. Certainly, the college entrance examination is not the only path, but it is the most direct one. Even if you do not attend the same school as Wanwan or do not gain admission to university, I would not oppose your being together. I simply hope you treat Wanwan well, and only Wanwan, and that will suffice." Qin Song responded earnestly, "Grandma, I will." With a gentle nod, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother smiled. "You will stay in this room tonight. Everything is prepared. The mosquito repellent and lighter are under the bed. You may light it if necessary." Qin Song nodded and brought in his suitcase from the living room. He fully understood Jiang Wanwan's grandmother's intentions. In China, the college entrance examination represents a significant turning point. As a retired teacher, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother naturally places greater emphasis on this matter than others might. Given that Jiang Wanwan's mother had shared his basic situation, it was likely that his academic performance was also a consideration. A boy with poor grades approaching her academically gifted granddaughter with ulterior motives, especially when they harbored mutual feelings, would warrant concern. Jiang Wanwan's grandmother could have directly admonished Qin Song not to distract Jiang Wanwan from preparing for the examination, but she chose not to. Instead, she encouraged him to catch up with Wanwan's pace. What more could Qin Song say? All he needed to do was to strive diligently. After the three finished dinner, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother bid them farewell and headed to the village square for a dance. Jiang Wanwan then pulled Qin Song into her room, where they began an intense study session at her desk. To Qin Song's astonishment, he discovered a remarkable improvement in his learning abilities. Having left high school many years ago, he found that he could still grasp some simple problems. However, when the questions became convoluted, he struggled to keep up. Initially, he anticipated that studying would prove to be a challenge, yet he realized that after Jiang Wanwan explained a concept once, he could barely tackle a similar problem. After Jiang Wanwan elucidated that similar problem, Qin Song could adeptly apply the knowledge, demonstrating a newfound comprehension. Could this be his hidden talent? Qin Song felt a surge of joy within. Chapter 15. Would bathing together conserve water? After Jiang Wanwan elucidated three concepts to Qin Song, she sensed something was amiss. Upon completing the first concept, he managed to solve the problem. leading her to believe it was merely a coincidence that he had encountered a question he was capable of answering. After explaining the second concept, he again succeeded, which left her somewhat astonished. However, when they reached the third concept, despite its significantly greater difficulty, Qin Song solved it as well. Qin Song, how did you suddenly become so enlightened? It was utterly unfathomable that someone who previously needed to cram to pass academic assessments could now tackle the challenging problems from past college entrance examinations. Although Jiang Wanwan had initially guided him through the problem-solving process, along with the necessary formulas and concepts, the distinction between understanding and application of mathematics is profound. It's all thanks to teacher Jiang's excellent instruction. Without her diligent teaching, I certainly wouldn't have made such rapid progress, Qin Song chuckled. As she gazed at the grinning Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan fell into deep contemplation. While the educational quality in Jiang City may not be the strongest in the province, it certainly was not weak either. During the first and second semesters of high school, Qin Song consistently found himself at the bottom of his class, often ranking among the last 10 or 15 students. To be placed among the bottom 15 out of over 1,000 students requires a certain level of tenacity. Jiang Wanwan distinctly recalls a biology examination in her first year, where one of the multiple choice questions pertained to the density of field mice. Option A was sampling method. Option B was mark recapture method. Option C was visual estimation method. And option D was questionnaire survey. This question, which should have been a gift of points, was one that any average high school student would recognize as requiring the selection of B. Even choosing A or C could be justified to some extent. Yet Qin Song inexplicably opted for D. How could someone who would have field mice fill out a questionnaire demonstrate such exceptional insight when tackling complex mathematics problems for the college entrance examination? At that moment, Jiang Wanwan felt a singular emotion, joy. If Qin Song possessed such intellect, then with diligent study during their senior year, he might just be able to attend the same university as her. The thought filled her with exhilaration. Let's continue our discussion. Jiang Wanwan was eager to teach Qin Song, and he was equally willing to learn. Thus, the hours slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, it was 10 o'clock at night. In the meantime, Zhang's grandmother had brought in a plate of apples, reminding them both to retire early and not to study too late before returning to her room to sleep. All right, now I will randomly name a few of the first 20 elements from the periodic table of elements, and you must recite their outermost electron configurations, atomic radii, and periodic variations in their main oxidation states. Would you like to review your book first? Qin Song nodded, opened the book, but then wore a troubled expression as he closed it again. Jiang Wanwan observed his demeanor and inquired, "What is the matter? Can't you memorize it? Do you need me to teach you a trick?" Qin Song shook his head. "No, it's just that the periodic table in my book is missing 6 elements." "How could that be?" Jiang Wanwan opened Qin Song's chemistry book, and indeed, it was a standard periodic table without omissions. Qin Song pointed earnestly at the table and said, "Look, my future magnesium, aluminum, rhodium, and polonium are right here teaching me chemistry. My zinc is also with them, and I want to have potassium too. That's 6 elements gone." Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan's face instantly turned as rosy as a peach. "You mustn't digress. Let's wrap up our study for today. I need to take a shower and go to bed." With that, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly ushered Qin Song out of her room. Qin Song scratched his nose, chuckling to himself as he returned to his own room to grab a towel and a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom in the living room. Jiang Wanwan's room had a small bathroom, so there was no need to go to the living room. While showering, thoughts of Qin Song's remarks about conserving water floated through Jiang Wanwan's mind. Teachers had emphasized the importance of water conservation, stating that using the same spoon could save many lives on the brink of extinction due to water scarcity. What if they showered together? A rosy hue spread across the girl's cheeks, and she blinked her large eyes, taking a deep breath and fervently rubbing her face. "Jiang Wanwan, what on earth are you thinking? You are a minor, a high school student. Your focus should be on preparing for the college entrance examination, helping Qin Song study diligently so he can catch up and attend the same university as you, not contemplating whether showering with Qin Song would conserve water." After finishing her shower, Jiang Wanwan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Foolish Qin Song. Foolish Qin Song. It's all your fault. Jiang Wanwan kicked the thin blanket off her stomach. Meanwhile, Qin Song lay in his bed, soundly asleep. The following morning, foolish Qin Song, get up for breakfast and studying. Jiang Wanwan called out from beside his bed. Qin Song, still groggy, sat up and checked his phone, realizing it was only 7 in the morning. Hurry up. Grandma is making breakfast. Qin Song, clad in a tank top and loose shorts, didn't need to change. After getting out of bed, he grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste and headed to the bathroom to wash up. As he was washing his face, John's grandmother brought out the cooked noodles. 3 bowls of ordinary homemade noodles, with an extra fried egg added to Qin Song's bowl. Boys need to eat more during their growth spurts, Grandma smiled. Seeing Qin Song's smug expression, Jiang Wanwan pouted. Grandma, you're biased. I only have 1 fried egg, and Qin Song has 2. Grandma looked at her granddaughter, who at 17 still resembled a child, and smiled indulgently. I just didn't want you to go hungry. If you want more, I can fry you 2 right now. With 2 added to the 1 in my bowl, that would make 3. I would then have 1 more fried egg than Qin Song. But she certainly didn't want Grandma to fry more, knowing she couldn't finish them. No need, Grandma. If you fry me 2 more eggs, I would have 3, and I can't eat that much. I'm not like someone who can eat so much. After saying this, Jiang Wanwan shot a challenging glance at Qin Song and even made a face at him. Qin Song found the scene amusing. He had never seen Jiang Wanwan in such a light. After they finished breakfast, Jiang's grandmother went back to her usual routines, leaving Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan alone at home. Looking at Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting on a stool rubbing her stomach, Qin Song proposed. How about we study in the afternoon instead? The weather is lovely this morning, with a gentle breeze, and it's not too hot. Why don't you take me out for a stroll? It's my first time here. After a moment of consideration, Jiang Wanwan nodded. All right then, we'll play in the morning and study in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 16 Qin Song, I miss Dad. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's agreement, Qin Song hurriedly changed into a fresh outfit. He donned a white short-sleeved shirt paired with gray shorts, his feet clad in breathable black and white sneakers, exuding youthful vigor. When Qin Song emerged from his room, Jiang Wanwan also stepped out of her bedroom. The girl wore a loose-fitting white short-sleeved top, complemented by light blue denim shorts. Her pristine white sneakers unmarred by dirt, and her pale yellow knee-high socks added a delightful touch. Her long, slender legs, fair as cream, captivated Qin Song's attention, making it difficult for him to avert his gaze. Noticing Qin Song staring fixedly at her legs, Jiang Wanwan quickly attempted to cover them with her hands. However, her legs were too long and her hands too small to conceal them entirely. You lecherous Qin Song! Don't look! Don't look! Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, puffing up in indignation. Qin Song reluctantly withdrew his gaze, asserting, I'm not being lewd. I'm merely admiring beauty. Everyone has an innate appreciation for beauty. And because I trust you, I have no reason to hide my nature in your presence. Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare. Spare me. You are simply shameless. Once Qin Song ceased staring at her legs, Jiang Wanwan lowered her hands. Excitedly, she said, let us go. I'll take you to a great place, my secret base. Following Jiang Wanwan's lead, they traversed a stretch of rural concrete path until they arrived at a grassy slope. After climbing over the slope and walking along a dirt path for a little while longer, they encountered a series of stone steps. Ascending the stone stairs, a small stream appeared before Qin Song's eyes. Jiang Wanwan sprinted ahead, navigating effortlessly to 2 flat stones that jutted out alongside the stream. Qin Song, come sit. Qin Song approached and took a seat beside Jiang Wanwan. The young girl deftly removed her shoes and placed them aside, peeling off her socks to reveal her fair, delicate feet, which glimmered with a hint of pink under the sunlight. Her neatly trimmed toenails and playful toes swayed in the air, petite yet exquisitely charming, reminiscent of newly sprouted tender buds or drooping green willow branches, evoking an irresistible desire to touch or even kiss them. Jiang Wanwan first dipped her left foot into the stream, then splashed some water on her right foot. After confirming the temperature was just right, she slowly eased both feet into the water. Qin Song, you should join me. It feels wonderful. Not hearing a response from Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan turned her head and discovered him staring intently at her toes. Qin Song, What are you looking at, you big pervert? Qin Song snapped back to reality, chuckling. The water is so clear. Oh, I mean, your feet are so pristine. To punish this brazen peeper, Jiang Wanwan splashed her dainty feet playfully in the water, drenching Qin Song's face. Unwilling to be outdone, Qin Song retaliated by reaching for her feet, attempting to subdue them. Jiang Wanwan dodged left and right, but ultimately her feet fell into Qin Song's grasp. Ha, that tickles. Qin Song, I was wrong, let me go. Upon hearing her plea for mercy, Qin Song reluctantly released his hold. Jiang Wanwan quickly sat up straight and tucked her feet beneath her dress. Wait a minute. He was the one who peeked at my feet. Why should I apologize? Jiang Wanwan pondered. Could it be that Qin Song is fond of my legs and feet? Otherwise, why does he keep stealing glances? What did they say online about such preferences? Leg fetish? Foot fetish? Could Qin Song possibly have such quirks? It's one thing to appreciate my legs, but to admire my feet and to have touched them. After a moment of inner turmoil, Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized, regardless of which part of me he likes, he must like me as a whole. With this thought, she shed her shyness and, under Qin Song's gaze, withdrew her feet from her dress and submerged them back into the stream, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. Seeing this, Qin Song mimicked Jiang Wanwan's actions, removing his shoes and socks before placing his feet into the water. The stream flowed gently, its every ripple seeming to caress Qin Song's feet like a tender massage. This was a moment of both physical and spiritual cleansing and relaxation. Qin Song reveled in this rare moment of joy with Jiang Wanwan. Suddenly, a sound of sobbing broke through the tranquility, and Qin Song turned sharply to see Jiang Wanwan hunched over, her head buried in her clothes, her shoulders trembling. Wanwan, what's wrong? He asked urgently. If you don't like me looking at your feet, I promise I won't do it again. Just don't cry. Upon hearing Qin Song's voice, Jiang Wanwan lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if on the verge of overflowing. Qin Song, I miss my dad. Qin Song knew little about Jiang Wanwan's father, only that he had passed away when she was 6. Since that time, he had ceased to intentionally provoke her anger, instead caring for her in every aspect of their lives. Surely, her father must have brought her to this place many times before, enjoying the breeze and dipping their feet in the water. It seemed this girl was reminiscing about someone dear. At that moment, Qin Song disregarded whether Jiang Wanwan would feel embarrassed. Seeing her cry made his heart ache with an indescribable pain. He took her hand, guiding her head to rest on his shoulder. You miss your dad? Then let us go visit him. Is he far from here? Qin Song was unaware of where Jiang Wanwan's father was buried. After sobbing in his embrace for a moment, she replied, My dad is buried in the Martyr Cemetery on the outskirts of the city, about 10 kilometers from here. The Martyr Cemetery? Upon hearing this, Qin Song quickly dried his feet, put on his socks and shoes, and stood up. Let's go see Dad. But it's nearly 10 kilometers. We don't have a car. Who says we don't? Qin Song silently dried Jiang Wanwan's feet with his clothes, helped her put on her socks and shoes, and pulled her along toward home. Once they arrived, Qin Song promptly wheeled out a bicycle. See, this is our ride. Just over 10 kilometers. Let us bike there. I'll ride, and you can sit behind. We'll get there in less than an hour. But the sun will get really hot, Jiang Wanwan fretted, glancing at the increasingly bright sunlight. Although she yearned to see her father, it felt wrong to have Qin Song bike for an hour under the scorching sun. In response, Qin Song retrieved 2 sun-protective jackets from a bag. He had prepared them for himself and Jiang Wanwan, thinking they would be helping with farm work at her grandmother's house. Hence the need for protection against the sun. Little did he expect that they would prove useful here instead. With these jackets, you won't have to worry about the heat. Jiang Wanwan hesitantly accepted the sun-protective jacket that Qin Song offered. Really? Oh, it'll still be warm. But at least you won't get sunburned. Understanding that Jiang Wanwan felt guilty about making him endure the heat, Qin Song offered a different reason. I also want to visit your uncle. We've known each other for so long, but I've never been to see him. Wanwan, will you accompany me, please? With a playful pat on the back seat, Qin Song added, Princess, please hop on. Hearing Qin Song say this, Jiang Wanwan felt shy no longer and nodded in agreement. Today, I'll put this fellow through some trouble. I'll make it up to him later. But how? What is Qin Song like? As she recalled their earlier antics by the stream, A thought suddenly crossed her mind. What if I show him my legs, or let him touch my feet? No, no, that wouldn't do. Qin Song wouldn't be that superficial. He must not be such a shallow person. Perhaps I should just help him with some exercises instead. The thermos at home is empty. I'll go boil some water to fill it for the journey, Jiang Wanwan said to Qin Song. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded. He also needed to give the old bicycle some maintenance. While old items are durable, neglecting their upkeep isn't wise. At the very least, he needed to lubricate the bicycle S-chain with some oil. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find any oil. He figured that Jiang Wanwan's grandmother probably didn't have any oil at her house since she rarely used the bicycle, and there was no need for oil anywhere else. Helpless, Qin Song decided to use cooking oil as a substitute. Cooking oil could indeed suffice for lubricating the bicycle chain occasionally. He took a disposable cup to the kitchen, poured some cooking oil into it, and then grabbed 2 disposable cotton swabs from the living room. Kneeling before the bicycle, he dipped the cotton swabs into the cooking oil and applied the oil evenly to the bicycle's chain, completing the task. Finally, Qin Song headed to the kitchen to check on Jiang Wanwan's progress. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was crouching on the ground, pouring the nearly cooled water into the prepared thermos. The focused young girl was completely oblivious to Qin Song's arrival. As she leaned forward, her loose white short-sleeved top slipped from her collarbone due to the pull of gravity. Unintentionally, Qin Song, standing before Jiang Wanwan, caught an unobstructed glimpse of the scenery within her neckline. Beneath her white top, she wore a delicate and charming white lace bow on a small camisole. Jiang Wanwan was currently in an Asian squat position. Due to the pressure from her knees, the pristine white fabric of her camisole was almost overflowing. While this overflow was somewhat due to the compression from her knees, it was undeniable that the white fabric itself possessed an extraordinary allure. How had Wanwan developed so impressively? A thought uncontrollably surged within Qin Song's mind. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nose as a rush of blood escaped from his nostrils. Realizing something was amiss, Qin Song hastily covered his nose, but it was already too late. Drip! Freshly drawn blood fell to the ground. Noticing the blood, Jiang Wanwan looked up to see Qin Song clutching his nose, his gaze inadvertently landing on her neckline. She glanced down and was mortified to discover that she had inadvertently exposed herself. She immediately stood up, covering her attire, her face flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, "Qin Song, you big pervert, you lecher." Nevertheless, with her soft-hearted nature, Jiang Wanwan quickly assisted Qin Song to the sink. Fortunately, his nosebleed had only flowed a little before ceasing. Otherwise, their destination would not have been a martyr cemetery, but rather a rural clinic. Observing Qin Song's evasive demeanor and his flustered appearance, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Huh, serves you right for peeping." Hearing her words, Qin Song felt a twinge of guilt and muttered, "You would let me look openly either." However, his voice, though quiet, still reached Jiang Wanwan's ears in the tranquil environment. "Qin Song." Consequently, Qin Song's left ear turned crimson within 10 seconds. Indeed, it was Jiang Wanwan's doing. "Ahem, I'll go change in my room." Naturally, Qin Song's t-shirt had acquired some bloodstains, necessitating a change. Upon seeing Qin Song leave, Jiang Wanwan first locked the kitchen door before continuing to fill the thermos. Once filled, she sprinkled a handful of salt into the water before sealing the thermos. "Oh, remember to call Grandma and tell her we're visiting Dad. Otherwise, she wants to know what we're up to and will worry," Qin Song reminded before they set off. Jiang Wanwan nodded, "Of course, I know." She then took out her phone and dialed. Moments later, she hung up. "Grandma said we could go, but we must return before 6 in the afternoon." Qin Song nodded. "As long as it's not during noon, that's fine. From 12 to 2 in the afternoon, the sun is at its fiercest." The two set off on their journey. The sun at 8 in the morning was not too harsh. Qin Song rode along the country road, occasionally feeling a refreshing breeze. Exiting the village, they reached the concrete road. The path was smooth, and to reach their destination sooner, Qin Song began to pedal faster. Seated behind him, Jiang Wanwan was not wearing a skirt and sat in a proper manner. Even if the bicycle suddenly accelerated, she could firmly grasp the small handle in front of her. Can such a small handle truly provide stability? Jiang Wanwan pondered. Probably not. If I don't hold on properly, I'll fall, and if I fall, Qin Song will too. If Qin Song falls, we'll have to go to the hospital. In the hospital, there will be medicine, injections, surgeries. The consequences are too severe. Goodness, the ramifications of not holding on to Qin Song are so serious. The girl mused internally. Thus, her delicate hands gradually wrapped around the boy's waist. Her head gently rested against his back, and the sound of his strong heartbeat echoed in her ears once again. Qin Song was doing his utmost to speed up, but still couldn't he outpace the rising sun. The cool morning breeze gradually turned warm. Although his sun protection gear could block some of the UV rays, wearing an additional layer made him feel hot. At that moment, he felt nothing but heat. Suddenly, he spotted a stream not far down the left fork of the country road, accompanied by a gazebo and a few stone benches and tables. Qin Song turned onto the path and stopped at the gazebo, just as he was about to wash his face at the stream when Jiang Wanwan called out to him. She discerned his intent and, with a serious expression, said, "You can't wash immediately. You might catch a cold. First, cool off and drink some lightly salted water. Then you can wash your face." She unscrewed the thermos and handed it to Qin Song. He took the cup and drank deeply. After a few gulps, he returned the thermos to Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 18. At the Grave. Jiang Wanwan took the thermos from Qin Song, looking conflicted at the cup's rim. This foolish boy actually drank from it. How am I supposed to drink now? She glanced at the stream. However, she couldn't drink raw water, since they had already used the same spoon. Using the same cup shouldn't matter too much, right? Yes, it doesn't matter. With that thought, Jiang Wanwan lifted the cup to her lips and began to drink. After a couple of sips, she smacked her lips. Wasn't this lightly salted water? Why does it taste a bit sweet? At this moment, Qin Song, eager to wash his face by the stream, was fanning the hem of his shirt to cool off, trying to dry his sweat quickly. When Jiang Wanwan finished drinking and secured the cap, preparing to place the thermos on the stone table, she inadvertently caught sight of what lay beneath the hem of Qin Song's shirt. Jiang Wanwan swore she did not do it intentionally. Beads of sweat glistened on his well-defined abdominal muscles. She felt an overwhelming urge to help Qin Song wipe away the sweat. When this thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Wanwan's mind, she was startled by her own boldness. Oh no, oh no. Why do I feel like I've become a lecherous girl? Jiang Wanwan thought to herself. No, I mustn't look. Just one last glance. Just one. 2 glances. 3 glances. 4. Suddenly, the girl felt a warmth in her nostrils. In an instant, she realized what awaited her. Without delay, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward the stream. Qin Song was taken aback. Wanwan, what's wrong? Jiang Wanwan leaned down and shouted, I'm hot. I want to wash my face. After I'm done, it'll be your turn. Don't come over. Seeing Jiang Wanwan crouched down to wash her face, Qin Song thought she was shy about what had happened in the kitchen, so he didn't pay much attention as he approached her. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was splashing water on her face with both hands. Blood dripped from her nose. However, fortunately, after a few drops, it stopped. How embarrassing. I'm so ashamed for sneaking a peek at Qin Song's abs and ending up with a nosebleed. Just like when Qin Song peeked at me and got a nosebleed. I even laughed at him then. Fortunately, I was not discovered by Qin Song. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly mock me, Jiang Wanwan mused. After ensuring that her face bore no traces of a nosebleed, she returned to the pavilion. Upon her arrival, Qin Song eagerly approached the stream, bending down to wash his face. After a brief moment of refreshment, Qin Song resumed their journey, determined to reach their destination swiftly, not solely for Jiang Wanwan's sake, but also to avoid the unforgiving sun. As time passed, the sun's intensity grew ever greater, particularly as noon approached. In 5 minutes, Qin Song pedaled away from the rural concrete path and onto the county road. If we continue along this path for a while, we will soon arrive, Jiang Wanwan remarked. Qin Song nodded, then leaned forward and pedaled vigorously. Gradually, the martyrs' cemetery came into view. Let's go a bit further, Jiang Wanwan instructed, and after 2 minutes following her directions, Qin Song arrived at a modest bungalow. He secured his bicycle next to a large tree and followed Jiang Wanwan's lead toward the house. Jiang Wanwan knocked on the door. Aunt Huang, are you home? A woman's voice came from within. "Who is it?" "Aunt Huang, it's Wan Wan." Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a gentle woman clad in a cotton linen dress. Upon seeing Jiang Wan Wan, Aunt Huang smiled warmly. "Wan Wan, you've come?" "Oh dear, I didn't recognize your voice. Please don't blame me." Turning to Qin Song, Aunt Huang inquired, "Wan Wan, who might this be?" Jiang Wan Wan explained, "This is my classmate, accompanying me today." Aunt Huang regarded Qin Song thoughtfully and nodded. She welcomed them inside and poured 2 glasses of water. "Aunt Huang, do you have any white chrysanthemums?" Jiang Wan Wan asked. "Yes, I do. Please wait a moment while I fetch them," Aunt Huang replied. Qin Song quickly added, "Aunt Huang, could you bring me a bunch of yellow chrysanthemums as well?" Aunt Huang nodded and left with the keys to her electric bike and her helmet. Once Aunt Huang departed, Jiang Wan Wan elaborated. "My father was a firefighter who lost his life during a mission when I was 6 years old, and he is buried here. The woman you just met, I call her Aunt Huang. Her husband also perished during that same mission. She later volunteered to become the cemetery's caretaker. At the Martyrs Cemetery, we cannot burn paper or incense. So Aunt Huang's sister runs a flower shop a couple of kilometers away. Whenever I visit my father, I always buy a bouquet from her and take a moment to rest there." Hearing Jiang Wan Wan's account, Qin Song nodded in understanding. Approximately 20 minutes later, Aunt Huang returned, bearing 2 bouquets, one of white chrysanthemums and another of yellow ones. She handed the white bouquet to Jiang Wan Wan and the yellow one to Qin Song. Looking at Jiang Wan Wan, Aunt Huang remarked, "If your father knew how well you are doing now and that you brought such a thoughtful friend to visit him, he would surely be delighted. You need not pay for these flowers. Consider them a token of affection from Auntie." Jiang Wan Wan nodded, pretending not to notice Aunt Huang's slip of the tongue. "Aunt Huang, I'm going to see my father now." Aunt Huang nodded. "Go ahead. You can have lunch here. I've already prepared the dishes." She lifted a transparent plastic bag from the floor, which contained a piece of cured meat, some garlic sprouts and peppers, several tomatoes, eggs, and a bundle of vegetables. Jiang Wan Wan and Qin Song both expressed their gratitude to Aunt Huang as they set out toward the cemetery. Navigating the familiar paths with ease, Jiang Wan Wan took shortcuts, reaching her father's gravestone in the shortest time possible. It was as if she had traversed this small path countless times, moving with a proficiency that tugged at Qin Song's heart. Placing the flowers at the base of the gravestone, Jiang Wan Wan knelt and bowed 3 times. "Uncle Jiang." Qin Song had referred to Jiang Wan Wan's father in this manner before she turned 6, but he had not uttered it since. "Uncle Jiang, I'll come and visit you with Wan Wan." After completing her 3 bows, Qin Song expected her to break down in tears or share her thoughts with her father. However, she did neither. Instead, she took out a handkerchief to wipe the dust from the gravestone and quietly rested her head against it, eyes closed, saying nothing. "Qin Song, do you think my father loves me?" Jiang Wan Wan suddenly inquired. "Of course he loves you. That goes without saying," Qin Song replied immediately. "But why has he never come to see me in my dreams?" Her words caught Qin Song off guard. Just as he was about to organize his thoughts to comfort her, he realized Jiang Wan Wan had already fallen asleep. Chapter 19. Do you think I'm heavy? She rested against the gravestone, cradling her arms beneath her head, traces of tears still visible on her face. The cemetery's greenery was particularly lush, the terrain flat and expansive. Each gravestone was surrounded by verdant plants. Consequently, the winds here were significantly stronger than elsewhere, and the temperature was somewhat cooler. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, causing the branches of the nearby trees to bow down, their leaves gently caressing the girl's head like a warm palm. As the wind subsided, the shadows of the trees replaced the leaves, continuing their tender caress. Just then, a fresh, tender leaf fell from the branch that had been stroking the girl's hair, landing softly in Qin Song's palm. He gazed at the leaf in his hand, then looked up at the tree beside the gravestone, deep in thought. Quietly, Qin Song lifted Jiang Wan Wan into his arms in a princess carry. The return journey was not long, but to avoid waking her, he slowed his pace considerably. As he walked, Qin Song continuously questioned himself. One thing was certain. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming tenderness for the girl cradled in his arms. Was it pity? He asked himself repeatedly, then shook his head vigorously. No, it was not pity. Jiang Wan Wan did not require pity. If it was not pity, then what was it? He pondered. It should be affection, perhaps love. No, it was not just a notion. It was a certainty. In his previous life, Qin Song had certainly harbored feelings for Jiang Wanwan. He merely felt that they were too familiar, too close for him to act. As even rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows, Jiang Wanwan was undeniably exceptional, and remarkable individuals are never short of admirers. Wealthy second-generation and third-generation heirs, bureaucratic offspring, and even first-generation affluent families. Yet, in his past life, he was nothing more than an ordinary individual, utterly incapable of comparing himself to them. As a typical straight man and an idealistic romantic, Qin Song gradually allowed the corrosive nature of society to erode the fortress he had built in his youth. In his previous life, he had come to view the notion of love without material concerns as a relic of the past. Nevertheless, despite this, Qin Song still clung to hope and dreams of pure love. Otherwise, he would not have remained a novice at the age of 27, with the closest interactions with girls limited to holding hands and hugs, remaining decidedly innocent. His girlfriends during university had all fled upon discovering that Qin Song sought a relationship only for marriage. In the prime of their youth, how could they allow themselves to stumble over a single tree? After graduation, those blind date candidates approached him like police officers conducting a household registration check, primarily aiming for a practical partnership and social compatibility. To this, Qin Song remained indifferent, leading to a series of failed blind dates, subsequently resulting in some matchmakers placing him on their blacklist. He once believed that if he were to truly be with Jiang Wanwan, it would be impossible to sustain a lifetime merely on the fond memories of their youth. His insecurities and familiarity with her led Qin Song to repeatedly affirm to himself that they were merely friends, childhood companions, just brothers. Over time, this self-affirmation morphed into a misguided belief. Now, as he introspected, he pondered, were he and Jiang Wanwan truly just childhood friends, companions, and bros? Was that really the case? Absolutely not. Presently, a singular thought consumed his mind. Why had fate intertwined his life so intricately with Jiang Wanwan's? It was undoubtedly a divine arrangement meant for him. It was orchestrated for him to seize the opportunity. If he did not act, would he not be squandering the heavens' painstaking efforts? What? You say you're not Jiang Wanwan's best choice? That your actions are selfish? To hell with that. Love, by its very nature, is selfish. It deprives the other of the right to love anyone else. Even if Jiang Wanwan ends up eating pickled vegetables in the future, they will be the ones she pickles herself. Moreover, how could he ever allow her to eat pickled vegetables? How could one who is not a fish possibly understand the joys of a fish? Ugh. Qin Song cradled Jiang Wanwan back to Aunt Huang's home. Noticing Aunt Huang's inquiring gaze, he explained, Wanwan fell asleep by her father's gravestone, and I feared she might catch a chill, so I brought her back. Aunt Huang, could you please find a bed for Wanwan to rest for a while? Aunt Huang nodded enthusiastically, leading Qin Song to the inner bedroom. This is where I usually sleep. You can let Wanwan rest here. He added, previously, when Wanwan visited her father with her grandmother, she would occasionally take a nap here. Qin Song nodded, placing Jiang Wanwan on the bed. Aunt Huang, could you kindly help take off Wanwan's shoes and socks? It's a bit inconvenient for me as a guy. After saying this, Qin Song politely exited the room. Aunt Huang watched his retreating figure, nodding in satisfaction. She removed Jiang Wanwan's shoes and socks, gently covering her with a light blanket, and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable 26 degrees before quietly exiting the room and closing the door. She observed Qin Song seated in the living room and took a chair beside him. What is your relationship with Wanwan? Aunt Huang inquired. Qin Song scratched his nose. We are classmates and deskmates. Aunt Huang displayed a mysterious smile. Is that all? We're also childhood sweethearts. What else? Nothing more, that's it. Aunt Huang chuckled at Qin Song's vehement denial. Young man, put in some effort. I have high hopes for you. Don't let Wanwan's seemingly carefree demeanor fool you. She has a fragile heart. After hearing Aunt Huang's words, Qin Song awkwardly nodded. Is it that obvious? Why do people keep saying this everywhere? Sit tight. It's almost 11. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Qin Song nodded, thanking Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang, I appreciate your help. She waved her hand dismissively. It's a small matter. I quite like that girl, Wanwan. Qin Song offered to assist in the kitchen, but Aunt Huang promptly shooed him out. The kitchen had an exhaust fan, yet the aromas of the dishes and the sizzling from the pots inevitably wafted into the living room and bedroom. As Jiang Wanwan slumbered, the delightful scents stirred her stomach, prompting her to awaken. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she surveyed her surroundings and quickly deduced that she was in Aunt Huang's bedroom. Upon entering the living room, she discovered Qin Song slumped over the table, fast asleep. Aunt Huang emerged from the kitchen with a last stir-fried vegetable dish, signaling Jiang Wanwan to be quiet. She whispered, "Your classmate rode his bicycle to bring you all this way and then carried you back while you were asleep. He must be exhausted. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Let him rest a bit longer." Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, Qin Song stirred awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he apologized to Aunt Huang. "I'm sorry. Aunt Huang, I dozed off unintentionally." Aunt Huang waved her hand nonchalantly. "A young man who can eat and sleep is healthy. Since you're awake, wash your hands and join us for lunch. Wanwan, you too, hurry and wash your hands." They both nodded obediently, making their way to the kitchen to wash up. Jiang Wanwan tucked her loose hair behind her ear. "I heard from Aunt Huang that you carry me back," she said. Qin Song nodded. "Yes, what about it? I have a question for you. Do you think I am heavy? I saw you were so tired you fell asleep at the table." Observing Jiang Wanwan's bashful demeanor, Qin Song realized she had emerged from her earlier sadness. In Chapter 20, "Do you prefer boys or girls?" He nodded, jokingly replying, "Heavy? Oh, very heavy." Upon hearing Qin Song's comment about her weight, Jiang Wanwan's eyes fell, her spirits dampening. Did Qin Song think she was fat? Should she consider dieting? "You are my entire world. How could you not be heavy?" Qin Song said gently, his words striking a chord within her heart. She said nothing, hastily rinsing the soap off her hands before swiftly exiting the kitchen. Qin Song followed suit. Watching them finish washing their hands and take their seats, Aunt Huang smiled. "One stir-fried pork, one tomato and scrambled eggs, and one stir-fried vegetable. While it may not be extravagant, this is the countryside. Given the circumstances, please don't complain." Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan shook their heads vigorously. "How could we complain? The aroma alone is irresistible." Qin Song took a piece of pork and savored it. "Delicious. Aunt Huang, your culinary skills are a loss to the people of Jiangsheng if you don't open a restaurant." Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement. "Aunt Huang's cooking is the best. I must learn from her when I have the time." Aunt Huang chuckled, covering her mouth. "It's not that exaggerated. You two have such sweet tongues." She then took a pair of chopsticks that she hadn't used yet and served each of them a portion of pork. "If you like it, eat more. Treat this like your own home. No need to be polite." Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan exchanged a knowing glance, then, as if electrified, quickly averted their eyes. At that moment, Aunt Huang sensed the unusual atmosphere at the table. She chose not to address it, finishing her meal quickly before smiling at them. "Take your time eating. Once you're done, just place your bowls in the kitchen. I'll take a stroll around the cemetery. By the time I return, you can wash up." With that, Aunt Huang grabbed her son's umbrella and stepped outside, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Qin Song was unaware that his simple remark in the kitchen had ignited a significant romantic upheaval within Jiang Wanwan's heart. Amidst the warm atmosphere, her cheeks flushed inexplicably. Observing the beautiful scene before him, Qin Song could not help but remark, "Wanwan, do you know why it's summer now?" Upon hearing Qin Song's question, Jiang Wanwan tilted her head in confusion. "Because it's hot? Because of the sun?" Qin Song shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He chuckled. "Because my world has blushed, summer has arrived." Qin Song was fond of summer, for it allowed for lighter attire, enabling a sense of ease without the burden of heavy clothing. Jiang Wanwan also cherished summer, as it provided the perfect excuse to attribute her blush upon seeing someone she admired to the sweltering heat. Qin Song, do you feel hot?" "I certainly do. Look at how flush my face is." Qin Song replied, It is indeed warm." After the two finished their modest meal, Qin Song took the initiative to tidy up the table, making his way to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while also wiping down the countertop. He would never be foolish enough to wait for Aunt Huang to return home and take on the task of washing up. He and Jiang Wanwan were not royalty. It was only right to lend a hand after consuming someone else's food. Jiang Wanwan intended to assist Qin Song with the dishes, but was gently pushed away by him. With no other option, she moved a stool to the kitchen door and sat there, patiently awaiting Qin Song to finish washing the dishes. Once he completed the task and settled onto a stool in the living room, Jiang Wanwan naturally handed him a glass of water. Qin Song skillfully accepted it and drained it in one go. They exchanged glances, realizing they were at a loss for conversation. The atmosphere grew unexpectedly intimate. Jiang Wanwan pondered what to discuss with Qin Song. This was a rare opportunity for them to be alone together. She silently encouraged herself. Oh, Qin Song had mentioned wanting to adopt a cat. I could ask whether he prefers male or female cats. With her thoughts organized and taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she fluttered her large eyes and asked, Qin Song, do you prefer boys or girls? Huh? It was only after the words escaped her lips that Jiang Wanwan realized her blunder. No, that's not what I meant. Didn't you say you wanted to raise a cat? I actually meant to ask whether you prefer male or female cats. I misspoke. Qin Song grinned widely. I understand. He pretended to ponder for a moment before replying, girls, I suppose. Isn't it said that daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets? Upon saying this, Qin Song hurriedly waved his hands. Oh, no, I meant female cats. I misspoke again. Isn't it said that female cats are the little cotton-padded jackets of their litter box attendants? Seeing the meaningful smile on Qin Song's face, Jiang Wanwan puffed out her cheeks. Oh, you cheeky Qin Song. How dare you mock me? The young girl extended her delicate hand towards Qin Song's waist, preparing to teach this mischievous fellow a lesson. Naturally, Qin Song was not one to sit idle. As Jiang Wanwan made her move, Qin Song dodged, but somehow he inadvertently grabbed hold of Jiang Wanwan's shoulder strap. With a crisp sound, the strap snapped. Jiang Wanwan blushed furiously, glaring at Qin Song. You big pervert. Why did you tug on my shoulder strap? Qin Song quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me? I believe you, you big-headed monster. You're deliberately taking advantage of me. Thus, the two were embroiled in yet another playful skirmish. However, in this battle, the self-aware Qin Song found himself steadily retreating. Just as Jiang Wanwan was about to achieve her goal, the sound of a small electric scooter crunching over gravel reached their ears. Jiang Wanwan swiftly withdrew her hand from Qin Song's waist and sat upright on her stool. Qin Song hurriedly adjusted his attire, sitting still on his stool. Ugh, why does it feel like we're about to be caught in a crush? Moments later, Aunt Huang entered, carrying a watermelon in her left hand and a small paint bucket in her right. She looked at the two sitting there and asked with curiosity, what are you two silly kids doing just sitting there? Come, Aunt Huang has brought back a watermelon for you to enjoy. Qin Song snapped back to reality and quickly stepped forward to take the items from Aunt Huang. She handed him the watermelon. Here, you two start eating the watermelon. The fruit knife is in the kitchen. I'll go fetch it for you. Qin Song stood up. Aunt Huang, let me get it. I saw the fruit knife when Wan and I were washing the dishes. I know where it is. Aunt Huang chuckled. You silly boy. I said I would wash the dishes when I got back. Why are you being so polite? If my son were half as diligent as you, I would be over the moon. Qin Song retrieved the fruit knife and cutting board from the kitchen. Aunt Huang took the knife from him. Let me handle it. She brought out 3 large bowls from the kitchen, splitting the watermelon in half. After wrapping one half in cling film and placing it in the refrigerator, she began to prepare the other half. In Chapter 21, Gold Leafing, Aunt Huang deftly divided the remaining watermelon into 3 equal parts. Then, like a magician, she skillfully sliced through the surface of one piece of watermelon several times. When the final cut was made, she tilted the watermelon slightly, and the juicy flesh fell effortlessly into the bowls. The process was repeated with the other 2 pieces. Aunt Huang inserted toothpicks into each bowl of watermelon and handed 2 of them to Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. My son likes eating watermelon this way. He says young people prefer it like this rather than in long strips. Try the watermelon Aunt Huang picked. Is it sweet? Jiang Wanwan eagerly took a piece and popped it into her mouth. Sweet. Aunt Huang smiled. That's good to hear. Qin Song, you should eat too. Don't just sit there. Each of us gets a bowl. There's enough for everyone. All right, Qin Song has changed his mind. It seems that besides the soulfulness of scooping watermelon out with a spoon, eating it in pieces with a fork isn't too shabby either. After the three finished their watermelon, Qin Song took the initiative to bring the 3 bowls to the kitchen, rinsing them with water before placing them in the sterilizer. Jiang Wanwan, glancing at the small paint bucket on the ground, curiously asked, "Aunt Huang, what's this for?" Aunt Huang explained with a smile, "Some of the gold paint on the tombstones of martyrs has faded and chipped, so I'm preparing to touch it up." Qin Song queried, "Why not go in the morning when the sun isn't as harsh?" Aunt Huang clarified, "I intended to go in the morning, but I found that the leftover paint had already dried, so I bought more during lunch. I heard a tourist group is coming tomorrow to pay their respects, so I need to finish touching up the tombstones before dark." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand. "Aunt Huang, I want to help too." Qin Song echoed, "Aunt Huang, so do I." Rarely does one have the chance to participate in such a meaningful act as restoring the gold on martyr tombstones. Qin Song certainly didn't want to miss out. Aunt Huang looked out at the blazing sun. "You two should rest indoors for a bit. You still have to go home when the sun goes down. Don't get overheated in this weather." Qin Song stood up, "But this is a charitable activity. With so many tombstones, how long would it take you to finish alone? The more hands, the more strength." "Yes, exactly," Jiang Wanwan chimed in. "Aunt Huang, please let us go." Seeing the sincerity in their eyes, Aunt Huang ultimately nodded. It was commendable to have a passion for charity and good deeds, and she didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. Although the task was relatively straightforward, it still required considerable effort, and having 2 more helping hands would expedite the process. Actually, it's quite simple. It's like copying calligraphy. The areas that need gold leafing are indented. You just need to use this fine brush to write along the recessed letters. Although the task at hand is not particularly arduous, it requires a measure of patience. One must refrain from allowing the gilded paint to stray onto other areas of the gravestone, as this would constitute a profound disrespect to the martyrs. This is paramount. The 2 individuals nodded solemnly in agreement. Subsequently, Aunt Huang escorted them to the nearest gravestone, where she demonstrated the process. The brush in Aunt Huang's hand seemed to possess a spirit of its own, as the gilded paint was meticulously inscribed into the grooves of the gravestone, which had faded and lost its luster over time. Gilding is not merely a matter of touching up the areas where the gold has worn away. If a single character on a gravestone has lost its gilding, then every character upon it must be redone. This is to ensure uniformity in color across the gravestone. "Is it not?" Qin Song inquired. Aunt Huang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, there are 5 sections within the cemetery. I have already completed gilding 2 of them recently, leaving us with 3 remaining. We shall each take one. The gravestones in the remaining 3 sections are relatively few, and we aim to finish within 3 hours. The characters on the gravestones are uniform in size. If you find certain strokes too intricate to manage, feel free to leave that gravestone for me to handle." After the 2 nodded in unison, they took the gilded paint and brushes from Aunt Huang, donned their sun-protective garments, and set off. Aunt Huang first led Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan to the 2 smaller graveyards before finally arriving at the sole larger cemetery. Qin Song did not rush into gilding, but instead took his time to examine each gravestone. Beyond the names and dates of birth and death of the martyrs, there were also inscriptions detailing the reasons for their sacrifice. Qin Song quietly counted in his mind. A total of 51 martyrs lay here, all of whom perished while bravely combating fires and disasters. Among these 51 martyrs, there were not just firefighters, but also ordinary citizens who had heroically contributed. Qin Song resolved that regardless of whether the gilding had faded on these gravestones, he would reapply gold to each one. For beneath these stones rest some of the most noble and beloved individuals in the world. Approaching the first gravestone, he held the brush dipped in gilding. Uncertain of how to begin, he feared that applying too much pressure might disturb the noble spirits of the martyrs, while too gentle an approach might fail to capture the grandeur of their past. After taking a deep breath, Qin Song commenced the gilding of the first gravestone. The inscriptions on each gravestone were few, merely a handful of characters, yet they encapsulated an entire life of a martyr. Initially, Qin Song struggled slightly, ensuring precision and avoiding any overflow of gilding. It took him 7 to 8 minutes to complete the gilding of a gravestone. However, as he grew more adept, He managed to finish each gravestone in just 3 to 4 minutes without any spillage. Qin Song naively believed that, given his current pace, he could complete the task by 4:30, within the 3 hours agreed upon with Aunt Huang. Yet, he soon realized how naive he was. Although the wind was brisk and some sunlight was obscured by greenery, the oppressive heat remained. The repetitive nature of the task, combined with the scorching breeze, gradually wore him down, slowing his gilding speed. By 4:30, he still had nearly 20 gravestones left to gild. Ultimately, it was Aunt Huang and Jiang Wanwan who came to assist him, allowing them to complete the gilding of all 51 gravestones just before 5 o'clock. Wanwan, how did you finish so quickly? Qin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan replied somewhat bashfully, Aunt Huang came to help me after she finished her section, and I still had quite a few left to do. Qin Song glanced over to where Aunt Huang was positioned and saw her astonishingly gilding a gravestone in just 3 minutes. A remarkable speed indeed. After the three of them collaboratively completed the gilding of the remaining martyrs' gravestones, Aunt Huang suddenly asked with a smile on her face, Did you two conspire together? Chapter 22, A Meeting of Minds. The two were at a loss regarding Aunt Huang's seemingly nonsensical question. Observing their puzzled expressions, Aunt Huang teased, You two truly are in sync. Upon inspecting the gravestones you both gilded, I discovered that you both undertook the same task, regardless of whether the paint had worn away. You meticulously re-gilded each gravestone. I had originally planned to wait until the tour group had finished their memorial service tomorrow, before spending time gilding those gravestones you were responsible for, but you both, in perfect harmony, gilded every single one. This has certainly saved me a considerable amount of effort. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other without words. Such matters should be treated equally. How could one differentiate? Upon returning to Aunt Huang's home, the two took a brief rest before politely declining her invitation to stay for dinner. They had promised Zhang's grandmother to return home before 6 o'clock, and it was already past 5. Aunt Huang readily accepted their reason. The two approached their bicycles, unlocking them and placing them in the front basket. Just as they were about to depart, Qin Song glanced back at the cemetery. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, it radiated a majestic beauty, one that instilled a sense of tranquility and security. Qin Song suddenly recalled how some individuals in his previous life had been critical of properties near martyr cemeteries, with some even expressing fear of encountering ghosts at night. How absurd! Those who sacrificed themselves for your sake could never wish you harm after their passing. With a reluctant glance back, Qin Song mounted his bicycle. Jiang Wanwan naturally and adeptly wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head gently against his back. Even before the bicycle had begun to move, Aunt Huang stood at the doorway, watching the scene unfold from a distance, her heart filled with satisfaction. To bring a friend of the opposite sex to the grave of one's father, surely this could not be an ordinary friendship. The journey home was considerably easier than the way there, as the sun was nearing its descent, and the girl's heart, having been unburdened by a recent nap, felt lighter. The breeze that met them was no longer scorching, but rather carried a hint of sweetness. Their hearts drew ever closer during this shared journey. Oh no! Qin Song, I forgot to pay Aunt Huang. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Qin Song chuckled. Don't worry, I left 200 yuan under the cutting board in the kitchen. Aunt Huang will surely find it when she cleans up after cooking next time. Although Aunt Huang insisted that they need not pay, the two felt it would be impolite to take advantage of her hospitality after lunch, especially since it was a tribute meant for Zhang's father. At last, before 6 o'clock, they returned to Zhang's grandmother's home. Zhang's grandmother was sitting at the door, waiting for their return. You're back? Come wash your hands and eat. Dinner is ready. Zhang's grandmother did not inquire why Jiang Wanwan had suddenly wished to visit her father, for the longing for a parent is a sentiment that transcends the notion of suddenness. If one wishes to see and misses someone, then going is simply the natural course. Qin Song immediately noticed that the dinner spread was not comprised of leftovers from lunch. This indicated that Zhang's grandmother had prepared a proper meal while they were away, perhaps 2 corns, 2 steamed sweet potatoes, or a bowl of noodles. When children are absent, the elderly often adopt a mindset of making do, preparing just enough to fill their bellies, saving resources for future sustenance in a city neither too large nor too small. After dinner, Qin Song eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, and this time Zhang's grandmother did not refuse. Qin Song felt elated, as this signified that Zhang's grandmother no longer regarded him as a stranger. People often reserve their worst tempers for those closest to them, and troublesome matters are no exception. At times, being treated with excessive politeness may indicate a lack of intimacy with one's hosts. After washing the dishes, Qin Song discovered that Grandma Jiang had already left home to dance at the village square. Jiang Wanwan sat on a stool, glancing toward her room and signaling to Qin Song with her eyes. Qin Song understood her meaning all too well. Having not studied all day, evening had inevitably arrived, marking the time for learning. However, Qin Song was genuinely reluctant to engage, both physically and mentally. Can we postpone studying until tomorrow? I'm so exhausted today. Qin Song rubbed his waist and legs, feigning fatigue. Jiang Wanwan let out a scoff and yanked Qin Song up from the stool. Didn't you play basketball every day at school? How can you be so worn out after riding a bicycle for a mere while? Naturally, Jiang Wanwan was skeptical, believing Qin Song simply wanted to shirk responsibility. Observing the remarkable comprehension he demonstrated in his studies the previous night, she could not allow him to continue his previous neglect of learning. In truth, Qin Song did indeed desire to avoid exertion, although he had cycled for over an hour, spending half of that time under the sun and walking a considerable distance with Jiang Wanwan. Being a young man accustomed to basketball, he only felt a bit sweaty and sticky. Yet, the summer evening breeze inevitably induced a sense of drowsiness, and all Qin Song wished for was a shower, followed by lying motionless in bed. I could give you a massage. You must study with me for over 2 hours today. Let us go take a shower together. Us? Showering together? Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Qin Song suddenly asked. No sooner had he spoken than a piece of clothing flew toward him. He picked it up to find it was the sun-protective jacket he had given Jiang Wanwan that morning. What nonsense is this? Of course, we'll bathe separately, Jiang Wanwan retorted, snatching the garment back. I'll wash your clothes and return them to you. With that, she entered her room and closed the door. Qin Song shook his head with a smile, then retrieved a change of clothes and a towel from his suitcase and went to the bathroom in the living room to take a shower. After showering, he dried his damp hair with a towel and sat in the living room for a while before approaching the door of Jiang Wanwan's room and knocking. Wanwan, are you done? Hearing a muffled from inside, Qin Song opened the door. He found Jiang Wanwan sitting at her desk, drying her hair with a hairdryer. Quietly, he walked over and took the hairdryer from her hands. Let me do it. You'll be at it forever by yourself. I want to finish studying and get back to bed. With that, Qin Song began to dry Jiang Wanwan's hair, disregarding her consent. Assisting a girl with her hair is indeed an intimate act, akin to helping her with her socks and shoes. Perhaps Qin Song's clumsy rationale persuaded Jiang Wanwan's inner thoughts. The young girl seemed to thoroughly enjoy having her hair tended to, even though what typically took 5 minutes stretched to 15 under Qin Song's care. Chapter 23. Buying a Phone. Qin Song's technique was not lacking. He merely set the hairdryer to the lowest temperature, which prolonged the drying process. Once her hair was dry, Qin Song stretched and prepared to sit on the stool beside Jiang Wanwan to study together. Go to your room, lie on your bed, and I'll massage your legs. Jiang Wanwan's voice was soft, and her words came quickly. Qin Song rubbed his ears, unable to believe what he had just heard. You want to massage my legs? Upon hearing Qin Song's skepticism, Jiang Wanwan nodded shyly. If you don't want it, then forget it. Of course I want it. Why would I refuse? However, Qin Song suddenly flopped onto Jiang Wanwan's bed. But I want to do it on your bed. Is that okay? I feel utterly drained right now. Seeing Qin Song's poor acting skills, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Sure, as long as you're not afraid of Grandma Jiang returning unexpectedly. The mention of Grandma Jiang made Qin Song spring up from the pink bed. The memory of her authoritative and oppressive gaze sent a chill through him. Let us go to my room instead. Jiang Wanwan burst into laughter. You coward. No, a lecherous coward. In Qin Song's room, he lay on the bed while Jiang Wanwan removed her slippers and sat beside him, gently massaging his calves. Both cherished this rare moment of leisure, a time just for the two of them. The day after tomorrow, they would have to return home, leaving Grandma Jiang's house and going back to their own. The life of a senior in high school beckoned them, and they needed to prepare in advance. Perhaps their next visit to Grandma Zhang's would be during the summer break of their final year. Qin Song felt a pleasant sensation in his calves as the lactic acid from pedaling gradually eased under Jiang Wanwan's touch. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. It was only when the soft sound of his snoring reached her ears that Jiang Wanwan noticed. Silently, she covered Qin Song with a blanket and turned the fan to its lowest setting, letting it sway gently before leaving. Back in her own room, Jiang Wanwan lay on her bed, eyes closed, reflecting on the day's events. They felt real, yet somewhat surreal. Qin Song had actually accompanied her to visit her father. The day's journey undoubtedly provided Jiang Wanwan with a spiritual cleansing. Qin Song's gentle actions washed over her fragile, sensitive, and budding perspective on love. The tactile sensation from the gravestone and the warm sunlight in the cemetery soothed her yearning heart for her father. The next morning, after sharing breakfast, the two fell into a study routine. That morning, Jiang Wanwan pulled out past exam papers and, in front of Qin Song, worked through them. She explained as she went along, and while she briefly discussed the overall structure of her Chinese and English compositions, she did not write anything down. After completing the papers, she took out the answer keys, carefully reviewing her mistakes as she graded her work, while Qin Song listened intently. "Qin Song, did you know? I dreamt about my dad last night." Jiang Wanwan suddenly spoke. Qin Song nodded. "See? I told you so. Your dad must love you. By the way, Wanwan, have you discussed with Grandma about moving her to Jiangcheng, to the happiness community?" Jiang Wanwan nodded. "My mom and I have brought it up, but Grandma refused. She's afraid of being too far from Dad and not being able to visit him often. She worries she won't dream of him at night." "Qin Song, do you think it's because I'm too far from Dad and don't visit him often that I can't dream of him?" Qin Song shook his head. "No, that's not true. Love does not fade with distance. Whether romantic or familial love, it knows nothing of distance. It only recognizes the depth of feelings. As long as you hold your father in your heart, he is always with you, watching over you and protecting you." Gazing into Qin Song's steadfast eyes, Jiang Wanwan felt her heart soften and lighten. "Yes, Dad is always by my side, watching over me and protecting me." After completing the grading of the exam papers, the two were astonished to discover that, when considering only the foundational scores, Jiang Wanwan's results had remarkably reached an unprecedented high, even though it was a real exam paper from the college entrance examination. Although Qin Song occasionally interjected with different problem-solving approaches, helping Jiang Wanwan navigate the convoluted questions, it was undeniable that both Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song were making progress. Time slipped away unnoticed through their fingers, and before they knew it, it was noon. Following their customary lunch, Jiang's grandmother retired for her afternoon nap. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan indulged in slices of watermelon. Qin Song inquired, "Wanwan, I noticed that Grandma's phone is an old model. Doesn't she use a smartphone?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head, explaining that her grandmother couldn't operate one. Her mother had initially intended to buy a smartphone for her, but it was declined by her grandmother, who argued that such devices were both expensive and fragile, with a soft sound and the need for daily charging, which she found cumbersome. In contrast, her current old phone was loud, had a long battery life, and even functioned as a bright flashlight. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Song remarked that smartphones possessed a singular advantage that outweighed all their shortcomings: the ability to communicate with loved ones, regardless of distance. As long as there was internet connectivity, one could engage in video calls via WeChat, clearly observing each other's blinks, breaths, and smiles. Upon finishing his thought, Qin Song took Jiang Wanwan's hand, declaring, "Let us go buy Grandma a smartphone." "Now?" she asked, to which he nodded emphatically. This time, they wouldn't need to travel far. There was a store selling phones just 3 to 4 kilometers away in the town. Just like the previous day, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan rode their bicycles under the scorching sun. Qin Song calculated the remaining money in his possession, 2,000 yuan from his parents, combined with his leftover pocket money, totaling around 1,800 yuan, sufficient for purchasing a standard smartphone. The town's mobile phone shops were not as diverse as those in the county or city, featuring only 2 or 3 small stores that sold phones, accessories, and offered repair services. Inside, the prices were quite reasonable. Upon entering one of the shops, they found that 3 counters were filled with old models, while only the counter closest to the cash register displayed a selection of smartphones, with prices generally ranging from 600 to 1,500 yuan. The shopkeeper, noticing their arrival, promptly greeted them. "Good day. Are you here to repair a phone or purchase one?" Qin Song responded. "We wish to buy a phone for our elderly relative to facilitate video calls via WeChat. Do you have any recommendations?" The shopkeeper beamed at Qin Song's inquiry. Most customers who phrased their questions in such a manner were likely to make a purchase. However, he had no intention of overcharging them, aware that mobile phone prices were transparent and easily researched online. "How about this model? It has a large battery capacity, a sturdy build, and is affordable," the shopkeeper suggested, producing a phone with a price tag of 799 yuan. Qin Song recognized it as a sub-brand of a major manufacturer catering to budget-friendly devices. This particular model was last year's version, hence the lower price, which was comparable to online rates. After examining the display model handed to him, Qin Song nodded in approval. "I'll take this model. We'll also need to connect to your store's Wi-Fi to download the necessary apps for Grandma." The shopkeeper agreed. Certainly, the phones in the store were all older models procured at low prices from major suppliers. Although the profit margin on each sale was modest, it was still a gain. "Please wait a moment while I retrieve the phone from the stockroom." Qin Song nodded. The phone the shopkeeper had shown him was merely a display model and could not be sold as brand new. He turned to Jiang Wanwan, asking Wanwan, "Does Grandma's SIM card have a data plan? Or should we get her a new one?" Jiang Wanwan replied, "There's no need for a new one. Grandma's SIM is a secondary card for my mother. When selecting the plan, Mom ensured it included unlimited data. Grandma has always refused our offers to buy her a smartphone, which is why it has been delayed, but her card's plan remains unchanged." Qin Song nodded in understanding. That simplifies matters considerably. Once we buy the phone, all that remains is to teach Grandma how to use it. After the shopkeeper presented the phone, Qin Song promptly paid before Jiang Wanwan could. After providing him with the Wi-Fi password, the shopkeeper also gifted several phone accessories to Qin Song. Surprised, Qin Song inquired, and the shopkeeper elaborated. "I'm delighted to see you willing to buy a smartphone for your elderly relative. My joy stems not from the expenditure, but from your willingness to teach her how to use it." Qin Song accepted the accessories with a smile, replying, "Elders have toiled tirelessly for us younger generations. This is our duty." The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. Indeed, when we were children, our parents patiently taught us to use chopsticks. How could we, as adults, lack patience when teaching them to use smartphones? Both Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement with the shopkeeper's sentiments. As they downloaded the necessary apps, the shopkeeper offered them 2 bottles of water. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped outside, taking a few deep puffs before discarding the nearly burnt-out cigarette but onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. Upon re-entering, he self-deprecatingly admitted, "I hope you don't laugh at me, but I used to be the one who lost my temper with my parents. I was so caught up in work that I never had time to return home and spend time with them. One New Year, my mother suddenly asked me to teach her how to use a smartphone. At that time, I was incredibly impatient. After a few attempts at teaching her without success, I stopped trying altogether. As a result, my mother could only use the camera function on her smartphone. Each time I visited, she would point the phone at me to take pictures, and I would often get annoyed and cover my face, asking her to stop. She would awkwardly laugh and promise not to take any more pictures, yet she would always sneakily capture them. Then one day, a sudden car accident took my mother and father away. It was then I realized that only my mother recorded moments of me, even if her attempts were clumsy. Eventually, I quit my job, took my savings, and returned home to open this store, just to be a little closer to where they lived. You are still young. Do not follow in my footsteps." After hearing his story, the two nodded in silence. Qin Song picked up the phone with the downloaded apps, glanced back at the shopkeeper smoking in his chair, offered him a greeting, and left the store. On the way back, Jiang Wanwan's arms were wrapped around Qin Song's waist as her head rested against his back. Suddenly, she asked Qin Song, "How many more times do you think I will be able to see Grandma? After this farewell, when will we meet again?" After the summer vacation of senior year, university awaited, and following graduation, the world of work loomed ahead. It seemed that I suddenly found myself less enamored with the concept of growing up. Qin Song steadied the helm with his left hand, while gently squeezing the slender hand of the girl at his waist with his right. "Wanwan, do you know? In this world, it's not about consuming a bowl less of life, but rather about meeting one more face, creating another connection. We should return whenever we can. By then, we can teach Grandma how to use a smartphone and even video chat with her on WeChat. The girl responded with a soft leaning against Qin Song's back. Falling silent, as he gazed at the bustling crowd, Qin Song was suddenly struck by a poignant thought. It appeared that regret was the prevailing theme of life. Without it, one could hardly be deemed a true human being, but rather an empty vessel, dwelling within an ivory tower devoid of soul. Qin Song shared this sentiment. Yet he hoped that his future regrets would be of the kind that spoke of moments unshared, a missed kiss with Jiang Wanwan today, a lost I love you tomorrow, or forgetting to offer a morning kiss upon waking. But those musings were for another time. For now, the focus remained on the impending Gaokao and the necessity of reaching adulthood and graduation first. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan, undeterred by Qin Song's protests, insisted on pressing 800 yuan into his hands, declaring that he should not bear the cost of the phone. It was only after Qin Song reiterated several times that this was his desire to honor Grandma Jiang that Wanwan reluctantly accepted 400 yuan back, insisting that sharing the expense would be fair. With no other recourse, Qin Song accepted the 400, knowing that she would find ways to give it back otherwise. Suddenly, Qin Song proposed an idea. Wanwan, what do you think about creating a hand-drawn manual for using the smartphone and making WeChat video calls? Though we'll teach Grandma tonight, it would be wise to leave her with something to reference, in case she forgets and feels embarrassed to ask us. Upon hearing Qin Song's suggestion, Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. Although Grandma's memory is still quite sharp, her age does present some challenges. Seeing Wanwan's approval, Qin Song continued, let's begin immediately. We don't need to create an extensive guide. Just a few key steps for making video calls will suffice. If Grandma wishes to learn other functions later, we can replicate our efforts. Yes, let's go. Chapter 25, The Nurturing Education System. The two dove into their task with enthusiasm. They first procured some sheets of blank paper and sketched a representation of the WeChat app icon, adding explanatory text below. Once each page was meticulously drawn and annotated, they bound them together with a stapler, thus crafting a comprehensive guide to WeChat video chatting. Although Grandma Jiang had yet to register an account or add Wanwan and her mother's friends, a simple note of names or nicknames sufficed. Daughter, granddaughter. Once inside, they would click the plus sign, followed by selecting video call. Although Grandma Jiang had not used a smartphone before, she was a retired teacher, quite capable of adapting to new technologies. Qin Song understood well that Grandma Jiang's insistence on not wanting a smartphone and her reluctance to learn stemmed from a desire to save money and avoid burdening her children. If only someone were to place the device in her hands and patiently guide her through its use, revealing that she could enjoy real-time conversations with her daughter and granddaughter, she would be overjoyed. With everything prepared, Grandma Jiang returned home just in time. Qin Song stepped forward to take the vegetables from her hands, freshly pulled from the earth. The vegetables still bore the rich, damp soil. The meat in the refrigerator had long since thawed in the fresh-keeping compartment. Lifting the vegetables, he announced, Grandma, Wanwan and I will be leaving our hometown tomorrow. So today, I shall cook for you and let you sample my culinary skills. Even though Grandma Jiang was already aware that they would only be staying for 3 days, the announcement of their departure still stirred a twinge of sadness within her. Yet, there was little to be done. The eagle must always spread its wings to soar. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, You can cook? I had no idea. Qin Song raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's much you do not know. I'll go prepare the meal. In the meantime, you should switch Grandma's SIM card into the smartphone and teach her how to make video calls. Hearing their exchange, Grandma Jiang looked at Wanwan in confusion as she retrieved a phone from her bag. Tajda, Grandma, I bought you a smartphone. Do you like it? Grandma Jiang gazed at the device in Wanwan's hand. While it was merely a budget model, it was leagues ahead of a traditional senior phone. Do not waste your money on such frivolities. I can manage just fine with my old phone, Grandma Jiang replied, her brow furrowed. Wanwan pouted, but with this phone, we can video chat anytime. I can call you after school or during holidays. Don't you want to see your lovely granddaughter? Wanwan was perplexed as to why Grandma, who received a pension every month and was not financially strained, still rejected the smartphone. Was it to avoid troubling her children? or a reluctance to spend money on such things. Determined to persuade her grandmother, Wanwan decided to employ a more emotional tactic. She rolled her tongue, pressing it against her throat, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Oh, fine, fine, fine. Grandma will accept it." Grandma Jiang's heart ached upon seeing Wanwan cry. "Oh dear, why are you crying?" Once Grandma consented to accept the phone, Wanwan instantly transformed, beaming as she took the old phone from her grandmother's hands and swiftly transferred the SIM card to the smartphone. Observing this exchange, Grandma Jiang realized she had been outmaneuvered. Yet she could not help but smile. This was a trick she was willing to fall for. While Qin Song busied himself in the kitchen, Wanwan took to the living room to instruct Grandma Jiang on how to operate the new smartphone. After a brief introduction, Wanwan discovered that their concerns had been unwarranted. Within moments, Grandma Jiang was already able to perform some basic functions. Wanwan had accepted Grandma's friend request, but her mother's had not yet been acknowledged, likely due to her not having seen it. "I am your mother. Please accept this request." Okay. It seems there was a misunderstanding with the note. They would have to wait until Wanwan returned home to inform her mother, after which she could approve the friend request. Wanwan still handed the manual to Grandma Jiang. "Grandma, this is a guide that Qin Song and I created together. If you forget how to video call me, just refer to it. It contains all the steps." Grandma Jiang accepted it, perusing it with care, treating it like a treasured artifact as she nodded with a smile. "All right, your filial piety is duly noted, my dears. How much did this phone cost? Do not try to deceive me. I am not foolish." 799 yuan. Qin Song and I each contributed half, Wanwan replied. Grandma Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. "Dinner is ready." Qin Song pushed the kitchen door with his backside, balancing a bowl of dishes in each hand. While he was indeed capable of cooking, he could only manage simple, home-style dishes. Qin Song believed that home-style meals possessed a warmth and comfort that was irreplaceable. With 2 meat dishes, a vegetable, and a soup, they gathered around the table. During the meal, Grandma Jiang praised Qin Song's culinary skills, remarking that it was commendable for young men to know how to cook. Though Wanwan did not voice her thoughts, her smacking lips revealed her delight. After finishing their meal, Grandma Jiang firmly declined Qin Song's request to wash the dishes. Subsequently, he was pulled into the bedroom by Jiang Wanwan to engage in earnest study. Jiang Wanwan derived an inexplicable sense of accomplishment from teaching Qin Song, although she recognized that a significant part of his ability to solve problems after just 1 or 2 explanations stemmed from his high intelligence. Her role as an educator was undeniably vital. This nurturing style of teaching had begun to captivate Jiang Wanwan. "Don't look at me. Focus on the questions," she admonished, her cheeks flushing as she frowned at Qin Song, who was gazing intently at her. "There's no answer on my face. Do you still wish to achieve good grades?" Qin Song nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes. What do you want?" Jiang Wanwan inquired. "I want you," he replied, elongating the last word until Jiang Wanwan's face turned crimson. He continued, "I want you to teach me how to solve problems, and I want to achieve good grades." After giving him a reproachful glare, Jiang Wanwan nodded in satisfaction. "Humph, that's more like it. From now on, you shall address me as Teacher Jiang, understood?" Observing the young girl's feigned seriousness and rosy cheeks, Qin Song chuckled. "Understood, Teacher Jiang Wanwan. Not Teacher Jiang Wanwan, but Teacher Jiang. All right, Teacher Jiang, Teacher Jiang. That's more acceptable." In this relaxed atmosphere of learning, the two unknowingly studied until 9:30, realizing that Grandma Jiang was still awake. They decided to make a video call to her from the bedroom. Thanks to Jiang Wanwan's patient teaching that night, Grandma Jiang adeptly answered the video call and even promptly activated the speakerphone. Clearly, age is not a barrier for elders to learn new things. Rather, it is the impatience of the younger generation that proves to be the hindrance. After bidding each other goodnight, Qin Song went to wash up in the living room bathroom. He felt the memories of high school knowledge gradually becoming clearer in his mind. If the recollection of high school subjects upon his rebirth was akin to 480p resolution, now it had improved to 720p and was steadily approaching 1080p. Chapter 26. Flirting with each other. After washing up, Qin Song returned to the bedroom and lay on his bed, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. He murmured, "I wonder if my parents will be home tomorrow." The delivery schedule for Qin's parents was unpredictable. When they had work, they had to leave the same day if it was urgent. However, during downtime, they could rest at home for an entire week. Qin Song hoped his parents would be home, as that would spare him from eating takeout. He picked up his phone to send a WeChat message, but after waiting for quite some time without a response, he sat up, retrieved his headphones from his suitcase, and lay back down. He opened his music app, scrolling through his playlist until he found the song he had longed to hear, gently tapping the screen. April Encounter. This song was Jiang Wanwan's favorite. Since its release on April 8, 2018, she had listened to it at least once every day whenever she had the time. He recalled how, in his previous life, a wildly popular youth campus drama had featured this song as its soundtrack, catapulting it into public consciousness and sparking its immense popularity. The comments skyrocketed from 999 to 10,000, and the number of likes grew from 10,000 to 100,000. She had often expressed her irritation, exclaiming that such a wonderful song, suddenly gaining fame, would surely attract criticism and trolls. Yet, she also joyfully proclaimed that this beautiful song deserved its recognition. Caught in this conflicting mindset, she had insisted on listening to the song repeatedly with him. At that time, he had been oblivious to her reasons for wanting him to hear it, as it was also his first experience with the song. Later, he realized that its lyrics expressed sentiments she had longed to convey to him. When I first saw you, I felt so flustered. I couldn't find the words to say. You approached me, extending your palm, holding tightly. I didn't let go. With these thoughts in mind, he sat up and approached the door to Jiang Wanwan's room, knocking softly. Wanwan, are you asleep? No, the door isn't locked. You could just turn the knob, came the reply from inside. Qin Song twisted the doorknob and entered, finding Jiang Wanwan reclining on her bed, wearing headphones and gazing at him. Is there something you need? She asked, slightly nervous at his sudden entrance. Qin Song stepped closer and, without hesitation, removed one of her headphones and placed it over his own ears. Then, he handed her the other side. I want to listen to music with you. As expected, the song playing in both their headphones was the same. Upon hearing the identical melody, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in delight. You like this song too? This song had only been out for less than 3 months, and the artist was relatively unknown. It could be considered an obscure track. Jiang Wanwan was surprised that Qin Song shared her taste. Yes, I like it, Qin Song nodded. Which lyric do you like the most? Jiang Wanwan eagerly asked. I love the chorus. Qin Song placed his index finger gently on her lips, shushing her. He then rewound the song on both their phones and said softly, let us listen to the song first. The introduction began to play. The headphones were the cheapest of vessels, the bed a modest ark. Dreams the most expedient means of exploring the cosmos, and this 3 minutes and 28 seconds belonged solely to their romance. Jiang Wanwan realized she could hardly discern the song's lyrics, as all she could hear was the rapid pounding of her own heart. Gazing at Qin Song, who was so close, her inner demon incessantly urged her, kiss him, kiss him. The rational voice within her succumbed after just one round of struggle. After a moment's hesitation, her reason ultimately capitulated. Her translucent lips slowly inched forward. Just as they were about to brush against his soft ones, the music abruptly ceased. The heavy sound of their breathing replaced the melody in Jiang Wanwan's ears. Realizing what she was doing, she abruptly pushed Qin Song away. Her face and neck flushed a deep crimson, her eyes sparkling like water, filled with a dazed allure. In simpler terms, she was overwhelmed, utterly overwhelmed. Qin Song, unable to bear her gaze, recognized this was not the moment for mischief. Wait until we are adults. Wait until the college entrance examination is over. He repeatedly chanted in his mind, taking deep breaths to quell the fire within. Had he really been charmed by this girl? And in such an embarrassing manner? No. He had to return the flirtation. Qin Song gazed at Jiang Wanwan with tenderness and affection, his eyes brimming with warmth. A shared glance is a spiritual kiss that transcends physical desire. Seizing the moment before she could react, Qin Song gently removed the headphones she wore, leaning closer as their cheeks nearly touched. Jiang Wanwan, witnessing Qin Song lean in, felt a mix of tension, anticipation, and confusion. Is he going to kiss me again? Should I resist, reject, or accept? The young girl's mind was in turmoil. Qin Song leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, you asked me which lyric I like best. Didn't you? Like you, I adore the chorus. But more than the lyrics, I cherish the person who loves this song. Upon finishing his words, he exhaled softly by the girl's ear, sending a delightful shiver through her ears and heart. Good night, sweet dreams. With that, Qin Song retreated to his own chamber. The warmth of his breath lingered in Jiang Wanwan's ear, and that simple farewell caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Rather than the lyrics, she found herself more enamored by the person who cherished this song. Jiang Wanwan repeated this thought, only to realize, after a moment, that the person Qin Song referred to was none other than herself. Could it be that Qin Song was confessing his feelings? She buried herself under the covers, vigorously shaking her head, yet that good night continued to echo in her mind. The dichotomy of yes or no incessantly resonated in her ears. Was it a confession? Was it not? These two phrases replayed countless times within her heart. Ultimately, the weight of sleepiness subdued her inner turmoil. In another room, Qin Song lay on his bed, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Despite having lived two lives, he remained an innocent young man, an undeniable reality. Ding dong. Qin Song picked up his phone to find a reply from his mother. Both his parents were at home and wished to discuss something with him upon his return tomorrow. After receiving the message, Qin Song lay in bed, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Was what he said to Jiang Wanwan a confession? Yes, yet also not. To Qin Song, a confession ought to be a triumphant anthem, not merely a clarion call. On the day of their college entrance examination, he vowed to formally confess to Jiang Wanwan. Yet, just now, he had merely wished to reassure her and convey his sentiments. Of course, intertwined within was a hint of revenge. After all, she often teased him, yet he could do nothing in return. Naturally, he would have to reciprocate. Engaging without responsibility was despicable. Taking responsibility was charming. After all, who doesn't appreciate a partner with a sense of charm? Chapter 27. The dreams of adolescence. The night passed in silence. The following day, Jiang Wanwan woke Qin Song early. This time, she intended to take a bus home instead of taxi. After haggling, the taxi fare was still 120, while the bus cost only 60. Whether paying from her own pocket or his, Jiang Wanwan was reluctant to spend unnecessary money, especially since they weren't in a hurry. There was a bus station nearby, but the buses departed as soon as they were full, lacking a fixed schedule. To ensure they caught a bus promptly, they needed to head to the station early. Look at you, dawdling when I called you up. Now your noodles are a mushy mess. Jiang Wanwan teased as she observed Qin Song poking at the clump of noodles with his chopsticks. Shall I cook you another bowl? Or should we feed this to the chickens? Seeing her sharp tongue yet tender heart, Qin Song chuckled and shook his head. No need, we can't waste food. Otherwise, Grandpa Yuan would be upset. However, the noodles were indeed too mushy, forcing Qin Song to poke at the clump, consuming it as one would a bun. It was not that he was dawdling. Rather, after their playful banter the previous night, he had fallen asleep shortly after returning to his room. Consequently, he dreamt of the whimsical fantasies that often plague adolescents, leading to an unfortunate incident. In a daze, he mistakenly believed he was at home, tossed aside his underwear, changed into a fresh pair, and continued to sleep. It was only upon waking that he realized the predicament. Hurriedly stowing everything in a plastic bag and placing it in the compartment of his suitcase, which accounted for his delay. After finishing his meal, Qin Song hastily packed his belongings and bid farewell to Jiang Wanwan's grandmother before setting off for the bus station. It was not far, taking them just over 10 minutes to arrive. They approached the bus bound for Jiang City, purchased tickets, and boarded. Honestly, Qin Song quite enjoyed the pace of life at his grandmother's place. Although the conditions were not comparable to the city, it offered a refreshing sense of tranquility. He believed that returning home was far more beneficial than visiting a psychologist. The breeze of one's hometown could provide unparalleled psychological solace. Some detest the monotony of life, while others find themselves entranced by its simplicity. Everyone has their own aspirations. Some prefer the richness of life, while others savor the simplicity of plain meals. Neither viewpoint is right or wrong, merely different choices. As more passengers boarded, the driver entered the bus, and once full, the vehicle slowly departed the station. The scent aboard the bus carried a rustic charm, with various colored burlap sacks stacked in every corner. Urea, Stanley, twins, brands of all kinds were present. The bus was crowded, with some seated and others standing, their shoes a medley of styles, each prepared to embark on different journeys and lives. Observing Jiang Wanwan's dazed expression, Qin Song understood her sorrow at leaving her grandmother. Don't be sad. Once we return home, you can video call your grandmother. I can accompany you to visit her whenever I have the time, he reassured her. Jiang Wanwan blinked her large eyes, a look of joy lighting her face. Really? Facing her hopeful gaze, Qin Song did not shy away. He held her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Of course it's true. Jiang Wanwan beamed, saying, Qin Song, you're so good to me. Why are you so kind? Qin Song playfully ruffled her hair, replying with a smile, because you are worth it. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Wanwan felt a flurry of pink bubbles emerging from the top of her head. The rosy hue spread across her cheeks like ivy climbing a wall. In a dramatic twist of fate, Jiang Wanwan had not slept well the night before. As the bus journeyed onward, weariness overtook her, and she leaned against Qin Song's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Throughout the ride, she unknowingly drooled in her sleep, noticing her occasional silly smiles. Qin Song helplessly pulled a napkin from his pocket to place on his shoulder. Thank goodness she wasn't sleeping on his lap. Otherwise, onlookers might suspect an accident had occurred. As the bus pulled into the station, Qin Song couldn't help but gently ruffle the girl's hair, whispering, "We've arrived. It's time to get off." Unexpectedly, she shook her head in a playful manner, pouting, No, I want to sleep a little longer." Qin Song poked her cheek and pinched her nose, but when he found she remained unresponsive, he resorted to picking her up in his arms. He stepped off the bus amidst the astonished gazes of the other passengers. Was this considered an extra skill in giving a princess carry? Qin Song mused to himself. Arriving at the exit of the bus station, he hailed a taxi, placing Jiang Wanwan in the back seat. He then sat beside her, using his thigh as a pillow for her head, and informed the driver of their destination. The driver hesitated before finally asking, "Excuse me, young man, I need to confirm your relationship with this girl." Qin Song was taken aback, but explained, "We're friends. She didn't sleep well last night, so she's quite out of it." He then took out his phone to show the driver photos of the two of them from their past few days at Jiang Wanwan's grandmother's home. After understanding the situation, the driver expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry. There was a significant incident in the city recently, and I'm just following protocol." Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. You're just being cautious. I appreciate your concern. However, what significant matter are you referring to?" The driver paused for a moment and replied, "There's a bar in the city called Enjoy Life. The day before yesterday, a woman got intoxicated inside and was taken away by someone." Upon saying this, the driver fell silent, believing it would be inappropriate to elaborate further, considering that Qin Song was merely a student. Little did he know that Qin Song was already aware of the implications behind his words. A body snatching? What has happened? Did they report it to the police? The driver swallowed hard, thinking to himself, today's youth are far too precocious. As for what occurred, I am not privy to the details, but it is said that the girl had a rather special identity. And the city has issued notices to us taxi drivers stating that whenever a man and a woman get into a taxi, if the woman is unconscious, we must clarify the situation. Otherwise, we cannot take them as passengers. While that is the rule, if the woman were indeed drunk, a man could easily concoct a lie, claiming to be a friend or some such thing. And with a little extra money, wouldn't that be turning a blind eye? Who doesn't wish to pick up more passengers and earn a little extra for their family? Qin Song nodded silently, recalling a classic saying, "Not all girls who go to bars are bad." Indeed, a girl's character cannot be judged merely by her presence or absence in a bar. Yet, no one desires to sift through refuse to find gold, nor seek sweetness amidst shards of glass. The morning subway is fraught with peril, while the late-night bar feels as warm as home. Qin Song could accept a lounge bar, but the loud, garish nightclubs filled with vibrant lights and boisterous music were entirely unacceptable to him as an idealistic warrior of pure love. Both men and women alike, frequenting bars, getting tattoos, engaging in unconventional activities, must be prepared to bear the weight of unusual gazes. This is not a matter of discrimination, but rather the norm of society. Chapter 28, Medicating. On the road, Qin Song received a message from his parents, stating that they had some matters to attend to and would not return home until the evening, instructing him to prepare his own lunch. Indeed, once exams are over, one's worth seems to diminish. He pinched Jiang Wanwan's small face, noticing she was still asleep, and decided not to disturb her further. After all, with his parents absent, carrying her back home for a nap on his bed seemed reasonable enough. Alternatively, he could take her to the breakfast shop beneath Jiang's mother's building. The taxi arrived at the happy community. After retrieving his suitcase from the trunk, Qin Song made his way to the back seat. He heard Jiang Wanwan mumble, and he inquired, "Wanwan, are you awake? If so, come on down." Weivy arrived home. It seemed she understood, shaking her head and then clinging to Qin Song like a koala, her legs wrapped around his waist, arms draped over his shoulders, and her head nestled against his neck. Helplessly, Qin Song had no choice but to pull the suitcase with one hand while supporting her waist with the other. Upon reaching downstairs, he found that Jiang's mother's breakfast shop was unexpectedly closed. Perhaps there was an urgent matter at hand. Qin Song didn't dwell on it. After taking the elevator up, he knocked on Jiang Wanwan's door, only to find no one answered. "Is Annie not home?" Initially, Qin Song had intended to bring Jiang Wanwan back to his own house, considering they were a young man and woman alone together, which could easily lead to misunderstandings if discovered. However, he now found himself out of options. Although the key to Jiang Wanwan's home might be in her backpack, the household is typically occupied by two women, Jiang's mother and Jiang Wanwan. He used to visit frequently as a child, but now he felt it inappropriate to enter without an invitation. Arriving at his own doorstep, Qin Song opened the door, swiftly pushing the suitcase inside before placing Jiang Wanwan onto the sofa. He then changed into slippers, after fetching a light blanket from his bedroom to cover Jiang Wanwan's waist. He prepared to head to the bathroom to relieve himself and wash his face. Standing before the mirror, he noticed a dark red stain on his clothing, a metallic scent wafting through the air. Blood? When did I get injured? Qin Song removed his shirt, turning in front of the mirror, but could not identify where he might be hurt. Wait, could it be? He quickly donned his shirt and rushed back to the sofa, examining the bloodstains on Jiang Wanwan's pants, which indeed bore the same marks. He shook her shoulder gently. "Wanwan, wake up." Jiang Wanwan swatted his hand away, frowning, clearly unwell. "Qin Song, stop it. Let me sleep a little longer." Observing the flush on her cheeks, Qin Song tentatively placed his hand against her forehead. "Ouch, she's burning up. Is this a fever combined with her period? Doubling the discomfort." Without hesitation, Qin Song rushed to the bathroom, dampening a towel and wringing it out before placing it on her forehead. "Wanwan, you've got a fever. Lie still, and I'll go buy some medicine." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wanwan relaxed her brow slightly and, clutching her abdomen, weakly murmured, "Qin Song, it hurts." Qin Song rubbed his palms together to generate warmth before gently massaging her lower abdomen. Once her expression eased, he declared, "I'll go get medicine. You stay here and wait for me." With that, he dashed out without waiting to see if she heard, barely taking time to change his shoes, grabbing his keys and heading down the elevator. There may be medicine at home, but he didn't know where it was kept, and it would take too long to find. It was more efficient to buy some directly since there was a pharmacy at the entrance of the community. Arriving at the pharmacy, Qin Song first requested a box of fever-reducing medication from the clerk, then purchased a pack of heat pads. After paying, he hesitated in front of a convenience store, then steeled himself and rushed inside. In a secluded corner, he stared at the array of colorful packaging, daytime and nighttime sanitary pads. What on earth does this length signify? With so many brands, what are the differences? Forget it. Qin Song grabbed a pack of each type of daytime and nighttime pads, as well as several brands of overnight pants and sanitary items. Consequently, his shopping basket became filled to the brim. At the checkout, the cashier stared at the colorful array covering the counter, regarding Qin Song with a peculiar expression. "Are you starting a collection? My girlfriend is on her period, and I'm not sure what she usually uses, so I just bought one of everything. Hurry up and check me out. I'm in a rush." Qin Song explained in a fluster. "Oh, your boyfriend is quite nice." The cashier nodded, swiftly scanning the items. "Do you have a membership?" I can offer you a discount, or you can sign up for one. No need, Qin Song replied hastily. Snatching the black bag, she handed him. He hurried home while contemplating whether he had the ingredients for ginger soup. Dried dates seemed to be in the kitchen cabinet. Ginger was certainly not lacking, and he also had goji berries at home. He mentally checked off the items. Upon returning home, Qin Song set down the items and felt Jiang Wanwan's forehead. Fortunately, it was not as hot as before. He re-wet the towel, wrung it out, and placed it on the girl's forehead again. Then he prepared some fever-reducing medicine for her to take. She gagged and spat out, splattering Qin Song in the process. Good grief. A water cannon. He hastily grabbed a few tissues to wipe off his clothes. Dipping his tongue into the cup containing the medicine residue, he found the ibuprofen was not bitter at all. He went to prepare another dose of fever medicine, gently propping Jiang Wanwan up and coaxing her until she finally managed to swallow it. In the kitchen, Qin Song began by boiling water in a small saucepan, peeling the ginger. To brew ginger tea for dispelling cold, it is essential to peel the ginger, as the skin possesses cooling properties. Moreover, the pits of the red dates should be removed. On the first day of her menstruation, Jiang Wanwan experiences a substantial flow, thus brown sugar must be omitted. Brown sugar water promotes blood circulation and can exacerbate the flow during heavy days, potentially prolonging the menstrual period and hindering recovery thereafter. However, incorporating red dates and goji berries poses no issue. Once the ginger tea with red dates and goji berries is prepared, Qin Song thoughtfully extracts the solid ingredients, leaving only the fragrant broth. Approaching Jiang Wanwan, he gently touches her forehead. Fortunately, she is only slightly warm, and her fever appears to be subsiding. He assists her into a sitting position, ladles the tea, cools it to a suitable temperature, and brings it to her lips for her to sip. Upon tasting, the pungent flavor provokes a wave of nausea in Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song swiftly tears off several sheets of tissue to catch any spills, mindful of her attire. Should her clothes become damp, he would be unable to assist her with the change. Come now, let us drink the ginger tea. After a good rest, you will feel much better. Wanwan, you are doing splendidly, he praises as she takes another sip. He allows her to lean against his shoulder, softly coaxing her while feeding her the ginger tea. Perhaps due to her thirst or the soothing words, the tea's spiciness diminishes, and soon the small bowl is emptied. Chapitre 29. Surprise? No, a shock. Observing the young girl resting heavily against him, Qin Song can't help but smile wryly. What a predicament! He had intended for her to finish the ginger tea and then go to the restroom to change her sanitary pad. But in this state, he certainly cannot assist her with that. Now, he can only hope Jiang Wanwan awakens from her discomfort and manages to change herself. This offers Qin Song a moment to breathe. Since disembarking the bus, he has not had a moment to rest. With Jiang Wanwan nestled against him like a koala, he chooses to remain still to avoid waking her, leaning back against the sofa. He tears open a heat pack and places it on the blanket, positioning it over her lower abdomen. Grabbing his phone, he sends messages and calls his parents, but receives no responses. Gradually, his eyelids grow heavy, and before long, he drifts off to sleep. At 4 in the afternoon, downstairs in the community, Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling walk side by side, with the diligent Qin trailing behind, his hands laden with various bags. I ask you, why must you two women drag me along for shopping? Qin laments. Lu Yu shoots him a glance. Would you prefer if I took another man shopping instead? Why go out with Sister Su? Someone must carry the bags. They only have a couple of days like this each month. When you and your friends go fishing, I don't complain about being left at home, do I? At this, Qin feels a bitter silence settle over him. From 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, they have been shopping nonstop, having spent less than an hour on lunch. He cannot fathom how such petite figures can exude such immense energy, while he, a man, is struggling to keep up. These two women continue to chat and laugh, showing no signs of exhaustion. Were it not for the return of Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan today, they would likely dine out for dinner and continue their shopping spree. Nonetheless, Qin understands and willingly accepts the role of a pack horse. This is not merely due to the recent sweetness shared between him and Lu Yu. Their families have known each other for nearly 20 years, long before any children were born. After Jiang Zi's untimely death while on duty, Su Qiaoling has shouldered the family alone. Financially, she is stable, as Jiangzi was a martyr, having fallen while serving as a squad leader in the fire brigade. Aside from a one-time compensation, she received a substantial monthly allowance. The buns sold at her shop are not crafted by her hands, but rather supplied by a comrade of Jiangzi's from his time in service, who established a central kitchen for a breakfast chain that allows for franchise opportunities. Su Xiaoling operates under this franchise, albeit with a contract that differs from typical franchises. She benefits from lower wholesale prices and greater pricing freedom, with an expansive protection radius. Unlike other franchise stores that prohibit a second outlet within a kilometer, Su Xiaoling's extends to 2 kilometers. This contract is not exclusive to her. Other families of martyrs she knows also receive similar arrangements, a charitable act indeed. Despite the substantial profit margin, Su Xiaoling deliberately prices her offerings slightly below market value. As she puts it, those who purchase breakfast from such shops are typically ordinary families. She is content to earn a little less, wishing that no one goes hungry over a few coins for breakfast. The broad protection radius means that lowering prices does not adversely affect the market. It is not particularly arduous work. It merely consumes time, as she must be present in the shop throughout the day. The social dynamics are quite straightforward, leaving her somewhat isolated in her emotional world. After Lu Yu discovered this, she frequently drags Su Xiaoling out for shopping and dining. Lu Yu is a few months older, and over time, Su Xiaoling has taken to calling her sister Lu, while Lu Yu affectionately refers to her as Sister Su. There's fresh meat and vegetables in the fridge. Let us just have dinner at our place tonight, especially since the kids are back. You should call Wan down. She is probably home now. My husband and I are often busy with work, and although our families have known each other for nearly 20 years, we rarely have the chance to dine together, so please don't refuse. That Qin Song has caused quite a bit of trouble for your Wan lately, needing her help with his academic exams, truly. In the elevator, Liu Ying remarks to Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling nods in agreement. There's been no trouble. Wan enjoys spending time with Qin Song. Knowing Jiang Wan was returning today, she had initially planned to buy groceries, but Lu Yu's insistence on shopping derailed that plan. Now, going to buy groceries seems redundant, so dining at Lu Yu's makes sense. Their families have not been as close as they once were, so it's time to reconnect. On the 13th floor, as the three exit the elevator, Lu Yu suggests, "Call Wan now. If she's awake, let her come down and sit for a while. The dishes are simple and one tea take long." Su Xiaoling nods, pulling out her phone to make the call. Inside, as Qin Song holds Jiang Wan in slumber on the sofa, he is abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Seeing the device vibrating on the couch, he groggily picks it up and answers. "Hello, Wan, where are you?" He struggles to open his eyes, but finds them stubbornly heavy. Hearing a familiar voice, yet unable to recall whose it is. "Looking for Jiang Wan? She's right here, sleeping beside me." He replies truthfully before drowsily hanging up. At that moment, the three standing at the door listen to the beeping sound of the phone on speaker, lost in contemplation. Was that Qin Song's voice just now? Lu Yu questions uncertainly. Su Xiaoling checks the call log, confirming it was indeed a call to Wan. But why is Qin Song's voice audible? Puzzled, she decides to call back. As Qin opens the door, he rubs his ears, wondering why he hears an echo from inside the house. As the door swung open, a cacophony of a mobile phone's ringtone echoed from the vicinity of the living room sofa. Upon entering, the trio beheld Qin Song, bewildered, clutching his phone with a perplexed expression directed at them. "Mom, Annie, Dad," he exclaimed, glancing at Jiang Wan, who was clinging to him like a koala, realizing that no explanation could suffice in this moment. Astonished, Su Xiaoling's gaze fell upon the black plastic bag on the coffee table, containing sanitary napkins and fever-reducing medication. After a moment of reflection, she managed to calm her racing heart. Lu Yu, embodying the understanding of a woman, grasped the situation, leaving only Qin still in a state of confusion. However, there was no need for him to comprehend, as Lu Yu had already shooed him off to the kitchen. She approached Jiang Wan, gently feeling her forehead, and inquired of Qin Song, "Have you administered the fever medication?" Qin Song nodded mechanically. Su Xiaoling tugged at Jiang Wan's arm. Wan, let's return home to change clothes with your mother." "No, it's comfortable being held," Jiang Wan protested lazily, pushing away with her hands. Suddenly, a familiar sound caught her attention. Coming to her senses, she stared at Qin Song's face, now mere inches away. Turning her head, she was met with 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Mom, Auntie, Uncle. Chapter 30, The Living Room Surveillance Footage. Jiang Wanwan leaped from Qin Song's embrace. Stammering an explanation, Mom, you must listen. I'm not. Her words trailed off in a sob. She realized that no matter how she articulated it, clarity seemed elusive. Suyidin risusurit her, molmunderstans. Let us head home to change clothes, and later we'll come back to eat with your Uncle Qin. Jiang Wanwan covered her face in embarrassment. At that moment, she became acutely aware of her discomfort, particularly the damp clothing clinging to her back, creating an indescribable unease. Her forearms were sticky from sweat, though, thankfully, her fever had subsided. Qin Song offered her a blanket, suggesting, "Why don't you wrap yourself up?" Jiang Wanwan glanced at the bloodstains on her pants, bowed her head, and quietly accepted the blanket. Auntie, those large bandages on the table. I'm not quite sure what they're for, but I bought some, so feel free to take them. They're of no use to me." Su Qiaoling rifled through the bag, smiling. How thoughtful. With that, she picked up the bag and cradled Jiang Wanwan as they departed. Once the two had left, Lu Yu placed her hands on her hips. Although she had gathered a general understanding of the situation, she felt it necessary to admonish Qin Song. It's fine to care for someone, but be mindful not to let it escalate to the bedroom, she warned. Though she yearned for a grandchild, she acknowledged that this was not the appropriate time. Now, tell me exactly what transpired. With a sense of justice, Qin Song recounted the events in detail, even demonstrating the blood and stains on his clothing. Lu Yu pressed on, "What about the rest?" Qin Song replied innocently, "She wouldn't let go of me, so I had no choice but to lie down with her. After a long car ride, carrying her all the way, buying medicine, brewing ginger soup, I eventually fell asleep." With a look of innocence, he added, "Mom, what else could we have done? Go surfing?" Lu Yu was taken aback. "Go wash yourself?" Qin Song chuckled. "Just remember to mop the floor. There's spill medicine, and the sofa cushions are dirty. They need changing." With that, he headed to wash up. After a long day, both Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song felt uncomfortable, sticky, and unclean. Once he finished a shower and scrubbed the stains from his clothes, dinner was prepared. Su Qiaoling returned with Jiang Wanwan, and the two families gathered around the dining table. The table was rectangular. Qin and Lu Yu sat together, while Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan occupied another side, leaving Qin Song alone in an external chair. During the meal, the 3 adults completely avoided discussing the earlier events, instead engrossed in their own conversations. Lu Yu initiated, "Old Qin, how is the stock market treating you lately? Up or down?" Qin replied, "The recent trend has been quite favorable, but I suspect it's nearing its peak. Perhaps in due time, it will be prudent to withdraw funds and invest in mutual funds instead, safer that way." Su Qiaoling, Gaimding. "I heard that Wang Yu from the apartment next door has a son who just got married, and the woman brought along a child." Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, is that so? Do tell me more. I'm often out and about and miss the juicy gossip," Lu Yu encouraged. "Sure." Qin Song internally mused, "Wow, this is quite the scandal." The conversation seamlessly transitioned from stocks to gossip, and then to the academic endeavors of Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. They discussed everything under the sun, but meticulously sidestepped the earlier incident, leaving Qin Song feeling somewhat disoriented, having taken another person's daughter to bed, albeit under circumstances. It felt odd to leave the matter unacknowledged altogether. Despite the innocence of the situation, he couldn't help but feel he had benefited. Jiang Wanwan remained quiet, focused on her food, her head bowed. After finishing dinner, Qin headed to wash the dishes, and Lu Yu, leaving a directive for Qin Song to study with Jiang Wanwan, pulled Su Qiaoling into the bedroom. Qin Song's room was stocked with workbooks and stationery, sparing Jiang Wanwan the need to retrieve her own. Initially, the atmosphere was slightly awkward until a heated debate over a physics problem broke the ice. Upon completing the physics exercise, Jiang Wanwan entwined her fingers and said, "Qin Song, thank you. You still have that knack for helping others." Surprised by her sudden gratitude, Qin Song responded with a grin. "Thank me for what? For accompanying you to see your grandmother? For carrying you home while you slept? For administering your medicine and brewing ginger soup?" or for acquiring the sanitary supplies. Jiang Wanwan gazed at him, realizing her gratitude extended beyond those acts. Qin Song ruffled her hair playfully. Then you must teach me well. Your grandmother mentioned I should strive to attend the same university as you. What? When did she say that? Jiang Wanwan queried. When you were washing the dishes, he replied, noting the clarity of her grandmother's intentions. Qin Song continued. You've slightly misinterpreted the logic here. My assistance isn't motivated by a mere desire to help. It's not that I relish helping others, but rather because the person needing assistance is you, and that is why I find joy in it. You are the key factor. Without you, nothing would hold significance. All right, let us continue our studies. I still wish to attend the same university as you. Jiang Wanwan nodded thoughtfully, spurred by Qin Song's words. Then let us continue studying. I will ensure you excel. By the way, why haven't you touched your math workbook yet? Hurry and write. These are all foundational problems. Practicing them will solidify your understanding. It's not difficult. An entire book, dozens of pages. Qin Song lamented, scratching his head. What about you? Jiang Wanwan waved her vocabulary list. I'm memorizing words. Qin Song remarked, math is quite impressive. Well, yes, it is impressive, she replied. In the master bedroom, Lu Yu had seated Su Qiaoling at the desk, fiddling with a tablet. Lu Yu opened a hidden application on the tablet, and after a few clicks, the live feed from the living room surveillance appeared. Surveillance footage? Su Qiaoling gasped. You installed this in your home? Sure. Keep your voice down. Lu Yu cautioned. Qin Song often stays alone at home. I worry, so I set up a camera in the living room. Old Qin doesn't know about this. I'm hoping it will help me uncover some of his hidden funds. Just don't spill the beans. She navigated to the recorded footage. Starting from the moment Qin Song carried Jiang Wanwan through the door. Let us together observe the antics of that rascal Qin Song towards Wanwan. Should he have engaged in any unbecoming behavior, I shall not hesitate to break his legs. Su Qiaoling clearly noted that the playback count displayed was merely 1. This indicates that Lu Yu had undoubtedly not previewed the surveillance footage in advance. She insisted on watching it herself, seeking to soothe her own concerns. In Chapter 31, a delightful conversation ensued. After all, these two children had snuggled together for sleep, and it was the girl who stood to suffer. Some clarification was warranted. Su Qiaoling was certain that if Qin Song had indeed acted inappropriately on the footage, he would be in for a thorough beating tonight, while she would have to restrain Lu Yu for being too severe. Given the dispositions of Lu Yu and Qin Ong, it mattered little that Qin Song's academic performance was lacking. However, if he were to exhibit poor character, he could very well find himself with broken bones. Fortunately, the surveillance revealed that Qin Song had not engaged in any improper conduct. Rather, he had taken meticulous care of Jiang Wanwan, even ensuring to check if she had choked before attending to the mess of vomit on his clothes. The tender words he used to coax Jiang Wanwan while administering her medicine brought smiles to the two watching. These two truly seem well suited for each other, Su Qiaoling remarked with a smile. Lu Yu chuckled, pondering how old Jiang would react if he discovered that his daughter, his little cabbage, had been courted by Qin Song. She imagined he would douse him with a water gun. With a sigh, she continued, by the way, are you really not considering finding someone new? Su Qiaoling sighed in return, shaking her head. I am as in life and as ghost in death. Finding another would bring two concerns. 1. I fear Wanwan would suffer. And 2. I cannot surmount this emotional hurdle. Since he left, I feel as though a piece of me is missing. My heart remains perpetually hollow. It would be unfair to anyone else, so after much contemplation, I have resolved not to find another. Lu Yu, do you remember the first time our families went on a picnic together and jokingly arranged a betrothal? Lu Yu laughed. Of course I remember. Seeing those two children play so well together, we thought it would be amusing to arrange a marriage for them. But then, considering the matter further, she added, this isn't feudal society anymore. There are no parental commands or matchmakers, nor any betrothal agreements. Let go. Su Qiaoling smiled. I actually think these two are quite good together. Just before Wanwan took her bath, she asked for my approval to add me on WeChat, claiming it was for my mother to add me. After I consented, my mother video called me, which puzzled me at first as I wondered how she could manage a video call on her old phone. Later, my mother informed me that Qin Song had bought her a smartphone and even taught her how to make video calls. He also accompanied Wanwan to the cemetery to visit old Jiang, cycling there under the blazing sun. Lu Yu was astonished. Is that so? Why didn't that rascal mention it during dinner? Su Qiaoling replied. If he had mentioned it, it would seem like he was seeking praise. It's better that he didn't. Knowing he has such a thoughtful heart is enough. I truly believe Qin Song is a remarkable child, responsible, discerning, and filial. In light of these virtues, his poor grades seem inconsequential. Besides, isn't he striving to improve? Indeed, no one dislikes praise for their children, Lu Yu added with a smile. I also think Wanwan is quite a good child. Su Qiaoling paused before continuing. These two have been friends since childhood. When they were younger, children had little malice. They simply enjoyed each other's company as good friends. If they wish to explore a romantic relationship as they grow older, that would be perfectly acceptable. Recently, however, I noticed that they hadn't spent much time together, and I wondered if they had begun to understand the difference between friendship and romantic affection. But it seems that during their recent trip to the countryside, their feelings have resurfaced. Considering their age, there's nothing wrong with them dating, provided they focus on their college entrance exams first. Attending the same university would be ideal, but if they end up in different ones, long-distance relationships can be challenging. As long as they can endure, I have no objections to their marrying once they reach the legal age. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by this line of reasoning, realizing its validity. You are surprisingly open-minded. One would think you have a son, while I have a daughter. Nevertheless, she expressed a hope that the two children could attend the same university. Ideally, I want Qin Song to work hard. I truly fear that Wanwan might compromise her education for him. And if that happens, you must intervene, as I certainly will not approve. Su Qiaoling nodded, acknowledging that distance truly tests a person's heart. When I was dating old Jiang, we endured a long period of separation as well. At that time, many pursued me, and old Jiang was constantly worried I might be swayed by another. He frequently called to profess his loyalty. I assured him that I would not seek out another father or best friend simply because of distance. If we were to part ways, it would not be due to the distance, but rather a lack of steadfast commitment to one another. If that were the case, we would have separated regardless of proximity because we lack conviction. I also told him that I was resolute, and we agreed that as long as one person did not give up, the other mustn't either. Eventually, we married. The two children attending the same university would provide them 4 years to nurture their relationship, while if they attended different institutions, those 4 years would allow them to discern whether they truly wish to embark on a future together. Therefore, whether or not they attend the same university, as long as they can ultimately be together, the journey may be arduous, but it is of little consequence. Even the journey to the West faced numerous trials. Lu Yu remained silent for a moment before nodding her agreement. I believe Wanwan is quite good. If these two end up together, and Qin Song dares to wrong Wanwan, I shall certainly break his legs. You must restrain me then. Su Qiaoling covered her mouth, chuckling. I cannot hold you back. You must seek out your old Qin for that. Su Qiaoling was not merely being polite. Those who drive large trucks often worry about encountering fuel thieves. A large truck's fuel tank holds a significant amount of money, and should one encounter a thief on the road, the journey could be for naught. If one were to disembark to confront a fuel thief, they might even suffer injuries. Within the trucking community, incidents have occurred where individuals have met with misfortune while attempting to apprehend fuel thieves. For safety and to prevent theft, Qinong and Lu Yu had taken the time to learn self-defense. If Lu Yu were genuinely enraged and managed to catch Qin Song, Su Qiaoling knew she would be unable to intervene. By the way, when school starts, if you both head out to drive, let Qin Song come over for meals. He is in his senior year, and shouldn't be relying on takeout, which is neither nutritious nor healthy. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. We'll see. That boy is quite wild and may not agree. I discussed it with old Qin, and for this senior year, he will be driving while I stay home to care for Qin Song. Su Qiaoling proposed. Why not have dinner together tomorrow to discuss it? I'll bring some gifts to thank Qin Song for teaching my mother about video calls. You must not refuse. My mother insists on it. You know how she values etiquette. Lu Yu nodded. All right, let us continue our outing tomorrow. Today was not enough. By the way, won't you need someone to cover your breakfast shop tomorrow? Su Qiaoling confirmed. I've enlisted 2 college students on summer break as temporary workers, they're quite diligent. Is everything all right on old Qin's side? You better not throw in the towel tomorrow. Lu Yu clenched her fists. He dares. Despite her words, she felt a surge of happiness. After all, having a husband who willingly spends money on you and accompanies you on shopping trips is quite a blessing. However, over the past month, he has been a bit of a homebody, spending his leisure time watching sports at home and going fishing, neglecting the exercise he used to prioritize. While he may not have developed a beer belly, she sensed that Qin Ang's stamina had diminished compared to before. It seemed prudent to buy him something to replenish his vigor. After all, a life of happiness should not be delayed. At that moment, Qin Song, sitting on the sofa engrossed in a match, sneezed and felt a shiver run through him. Why did it feel a bit chilly in the middle of summer? Chapter 32. The grand shopping spree the next morning, while Qin Song was still in bed, lazily scratching his backside and dozing, he was roused by Lu Yu's call. Come on, it's a holiday. Can't you let me sleep in a little longer? He protested. Lu Yu drew back the curtains, allowing the glaring sunlight to flood in, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Aunt Sue and Wan have come over to visit, and you still have the audacity to sleep? You've been keeping the matter of you and Wan pooling money to buy her grandmother a phone under wraps quite well. If it weren't for Aunt Sue telling me last night, I would still be in the dark, she added. Qin Song scratched his head and chuckled. Well, isn't it only proper to honor our elders? With both families being so familiar with each other, why maintain such formality? Lu Yu replied. Wan's grandmother insists on proper etiquette. Otherwise, Aunt Sue wouldn't agree to it. It would create distance between the two families. All right, get up and freshen up. We're heading to the mall soon. At her words, Qin Song sprang to his feet. The mall visit was secondary. His primary desire was to spend time with Jiang Wan, and not for academic reasons. Although they were approaching their final year of high school with the impending Gaokao, it was essential to relax during the holiday. Being overly tense would do more harm than good. Once they had washed up and enjoyed a simple breakfast, the two families drove to the largest commercial building in Jiang City, the Shimi. The term largest referred to its scale, as it was not filled with luxury boutiques like SKP and IFC. Shimi primarily featured mid-range luxury brands, with only a small section dedicated to high-end products. As selling handbags worth tens of thousands was quite challenging in a city like Jiang City, which straddles the line between second and third tier. He had anticipated accompanying his mother and Aunt Sue on a shopping spree, but he had Qin Song as his father. He could easily concoct an excuse to sneak away with Jiang Wan and reconvene during lunch. However, Qin Song soon realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined, for Jiang Wan had also joined them. Jiang Wan rarely went out shopping with her mother, let alone to a commercial building. Rather than feeling intimidated by the array of novelties, she displayed a keen interest. Eager to try everything. Wan, that little white dress looks stunning on you. Auntie will buy it for you, Lu Yu declared, without a moment's hesitation regarding the price, as she whipped out her card and proceeded to the checkout. Qin Song and his father were left speechless by the fluidity of her actions. Was this the same Lu Yu who haggled over prices of the market? Qin Song discreetly glanced at the price tag behind Jiang Wan, astonished to find it was 699 yuan. Nevertheless, the material appeared to be of good quality, with no loose threads. The dress was quite modest, with a neckline that fell just above the collarbone and a knee-length hem that showcased her fair, youthful legs, brimming with vitality. Seeing Lu Yu heading to the checkout, Jiang Wan felt somewhat at a loss. After a reassuring nod from her mother, she felt at ease. She lifted the hem of her dress and twirled in front of Qin Song, asking, "What do you think? Is the dress pretty?" With her hair tied in a high ponytail, the scent of her hair wafted through the air, captivating Qin Song. "It's beautiful, but the real beauty lies in the person wearing it. You look good in anything," he replied. At his compliment, Jiang Wan blushed. Jiang City Second High School did not mandate uniforms, so since Qin Song found her lovely, she resolved to wear more dresses for him in the future. Their group continued to explore other stores. Both the Qin and Jiang families adhered to a principle: save where you can and spend where it matters. They would save on everyday expenses, but when it came to outings, they believed in indulging, for what was the point of earning money if one could not enjoy life? Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling each purchased a qipao and a set of cosmetics. Lu Yu also bought a pair of jade bangles, while Su Qiaoling acquired a watch. They even bought several outfits and 2 pairs of shoes for Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan, including both sporty and casual styles. Curiously, among the purchases was a matching set of Puma athletic wear, identical except for the color. The Puma shoes were also the same, akin to a couple's matching outfit, which Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling found quite charming, leaving Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan bewildered. What was going on with these two? Even Qinong ended up with something, a state-of-the-art fishing box with a seat and rod holder, along with a high-end fishing reel and a jersey akin to Cristiano Ronaldo's, which delighted him immensely. After placing their purchases in the mall's temporary storage, Su Qiaoling led the way to a private dining establishment for lunch. Having made a reservation in advance, the group was seated and the dishes began to arrive shortly thereafter. With a total of 6 dishes and a pot of fruit tea ordered, Su Qiaoling stood up and raised her glass. Qin Song, I want to thank you for buying the phone for my grandmother and for taking care of Wanwan yesterday. She never felt any embarrassment in expressing gratitude to her juniors. Each individual is an independent entity deserving of respect, regardless of age or gender. Good deeds should always be acknowledged. Qin Song quickly rose, adopting a humble demeanor. Auntie, our families have known each other for so long. It's only right. Besides, Wanwan has been quite the help in my studies, so you're being too kind. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Su Qiaoling smiled, finishing her drink as well, before approaching Qin Song to present him with the watch. Auntie is giving this to you. Take good care of it. And don't be shy. At that moment, Lu Yu also stood and approached Jiang Wanwan, slipping the newly purchased bangles onto her wrist. Wanwan, Auntie thanks you for your help with Qin Song's studies during this time. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan exchanged bemused glances, both perplexed. What was this situation? Although unsure of what had transpired, they graciously accepted the gifts from their elders. Throughout the meal, no one took out their phones to fiddle with them. Instead, they engaged in lively conversation. Midway through the meal, Lu Yu asked Qin Song, I plan to stay home to take care of you during your senior year while your father is away driving. Your Aunt Su suggested you eat at her place. What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Song replied, I'd definitely prefer to eat at Aunt Su's. His unconsidered response drew surprised glances from everyone. Cough. Mom, if my dad is out driving alone, that would be exhausting and he would have to watch out for fuel thieves. I went to Aunt Su's for dinner, and after finishing the meal, it would be just perfect to study with Jiang Wanwan. Mom, I'm genuinely focused on my studies. Chapter 33. The Unveiling of Secrets. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and found merit in Qin Song's reasoning. It is indeed arduous for one to drive alone in the pursuit of time. Neglecting regular meals can lead to health issues such as gastric ailments, and encountering reckless drivers poses additional dangers. If Qin Song dines at Su Qiaoling's home, it would indeed be beneficial for his studies, although it may inconvenience others. He could simply contribute his share for meals monthly or treat Jiang Wanwan to something nice in return. Well, that is acceptable. Your studies are not the issue, but do not let them interfere with Wanwan's learning, or else, Qin Song looked defiant, Mom. Am I truly that unreliable? Lu Yu shot him a stern look. What do you think? During the first semester of your first year, when you saw a thug bullying a student on the street, you tried to reason with him, only to end up with a bruised face, and that very thug became your underling. Later, you and that group of underlings would occasionally block students at the school gate, scaring some into not attending classes. In the second semester of your first year, you deceived me over the phone, claiming you had a fever and wanted to rest at home, only to be caught by the police while at an internet CAF with your friends. In the first semester of your second year, you excelled, bringing firecrackers to school and placing them under the English teacher's car tires. The teacher thought a tire had burst while driving, and you were caught after reviewing the surveillance footage. Enough, Mom. Stop. Qin Song hurriedly interrupted his mother's expose of his past indiscretions. Upon reflection, he realized that since entering high school, he had only genuinely applied himself in the past month in preparation for the academic proficiency examination. The rest of the time had been a blur. His recent performance might have been attributed by his mother as mere remnants of a fleeting enthusiasm. Her concerns were valid. She feared that once Qin Song's momentary zeal dissipated, he would revert to his old ways, potentially affecting Jiang Wanwan's studies. Mom, rest assured, I will not be a fleeting spark. With the approaching third year, even if I enjoy myself, I won't squander this crucial year. I will strive to gain admission to Jiangxing University, bringing pride to our family. And you must throw me a grand celebration afterward. Listening to her son's earnest declarations, Lu Yu smiled. All right, if you manage to get into Jiangxing University, it will be a remarkable achievement for the Qin family. I'll buy you a car outright, so you can drive to university. Qin Song grinned, Mom. You must keep your word. Lu Yu shot him a glance. Do you think I could deceive you? Qin Song continued, well, could you perhaps buy me an electric bike first for school? Lu Yu inquired. What do you need an electric bike for? Isn't their public transport? Qin Song sighed. After entering my final year, I'll have 3 evening study sessions, and the buses stop running after that. Just yesterday, when I took a taxi home, the driver mentioned that there have been incidents in our area of young men being harassed outside bars. It's quite chaotic. I'd like to buy an electric bike to conveniently travel to and from school with Wan, and the extra time could be used to memorize more vocabulary. Qin Song exaggerated his reasoning, all in a bid to acquire an electric bike. Waiting for the bus was indeed a hassle, and having an electric bike would facilitate his outings, cough, and study sessions. Lu Yu paused, nodding in agreement. All right, but the keys must be entrusted to Wan. I've seen the news. Many young men have faced serious accidents due to reckless driving, some even resulting in fatalities. Wan will hold the keys. You cannot drive without her consent or her accompanying you. Jiang Wan pointed to herself. Me? Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Indeed, you. Auntie and uncle are often away, so I'm entrusting Qin Song's supervision to you. You may manage his studies and meals as you see fit. If he misbehaves, twist his ear. If he dares to retaliate, inform Auntie, and I'll ensure he faces the consequences upon my return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan readily agreed. She genuinely wished for both herself and Qin Song to attend the same university. Just moments ago, Qin Song expressed his desire to enroll at Jiangxing University, which was also her aspiration. The admission score for Jiangxing University is no trivial matter. Diligence may not guarantee acceptance, let alone a carefree attitude. Auntie, rest assured, if Qin Song misbehaves, I will call you to report him. Lu Yu chuckled. Very well. Wan, let us exchange WeChat and phone numbers. I've watched you grow up, yet I don't have your number. Jiang Wan nodded and provided her number. Lu Yu, recognizing the familiar digits, added her on WeChat. After receiving confirmation from Jiang Wan, she saved the contact. Opening her messages, she perused the notes from the past month. Auntie, today Qin Song slept during math class and snuck snacks. Auntie, today Qin Song was caught reading a novel during self-study and bought junk food. Auntie, today Qin Song was passing notes to girls in class. Auntie, today Qin Song. So the one reporting him previously was this girl Wan. Jiang Wan, realizing her slip, glanced up at Lu Yu, who offered her an encouraging smile, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Annie, well done Wan, keep it up. Wan, yes, Auntie he. Qin Song observed the two engrossed in their phones, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. The service at this private dining establishment was rather commendable. After their meal, they tidied the table and were served some desserts and fruits. It was midday. Although the mall was shielded from the sun, the staff selling goods also required nourishment. Thus, the group decided to linger for a while to chat before continuing their shopping. Isn't Qin Song's 18th birthday approaching in a few days? Suqiaoling Sadening Guiyev. Is it? Qin Song contemplated. Today is June 19th, the 6th day of the 5th lunar month, and his birthday falls on the 10th day, June 23rd. Indeed, he had almost forgotten his own birthday. Lu Yu expressed a tinge of guilt. Son, I am aware your birthday is near, but a business acquaintance has entrusted your father and me with an urgent delivery that departs tomorrow. We may not return in time. We have already purchased your gift, which should arrive in a few days. If we cannot make it back, you can celebrate at Aunt Sue's, and we will make it up to you afterward. Chapter 34. A cup of hot milk tea. Qinan also sighed. With his son's coming-of-age ceremony imminent, he was reluctant to take on this job. However, the owner had previously done him a favor, and the urgency of this delivery was paramount, accompanied by a generous payment. The only requirement was to deliver the goods within the stipulated time frame, necessitating a reliable truck driver capable of working day and night. Qin Song and Liu Yu had always prioritized their reputation in the trucking community. Once a commitment was made, they ensured timely delivery without any price hikes mid-journey, which is precisely why the owners sought them out. Mother, I assure you I am well. My birthday coincides with the day of my mother's tribulation, but it is not of great consequence. Please, you and father must not hasten back due to this matter, risking fatigue or speeding. Safety must be your utmost priority. In my previous life, Qin Song had promised Liu Yu that she could stay to care for him, while Qin Song ventured out alone. Naturally, Qin Song would not accept a task that required a relay of two. Now, having made no such promise, the ensuing events shall diverge from the script of my former existence. Although the vehicle is fully insured, no one would dare to take reckless risks simply because of that. Liu Yu felt a sense of comfort, remarking, "My son has grown," showing concern for his parents. Rest assured, we prioritize safety and will return as swiftly as possible. Qin Song, with a sudden curiosity, inquired, "Mother, why are my classmates all yet to turn 17 while I am nearly 18? I recall that Wan's birthday is approaching too. She will soon be 18 as well." Liu Yu, puzzled, responded, "Why do you not remember?" Qin Song shook his head. "I only recall entering elementary school at the age of 8. Beyond that, I truly do not remember." Liu Yu turned to Jiang Wan with a slight smile. "What about you, Wan? Do you remember?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan nodded earnestly, her gaze never leaving Qin Song. "Auntie, I remember," Jiang Wan recounted. "The year I was to start elementary school, my father passed away, plunging our family into an abyss of sorrow. I resisted going to school, preferring to hide away in my bedroom. Eventually, my mother agreed to let me postpone my schooling for a year, but I remained isolated at home, unwilling to engage with anyone except my mother and grandmother. That year, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Qin Song also did not attend school, instead coming to play with me daily. He would stay in my room all day, accompany me to the park, and buy me whatever I wished. If I accidentally fell into the mud, he would intentionally join me to make me laugh. Gradually, I emerged from the grief of losing my father, and my mother, with your encouragement, also began to heal. Auntie, thank you, and thank you to Qin Song. I know it was you who brought him to keep me company." As Jiang Wan shared her story, the hazy memories in Qin Song's mind began to crystallize. He recalled the reluctance he felt about starting school at that age. Liu Yu had unexpectedly allowed him to stay home for a year, offering pocket money on the condition that he would take Jiang Wan along to play. The prospect of avoiding school and receiving money had filled him with joy. The bond between them had flourished during that time. "Mother," Qin Song began, uttering 2 words before faltering, realizing that his mother had paved the way for him long before. After experiencing that year together, he could not fathom how Jiang Wan could ever develop affection for another man apart from him. This was not a mere sense of indebtedness, but rather a bond that had grown unbreakable over time, woven with reliance, friendship, familial love, and romantic affection. At this moment, Jiang Wan was in tears. "Mother, I understand that you have refrained from visiting our hometown to see Grandma and Dad under the pretense of managing the shop, because you fear losing control of your emotions in front of me, worrying it would cause me distress. I also know that sometimes you drive back to our hometown after I leave for school to see Grandma and Dad, returning home before I finish class, pretending nothing has happened. Mother, I have grown up and I understand now. You need not be so strong, nor always play the role of the strong one. Feel free to cry when you wish and laugh when you desire. You need not tend to the shop every day, nor regard it as a substitute for Dad. You can take some time to rest." Su Qiaoling was overwhelmed by Jiang Wan's words. Indeed, over the years, she had been playing the role of the strong one, concealing the struggles of living without a man in the household. When Jiang Wan was 8, she had faced cruel taunts for being a fatherless child. This was her first and only request over the years, demanding an apology from those 2 wretched boys who had tormented her. Yet, no matter how resilient she had been, the absence of a pillar in the household left a void that could not be filled. No woman wishes to be without the shelter of her husband's embrace, and no man desires to be devoid of the responsibility of providing for his family. Wan, I promise that in the future, I will hire someone to manage the breakfast shop so that I can spend more time with you, and I will definitely take you back to our hometown." Jiang Wan, weeping, threw herself into Su Qiaoling's embrace, and they comforted one another. Liu Yu, her eyes also glistening with unshed tears, nestled into Qin Song's embrace, holding him tightly. Some things must not be cherished only in hindsight, for such regrets will linger. When flowers bloom, they should be plucked. Do not wait until the branches are bare. Qin Song quietly rose and went to the milk tea shop to purchase 5 cups of tea, along with some ice and 3 plastic bags. Upon returning to the private room, the atmosphere had shifted back to a semblance of normalcy, growing slightly less somber. Su Qiaoling, having released her emotions through tears, felt rejuvenated, the heaviness in her heart dissipating. Had it not been for Qin Song's observation of the still slightly swollen eyes of the 3 weeping women, he might have thought everything that transpired was merely a dream. Online advice suggests that indulging in something sweet can alleviate a poor mood. Additionally, the ice could be applied to their eyes to mitigate swelling. Mother, these 5 cups of milk tea cost me quite a bit. You must reimburse me. Qin Song placed the tea and ice on the table, grinning at Lu Yu. By the way, one of these cups is warm, prepared especially for Wan Wan. Chapter 35. Me too. He had not forgotten that Jiang Wan Wan was still in a delicate period. Qin Song arranged the straws in the cups, placing them before everyone, and set the bag of ice in front of the 3 who had just wept. Rest assured, ladies, all your milk teas contain only a third of the sugar, so there is no need to worry about gaining weight, Qin Song jested. Lu Yu shot him a playful glare, her lips curling into a smile. This lad had suddenly become so thoughtful and considerate. He truly made her proud. Reimbursement, reimbursement. Mother will reimburse you. Upon hearing that a warm milk tea was specially made for her, Jiang Wanwan's eyes were nearly glued to Qin Song. Noticing this, Lu Yu decided to lighten the mood with a playful remark. Oh dear, if the one who arranged a betrothal with me knew my son was so caring and thoughtful, he would surely be overjoyed. Jiang Wanwan turned her head in confusion. Betrothal? What betrothal? Qin Song, equally perplexed, asked, Mother, when was this betrothal arranged? I had no knowledge of it. He was somewhat anxious. It was the 21st century, where even pet dogs were not bred for mating, and the notion of free love was paramount. How could they still be adhering to this antiquated practice of arranged marriages? Father, please persuade Mother. Feudal thinking is unacceptable. We must retain the essence while discarding the dross. Upon hearing this, Qin Song glanced at Lu Yu, instantly understanding her intentions. He feigned exasperation, shrugging his shoulders and with a grimace, said, Son, you know our family has always adhered to the principle of women taking the lead both at home and in society. Men have rarely had any say in such matters. I cannot decide this. You must consult your mother. Observing Qin Song's anxious expression, Lu Yu stifled a laugh and turned to Jiang Wanwan, inquiring, Wanwan, do you believe it is appropriate for Annie to arrange a betrothal for Qin Song? At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was equally perturbed. What? You tell me he has already promised to someone? She asserted earnestly. Annie, I believe that in the new era, we should advocate for free love. Arranged marriages are an outdated convention that ought to be discarded. Many individuals in arranged marriages find no happiness. Lu Yu blinked, smiling as she nodded in agreement. That is precisely my thought as well, which is why I helped Qin Song annul the betrothal when he was young. We are in a new age now. While there may be a generational gap between us, we can still communicate. With this, both of them exhaled in relief. Qin Song then asked, Mom, who is the child I was betrothed to? I have never heard you mention this before. Without hesitation, Lu Yu replied. After the betrothal was established, our families discussed it and concluded that arranged marriages are not ideal, hence we annulled it. Since it was annulled, you naturally would not know about it. As for whose child it was Wanwan. What? Jiang Wanwan looked towards Su Qiaoling, who nodded in affirmation. Our families did indeed discuss this matter, but later decided that arranged marriages were not suitable, so we canceled it. Jiang Wanwan hesitated, saying, While I think arranged marriages are not ideal, listening to one as parents is quite important. Qin Song feigned agreement, me too. At that moment, everyone burst into laughter, the atmosphere becoming lively. Now he understood that his parents and Aunt Sue were simply enjoying the spectacle. Both families held relatively open-minded views, which was why they felt comfortable discussing such matters in front of him and Jiang Wanwan. In a typical household, parents would never broach the subject of early romance in front of their still-in-school children. Yet these two families were different. They were willing to lay everything bare. Their thoughts and family values were notably progressive. Qin Song found himself quite fond of this. As the group exited the private dining establishment, they returned to the mall. Having purchased most of what they desired in the morning, they did not intend to wander aimlessly in the afternoon. Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling each bought a pair of high heels and a long skirt before abandoning their shopping plans. Much to the relief of Qin Song and Qin Ong, shall we go get our hair done? Su Qiaoling suggestive. Lu Yu glanced at Qin Song's bangs, which were nearly obscuring his eyes, and nodded in agreement. Qin Song, this time you should get your hair cut. No more side bangs that make you look like a nonconformist. Qin Song looked at his reflection in the mall's ubiquitous glass and nodded. He had indeed contemplated getting a haircut, so since the opportunity presented itself, he decided to go for it. In truth, Qin Song suited a hairstyle akin to an American crew cut, which would reveal his forehead. His hairline was not high, and his hair was relatively dense with a medium to coarse texture, complemented by his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Exposing his forehead would lend him a more refreshed and spirited appearance. After all, a man's essence lies in his vigor. Upon arriving at a familiar hair salon, Lu Yu unreservedly selected 2 perm and dye packages priced at $798 each for herself and Su Qiaoling. Given their occupations, they seldom indulged in manicures. To compensate for this, they were willing to spend more on their hair. Let S get the trendy big waves, and for the color, a cool brown that brightens the complexion. What do you think? Lu Yu asked Su Qiaoling. Su Qiaoling nodded in agreement. Sounds great. Lu Yu then pointed to Qin Ong for him. Just trim his hair to match his current style and give him a treatment to tame those few unruly white hairs. A package for $198 should suffice. And this good girl, Lu Yu gestured to Jiang Wanwan. You'll have her style with long, straight black hair, just a maintenance treatment without dyeing or perming. As she is still a student, make sure the stylist uses mugwort to wash her hair afterwards. The stylist nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Qin Song. And what about him? Lu Yu assessed him and said, make him look as spirited as possible. Feel free to be creative. Just the cheapest package for $35 will do. Qin Song, confirmed this truly is my mother. With that, Lu Yu produced a membership card, and the payment was processed. All right, the stylist responded, taking the card and proceeding to fulfill Lu Yu's requests. Qin Song was the first to finish, as he required neither a perm nor a treatment. His appointment consisted of a wash, cut, and another wash. In less than half an hour, he was done. Although it was the lowest fee of $35, he was still able to make requests. Qin Song expressed his desire for a hairstyle merging the best features of both an American crew cut and a pompadour. The stylist assessed Qin Song's hair texture and hairline, realizing that this style indeed suited him, and proceeded accordingly. Chapter 36. Off to play. Qin Song tousled his freshly dried hair and approached Lu Yu. Mom, how does this hairstyle look? Lu Yu, sporting a hairdo reminiscent of a pot lid, glanced at him and was pleasantly surprised. This hairstyle is quite good. You appear spirited, much better than that ridiculous side bang. From now on, stick with this style. The hairstyle you had before was on par with those so-called non-mainstream styles from a decade ago. It obscured your eyes, and you would often toss your hair while walking, thinking you looked cool, but it was actually quite silly. As she spoke, Lu Yu recalled the incomprehensible text on those photos from a decade ago. But you all are lucky. At least you didn't resort to those bizarre characters like those non-mainstream types. If Qin Shi Huang had known about that era of textual chaos, he would have emerged from his tomb to give those folks a good dressing down. The 20-something stylist. I feel like she might be talking about me, but I have no proof. Following Qin Song, Qin Ong finished his appointment next. His hair, which had previously been interspersed with strands of white, now gleamed dark and lustrous after the treatment. Qin Ong was already quite handsome, standing at 175 centimeters with a well-defined waist and straight legs. To maintain his health, he often exercised outside of driving, embodying a physique that appeared slim in clothes, yet muscular when undressed. After his hair treatment, the stylist used wax to style it and even tidied up his stubble. He wore a polo shirt that hung naturally rather than being tucked in, paired with black dress pants that accentuated his already slender legs. Qin Ang's current appearance could be described in 4 words: a mature gentleman. If he were to don a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he would transform into the archetype of a charming intellectual. Lu Yu gazed at her husband, her eyes lighting up. Since their marriage, he had never taken such care in his appearance. Lu Yu had thought his prime had passed, but it seemed he still retained a lingering allure. Upon catching sight of Lu Yu's sparkling eyes, Qin Song feigned seriousness, sitting upright in his chair as he awaited the still unfinished Lu Yu, while inwardly, he was already bursting with delight. Half an hour later, the procedures on Jiang Wanwan's side were likewise complete. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, the fragrant strands causing Qin Song's heart to flutter uncontrollably. The white knee-length dress further accentuated the girl's ethereal beauty, radiating a glow akin to moonlight. The long dark hair paired with the white dress made her slender legs, fair as jade, appear even more alluring against the backdrop of white stockings. A sudden thought sprang to Qin Song's mind. How delightful it would be to take a bite. Indeed, she possessed a pair of perfectly straight long legs. And he had a mouth. What a fortuitous coincidence. Wanwan, smile for me, Qin Song implored. Jiang Wanwan, somewhat perplexed, complied, and offered a shy smile. In his heart, Qin Song mused, "Ah, sweet girl. But now, retract that smile." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wanwan ceased her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Qin Song's internal dialogue erupted. Wow, a goddess. So sweet yet so regal, it's overwhelming. Jiang Wanwan shot him a playful glare, clearly aware of his drooling gaze. Qin Song recognized her jest, realizing she sought to tease him, yet he pretended to wipe his mouth. "Oh, daring to tease me, are you? Watch me tickle you." With only Qin Song and his companions present in the salon and the spacious interior allowing for a bit of playful banter without disturbing others, the hair design director, who had just finished styling Jiang Wanwan's hair, chuckled, "You two must be a couple, right? Such a perfect match." Jiang Wanwan flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. "Absolutely not." Qin Song leaned in. "Oh no, we are not just a couple. She is my fiancée, E. We were engaged as children and are now merely awaiting our wedding, right? You two are child brides." The design director exclaimed in surprise, noting their compatibility. Handsome and beautiful alike, the talents of the duo were yet unknown to him. They were simply quite the sight to behold. Jiang Wanwan shot Qin Song another glare. "You and your big mouth." She turned to Lu Yu, seeking refuge. "Andy, look at him, speaking nonsense." Lu Yu feigned anger, glaring at Qin Song. "You mustn't speak of things that are not yet confirmed." Yet, internally, she was already brimming with joy. TSK, 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 look at these two kids. Even their quarrels are so delightful. Su Qiaoling, observing nearby, nodded in agreement. Although these two children were technically not yet adults by lunar calendar reckoning, their identification cards indicated otherwise. Qin Song's ID stated his birth date as May 10th, 2000, while Jiang Wanwan's was June 18th, 2000. Legally speaking, both were indeed adults. As adults, they should be granted the freedom to express themselves. After more than an hour, Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling had completed their transformations. Their wavy hair draped over their shoulders, and the cool brown tones enhanced their fairness. Both had given birth at the age of 20, making them merely 38 years old now. Naturally beautiful and well-maintained, Qin Song, being considerate, usually allowed his wife to drive during the day while he took the evenings. Su Qiaoling's CAF concerns were minimal, and she remained untroubled. Following their new hairstyles, the two appeared several years younger, reminiscent of freshly ripened peaches, still retaining their charm. The design director timely approached. "Ladies, our combined services today have exceeded 1,500. Our makeup artist can offer you a complimentary full makeup session, should you wish to accept. Rest assured, we exclusively use international high-end brands, never compromising with inferior products." "Absolutely," Lu Yu readily agreed. She and Su Qiaoling had merely applied a base makeup today, eager to see how they looked with a full face. "Neither of us has any allergies to cosmetics, so bring it on." Su Qiaoling laughed. They were then ushered into the makeup room at the back. Qin Song extended his hand, waving it in front of his father's eyes. "Dad, your eyes are about to pop out. You ought to support them." Qin Song swatted his hand away. "I'm looking at my wife. What is that to you? You single dog? Go play." With that, he stood and walked toward the exit. "Where are you going?" Qin Song asked. Qin Song replied, not looking back. "To buy a suit." Qin Song glanced at the pile of bags in the resting area, filled with high heels and dresses that Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling had purchased that afternoon. Knowing his mother, she would undoubtedly want to change into her new clothes and shoes after the full makeover. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like Dad feels a sense of urgency. Chapter 37. A Change of Heart? Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song, asking softly, "Do you think I should also get my makeup done?" Qin Song shook his head vigorously. No, you look splendid as you are. No need for makeup." Half an hour later, as expected, Qin Song received a phone call. "Hello, Song. Have Wanwan bring the dress and shoes we bought this afternoon to the makeup room. I need mine too." "Sure." Qin Song hung up and relayed the message to Jiang Wanwan, who nodded obediently and took the items over. Moments later, two radiant figures emerged from the makeup room. Seeing this, Qin Song rushed over to embrace Lu Yu's arm, exclaiming, "Sister, you look stunning today." He then turned to Su Qiaoling. "Sister Su, are you out shopping today too? Your sister is sitting over there." He pointed at Jiang Wanwan, eliciting a giggle from Su Qiaoling, who covered her mouth. Lu Yu, with crescent-shaped eyes, glanced at him. "Who asked your sister?" "I'm your mother." Qin Song continued to flatter her. How could such a young and beautiful mother exist? "Clearly, you are sister." "Sister, when are you going to buy that electric scooter you promised me?" Lu Yu rolled her eyes at Qin Song. "I knew you had ulterior motives. We'll go buy it when we get home. There's a specialty store nearby. By the way, where's your dad?" Lu Yu was eager to show Qin Song that, despite being 38, she could still blossom with a little effort. "Oh, my dad? Right outside." At the entrance of the salon, Qin Song appeared in a fitted suit, his hair slicked back in a style befitting his attire. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and a subtle hint of fragrance enveloping him. He approached Lu Yu, revealing a bouquet of vibrant roses from behind his back. Lu Yu blushed and smiled, accepting the roses and leaving a lipstick mark on his cheek. "Mom, Wanwan and I are still here." Qin Song lamented. "No need for such public displays of affection." Lu Yu shot him a glare. "Now you acknowledge I'm your mother? Just a moment ago, you called me sister." Qin Song chuckled along. "Come on, dear son, call me brother-in-law." Meanwhile, Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan stifled their laughter, enjoying the delightful scene. Passers-by outside the salon, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt an impulse to indulge, one after the other stepping inside. This spectacle brought smiles to the faces of the salon staff, who earned commissions based on customer volume. The more patrons, the higher their wages. Lu Yu glanced at the clock, noting it was nearing 5 in the afternoon, and suggested, "How about we go out for barbecue tonight?" Su Qiaoling spoke with an air of regret. "I have an official gathering this evening concerning the additional college entrance examination points for the descendants of martyrs and addressing the living difficulties faced by their families." The local government of Jiang City organizes several such gatherings annually, aimed at alleviating the challenges endured by the families of martyrs and assisting in the application process for the college entrance examination bonus for their children. Previously, families were required to prepare and submit their own materials to the Education Bureau for application, but Jiang City has taken it upon itself to streamline this process, intending to enhance the sense of happiness and belonging among the descendants of martyrs. As for addressing living difficulties, it simply involved allowing the families to voice the challenges and injustices they encounter in their lives, with the government striving to provide solutions. "Shall Wanwan accompany you?" Qin Song decisively suggested. "Let Qin Song take Wanwan out for a meal. Lu Yu and I must set off tomorrow, and after a quick bite at home this evening, we still have to pack our luggage. I'd rather not prepare a full meal." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. "I will buy you an electric scooter when we get home. I remember you can ride one. There's a street food exhibition at Shidi Square, which is a plethora of snacks. Mother will send you some money, so take Wanwan there for a good time." Qin Song scratched his head in confusion. What was going on with these two? They usually despised eating out, especially at street vendors, yet today they seemed to have a change of heart. A notification chimed. 500 yuan has been credited to your Alipay account. This melodious sound made Qin Song instantly forget his previous thoughts. All right, that settles it. After returning home, Lu Yu went to a nearby specialty store to purchase an electric scooter. "Excuse me, could you please lock this scooter to a maximum speed of 25 kilometers/h? The store owner scratched his head, The new national standard hasn't been released yet, currently. Scooters don't require a lock for 25 km/h, and besides, this model doesn't go that fast. Its top speed is only 60 km/h. Lu Yu tapped the two helmets that came as a gift. No worries. I'm just concerned my child might speed. Please help me lock it. And could I have two better helmets? I'd like to know how much you can deduct for these two free helmets. Upon hearing Lu Yu wanted to buy two additional helmets, the owner generously offered a 30 yuan discount for the two complimentary helmets and locked the scooter as speed. Mother, what can a 25 km/h scooter even do? Qin Song lamented. At 25 km/h, even a gymnastics student on a mountain bike would outpace it. The owner chuckled and waved his hand. Even though it's locked to 25 km/h, if you twist the throttle all the way, it can reach 28 or 29 km/h. If no one is sitting on the back, it can go up to 31 or 32 km/h. And downhill, it'll be even faster. Qin Song replied, "Is there really any difference between saying that and not?" He received two keys, both handed to Jiang Wanwan, leaving him without one. Mother, are you worried I might fall off a 25 km/h scooter? Qin Song sighed. Lu Yu tapped his forehead. As long as you wear a helmet and obey traffic rules, I'm not worried about you falling. I'm just concerned you'll roam around recklessly on the scooter, which is why Wanwan will be in charge. Ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed, and Lu Yu glanced at her phone, a smile creeping onto her face. Alahite, Song. I must head home now. You and Wanwan go enjoy yourselves. Just be back before 10 at night. After settling the payments for the scooter and helmets, she clicked her heels and walked away. Mother, wait, I want to shower first. I just got a haircut, and there are some loose hairs on my neck that are a bit itchy. What are you showering for? Are you going to leave Wanwan waiting? You can wash up when you return home after playing. Lu Yu didn't look back, but her voice was loud. Qin Song scratched his head, not thinking too much about it. He had the scooter and money. It was fine to wash up after they had fun. Chapter 38. Strange Sounds. Qin Song took the keys from Jiang Wanwan and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Jiang Wanwan pouted. Didn't any say there's a food exhibition at Shidi Square? Let's go eat there. It was only a little past 5. Food exhibitions generally became lively in the evening. We can't just have those snacks for dinner, can we? Jiang Wanwan touched her stomach. I'm not hungry right now. Qin Song checked his phone and brightened up. How about we go to the cinema first? The cinema? The typical date spot for couples? Yay. Let us go watch a movie, and after that, we can go to Shidi Square for snacks. But which movie should we watch? Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's question, Qin Song replied without hesitation, of course, it's Jurassic World 2. As a devoted fan of the Jurassic series, he had seen this film more than once, but he had never watched it in a cinema. No way. I don't want to watch dinosaurs in the cinema. Jiang Wanwan pouted. I want to see a romance or a horror film. How could Qin Song, this fool, invite a girl to the cinema and not choose a romance or horror film? A romance film would allow her to lean on his shoulder and cry after being moved, while in a horror film, she could clutch his arm when startled. Not selecting either of those was a missed opportunity. Realizing this, Qin Song scrolled through his phone again, but there were truly no appealing romance or horror films available. Reluctantly, he led Jiang Wanwan to a private cinema, selecting a recently popular film they had yet to see, Us Later. He had not watched this film, but had seen some brief clips on Douyin. The private cinema was on the 3rd floor of a street-side shop, with each room being independent. Qin Song chose a 2-person room. The space inside was neither too large nor too small, equipped with a sofa, a coffee table, a screen, a projector, and an air conditioner. These were all the furnishings. The two sat together, and as they sank into the sofa, they unconsciously leaned closer to each other. Initially, the atmosphere was quite romantic, but as the film progressed, they became engrossed until Jiang Wanwan suddenly asked Qin Song, "Do you hear any strange sounds?" She rubbed her ears. Qin Song picked up the remote and lowered the movie volume. Indeed, he heard an odd sound. Ugh. It came from the neighboring room. Qin Song recognized the source of the sound, but could not disclose it. It seems to be coming from the next room. It's probably just a sound from a movie, he replied evasively. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her ears again and stood up to press against the wall. No, this is clearly a person making those sounds, and it's a woman. Why are there also sounds of someone patting a belly? Qin Song quickly pulled her back to the sofa. That's likely because they're watching a horror film, and the woman got scared and cried. Just now, That ugh sound was probably her sobbing. Jiang Wanwan looked puzzled. But why does the woman cry every time someone pats their belly? Maybe it's because her boyfriend has a beer belly, and she finds it unattractive. Right now, Qin Song just hoped that the couple next door would finish soon. He genuinely could not come up with any more explanations. Finally, after a series of rapid belly pats and a long, drawn-out cry from the woman, the ordeal came to an end. Qin Song sincerely regretted why they had come to this private cinema and why they had chosen this particular film. At this moment in the film, the female protagonist reclines on the bed, listening to the sounds emanating from the adjacent room. She kicks the wall with her foot, gasping. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you doing? The male lead sits up, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" The scene shifts to the couple in the next room, who upon hearing the exclamations, glance at the source of the noise with astonishment. No matter how naive Jiang Wanwan is, she has come to understand the implications of the cries and the sounds of slapping against the belly that just resonated from next door. Through the dim light, Qin Song clearly observes that Jiang Wanwan's face has turned an incandescent shade of crimson, making her resemble a ripe fruit. She presses her legs together and buries her face in the cushion, remaining still for a while before finally lifting her head. The silence in the atmosphere is palpable. At this juncture, Qin Song finds himself at a loss for words or actions, and the two share a tacit understanding as they maintain their silence. Watching the film until its conclusion. Well, this movie isn't too shabby. Qin Song finally stands up to switch on the lights, stammering. It's all right, Jiang Wanwan replies, her head bowed. They open the door and exit the private cinema, a gust of wind sweeping in, alleviating the tension. Let's go, I'm starving. Off to Shidi Square. Qin Song hands one of the helmets to Jiang Wanwan. She pats her stomach, realizing she's indeed hungry. The pair rides their bikes to Shidi Square. Situated approximately 5 kilometers from a city center, Shidi Square is a newly developed residential area designed to divert some of the foot traffic from the city center. Rows of sunshades dot the square, with ample space for 3 people to walk side by side between them. While it is advertised as a street food fair, it is more akin to a gathering of nearby food stalls. Qin Song recalls that 2 years later, a designated area was established for these mobile food vendors, eventually transforming the square into a vibrant night market, coupled with the newly developed commercial district nearby. This locale stands as a successful example of dispersing the crowd from the city center of Jiang City. The aroma of a mixture of carbohydrates and sugars wafts through the air. As they look around, a plethora of delicacies can be seen. Stinky tofu, spicy hot pot skewers, lamb skewers, gluten, and various fried snacks. There are even vendors outside the stalls skillfully stir-frying noodles and rice, flames leaping high, as the smoky scent instantly soothes the restlessness that had brewed in the private cinema. Qin Song, they have main courses here too. Let's just have dinner and a late-night snack right here. Jiang Wanwan exclaims excitedly. She is quite famished and has no desire to search for dinner elsewhere. Moreover, the food here is irresistibly fragrant, and she feels a growing eagerness. Qin Song nods, suggesting, "Then let us buy everything we wish to eat and sit on the nearby benches to enjoy it." Chapter 39. Savoring the Taste of Happiness. There is a designated area in the square furnished with tables and benches, meant for patrons to rest and enjoy their meals. Complete with a sunshade overhead and several powerful industrial fans blowing a refreshing breeze. After perusing the stalls, the two notice that they are all quite clean, and the oil used in the fried food stalls appears clear, unlike the murky oil found in unscrupulous establishments. Qin Song reflects that this food fair is officially organized, and all vendors must have obtained permission. If hygiene standards were not met, it would tarnish the reputation of the organizers. They do not indulge too much, purchasing a portion of wontons, a serving of beef fried rice, some fried skewers and lamb skewers, a plate of grilled cold noodles, and 2 cups of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, one iced and the other at room temperature. Qin Song arranges the items on the table, opening the disposable packaging, and the enticing aroma wafts forth, causing both to swallow involuntarily. Let's dig in. Qin Song places the wontons in front of Jiang Wanwan and begins with the beef fried rice. Given that Jiang Wanwan is currently in a special condition, he refrains from requesting spicy seasonings for the fried skewers and lamb skewers. He takes a disposable cup and fills it with spicy sauce, prepared solely for himself. He is a person who cannot relish food without spice. To him, spice is not merely a flavor, but a sensation that brings a pleasurable pain, an addiction he finds alluring. Qin Song, what do you consider happiness? Jiang Wanwan asks, popping a wonton into her mouth as she glances to the side. Following her gaze, Qin Song observes a small makeshift stall where a thin cotton blanket and a mat lie. A 4 or 5-year-old boy rests on the mat, fiddling with a cartoon-shaped learning machine. Beside the stall sits a woman on a folding stool. Whenever a customer approaches, she stands to introduce her homemade pastries. But when no customers are present, her attention remains focused on the little boy, fanning him with a handheld fan, occasionally advising him to hold the screen further away and asking if he feels hot or hungry. Qin Song swallows the bite of rice, musing, everyone defines happiness differently. In the world of adults, he might be deemed unhappy, as his childhood is confined within this small stall, trapped in this cheap learning device. He lacks a prosperous family environment and an enviable background. Yet, in his eyes, he is happy at this moment because his mother loves him dearly, cares for him, and is willing to take him wherever she goes. To adults, that little card is a cage, but to him, it is his secret base. The thin cotton blanket beneath the mat, the USB light plugged into the power bank, and the fan he wields are all manifestations of his mother's love. Qin Song gazes at the boy, his eyes filled with envy. Honestly, I find myself rather envious of him. When I was young, I wish my parents would take me along whenever they drove their truck. There was a small bed behind the driver's seat and the passenger seat, where I would lie and play. That was my secret haven. Qin Song sighs deeply, returning to his meal. Just as he finishes speaking, Jiang Wanwan ponders for a moment before her eyes light up with an idea. Wait for me. She rises and hands the uneaten grilled cold noodles to the little boy. In Qin Song's view, she engages in cheerful conversation with the woman for a while, then takes out her phone to scan the payment code. The woman retrieves 2 boxes of pastries, distinctly colored from those on the table, and hands them to her. Jiang Wanwan returns, presenting the 2 boxes to Qin Song with a radiant smile here. These are pastries made specifically for her son. I exchanged a bowl of grilled cold noodles for these 2 boxes. Taste the flavor of happiness. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Wanwan appears radiant. And Qin Song feels as if he has been transported back to the year he lost his parents in his 3rd year of university. That year, he drifted through life, taking a month-long leave from his counselor, staying home every day, ordering takeout when hungry, and indulging in smoking and drinking. During that time, Jiang Wanwan also took a month-long leave from her counselor, coming to his home daily to encourage him and take care of him, soothing his furrowed brows caused by nightmares. Alcohol was manageable. Qin Song had a low tolerance and would quickly lose consciousness, feeling relief after taking antidotes and purging. However, smoking was a different story. One cigarette after another, it became an addiction that severely harmed his health. When Jiang Wanwan found she could not dissuade Qin Song, she began to smoke alongside him. For every cigarette he lit, she followed suit, even coughing uncontrollably but refusing to stop. Eventually, Qin Song quit smoking and drinking, gradually emerging from that dark place. Upon emerging from the shadows, he had contemplated confessing his feelings to Jiang Wanwan, yet the sorrow of losing his parents and the insecurities of being alone stifled that thought. His grandparents had passed away when he was very young, and his parents' siblings were all quite mercenary. Although they shared blood ties, they were hardly better than strangers. At least strangers would not kick him when he was down. With this in mind, Qin Song took a deep breath, vigorously shook his head, and opened the box before him. Before his eyes appeared an array of green bean cakes adorned with cheerful faces, each uniquely shaped. He opened another box, revealing red bean cakes, similarly decorated with smiles and vibrant colors. He discerned their identity by the enticing aroma wafting from the pastries. Donning disposable gloves, Qin Song picked up a piece of red bean cake and brought it to Jiang Wanwan's lips. Open up. Let's savor the taste of happiness together. Jiang Wanwan paused momentarily, her tender lips parting slightly as she took a gentle bite. Qin Song unabashedly devoured the remainder she had bitten off. How is it? Delicious? He inquired. Jiang Wanwan squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and nodded with a smile. Sweet. After they had polished off all the food on the table, save for the pastries. They strolled along the railing by the river in West Park. In the shadows away from the streetlights, the moonlight cascaded down, and Qin Song gazed at the shadows cast upon the ground. One belongs to me, and the other belongs to me too. How wonderful. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan broke the silence. By the way, Qin Song, is it true what Annie said this afternoon? Did you really ambush someone at the school gate and bully a classmate? Qin Song was not the least bit surprised by her question. She had always shown great concern for his affairs. I shook my head. That was not the case. During the first semester of my first year, I witnessed some thug bullying a student by the roadside. I rushed over and confronted him, asking why he was picking on that student. Later, the thug explained that he was warning the student to stay away from his sister, as the student had been harassing her. I felt somewhat guilty for having beaten him up without understanding the situation. So I took him out for barbecue and even gave him 200 yuan as compensation for his medical expenses. He was quite forgiving and remarked that I had principles, and we ended up hanging out together. The people we confronted were not good individuals. They've bullied classmates at school and wouldn't dare utter a word in front of the idle ruffians outside of school. After warning them to stop bullying their peers, we let them go without resorting to violence. As for skipping class to go to an internet CAF, that part was true. At that time, there was a game event that required me to be online in the afternoon. Later, my mom set up a computer for me at home, and I stopped skipping classes. Chapter 40. Qin Song, my hands are cold. What about the incident with the English teacher in the second semester? Why did you place firecrackers under his car tire? Jiang Wanwan continued her inquiries. Upon hearing her mention this matter, Qin Song's expression darkened. That scoundrel. I had disliked him for a long time. Several times in class, he openly praised foreign genes, claiming that foreign moons are rounder and that even the air is fresher. He even said that it is an honor for a Chinese person to marry a foreigner, because they could improve the inferior genes of the Chinese. How absurd. With 5,000 years of culture behind us, which clan doesn't he have its own extraordinary ancestors? Otherwise, we would have long been extinct. He spoke of bloodlines and genes. But in our culture, only pets have such a concept. What infuriated me most was when he dared to claim in class that drugs are good, saying that if they weren't, why would so many people try them? He said he wanted to try it too. After that class, I immediately called the Education Bureau to report him, and he was dismissed. That scoundrel. Qin Song did not intend to curse in front of Jiang Wanwan, but he couldn't help himself. That English teacher was utterly unworthy of his title. Jiang Wanwan's small face displayed astonishment as she remarked, I was wondering why we suddenly had a new English teacher. But aren't you afraid of being targeted for reporting him? Qin Song scoffed. If the school punishes me for this, then I'd rather not be there. One must know what to stand for and what to avoid. I believe this matter is more important than attending school. I didn't realize you possessed such a sense of justice. Of course, the upbringing in the Qin family is exceptional. Side by side, they walked along the narrow corridor, their hands occasionally brushing against one another due to their movements. Each gentle contact of the girl's soft hand against Qin Song's was a test of his resolve. A man should be more proactive. Qin Song silently reminded himself, preparing to grasp her hand during the next contact. However, while the intention was noble, reality proved to be harsh. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan looked up at the sky, noticing the moon had taken on a beautifully regular crescent shape. Qin Song, hurry, take a picture for me. Jiang Wanwan dashed ahead, striking a peace sign pose. After his plan fell through, Qin Song could only nod slightly, taking out his phone to capture the moment with the moon and the girl beneath it. Once he finished taking the photo, Jiang Wanwan eagerly leaned over to look at it, her eyes sparkling with delight. How does it look? Isn't the moon beautiful tonight? Qin Song smiled, glancing at the photo, and nodded, yes, the moonlight is truly enchanting tonight. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan puffed out her cheeks. You should say that the moon is beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful. The phrase the moonlight is beautiful tonight had surged in popularity during mid-July this year, and Jiang Wanwan was blissfully unaware of the underlying implications. Feigning mystery, Qin Song replied, in a month, you'll understand. You'll find that you prefer my words. Upon hearing Qin Song's riddle, Jiang Wanwan pouted, appearing to sulk, but secretly she was quite eager. The two continued their leisurely stroll. Suddenly a soft, almost boneless little hand slipped into Qin Song's palm. "Qin Song, my hands are cold." Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Qin Song chuckled joyfully. "My hands are cold too. Let us warm them together." "Okay." Thus, two individuals who would often have cold hands in June naturally strolled hand in hand through the park. Before long, it was nearly 9 in the evening, and they prepared to head home, spotting a middle-aged couple nestled together on a park bench. Qin Song suddenly recalled the scene in the hair salon when his parents had seen each other's refreshed appearances, their eyes sparkling with delight. Now he understood why his mother had uncharacteristically insisted on taking Jiang Wanwan out for snacks, preventing him from returning home to shower, and generously giving him 500 yuan, allowing him to come home late without worry. "Qin Song, do you want to ask Uncle and Annie if they're hungry or what they would like to eat?" Jiang Wanwan inquired. "There are so many snacks here. Surely there is something they do enjoy." Qin Song shook his head. "They should have already gone to bed." "Huh? Do Uncle and Annie go to bed this early every day?" Qin Song shook his head again. "No, today is an exception." "Have you asked Aunt Sue what she would like to eat? Let us go buy something for her." Jiang Wanwan nodded. "My mom said she would like some freshly squeezed orange juice and just a sticky rice ball to take back." Qin Song nodded. "Then let us go buy it now." The two individuals purchased a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice without ice, along with a portion of glutinous rice, before cycling home. They parked the electric bike in the designated charging area of the community's bike shed, which, though not free, required a scanning of a code for recharging. There was no need to worry about theft, as removing the charger would automatically terminate the charging session. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan took the same elevator, and upon entering their home, they were greeted by the scent of laundry detergent. Only the small night light in the living room illuminated the space, while the parents' bedroom had already succumbed to darkness. Qin Song took a quick shower and, dressed in a tank top, sat down at his computer to begin typing. According to the birth date on his identification card, Qin Song had already reached adulthood, and with his real name bank card, he was eligible to enter into agreements with websites. Indeed, in the past few days, Qin Song had managed to type a total of 20,000 words and secure contract. The work he penned was titled The 10 Days of Demise. Unsurprisingly, the signing editor was the robotic entity Fan. This was expected, given that he was merely a novice, and it was entirely reasonable not to be favored. As a keyboard wizard, Qin Song, following the outline he had previously devised and the memories from his past life, managed to produce another 20,000 words within 3 hours. He did not hesitate and sent them all at once. Recently, with some free time on his hands, he had been diligently writing each evening, aiming to reach the milestone of 100,000 words for his debut, which would yield some income and allow him to receive full attendance next month. He had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. As a newcomer, he had never dared to hope for results before reaching 200,000 words. Fortunately, the current requirement for full attendance was merely 100 listens and reads per month. Writing 4,000 words daily was still within his capabilities, especially since he had both the outline and a general plot in mind. He now merely hoped that this celestial treasure of a story would soon be discovered, allowing him the means to venture out and study diligently alongside Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 41. You are different from us. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed it was already past midnight. There were 2 unread messages on WeChat. One was a goodnight message from Jiang Wanwan, and the other was from Yishun, asking him to meet at their usual spot at 10 in the morning to discuss something important. Qin Song first replied to Jiang Wanwan with a wish for sweet dreams. Then, after a moment of contemplation regarding Yishun's message, he responded affirmatively. What was destined to come would indeed arrive. In his previous life, he had mishandled this matter, but this time would be different. The next morning at 9 o'clock, after waking up, Qin Song found that Qinong and Lu Yu had already left to make deliveries, leaving the room and living room eerily empty. Checking his phone, he saw that Lu Yu had transferred 2,000 yuan to him, urging him to treat himself to whatever he desired as his birthday approached. Jiang Wanwan also sent a message inquiring if he wanted to study together, to which Qin Song replied that he had matters to attend to. After a quick wash, he stepped outside. After a brief breakfast of bread at home, he arrived at the agreed-upon location with Yishun, a billiards hall. The venue was conveniently located near the happiness community, allowing him to walk rather than ride his electric bike. The night before, Jiang Wanwan had given him a spare key to the electric bike, expressing her trust that he wouldn't waste it frivolously. As he arrived before 10 o'clock, the billiards hall was open, but only one table was in use due to the early hour. Shun and two other young men were engaged in a game of billiards, while a girl sat in the resting area, engrossed in her homework, appearing out of place in the setting. Ho Xin, De Yun, Xiu Yun, and Xiao Rong were all present. Qin Song called out their names. Shun was Qin Song's classmate, while Xiao Jun, De Jun, and Xiao Rong were siblings, all sharing the surname Chun. Xiao Jun was the one whom Qin Song had beaten up, only to later discover the misunderstanding that led to a barbecue invitation and a 200 yuan compensation. It could be said that they had become acquainted through conflict. De Jun and Xiao Jun were fraternal twins, sharing a tall and lean physique, but differing greatly in other aspects. The girl diligently working on her assignments was their younger sister, who would begin her sophomore year after the summer break. Qin Song took out a pack of cigarettes he had just purchased and tossed it towards them. De Jun caught it, opened it, and shared a cigarette with Xiao Jun. After lighting their cigarettes and taking a deep drag, they turned to Qin Song, who had just arrived, and invited him to sit down. Usually, Qin Song would bring them cigarettes, and even a 10 yuan pack would bring them joy for quite some time. However, today, having brought a 50 yuan pack of chunhua, their expressions remained unchanged. Qin Song dragged a plastic stool over to the billiard table and sat down. Qin Song, we need to talk, Shun stated. Qin Song glanced at him and nodded, signaling him to proceed. Shun picked up a cigarette, awkwardly lit it, and coughed violently after inhaling, struggling to articulate anything for a long moment. Observing this, De Jun stepped forward and bluntly stated, Qin Song, we should stop hanging out. You're different from us. Indeed, those words echoed the sentiments of the past. In his previous life, they had called him over only to deliver the same message, subsequently leaving without a word to work in Guangshan. At that time, Qin Song had been infuriated, and after several fruitless inquiries, he severed all ties with them, even blocking their contact information. It was only during the funeral of his parents in their third year of university that he saw them again. It was then that he finally learned the reason behind their actions. The Chun brothers had initially believed that Qin Song was just like them, someone incapable of excelling in academics. It was only during the month when Qin Song dedicated himself to his studies that they recognized his true talent. Consequently, they had conspired to cut ties with him, hoping to allow him to focus on his studies during his senior year. The Chun brothers had already turned 18 and were prepared to enter the workforce, while Shun was only 17. Shun's decision to work stemmed from his family's financial struggles. Having never known his parents, he was raised by his grandmother, who was increasingly frail. To save money and earn funds for her medical treatment, Shun contemplated dropping out of school. He had heard that some factories in Guangshan were hiring individuals 16 and older for assembly line work, so he planned to join the Chun brothers. His visits to internet cafes were straightforward. He was skilled at gaming and earned money by acting as a booster for others. Just recently, he had received an additional reward for completing a request related to a skin for Yasuo. Enough of that. Let us play a couple of rounds. Qin Song interjected without engaging further in the conversation, picking up a cue stick from the nearby rack. Shun and I will team up, while you two brothers pair off. Let's play 8-ball. De Jun realized that Qin Song was unwilling to continue the conversation and resumed playing. At 15 yuan per hour. They certainly didn't want to waste time. After all, the tickets had been purchased, and they would be leaving in a couple of days. Although De Jun and Xiao Jun had more experience with billiards than Qin Song, he had the advantage of having been reborn. Even during his university years, he had not neglected his billiards, and while he might not have been leagues ahead, he could easily dominate the game. Shun, possessing strong learning abilities, despite his relatively short experience, was adept at strategic thinking. He preferred to exploit various tricky angles rather than relying solely on brute force, though occasionally he would miscalculate, inadvertently placing an opponent's ball in an advantageous position, thus granting them a free shot. In the first match, the players were somewhat inexperienced, only managing to sink their own balls after the Chun brothers had already scored 3. However, in the second round, they decisively swept their opponents, leaving them without a single point. During the third match, Qin Song allowed the opposing team to break, only for them to inadvertently pocket the black 8-ball right off the break. According to local customs in Jiangsheng, This resulted in an immediate victory for Qin Song. Observing Qin Song's laid-back demeanor left both Jun and Xiao Jun momentarily dumbfounded. As Qin Song glanced at his phone, he noted it was just 11 o'clock. "Let us go. Call Xiao Rong. I'll treat you all to dinner," he declared, returning his cue to its place and dusting off the chalk from his hands. Noticing the hesitant expressions on the faces of the trio, Qin Song remarked with slight annoyance, "We've known each other for 2 years. Surely we can have a farewell meal, even if we are parting ways?" Upon hearing this, Chun Jun went to the resting area to fetch Chun Xiao Rong, who was still occupied with her homework. The group made their way to a small restaurant near the school. Hui Min Restaurant, that was its name, unpretentious yet truly fitting. As the name suggests, it was a place where the people could enjoy affordable and delectable meals. Siu Song, Siu Xin, Deyun, Siu Yun, Siu Ong, welcome, greeted the restaurant's proprietress, Zhao Hui, cheerfully calling out their nicknames. "Sister Hui, do you have a private room available upstairs?" Qin Song inquired with a smile. "Of course we do," Zhao Hui replied, leading them upstairs. The proprietress's name was Zhao Hui, while her husband's name was Deng Min. Together, their names constituted the title of the modest eatery. Chapter 42. The hidden academic prodigy Zhao Hui had a son, Deng Yi, who was studying at Jiangxingno middle school and would begin his 3rd year of junior high after the summer break. During Qin Song's first year of high school, he inadvertently discovered that Deng Yi was being bullied by classmates. He, along with Chun Jun and Chun Xiao Jun, confronted the bully several times, intimidating him to the point where the offender soiled himself. From that moment onward, no one dared to bully Deng Yi again. A week later, while passing by the restaurant's entrance, Deng Yi recognized them and invited them inside. It was during this visit that Zhao Hui learned her son had been bullied since he entered junior high. His pens were deliberately broken, his papers ruined, and his backpack thrown into the trash. Tearfully, she asked him why he confided in her and his father, to which Deng Yi replied, with tears in his eyes, that his parents were already struggling and he didn't want to add to their burdens or jeopardize the restaurant's business. In gratitude, Zhao Hui treated the group to a meal, offering them free food whenever they returned. The dishes at Hui Min Restaurant were quite delightful, and ever since that encounter, Qin Song frequented the establishment. Each time he attempted to pay, Zhao Hui would refuse, but he would insist. "Annie Hui, if you don't accept money, I want to feel comfortable dining here anymore. I might as well go to the restaurant across the street to spite you." After Qin Song made this remark, Zhao Hui accepted the payment, but ensured their portions were always generous. As they grew more familiar, Qin Song began to address her as Sister Hui, claiming it made her seem younger and more approachable. Zhao Hui chuckled, acknowledging the compliment. "Sister Hui, you know our usual order. Let us have another crate of beer." Zhao Hui surveyed the group and replied, 8 bottles should suffice. 2 per person is just right. Xiao Rong can have coconut juice. How does that sound?" Qin Song smiled in agreement. "Great. 8 bottles it is." The restaurant was bustling, yet the dishes for Qin Song's table arrived particularly swiftly, thanks to Zhao Hui's special attention. Once the food was laid out, Zhao Hui cheerfully announced that they should call her if they needed anything, before heading downstairs to attend to other patrons. Qin Song opened the beers and filled the glasses of his companions. They clinked their glasses together and drank heartily. "Qin Song, let us be honest, we shouldn't associate anymore. We come from different worlds," Chun Jun stated seriously after finishing his drink. Qin Song, unperturbed, cut to the chase. "All right, I'm aware of everything. You're worried that I'll waste my 3rd year, just like I did in the first 2? And that's why you want to cut ties, right?" Chun Jun looked astonished at Qin Song, then turned to Hishun, who quickly shook his head. "It wasn't Timmy who said that. Who said it is irrelevant? Jun, let me ask you this. How are we for different worlds? Is it because I have an extra eye or an ear?" Chun Jun shook his head again. "No, that's not it. I can see you have the potential to excel academically. We're not the same. Xiao Jun, Xiao Rong, and I lost our father when we were young, and our mother has since remarried. Hishun, well, we're just stuck in our situation for life. But you're different. Working your whole life, yet unable to afford even a house. Struggling endlessly only to end up with someone who has been with others in their youth. You're different. Why squander your abilities and allow yourself to fall behind?" Qin Song looked puzzled. "What did I say? I was going to let myself fall behind in my 3rd year?" Hishun chimed in. "Didn't I tell you? I haven't been to the internet CAF these past few days. I've been studying. Upon hearing this, Qin Dajun was taken aback and turned to Hishan. Hishan averted his gaze, swallowing hard. Dajun, you never asked me. Qin Dajun sighed, having intended to make their separation feel final. He believed it would be better for Qin Song in the long run, that after enduring some pain, he would naturally redirect his focus to his studies. Qin Dajun was aware of Qin Song's academically gifted childhood friend, and he was confident that this girl could guide Qin Song in the right direction. However, he anticipated that Qin Song would articulate his intentions so openly, thereby shattering the somber atmosphere they had created. All right, that is indeed our sentiment. Qin Dajun confessed. Xiao Jun and I have purchased tickets to Guangshan for the day after tomorrow. Focus on your studies in your third year, and stop thinking about leisure. Qin Song nodded. You and Xiao Jun can go. I have no objections, but Hishan cannot join. Why can't I go? Hishan asked, perplexed. I have 2 questions for you. If you can answer them, then you can go, Qin Song replied. First, what does it mean to hide your true abilities during exams? Are you deliberately lowering your scores to lessen the regret of dropping out? Second, what will happen to your grandmother if you go to Guangshan? Are you going to leave her alone at home? Qin Song had learned about Hishan's concealed academic prowess after his own parents had passed away and he had shared drinks with them. Hishan could be considered a good student. He attentively listened in class, never skipped, arrived on time, and submitted his homework promptly. He always completed his work quickly, then headed to the internet CAF to play games. During exams, he deliberately kept his scores at a middle-range level. According to him, he could grasp the lesson with minimal effort and knew how to approach problems correctly, allowing him to dodge the right answers and control his scores. When Qin Dajun learned of this, he felt immense regret for bringing Hishan to Guangshan to work, believing it had derailed his future. What? Hiding your abilities? You intentionally wrote the answers incorrectly during exams? Qin Dajun exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Hishan. Hishan hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up, revealing that his family simply could not afford to support his education any longer. He did not wish to burden his grandmother further or make her feel guilty for her inability to finance his schooling. As for his grandmother, he had made an arrangement with brother Dajun. Xiaoron would reside with their grandmother from now on, providing companionship for both. Hishan was aware of his own origins, as his grandmother had not concealed them from him. After the passing of their grandfather during their 3rd year of junior high, both Dajun and Xiaojun had dropped out of school. They sought odd jobs to cover their daily expenses, with the sole expenditure being their sister Qin Xiaorong's education. They lived in the old house left behind by their grandfather. Meanwhile, Qin Song, Qin Dajun, Qin Xiaojun, and Qin Xiaorong frequently visited Hishan's home, occasionally bringing fruits and offering to help with cleaning. In the eyes of Grandma, these 5 individuals were all her cherished grandchildren. What is your true academic score? Qin Dajun suddenly inquired. I just studied casually, and I got about 600 points. I tried doing a set of last year's provincial college entrance exam papers and found them not that difficult. Hishan replied, a bit bashfully. Chapter 43, Decision. Qin Dajun shot him a glare. Casually studying and still scoring 600 points? You can't go. Focus on your studies. I'll refund your ticket on my phone shortly. Only 600 points? Is that something a person can say? He felt a pang of frustration, recalling that after he and Xiaojun dropped out of school, their combined scores during their school days had never even reached 600 points, let alone on the college entrance exam. Upon hearing that Qin Dajun would not allow him to go, Hishan grew anxious. No, my grandmother is still waiting for money for her treatment. Qin Dajun, exasperated, gave Hishan's shoulder a light punch. Are you out of your mind thinking about money? With your foundation, if you put in some effort, you could get into Qingbei. Why do you want to join us in the factory? I'll send money for Grandma's treatment, along with Xiaojun. You just focus on your studies and take care of Xiaorong and Grandma He. Qin Dajun decisively declared. However, Qin Song did not share such an optimistic outlook. The elderly's illness cannot be delayed. By the time you send money back, the difficulty of treatment may increase. Grandma He's ailment was a common geriatric issue, while not severe. It still required a minor surgery. Hishan, do you know how much Grandma's surgery will cost? Qin Song asked. Hishan pondered briefly before answering. Last time I took Grandma to the hospital, I asked the doctor. The surgery and post-operative care will cost around 40,000 yuan. And the doctor also mentioned that after the surgery, she needs to rest and cannot overexert herself. Did the doctor mention the best date for the surgery? The doctor said it would be best to schedule the surgery before the 15th of next month. Qin Song nodded. In that case, I will find a way to gather this money. Dajuan and Xiaojun can go to Guangshan in a couple of days. I have no objections, but He Shun, you cannot go. You must study diligently and take good care of Xiao Rong and Grandma He. Where will you get so much money? Don't do anything illegal. Chun Dajuan exclaimed anxiously. Although they navigated the world, they never engaged in morally questionable activities. Their friendship with Qin Song was based on his understanding and loyalty. I'll borrow from my parents. Is that considered immoral? Qin Song retorted. That's such a large sum. It's not right to trouble uncle and auntie, He Shun remarked. Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. I'll find a moment to video call my parents and explain the whole situation. I believe they will understand and be willing to help. He was not entirely certain whether his parents would agree to part with such a sum, but he felt it was worth trying, just not at that moment. His parents were currently busy with deliveries, and he did not want to distract them. Qin Song planned to speak with his parents in a few days, calculating that by then, they would have completed their deliveries. If they were unwilling, he would have to explore alternative options. Though Qin Song and He Shun had only known each other for 2 years, he was well aware of He Shun's character and held affection for Grandma He, willing to lend a hand. Past experiences had already demonstrated that He Shun was a reliable friend, a brother worth confiding in. After dinner, Shun Dajuan insisted on settling the bill. The group chatted for a while longer, solidifying their plans for the day. Dajuan and Xiaojun would venture to Guangshan, while they decided to return to He Shun's home to visit Grandma He, bringing along some vegetables, fruits, and meat. Grandma He lived in an old neighborhood built in the late 1980s and early 1990s, not far from the school. The buildings were 6 stories high, with no elevators. And Grandma He resided on the 2nd floor. Climbing the stairs, He Shun took out his keys to unlock the door, revealing the layout of the house. The entrance had no partition. To the left was a small dining area with 4 stools and a square table, directly facing the bathroom. To the left of the dining area was a small balcony adjacent to the kitchen. To the right of the entrance was the living room, which contained 3 rooms, 1 master bedroom and 2 smaller ones, with a main balcony attached to the master bedroom. Though the house was modest, totaling less than 100 square meters, it was well equipped with everything necessary. The only drawback was the absence of a natural gas line, necessitating the use of a gas cylinder connected to the stove for cooking, though this was not a significant inconvenience. He Shun had suggested selling the house to fund Grandma's treatment, but she had refused. Rumor had it that the area was slated for redevelopment in the future, and selling now was uncertain due to the reliability of the rumors. Grandma He had 2 additional reasons for not wanting to sell. First, she wished to retain a sense of home. In her old age, she could not bear the thought of living in a rental. Second, she wanted to leave something for He Shun after her passing, not wanted to pour money into a hospital that felt like a bottomless pit. As an old woman, experiencing life and death is perfectly normal. Why waste money on unnecessary expenses? These were Grandma He's exact words. Seeing her grandson arrive with Qin Song and the others, Grandma He immediately rose from her recliner. Oh dear, everyone is here. She walked straight to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out some mung bean soup. This is what I made this morning. Come and taste it. Next, she brought out some fruits, pastries, and nuts. Grandma He always behaved this way. Whenever Qin Song and his group came to visit, she would bring out all her delicious treats and urge them to eat. Grandma, please rest. I'll handle it. He Shun hurriedly assisted Grandma He back into her recliner. Though her complexion was somewhat pale, her spirit remained quite good. Though the ailment was not particularly troublesome, the occasional sharp pangs would still cause Grandma He to furrow her brow. She typically relied on her culinary skills, selling snacks on the street to earn a modest income. Her offerings, known for their cleanliness, hygiene, and reasonable prices, were quite popular. Yet, each step in the preparation demanded her personal involvement, earning her only a meager living. In recent times, due to Grandma He's declining health, He Shun had to persuade her to set aside her work to rest at home. However, this meant that their savings were steadily dwindling, prompting He Shun to contemplate dropping out of school to earn money for her medical expenses. After enjoying some mung bean soup and pastries together, the group collectively tidied up the house, inside and out. As evening approached, they stayed for dinner, which Yishun had prepared, and engaged in pleasant conversation. Upon learning that Jun and Xiao Jun intended to venture out into the world, Grandma he appeared reluctant to let them go. Over the course of the past 2 years, she had come to regard them as her own grandsons. She earnestly advised them to be cautious and not to overexert themselves. No matter what, her home would always be their refuge. Yishan also shared the news of Xiao Rong moving in, which delighted Grandma He, who held a fondness for the diligent and attentive girl. As night fell, the group bid farewell to Grandma He, and Qin Song returned home. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when he arrived. After a quick shower, he finished typing the 20,000 words he had composed that day and glanced at his phone, noticing it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiang Wanwan, wielding the metaphorical sword gifted by Lu Yu, sent him a message questioning his lack of study for the day. Following this, she sent a curious cat emoji. Qin Song scratched his head, realizing he had perhaps become a tad complacent. He sent a playful response with a spare me, noble heroine emoji, chatted with Jiang Wanwan for a while, and arranged to study at her house the next day. After exchanging goodnights, he prepared for bed. Reflecting upon his actions since his rebirth, Qin Song was determined not to allow a repeat of the regretful scenario from his previous life, where he could not care for his loved ones in their time of need. In terms of love, he and Jiang Wanwan shared a profound understanding, agreeing to maintain boundaries before the college entrance examination while silently acknowledging their feelings for one another. Their parents were open-minded and supportive of their relationship. As for friendship, the matters concerning Chen Dajuan, Chen Xiaojun, and He Shun had reached a conclusive resolution, with the two brothers embarking on their journey to Guangshan while He Shun focused on his studies in his final year of high school. Regarding career and material concerns, Qin Song firmly believed that the book The 10-Day Finale would provide him with satisfactory answers. Its previous success was ample proof of this belief. At that moment, he silently murmured an apology. "Forgive me, esteemed pest exterminator." His only lingering worry was the 40,000 yuan needed for Grandma He's treatment. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could resolve this issue within the month leading up to the optimal surgery date. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Qin Song had just finished his morning routine and was about to head upstairs to Jiang Wanwan's house when the doorbell rang. It was the delivery man, bringing a birthday gift from his parents. Upon opening the package, he found, as expected, the latest model of the Chrysanthemum brand phone. This was the same gift he had received for his 18th birthday in his previous life. After setting up his new phone, he messaged Lu Yu. "Mom, I received the birthday gift, and I love it. Thank you, Dad and Mom." To his surprise, his mother replied almost instantly. "Lu Yu, I'm glad you like it. I have good news. Your boss changed the delivery location to somewhere closer, so your dad and I will definitely make it back for your birthday." Today was June 20th, and his 18th birthday was just 3 days away, on June 23rd. Knowing his parents would be back gave Qin Song the resolve to postpone his request for money until his birthday, believing it would increase his chances of success. Qin Song, great. Drive safely, and remember to take a break every 4 hours. After waiting a moment without a reply from Lu Yu, he assumed she was busy on the road. Putting on the phone case that came with the new phone, Qin Song took his keys and rode the elevator to Jiang Wanwan's home. He knocked on the door, and Jiang Wanwan, peering through the peephole, opened it to reveal her head adorned with a headband. "Qin Song, don't come in yet. My mom asked me to go downstairs for breakfast. Could you grab it on your way up?" With her big eyes blinking, she made a pleading gesture. Qin Song readily nodded, smiling in agreement, stepped into the elevator, and pressed the button for the ground floor. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped out in front of Aunt Sue's breakfast shop. In Jiang City, most companies required employees to clock in by 9 o'clock, and it was now 8:30. At this hour, with everyone rushing to work, a long line of customers snaked around the shop. Though weariness was evident on their faces, their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the new day. Jiang City, unlike many others, embraced each day with a laid-back attitude, reflecting the city's overall demeanor. Amidst the bustling crowd, Qin Song observed a diverse array of individuals. Some wore formal attire, clutching folders or laptops, while others donned comfortable clothing, perhaps having just finished exercising or preparing to enjoy a rare vacation. As people awaited their breakfasts, they struck up casual conversations with nearby strangers, creating a lively and energetic atmosphere. Standing among the throng, Qin Song was about to follow the customary practice of waiting patiently in line when, suddenly, Su Qiaoling's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing squarely on him. "Qin Song, come here." Upon hearing her voice, he approached. "That girl Wan Wan, asking you to come down to fetch breakfast? How could she?" She produced a thermos container she had prepared earlier and handed it to him, along with 2 steaming cups of fragrant soy milk. "No worries, Aunt Su. I was coming down anyway. Let Wan Wan rest a little longer. Grabbing breakfast for free is worth it." Su Qiaoling chuckled. "You spoil that girl too much." While chatting with Qin Song, her hands never ceased moving, swiftly completing several transactions. After bidding farewell to Aunt Su, he took the elevator back to the 13A floor and knocked once more on Jiang Wanwan's door. Immediately, Jiang Wanwan sprang from the sofa to the door, gently twisting the doorknob. With a soft creak, the door opened a crack, revealing Qin Song on the other side, prompting a small smile to grace her lips. She opened the door wider, accepting the thermos and soy milk from his hands. "There are new slippers by the door. Just put those on." Qin Song nodded, changed into the slippers, and settled onto the sofa in the living room. The thermos contained 2 layers, and upon opening it, Jiang Wanwan found 2 brown sugar buns and an egg, clearly prepared just for her. The second layer of the insulated box was decidedly deeper than the first, filled to the brim with 4 meat buns, a glutinous rice chicken, and 2 eggs. Qin Song gazed at the overflowing container with a wry smile, exclaiming, "Annie, are you feeding me like a pig?" Jiang Wanwan erupted into laughter. "My mom just doesn't want you to go hungry." After a simple breakfast, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan retreated to the bedroom to commence their studies for the day. Once seated, Jiang Wanwan promptly produced a set of test papers and placed them before Qin Song. Noticing the puzzled look in his eyes, she explained, "This set of papers has been meticulously chosen. While the knowledge points required are not particularly profound and the questions are relatively simple, there are a few tricky aspects to be cautious of. I want you to complete this set today, and then I will explain it to you." With that, she unveiled another set of papers. "Here's mine. Since we're not covering new material in our senior year, we're focused on solving problems and discussing them. As long as you grasp the key concepts and stay attentive to avoid pitfalls, passing the undergraduate entrance exam will be quite manageable. By the way, you don't need to write the Chinese or English essays, nor do the English listening exercises." Qin Song nodded and picked up his pen to begin. In truth, he was quite curious to ascertain his current level of understanding. Jiang Wanwan observed Qin Song, who was engrossed in his work, and nodded in satisfaction. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting golden patches of light across a corner of the room. After finishing the basic questions in Chinese, Qin Song turned to Jiang Wanwan, only to find her nibbling on a pen cap while scrutinizing a complex math problem. He reached over and snatched the cap away, admonishing, "No nibbling on pen caps. They're teeming with germs." "Oh," Jiang Wanwan pouted in response, secretly delighted. "Qin Song is actually concerned about me," she thought, grinning to herself. With such cheerful sentiments fueling her efforts, her accuracy rate improved significantly. Before long, noon arrived, and amidst their contemplation of the problems, they were oblivious to Su Qiaoling's return. It wasn't tea until the delightful aroma wafted from the dining room that they realized it was lunchtime. Jiang Wanwan had completed her Chinese, math, and English exercises, leaving only the science section, while Qin Song had only made it halfway through his English. They exited the bedroom and entered the dining area, which was suffused with enticing scents. In the kitchen, Su Qiaoling, wearing an apron, brought forth the final vegetable dish. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan gathered around the dining table, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The array of dishes was diverse and vibrantly appealing. Qin Song's family relished spicy food, particularly favoring fragrant and spicy flavors, while Jiang Wanwan's family enjoyed a preference for sour and spicy dishes. Regardless of the flavor profile, as long as there was spiciness, Qin Song was pleased. On the table were spicy chicken offal, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, scallion pancakes, vegetables, and a large pot of fish head tofu soup. After untying her apron and washing her hands in the kitchen, Su Qiaoling sat at the table, smiling warmly at the two. "Qin Song, Please make yourself at home," she encouraged, using her chopsticks to place some chicken offal into his bowl. Qin Song nodded and, without any pretense, began to eat from his already full bowl of rice. Suddenly ravenous at the enticing sour and spicy aroma that filled the air. Beside him, Jiang Wanwan pouted, "Mom, what about mine? I want you to serve me too." Su Qiaoling chuckled. All right, Wanwan also wants some." She then added a portion of vegetables to Jiang Wanwan's bowl. Jiang Wanwan glanced enviously at the chicken offal in Qin Song's bowl, then back at her own bowl of vegetables, her lips curling in discontent. "Mom, you're biased. Why do you give Qin Song chicken offal while I only get vegetables?" Su Qiaoling, amused by her daughter's antics, lightly tapped her forehead with her chopsticks. "Have you forgotten that you can't eat spicy food right now?" She then took a small bowl and ladled some soup for Jiang Wanwan. "Here, don't say I'm biased. Fish head tofu soup is good for the brain. Drink more of it. Although I graduated from university, I've forgotten a lot over the years. I can't assist you with your studies, but I can help in other ways." Taking the bowl of soup, Jiang Wanwan savored a small sip, her eyes closing in satisfaction as she beamed at Qin Song. Qin Song couldn't help but smile indulgently, a sight that did not escape Su Qiaoling's notice. He retrieved a small bowl from the sterilizer and poured himself some soup, mimicking Jiang Wanwan's actions, which earned him an eye roll from her. The breakfast shop didn't just operate in the morning, but remained open until 6 in the evening. After finishing her meal, Su Qiaoling reminded them to study diligently before heading out. She intended to hire 2 people to help manage the shop, but had yet to find anyone, and even if she did, they would require some training. Hence, Su Qiaoling still needed to oversee the shop herself. In contrast to Su Qiaoling's brisk pace, Jiang Wanwan was somewhat slower. Qin Song had already finished eating and washed the dishes, then took half a melon from the fridge to enjoy, while Jiang Wanwan was still sipping her soup slowly. The soup was kept in an insulated pot, which prevented it from cooling or losing its flavor over time. She felt a bit uncomfortable in her abdomen, and sipping the soup alleviated that discomfort, hence her slow pace. The cold watermelon was, therefore, not meant for her. After finishing her soup and feeling satiated, Jiang Wanwan gently patted her small belly, only to turn and see Qin Song on the sofa, eagerly devouring the watermelon her mother had left for her. "That was meant for me," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, pouncing like a hungry tiger, attempting to snatch the watermelon from Qin Song's hands. Without even turning his head, Qin Song deftly used his free hand to press her head down. "You're in a special condition. Do you think Aunt Sue would leave the cold watermelon for you? It was obviously left for me," Jiang Wanwan protested, straining to reach the watermelon but finding it impossible. As she watched Qin Song devour the watermelon, she realized it was dwindling quickly, prompting her to feign distress. "Oh no, my stomach hurts. I'm really in pain." Jiang Wanwan slumped onto the sofa, clutching her belly and feigning a pained expression, managing to squeeze out a few tears. Qin Song, witnessing this masterful performance, was genuinely alarmed. He hastily set down the watermelon, wiped his hands on his shirt, and scooted closer to Jiang Wanwan. "What's wrong? Did you hurt your abdomen?" Seeing her remain silent and continue to clutch her belly, Qin Song grew increasingly anxious. He felt a swell of guilt. Although he was unsure how she had hurt herself, he instinctively took the blame. "I'm so sorry, Wanwan. I didn't mean to. Let us go to the hospital right now." He had seen on TikTok that girls could suffer from ruptured cysts with even the slightest bump during delicate times. He wasn't sure if this was the case, but going to the hospital was certainly the right course of action. Just as he was about to scoop Jiang Wanwan into his arms and head out, she wriggled free from his grasp like a slippery fish and seized half the watermelon from the table, taking several big bites. "Silly Qin Song, you fell for it. Didn't you?" He. Noticing Qin Song's silence, Jiang Wanwan continued to munch on the watermelon until she had devoured the last remnants. Only then did she sneakily approach him, her footsteps light. Qin Song, you're not angry, are you? Please don't be mad." When Qin Song remained silent, she added, "Let us buy another watermelon later. No, 2 watermelons. What do you say? I'll let you have them all." Upon seeing Qin Song turn his head, his eyes rimmed in red, Jiang Wanwan realized she might have gone too far. "Do you have any idea how frightening you just were? I saw a video on Douyin where some girls experienced severe hemorrhaging just from a minor bump, and some even required surgery." Jiang Wanwan's fingers poked at each other nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to eat some cold watermelon. I can't have anything icy or spicy these days. It's suffocating me. Qin Song remained silent, the redness around his eyes fading, yet he maintained a stoic demeanor on the sofa. Resolutely, Jiang Wanwan decided to throw caution to the wind. She leaped into Qin Song's embrace, her legs entwining around his waist, her arms wrapping around his neck, nuzzling her cheek against his chest. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to eat cold watermelon. Who knew you would think so much? She pouted, pleading, please don't be angry. Just say yes. Unbeknownst to her, such antics exerted a significant effect on the innocent Qin Song. He felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his blood racing, while an unnamed desire ignited within him, making his breaths increasingly labored. Jiang Wanwan felt enveloped in a warm furnace, utterly comfortable and relaxed. Qin Song, what do you have in your pocket? It feels hard and warm. At her words, Qin Song promptly set Jiang Wanwan down. His phone, which he had forgotten to turn off, had become quite hot. Oh, Jiang Wanwan didn't dwell on it, still savoring the warmth of being nestled against him. Let's go buy some snacks to satisfy your cravings, so you won't be tempted by icy or spicy things. Qin Song suggested as he stood up. Aren't we studying anymore? The test isn't finished. Jiang Wanwan asked, puzzled. Studying? In this atmosphere, if we were to study alone in the bedroom, I genuinely fear I wouldn't be able to control myself. Qin Song thought. He wasn't that reckless. He merely needed to calm down. To dissipate the intoxicating ambience and resume studying later, he resolved to take Jiang Wanwan out for a stroll, to breathe in the fresh air and cool down. All right. Hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan readily agreed, her spirits lifted. With her pantry bare, she too wished to replenish their snack supplies. But you mustn't be angry, she playfully warned. Qin Song shot her a knowing glance. Have you forgotten how you were at my place a few days ago? During that special time, when you had a fever, I had the audacity to brave the convenience store for sanitary supplies. You would believe the look the cashier gave me, he added, chuckling. She even asked if I was buying them for collection. Jiang Wanwan burst into laughter. That was your fault for piling them up at the checkout. You had all sorts. Seeing Qin Song's unimpressed expression, she stuck out her tongue. All right. I won't say anymore. She then wrapped her arms around Qin Song's, shaking them playfully. You're the best, Qin Song. You treat me so well, don't you? When he didn't respond, she took it as a silent agreement. The playful coaxing on the sofa seemed to unveil a new strategy for her. If such tactics were effective, why bother with anything else? One trick suffices. When in doubt, resort to charm. The two arrived at a nearby snack shop. Jiang Wanwan walked ahead, selecting treats, while Qin Song followed with a basket. She turned around, holding a pack of snacks. Qin Song, how about these? Upon inspection, Qin Song saw it was a spicy fish snack. No. Disappointed, Jiang Wanwan sighed, then picked up another pack. What about this one? It was another spicy option. No. What's the difference? They're both spicy and drool-worthy. She protested. There's a difference. The fish fillet isn't as spicy as the fishtail. Qin Song explained, shrugging. I can buy them, but only I will eat them, not you. All right, how about this one? Jiang Wanwan asked, holding up a pack of spicy beef tripe. Qin Song glanced at her, realizing she was intentionally selecting spicy items. He shook his head and picked up a pack of sweet and spicy chicken wings instead. This one is more suitable for you right now. Afterward, he grabbed a pack of cumin-flavored pork jerky and a box of calcium supplements. These two pair well too, but I want something spicy. Anything hot and sour will do. Jiang Wanwan gazed at him with puppy dog eyes, attempting to employ her charm once more. Qin Song shook his head, unmoved. No, you can only eat these until your special time is over. Where he paused, picking up a pack of wafer cookies and a bag of lollipops. You can have something sweet instead. At the mention of sweetness, Jiang Wanwan shook her head vigorously. She had come for spicy snacks, not sweet ones. However, seeing Qin Song's unwavering gaze, she eventually relented. In retaliation, she grabbed several packs of pork jerky and chicken wings, along with some calcium supplements, slyly adding a few packs of spicy little fish into the mix. Qin Song noticed, but chose not to call her out. A little spice was permissible. His apprehension from previous events had made him cautious about Jiang Wanwan consuming spicy or icy foods during her special time. In truth, He also felt the pang of desire when he saw those spicy snacks. Yet the thought of Jiang Wanwan's pleading gaze made him reluctant to indulge. It was particularly difficult for someone who loved spicy food. The sensation of craving without satisfaction felt akin to ants crawling under the skin, rendering one utterly uncomfortable. Chapter 47. The young lady is jealous. After purchasing the snacks, they returned home to continue their test preparations. Jiang Wanwan took out her comprehensive science test, while Qin Song immersed himself in the second reading comprehension passage of his English paper. The story featured an elderly man named Jorson who, in an attempt to save money, refrained from informing his family about his illness, only to be discovered by his observant grandson, leading to a hospital visit and recovery. This reminded Qin Song of Grandma He. Had she perhaps conspired with the doctor to keep her illness hidden? He shook his head, dispelling the thought. It seemed unlikely, as she appeared quite well when he visited her yesterday. Jiang Wanwan noticed Qin Song's furrowed brow, initially thinking he was pondering the questions. She quickly realized his gaze was unfocused, not directed at the paper. She set her pen down and waved her hand in front of his face, but he remained unresponsive. Leaning forward slightly, she sought to meet his eyes, where she detected a flicker of worry. Qin Song, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Jiang Wanwan inquired. At the sound of her voice, Qin Song snapped back to reality, shaking his head. After a brief pause, he replied, "It's nothing. Let us continue with the test." Jiang Wanwan observed Qin Song, struggling to articulate his thoughts, mistakenly believing he was meticulously crafting his words to share something significant with her. To her surprise, he uttered an unexpected remark. Her expression hardened, clearly displaying her displeasure. Qin Song, noticing her demeanor, attempted to downplay the situation, saying, "All right, there's truly nothing to worry about. Let us return to the exam papers. Once we finish, you still owe me an explanation for the incorrect answers." Jiang Wanwan pouted. "You are undoubtedly concealing something from me. Is it that girl from class 4 who has been contacting you again? Girl from class 4? What girl from class 4? Qin Song racked his brain, finally dredging up her identity from his memory. Wan Yi, a girl with long, dyed yellow hair styled in curls at the ends, adorned with multiple ear piercings, always wore her school uniform jacket open, revealing a crop top and low-rise jeans. Her makeup was meticulously applied, with heavy eyeshadow and elongated eyeliner, presenting the quintessential image of a spirited young lady. Over 2 months ago, he, along with Dejun, Xiao Jun, and He Shun, had been enjoying barbecues when a group of spirited youths approached to greet them. That day, his parents had gone on a long trip, leaving him a generous sum for meals. Seizing the opportunity, he invited his friends to feast on barbecue delights. When the spirited youths approached, he felt a pang of sympathy and invited them to join. They accepted without hesitation, but opted for inexpensive items like fried noodles, hot dogs, and bean products, ignoring pricier options like shrimp and beef. At that time, Wan Yi was among her spirited girlfriends. Perhaps intrigued by Qin Song's generosity, she took note of him. Unbeknownst to him, in the following weeks, while dining with Dejun and Xiao Jun, he encountered that same group again, and he continued to invite them to eat. They expressed their gratitude, offering to assist him if he ever needed anything, even sharing their contact information, including Wan Yi's. After that incident, Wan Yi, perhaps sensing Qin Song's affluence or his perceived status among the spirited youths, began to seek him out periodically, slipping love letters into his hands. Jiang Wanwan, upon learning of this, felt a pang of jealousy. However, during that time, Qin Song was engrossed in his studies for the academic proficiency exam. Thus he paid little heed to the situation, often delegating the task of dealing with the love letters to Jiang Wanwan. To his astonishment, Wan Yi's infatuation persisted. "It's truly not that girl from class 4. I've deleted her," Qin Song said with a wry smile, handing his phone to Jiang Wanwan. "You can verify it yourself." He added, "By the way, this phone was a birthday gift from my parents for my 18th. It just arrived this morning. I transferred everything using the phone migration feature, so you can check the message history one by one." Indeed, Qin Song had deleted Wan Yi on the first night after his rebirth while tinkering with his phone. He held no genuine interest in a spirited young lady. Yet he retained contact with those spirited youths, having formed a favorable impression of them. He recalled a night out with Dejun when he encountered the spirited youths again and offered to treat them to cool noodles. They declined, citing the exorbitant prices due to the added fruit and coconut milk, not wanting Qin Song to incur unnecessary expenses. He smiled, assuring them it was no trouble, but they politely refused and departed. Through to June, he learned about the backgrounds of these spirited youths. Though they roamed the streets, they had not engaged in any nefarious activities. Their school dropout status was primarily due to familial circumstances. Some had divorced parents who regarded them as burdens, while others came from financially strained families that could only afford one child's education. Thus, the elder siblings willingly stepped aside. Of course, there were still others like Wan Yi who continued their studies, but these were exceptions. Qin Song did not delve further into their stories, nor did he wish to. Jiang Wanwan pushed the phone back towards him, asserting, "I am not your keeper. Why would I check your phone? That is your privacy." Her response was resolute, yet the delight in her eyes was unmistakable. If Qin Song had indeed deleted the girl, it implied his disinterest in her. Hee, how delightful. So, should you not share with me what you were just pondering? Perhaps I could be of assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Song decided to disclose the entire context of the situation to Jiang Wanwan. She ought to be aware of his social circles. He did not wish to keep secrets from her. He spent 15 minutes recounting his previous day's activities, detailing the efforts of the Chun brothers and He Shun to ensure his peace of mind during their final year of high school, as well as his relationship with the Chun siblings and He Shun. He mentioned He Grandma's illness, but refrained from discussing the costs involved. He also touched upon He Shun's academic achievements. What? He Shun can now score 600 points? Jiang Wanwan expressed astonishment at He Shun's grades. Although she consistently ranked among the top 10, the current scores post-holiday had not reached 600 yet. The educational resources in Jiang City were comparatively lacking within the province, so even the top scores were not exceptionally high. Jiang City belonged to Nanjiang Province, whose capital, fucking city, boasted abundant educational resources, especially within its 4 prestigious schools, which had an undergraduate acceptance rate of 99% and a first-tier acceptance rate of 98%. It was common for individuals from Nanjiang Province to propose separating the 4 prestigious schools into their own province with a distinct examination format, demonstrating their significant influence. Indeed, Qin Song nodded. He Shun possesses an unparalleled aptitude for learning. He mentioned that he has yet to engage in intensive study or practice. If he dedicates himself during this pivotal year, he may well surpass the 4 prestigious schools on his own. Jiang Wanwan nodded, her expression reflecting envy. Compared to those endowed with extraordinary talents, all she could do was strive to work hard. After all, if those more gifted than herself were putting in effort, what right did she have to remain complacent? How much will He Grandma's treatment cost? Jiang Wanwan inquired. At least 40,000, and the doctor indicated that after surgery, she would require recuperation and would be unable to earn money. Considering He Shun's expenses during his final year, at least 50,000 would be necessary to ensure He Shun's peace of mind, allowing him to focus on his studies. Are you and He Shun very good friends? Jiang Wanwan asked. At her question, Qin Song recalled a previous fight, which had initially been a mere exchange of taunts, with both sides intending to back down amicably, as they both had mutual acquaintances. Although the atmosphere had been tense, neither side's leaders had intended to escalate matters further. After all, they were all young men navigating the complexities of society, all over 14 years of age. If something truly went awry, they would face criminal consequences. Unexpectedly, an individual, seemingly driven by a momentary lapse of judgment, rushed forward wielding a fruit knife, aiming a slash at Qin Song. Upon witnessing this, He Shun promptly pulled Qin Song aside. Yet his own arm was grazed by the blade. Although the injury was not severe, the incident lingered in Qin Song's mind. After the passing of his parents in his previous life, He Shun had never inquired whether he lacked financial means. Upon returning from Guangshan, he silently pressed 100,000 yuan into Qin Song's hands, stating that the money was for funeral expenses from Dajuan, Xiaojun, Xiaorong, and himself for their uncle and aunt. True friendship is not quantified by numbers. In life, having 2 or 3 confidants is sufficient. Qin Song nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the depth of their friendship. Subsequently, he recounted the incident of He Shun's injury while trying to protect him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately stood up, her anxiety prompting her to circle around Qin Song, lifting his shirt and tousling his hair. Qin Song gently patted her hand, chuckling, "I'm fine." After thoroughly inspecting him, Jiang Wanwan huffed, her tone laced with mystery. "Let us hurry and finish our exam paper. Once we're done, I have a surprise for you." Although he was unaware of the nature of her surprise, he recognized that completing the exam was paramount. Jiang Wanwan, having only the comprehensive science paper left, was more adept than Qin Song and began to self-grade her work upon completion. After she finished, Qin Song too had completed his paper. He handed his exam to her and stretched lazily. "So how did you fare?" Jiang Wanwan exclaimed with delight. "If we consider the English listening and essay components, as well as the Chinese essay at a passing score, I'm nearly at 580 points. In truth, she consistently scored above passing in listening and both essays, which would total around 600 points. Elated by her exceptional performance, she eagerly reached for her phone to capture the moment. While the subjective scores may vary, this was indeed her first time so close to 600, and she had tackled questions of Gaokao difficulty. This indicated she was one step closer to her dream university, Jiangqing University. "All right, enough with the photos. I've finished my paper and submitted it. Where's my reward?" Qin Song extended his hand, palm up, towards Jiang Wanwan. The spirited girl playfully rested her chin on his palm. "How about this? Are you satisfied with your reward?" Qin Song raised an eyebrow at the girl, offering her lips. Leaning in closer, their proximity intensifying. The warmth of their breaths brushed against Jiang Wanwan's face, painting her cheeks with a youthful blush. Uncertain. Uncertain. Like a startled rabbit, Jiang Wanwan sprang up. "I'll go fetch your reward." As she left, Qin Song chuckled softly. Really, so naive yet playful. Jiang Wanwan approached the wardrobe, opening the bottom drawer to retrieve a piggy bank from the back. She rummaged inside and produced a small metal box. Qin Song stared at the two items on the desk, puzzled. "Is this the reward?" Jiang Wanwan nodded. The piggy bank was square, composed of plastic and metal, designed to be disassembled without the need for smashing. As she unfastened the clasps, the penultimate clasp released, and akin to Pandora's box, the bank exploded open, scattering colorful coins everywhere. "Oh no, I forgot there was so much money inside. I should have covered it with a blanket," Jiang Wanwan muttered, lightly tapping her head. "Where did you get all this money?" Qin Song asked, astonished. "I saved it. I rarely spend, just on clothes, snacks, and study materials. Every year, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu give me a big red envelope, and my mother contributes as well, often giving me pocket money. I save all my New Year's money in pocket money, and that is how it adds up." Hearing her explanation, Qin Song felt a twinge of embarrassment. His parents annually gifted Jiang Wanwan red envelopes, while Aunt Sue did the same for him. Due to their liberal approach, he was allowed to keep his red envelopes, whereas Jiang Wanwan saved hers while he spent his. In the past, he had often borrowed money from Jiang Wanwan after exhausting his own. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. "Oh, don't ask now. Let us gather the money and count how much there is." Jiang Wanwan began picking up the scattered coins. "Didn't you keep track of the quantity?" Qin Song inquired. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "No, there were too many, so I didn't bother." Qin Song sighed. "All right, money does allow for such indulgence." After they gathered all the coins and counted, they discovered nearly 60,000 yuan. Jiang Wanwan then opened the small metal box, revealing several tiny glass jars sealed with corks, each containing small gold beans. She poured them out and counted, totaling 60 pieces. Each weighed 1 gram, amounting to 60 grams. With the current gold price around 350 yuan per gram, the total value of the gold beans was approximately 21,000 yuan. Together, the sums amounted to nearly 80,000 yuan. What a little wealthy lady. Qin Song mused inwardly. "I've been buying these gold beans every year on my birthday since I was 10, sometimes more, sometimes less, and now I have this much." Chapter 49. The First Kiss. She pushed the stack of cash and gold beans towards Qin Song. "Here, it's all for you." "For me." Jiang Wanwan nodded. "Your friend's grandmother needs surgery, right? Take more money as a precaution." Qin Song waved his hands. "My parents will be back on my birthday. I can just ask them for a loan, they should understand." But should the old lady's illness be treated as soon as possible? Jiang Wanwan's voice trailed off, becoming increasingly faint. Oh, just take it. But let me clarify. This money is not just because of your friend. While part of it is for that elderly lady, the majority is for you, as she is your dear friend's elder. And of course, there's a bit of consideration for your future from our group of friends. I'll lend you the money, but you must agree to one condition. With her words hanging in the air, Qin Song felt it was inappropriate to refuse further, especially since this was a matter of life and death. He pushed the gold beans back towards her and took out 50,000 yuan from the cash. 50,000 is sufficient. Now, what is your condition? I can agree to anything you propose. The girl pondered, placing her right index finger on her lips before finally declaring. For the coming year, you must study diligently and aim to be accepted into the same university as me. Qin Song nodded with a smile. All right, I agree. That was my intention all along. Then you need to write a guarantee. Sure. Qin Song tore a blank page from a nearby notepad and swiftly penned the guarantee. Qin Song promises Jiang Wanwan that during their senior year, he will study hard and get admitted to the same university as her, with no intention of reneging, effective immediately. Guarantor, Qin Song, guarantee date, June 20th, 2018. Upon completion, Qin Song handed the guarantee letter to Jiang Wanwan. As her gaze fell upon the name, teacher, Jiang Wanwan inscribed on the paper, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, revealing her charming little tiger teeth. She delicately folded the guarantee letter and placed it inside a small iron box meant for storing golden beans, which she then carefully returned to the innermost part of the bottom drawer of her wardrobe. Noticing Qin Song's persistent, beaming gaze upon her, Jiang Wanwan felt compelled to assert, "Don't overthink it. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to uphold the expectations of our elders." Qin Song stifled a laugh. I understand. You mean no other intentions. It is I who have misinterpreted the situation. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Wanwan appreciatively patted Qin Song's shoulder. Indeed. A teachable spirit. She then added, all right, the money has been obtained. You may leave now. With that, the young girl lowered her gaze. Upon hearing her words, Qin Song hesitated for a moment. He had intended to leave, and now that he had received the money, his immediate plan was to rush to Grandma He's house and take her to the hospital. Surgery is not a matter to be decided on a whim. It requires appointments, preoperative preparations, and considerations. However, Jiang Wanwan's statement made him feel as if he were a scoundrel who had taken what he wanted and fled without a trace. I have finished my science exam. Would you mind grading it first? Once we've discussed the incorrect answers, I'll take my leave. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. All right. Truth be told, I intended to give you the money before you completed your exam, but I wanted you to stay a little longer, mainly to encourage you to study a bit more. Thus, I waited until you finish your science paper. Now that you have the money, you should hurry and go. With only a few days left of the holiday, it would be best to have the surgery done during this break. If you wait until school starts, I fear you'll have to take leave, which will disrupt your studies. The young girl extended her finger, meticulously enumerating the benefits of undergoing surgery sooner rather than later. Seeing her earnest yet slightly disheartened expression, Qin Song suddenly inquired, Wanwan, I recall your birthday falls on the 18th of June in the lunar calendar, correct? Jiang Wanwan nodded, yes. Why do you suddenly ask this? Qin Song continued, and I remember, like me, the date on your ID card corresponds to the lunar calendar. My ID states I was born on May 10th, 2000. And yours on June 18th, 2000. Am I right? The girl nodded again. Yes, what of it? What is today's date? Upon hearing Qin Song's question, Jiang Wanwan pressed the power button on her phone. Today is June 20th. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? So, from a legal standpoint, we are considered adults now, correct? Jiang Wanwan was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. It seems so. I can hardly believe we are already adults, even though my birthday hasn't yet arrived. Without allowing her to continue, Qin Song leaned in and kissed her. Suddenly, a wondrous and gentle sensation enveloped Qin Song's lips. An indescribable softness akin to a gentle breeze caressing flower petals. Simultaneously, a rich, sweet aroma pervaded the air, like a clear spring flowing into his nostrils, intoxicating him entirely. Before Jiang Wanwan could react, she found herself lost in the moment, her eyes fluttering shut as she savored this unique experience. As time passed, the sweetness intensified, reminiscent of blooming flowers exuding their enchanting fragrance. The girl attempted to push the boy away, but discovered herself utterly powerless. Her limbs felt as if they had turned to jelly, and the fist she lightly pounded against his chest felt more like gentle caresses. She felt as though she were running out of breath. Despite her mouth being blocked, she found herself unable to control her breathing, relying solely on her nose. Qin Song noticed her discomfort and reluctantly pulled away. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan resembled a pink steam spirit, her face flushed, and it seemed as though pink bubbles were rising above her head. "How do you like your coming-of-age ceremony?" Qin Song gazed into her eyes and asked. The girl pouted, seemingly displeased with his sudden advance, not fond. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were once again enveloped by a warm sensation. The soft touch, as light as feathers, brushed against her lips, evoking an unfamiliar feeling. She widened her eyes in astonishment. This unexpected kiss rendered her mind blank, leaving her momentarily at a loss. After what felt like an eternity, they parted. "Now, tell me, do you like it?" Qin Song asked again, his gaze piercing like a wolf eyeing a little rabbit, as if a negative response from Jiang Wanwan would prompt him to pounce once more. "I like it. Since you like it, shall we do it again?" Upon hearing this, the scene of their previous kiss flooded Jiang Wanwan's mind, and without thinking, she uttered a hesitant yes. However, she quickly shook her head. No, in that instant time seemed to freeze. Qin Song, without hesitation, leaned down, his fiery lips swiftly connecting with hers. There was no warning, no opportunity for her to resist or explain. She stared wide-eyed, her astonishment palpable, yet she was soon overwhelmed by an irresistible force that engulfed her, leading her to lose herself entirely. She had intended to voice something, but all her words became trapped in her throat, manifesting only as faint whimpers. Her body grew weak, and unconsciously, she leaned closer to Qin Song, gripping his shirt tightly as if seeking more support. This time, Jiang Wanwan had finally learned to breathe through her nose while kissing. The softness continued to invade her territory unabashedly, and she gradually grew bolder, her tongue daringly reciprocating. Their unexpected kiss lingered for what felt like ages until they finally pulled apart, breathless. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, she gazed dreamily at Qin Song, her heart a whirlpool of mixed emotions, surprise, joy, and a hint of inexplicable fear. Qin Song, in turn, gazed at her quietly, his eyes shimmering with steadfastness and tenderness. Qin Song, having experienced his first kiss in 2 lifetimes, finally shared it with another. This extraordinary sensation transformed into an invisible force, penetrating deep within. He gently caressed her face, chuckling softly. "This is the price of your contradictory words." He added, "By the way, that was my first kiss. You've taken it from me, so you must be responsible for me for a lifetime." Teacher Jiang. Upon hearing Qin Song's playful accusation, Jiang Wanwan grew indignant. "You were the one who kissed first. Besides, this is my first kiss too." Qin Song remained silent, his gaze fixated on her lips. He realized that this sensation was indeed addictive. He pondered what delightful concoction her lips were made of. A blend of strawberry sweetness and lychee fragrance that left him craving more. "The condition you mentioned earlier was something I intended to do anyway, so it doesn't count. You may propose another condition." Jiang Wanwan noticed Qin Song's unwavering focus on her lips and took a small step back. After having kissed 3 times today, her legs felt weak. She could not endure another kiss, fearing she might collapse. I've thought of something. Just go visit Grandma now." Qin Song nodded, pocketing the money from the table. "Teacher Jiang, remember to grade my test papers, all right? I'll have dinner at home tonight, and after I'm done, you must explain my mistakes to me." Upon hearing Qin Song mention his plans for dinner, Jiang Wanwan smiled sweetly. "All right." Watching Qin Song's retreating figure, she unconsciously licked her lips, relishing the long-awaited flavor. As Qin Song held the small electric scooter key that Jiang Wanwan had handed him when he left, he rode down to He-shun's house. At that moment, he was napping at home, while He-shun was studying in the living room. Hearing a knock at the door, He-shun stood up and approached, peering through the peephole. Upon recognizing Qin Song, he welcomed him inside. Studying, huh? Quite diligent, Qin Song remarked, glancing at the test papers and books strewn across the table. He scratched his head, admitting that he had previously been half-hearted in his studies, but now needed to put in more effort to catch up, especially since he had promised them to study hard and not waste his talent. I was even thinking of becoming the top student to make Grandma proud. Qin Song smiled and nodded, patting his pocket. I brought you a little boost. In response to He Shun's puzzled expression, Qin Song produced a stack of cash from his pocket, leaving He Shun momentarily dumbfounded. Qin Song, did you rob a bank? Qin Song shot him an annoyed glance. You are the one who rob a bank. I borrowed this. But if you borrowed it from your parents, shouldn't it be through WeChat or Alipay? Why cash? He Shun questioned, confused. Who said I borrowed it from my parents? Jiang Wanwan lent it to me. She inadvertently learned about Grandma, He's situation, and offered me her savings and pocket money from all these years. I paid quite a price for it. Indeed, quite a price. 3 kisses. As He Shun hesitated, Qin Song kicked him lightly. It's still borrowing, isn't it? Hurry up and take Grandma to the hospital. The surgery might require a wait. The preoperative checkup must be done too. Stop dawdling like a woman. With a determined expression, He Shun decided without further hesitation. Just then, Grandma, he emerged from the bedroom into the living room. He immediately took her hand, explaining that they needed to take her to the hospital for surgery. When Grandma he inquired about the source of the money, He Shun honestly stated it was borrowed, but she was unwilling. I'm an old woman. Why waste money on me? Save it for your university. I'm fine, I know my body. The doctors are just trying to swindle you young lads out of your money. No matter how He Shun pleaded, Grandma he refused to undergo the surgery, insisting it was a waste. Seeing this, He Shun suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Grandma, I beg you, please just go with me. When I was little and had a cold, you were so worried about taking me to the big hospital. Why won't you go for your surgery now? Grandma he gently stroked He Shun's head with her weathered hand, sighing, silly child, it's not the same, not the same. It is the same. How can it not be? Isn't your body a body? Grandma, don't you want to see me get into a good university, find a good job, and then marry and have children? I'm counting on you to help take care of my kids in the future. Noticing a slight change in Grandma, He's expression, Qin Song seized the moment. Please, Grandma, just go. He Shun even told me that if your health continues to decline, He's prepared to drop out to care for you. What? Drop out? That one do. Grandma, he became agitated at the mention of dropping out. In her eyes, those who pursue education are the intellectual elite, the CR me de la CR me. If her grandson were to forego his studies due to her health, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. Chapter 51. Qin Song, I want to eat strawberry cake. The elderly are often so careless about their own matters, yet they're intricately concerned about their descendants. Then you should go see a doctor. If the doctor recommends surgery, then have it done. There are only a few days left before school starts. Let us see if we can get the surgery done in the next couple of days to avoid impacting He Shun's studies. You don't know. He Shun's grades are excellent. I believe he could be the top student. Grandma, he, unfamiliar with smartphones and not part of the parent group, had always relied on He Shun's verbal reports regarding his academic performance. Upon hearing Qin Song praise He Shun's excellent grades and realizing her health could affect him, she instantly became more enthusiastic. Good. As long as his grades are good, getting into university and contributing to the country. That's what young people should do. Grandma going to the hospital won't affect you. Qin Song patted Grandma He's hand. Don't worry about the money. Just take care of your health. Trust us younger generations. We can handle these matters. I've never had a grandmother, and when I have a son in the future, he'll call you great-grandma. Grandma, he smiled, seemingly envisioning a scene where a group of little ones called her grandmother and she treated them sweets. She resolved that if necessary, she would sell her apartment. After all, she couldn't let her obsession lead to her grandchildren suffering from hunger. Seeing Grandma, He's smile. Both Qin Song and He Shun felt a weight lift from their hearts. In truth, those tens of thousands of yuan were not the most challenging aspect. Despite the age of Grandma, He's apartment, selling it for several $100,000 was still feasible in this new first-tier city, as the land alone was worth that much. The real difficulty lay in the elderly not wanting to cooperate. The apartment was in Grandma He's name. If she refused to sell, there was nothing anyone could do. Even with money, if Grandma He was unwilling to undergo treatment, it was futile. The best approach was to instill hope for the future in Grandma He. This way, she would have something to look forward to, improving her mood. Not only would she be more willing to cooperate with treatment, but her recovery post-surgery would also be swifter. Since they only had one small electric scooter, the three of them took a taxi to the hospital. Upon arrival, He-shun went straight to find the doctor who had previously treated Grandma He, saving on a registration fee. After informing the doctor that they were ready with the money and could proceed with the surgery at any time, the doctor provided He-shun with a payment slip and arranged for a nurse to take Grandma He for preoperative checks. The total cost for the surgery, hospitalization, and medication amounted to nearly 30,000 yuan. After He-shun paid, he discovered that Qin Song had given him a total of 50,000 yuan. While they sat in the waiting area, He-shun attempted to return the remaining 20,000 yuan to Qin Song, but Qin Song firmly pushed it back. Grandma He will need money for post-operative care. After her surgery, she definitely can't go back to selling snacks. Buy her some nutritious food to help her recover. You still need money for living expenses in your senior year. I know Grandma has some savings, but it's always better to have extra. He-shun accepted the money, placing it in his pocket, and sincerely thanked Qin Song. Qin Song, thank you, really thank you. Observing He-shun's earnest demeanor, Qin Song chuckled. No need for thanks. Just call me Dad. This money was lent to me by Jiang Wan, and I'm lending it to you. So you should thank her too. How about calling her mom as well? Annoyed, He-shun punched Qin Song's shoulder playfully. Oh, come on. You're taking advantage of the situation. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Between brothers, there exists no need for excessive expressions of gratitude. Everything is understood without utterance. You may be younger than Dajun and Xiaojun, yet you are older than me and Xiaorong. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as third brother. Proposed He-shun. Third brother? This title invoked memories for Qin Song, conjuring images of an individual and certain unpleasant events. Never mind, never mind. The title third brother feels rather odd. You may simply call me Qin Song, or Old Qin if you prefer. He-shun nodded. Then I shall call you Old Qin from now on. Half an hour later, the announcement called for Grandma He. The results of the preoperative examination were in. The surgery was scheduled for 10 o'clock the following morning, and Grandma He was already settled into her hospital bed. He-shun would remain at the hospital to care for Grandma He, while Qin Song prepared to return home as Jiang Wan was awaiting him. By the way, remember to inform Dajun and Xiaojun that we have secured the funds for the surgery, so they need not worry, Qin Song reminded. He-shun nodded. I will let them know shortly. The doctor said no food should be consumed within 8 hours prior to the surgery. I plan to buy some nutritious soup and millet porridge for Grandma at a nearby store. I had intended to prepare it myself, but fresh ribs are no longer available. Would you like to join me for a bite? Qin Song shook his head. No, that won't be necessary. By the way, Dajun and Xiaojun's train departs at 8:30 tomorrow morning, correct? I'll come to pick you up. We can send them off and then head to the hospital, just in time for the surgery. All right, just come to the hospital to fetch me. I will stay overnight with Grandma, and the nurses have already arranged a bed for me. After their conversation, Qin Song and He-shun parted ways. As Qin Song stepped out of the hospital, a WeChat message popped up on his phone. Jiang Wan, Qin Song, I want to eat strawberry cake. For such a request, Qin Song readily agreed. Qin Song, no problem. I'm heading to buy it now. Then I'll prepare to head home. Jiang Wan, okay. Upon seeing the cute emoticon attached to the message, Qin Song couldn't help but display a fond smile. This girl, after being kissed, has become bolder and more adorable in her messages. No, I must kiss her more when I return. Directly across from the east entrance of the hospital was a cake shop. Qin Song entered and selected a 4-inch strawberry cake. He glanced at the people sitting on a bench outside the hospital and, after some contemplation, decided to get another. Please pack them separately. Thank you. Additionally, could I trouble you for a birthday hat and a pack of small candles? Seeing that you purchased 2 cakes, do you only need 1 set? Yes, 1 set will suffice. Thank you. The server nodded gently as she packed the 2 cakes separately. She included an unassembled birthday hat and a pack of small candles in one of the bags, along with a small box of matches. Then, she glanced outside and retrieved a piece of tiramisu from under the counter, placing it in the bag with the birthday hat and candles. Hello. The total for the 2 cakes is 78 yuan, and the tiramisu is complimentary, no charge. After receiving the cakes, Qin Song presented his payment code. Once the server scanned it, he thanked her and departed. Chapter 52. We all have loved ones. He approached the bench and smiled at the little girl nestled in the arms of a middle-aged woman. Little sister, I heard today is your birthday, and I brought you a cake. Earlier, Qin Song had inadvertently overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter. Today was the little girl's birthday, and her mother had asked her why they hadn't bought a cake at the cake shop, only a small package of hot milk. The little girl shook her head with a smile, claiming she didn't like cake, yet her gaze occasionally drifted toward the cake shop. Her mother had noticed this, but looked somewhat dejected. The little girl turned to Qin Song, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she spotted the small cake in his hands. Thank you, brother, but I can't accept your cake. Mommy says I can't accept gifts from strangers. Qin Song crouched down, looking into the little girl's eyes. What did you just call me? The little girl blinked. Brother. Qin Song chuckled. Exactly. Since you call me brother, doesn't that make you my sister? Then we're no longer strangers. Ask your mother if you don't believe me. The little girl glanced at the middle-aged woman, who nodded, and with that, she happily accepted the cake. Upon inspecting it, she exclaimed, Mommy, there's also your favorite tiramisu in here. Brother, is this also a gift for me? Qin Song pondered for a moment and suddenly understood everything. It seemed that when the middle-aged woman had taken her daughter to the cake shop, the little girl must have mentioned her mother's fondness for tiramisu. The middle-aged woman had also inquired about the price of the strawberry cake. However, in the end, they had bought neither, only a bag of hot milk. The server must have realized that one of the strawberry cakes was meant for the little girl. So she included a piece of tiramisu, likely having paid for it out of her own pocket rather than it being complimentary. Turning back toward the cake shop, he noticed the server smiling and waving at him through the window before continuing to attend to other customers. Yes, this is also a gift from your brother. Do you like it? The little girl nodded eagerly. I like it. Thank you, big brother. Then shouldn't you show your appreciation? Qin Song pointed to his cheek. She hesitated, inching closer to give Qin Song a kiss on the cheek, then immediately recoiled. I'm sorry, big brother. The doctor said I can't kiss other people's faces. At this moment, the middle-aged woman explained, Wan has acute leukemia. The doctor advised her to minimize contact with outsiders to avoid exposure to unfamiliar bacteria. Qin Song was stunned. He had not expected this adorable little girl to be afflicted with such a challenging illness. He wanted to pat her head, but immediately withdrew his hand upon recalling the earlier statement. That's all right. You can kiss the cake your brother bought. And that counts as a kiss for me. Okay? Kiss the cake? How do you kiss a cake? The little girl looked at Qin Song with curiosity. The middle-aged woman affectionately nudged the little girl's nose. Wan, think about it. After kissing the cake, what would you want to do? The little girl furrowed her brow in thought, then raised her hand. I know. Kissing the cake means eating the cake. Correct. Wan is so clever. Qin Song praised her as he unwrapped the cake. He hadn't intended to insert candles, considering the potential bacteria, but after consulting the middle-aged woman and receiving her reassurance, he placed 6 candles on top, for today was the little girl's 6th birthday. He folded the birthday hat and placed it on the little girl's head. After you make a wish, blow out all the candles in one breath, and your wish will come true. Qin Song encouraged her. Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and wished, I hope every year on my birthday I can eat cake with Mommy. And I hope Big Brother is happy every day and doesn't get sick. After making her wish, she took the cake knife handed to her by her mother and cut a piece, placing it on a plate to offer to Qin Song. Big Brother, have some cake. Qin Song lifted the other strawberry cake in his hand. But Big Brother has cake too. Shouldn't Wan keep this for herself? The elder brother still has to return home for dinner later. If his mother discovers that he indulged in cake before the meal, he would surely face a reprimand. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, the little girl covered her mouth and giggled softly, amused by the thought that such a grown boy could still be punished. She, on the other hand, always listened to her mother and had never faced such consequences. Following this, she cut a piece of cake and offered it to her mother. Mommy, have some cake. The middle-aged woman accepted the slice from her daughter, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Wan. The little girl gently replied with a "You're welcome," and then beamed with a sweet smile. She noticed a girl of similar age in a hospital gown, gazing longingly at the cake in her hand. "Mommy, may I share a piece of cake with that little sister?" The middle-aged woman nodded with approval. "Of course, dear. Just remember to ask her parents if it's all right for her to have some cake." "Got it." The little girl hopped down from her mother's side, clutching the slice of cake as she hurried over to the other girl. After her daughter had walked a few meters away, the middle-aged woman turned to Qin Song, saying, "Thank you. I wanted to buy Wan a cake too, but the cost of the bone marrow transplant is quite substantial." Qin Song nodded gently in understanding. "Has the matching been successful?" The woman affirmed, "Yes, her father's bone marrow matched. Recently, a charitable foundation approached us, offering to cover the remaining surgical expenses. Although we no longer have to worry about the costs, both Wan's father and I believe it's wise to save wherever we can. Perhaps the next child might need that little bit of money we save, right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song felt a wave of emotion. Just then, the little girl returned, exclaiming, "Mommy, that sister's mom said she can eat it." Turning to look, they saw the little girl savoring the cake in small bites, while the woman beside her waved at Qin Song, gesturing her thanks. The middle-aged woman affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair, saying, "Children who understand the joy of sharing are truly good children. Wan is wonderful." The little girl proudly accepted her mother's praise. She then glanced at the cake in Qin Song's hands and asked, "Is the elder brother also a good child? Who will he share his cake with?" Upon hearing her question, Qin Song's mind instantly conjured the image of Jiang Wanwan. With a gentle smile, he replied, "The elder brother wishes to share this cake with someone he loves very much." The little girl had a sudden inspiration and turned to her mother. "Am I someone Mommy loves very much?" The middle-aged woman smiled and nodded. "Of course, Wan is someone Mommy loves dearly." "Then, can Mommy let Wan have a taste of the tiramisu? After all, I shared the strawberry cake with you." Chapter 53. A 3-minute reward. Listening to Wan's playful request, both adults shared a knowing smile. "Of course, Mommy will let you have some tiramisu." Moments later, Qin Song bid farewell to the two, riding his electric scooter to Jiang Wanwan's doorstep, where he knocked on the door. It was still not even 5 o'clock, and Su Qiaoling had yet to return home. Jiang Wanwan opened the door, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the strawberry cake in Qin Song's hands, reaching out to take it, only for Qin Song to dodge. "Not yet. We'll eat dinner first, and then we can have cake." Qin Song switched into slippers and, under Jiang Wanwan's watchful gaze, placed the cake in the refrigerator to prevent the animal cream from turning yellow at room temperature, which would compromise its appearance and freshness. Noticing Jiang Wanwan's pout, Qin Song chuckled and ruffled her hair. "All right, we can enjoy it after dinner." The strawberries on top could serve as dessert. The two made their way to the bedroom, where Jiang Wanwan had already graded all of Qin Song's test papers. "I calculated your score. If we consider the language and English essays and listening comprehension as passing, you have exceeded the second-tier threshold. You're progressing quite rapidly." Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "At this rate, your scores might surpass mine." Qin Song looked at her and smiled. "That's because my teacher, Jiang, is exceptionally good. Since I've improved so quickly, does teacher Jiang have any rewards for me?" "Rewards? What would you like?" "Well, After a prolonged exchange of kisses lasting 3 minutes, they resumed their studies. Although they called it studying, it primarily involved Jiang Wanwan explaining Qin Song's mistakes. During his absence, she had already revisited her own errors. This question, first eliminate option A, then B is also impossible, and option D is too absolute. So we choose C. "Do you understand?" Qin Song nodded. "Did you truly understand?" Jiang Wanwan asked. Qin Song nodded again, genuinely comprehending the question. In reality, he should not have made a mistake on this. It was merely due to his carelessness in misreading the prompt. "That's good. Now, let's move on to the next question. You've drawn the auxiliary lines incorrectly. It should be BD, not CD." At that moment, Su Qiaoling returned, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Typically, when she and Jiang Wanwan dined at home, they only needed to reheat lunch leftovers. However, with Qin Song now joining their meals, and given the appetites of two teenagers, they prepared fresh dishes each time, ensuring nothing went to waste. As Jiang Wanwan finished explaining all of Qin Song's mistakes, Su Qiaoling called from the dining room, "Wanwan, Song, come wash your hand for dinner." The two stood up, stretching in unison. Qin Song, in his slippers, padded to the dining table, filled his bowl with rice from the kitchen, and began to eat heartily. Jiang Wanwan, initially not hungry, suddenly felt an appetite seeing Qin Song devour his meal, and soon joined him in eating. Auntie Sue's cooking is as delicious as ever. Qin Song mumbled with his mouth full. Mom's dishes are the best. Eat as much as you like, but don't overdo it, Su Qiaoling said with a smile, watching the two. There's a secret to 3 meals a day. Breakfast should be hearty, lunch should be filling, and dinner should be lighter. To minimize the burden on the digestive system during sleep, Su Qiaoling typically prepared less food for dinner compared to lunch. Having scooped the last of the rice from the rice cooker into a large bowl filled with spicy chicken, Qin Song mixed everything thoroughly and devoured it in large bites, letting out a satisfied burp. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan had polished off the remaining gourd and meat soup on the table. Thus, they had successfully completed their mission of cleaning their plates. Qin Song's carefree demeanor, treating himself as a member of the family rather than a guest, was endearing to Su Qiaoling. Young boys should feel at ease. Even if they make minor mistakes, it's no cause for concern. It's far better than being timid and reserved, Su Qiaoling thought as she observed Qin Song lounging in his chair. With concern, she asked, "You're not too full, are you?" Qin Song shook his head. "No, Auntie Sue, I'm only 8/10 full." Su Qiaoling nodded with a smile. "That's good. I'll go wash the dishes. You and Wanwan can take a break before studying again." Qin Song felt delighted on his first day of having all 3 meals at home, regardless of his academic performance. His attitude was evidently positive. Thus, he reclined comfortably on the sofa, holding the remote control as he flipped through channels. Children's channel, Bears Unleashed, springtime matchup. It is. Berda, here I come. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from the television, Jiang Wanwan, who was in the midst of retrieving a cake from the refrigerator, cast a surprised glance at Qin Song. Immature, Qin Song paid her no mind, engrossed in watching bears on the loose. A man remains a boy at heart until death. Sitting on the sofa after a meal, indulging in bears on the loose, is the most delightful way to digest. There's a saying that if you wish to learn how to appease a man, delve into child psychology. The same methods used to soothe children apply to men and are undoubtedly effective. As Jiang Wanwan placed the cake on the coffee table, her eyes fixated on the luscious red strawberries, she could not help but swallow hard. Strawberry cake. Oh, how she craved it. Before she could take her next action, Qin Song's voice interjected. "No, you mustn't. The optimal time for dessert is 1 to 2 hours after a meal. Consuming sweets immediately after eating not only risks elevating blood sugar levels, but also encourages fat accumulation, which is detrimental to the digestive system." Reluctantly listening to Qin Song's earnest lecture, Jiang Wanwan returned the cake to the refrigerator. She was not overly concerned about her blood sugar. After all, she was still young. Moreover, she did not indulge in sweets daily. However, the prospect of fat accumulation was indeed a concern. In truth, she was already satiated, yet her desire to taste the cake lingered. For the sake of her figure, she resisted the temptation. She could not afford to develop a little belly, lest Qin Song tease her by calling her little chubby girl. Moments later, Su Qiaoling emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of sliced cantaloupe, which she placed on the coffee table. "Here, enjoy some cantaloupe, a post-meal fruit. Once you two have rested, continue your studies. If you tire, take a break with your phones, and remember to balance work and rest." "Okay, Annie." "All right, Mom." Qin Song, armed with a toothpick, began to eat the cantaloupe, and Jiang Wanwan followed suit, nibbling on her piece. Bear trouble. Bald-headed Chong is back to chop trees. That pesky little bear, return my saw. Gradually, the two became immersed in the world of Bear Mountain, only resuming their studies in their room once the children's channel switched to a different program. Chapter 54, Rub Your Belly. Jiang Wanwan recalled her earlier demeanor, her cheeks warming with embarrassment. Initially, she had called Qin Song childish, yet she found herself laughing louder than he while watching bears on the loose. How mortifying! Thankfully, Qin Song did not mock her. Otherwise, she would have sought revenge. "Here, this is the study plan I devised for you. After all, there's still several days until school starts, so this outlines your study schedule for the next few days." Jiang Wanwan handed Qin Song a sheet of paper filled with notes. Upon glancing at it, Qin Song noted that his study time was meticulously organized. His performance in the three main subjects during the afternoon's test was commendable, though he struggled with spelling and English, often omitting or misplacing letters. As for physics and chemistry, he found those subjects a bit challenging. He had difficulty recalling molecular formulas and chemical equations, often confusing them and making errors. Thus, the study plan outlined mornings dedicated to memorizing various formulas and classical poems, followed by practice exercises. Afternoons were reserved for extensive problem solving, while evenings would be more relaxed, focusing on reviewing English vocabulary and conducting dictation, making the day swiftly pass. As Qin Song scrutinized the final line of the paper, which stated, Qin Tong Xue may earn a mysterious reward for completing daily study tasks on time, curiosity piqued within him. A reward? What reward? Qin Song felt a flutter of anticipation. Do you truly wish to know? Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Qin Song nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain. Then just ponder it. You did not complete your study tasks this afternoon, so today's reward is forfeited. Qin Song. By the way, tomorrow morning, I need to see off Dajuan and Shaojun at the station, and then at 10 o'clock, Grandma, he will undergo surgery. I must be at the hospital with Ishan. Once the surgery is complete, I will return in time for lunch. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding. Compared to those matters, studying seemed less significant. Considering you have serious commitments, as long as you adhere to the study plan tomorrow afternoon and evening, you may still earn a reward. But I had serious matters this afternoon too. Idonte kare la. Next, Qin Song continued to memorize vocabulary, taking a moment to retrieve the cake from the refrigerator to warm it slightly, ensuring Jiang Wanwan would not eat it cold later. Her special period had yet to pass, and she was uncertain if she could indulge freely on her birthday. Otherwise, many delectable treats would need to be restrained. All right, you've practiced enough. Now I shall test your spelling of English words, Jiang Wanwan announced, glancing at Qin Song. But fret not, I will begin with the easier ones. Qin Song nodded, eager to assess his progress. He tore off a piece of scrap paper, readying his pen with determination. Jiang Wanwan picked up a copy of 3000 high school English vocabulary and silently recited the first word in Chinese. Balance. Indeed, quite simple balance. Change. Change, continue. Basketball. Chicken. Wait. Something seems off. Were it not for the current trend surrounding Chicken Brother, Qin Song might have suspected Jiang Wanwan of being a little black fan or a lover of exquisite fish dishes. Observing the 3 letters on his scrap paper, he realized he had unknowingly written them, crossed them out, and replaced them with the correct English word, chicken. Following that, Jiang Wanwan read aloud over 10 commonly used high school English words. Once Qin Song had completed his spelling, she took the paper to correct it. All correct. It seems basic vocabulary poses no challenge for you. Let's move on to intermediate vocabulary. However, you should pay special attention to chicken. It contains no X. I noticed you only corrected it after crossing out the mistake. It means both chicken and chicken meat, and as an adjective, it denotes timidity or cowardice. Qin Song nodded silently. He did not struggle with the word, but his thoughts wandered to a departed friend, rendering his hand uncooperative. Can we eat the cake now? I just noticed you took it out to warm it. Jiang Wanwan eagerly inquired, glancing at the electronic clock on the desk. Qin Song nodded, and without hesitation, Jiang Wanwan rushed out of the room to bring the cake inside. Su Qiaoling did not partake in cake, so they did not consult her. The girl unwrapped the packaging, sliced the cake, and offered the first piece to Qin Song. She then cut a second piece and placed it on a cake plate. Just as she picked up her fork to eat, Qin Song intervened. He used his fork to scoop a bit of cream from Jiang Wanwan's piece and tasted it to check the temperature. In response to her puzzled gaze, he tested the temperature of the cake itself and then sampled the strawberry. The cream and cake were fine to eat, but the strawberry still needed to wait, as it was slightly cold inside. You're still in your special period, and now that it's evening, it's best to avoid cold foods. Otherwise, you might experience abdominal pain at night. As he spoke, he deftly used a fork and spoon to pluck the strawberries from the top of the cake, placing them onto a new cake plate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan blinked at him, obediently refraining from any retort. She scooped a small spoonful of cream into her mouth, her face lighting up with a sweet, satisfied smile. Qin Song watched her with a tender smile, wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth with a tissue before indulging in the cake himself. Little did he know, the girl's heart raced for quite some time due to his recent gesture, though they had already shared a kiss. The fluttering feelings for someone one adores do not wane with the progression of their relationship. Burp. The girl let out a contented belch, lying on the bed in a starfish position. Qin Song, with a sigh, helped her sit up, wiping away the cream that still lingered at the corner of her mouth. It's unwise to lie down after a hearty meal, lest one invite gastric ulcers or indigestion. But I'm so full. Jiang Wanwan looked at him with pleading eyes. How about a tummy rub? After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, asking, can you do it over my clothes? Sure. After Qin Song had rubbed her belly for nearly 10 minutes, Jiang Wanwan finally called for him to stop. All right, I feel much better now. With a playful grin revealing her little tiger teeth, she picked up her English vocabulary book from the desk and resumed her reading. After a while, upon hearing Qin Song say the strawberries were ready to eat, she stuffed them in her mouth all at once, causing juice to dribble as she chewed. Chapter 55. This world is not lacking in adults. Qin Song shot her an exasperated glance, pulling out a tissue to clean her up, then wiping away the strawberry juice that had dripped onto the table. Don't choke. After swallowing the strawberries, Jiang Wanwan replied with a knowing smile, then made a silly face at him. Following this series of antics, she suddenly froze. Why do I find myself behaving so childishly in front of Qin Song? Like a little kid? Jiang Wanwan pondered. Surely, he doesn't think I'm immature, does he? A wave of worry washed over her, prompting her to voice her concerns. Qin Song, do you think I'm a bit childish? Like just now when I called you childish for watching Bears Are Coming, yet I laughed louder than you did. And when I was eating the cake, cream smeared everywhere and with the strawberries and the silly faces. A sudden wave of fear surged within her. When Qin Song had unexpectedly kissed her earlier that afternoon, amidst her surprise and joy, there had also been an inexplicable tinge of fear. Initially, she and T grasped the source of that fear, but now it became clear. She worried that Qin Song might, for some reason, cease to like her. She feared that he was merely experiencing a fleeting infatuation, much like his approach to studying. Would Qin Song, in light of the impending exams, exert effort only to whimsically shower her with kindness? Everything that had transpired recently felt surreal, akin to a dream. The adolescent girl began to spiral into overthinking. People often feel the happiest when they are on the cusp of happiness. Now that she had attained it, she found herself plagued by insecurities. If someone particularly cherished and loved were to suddenly depart, would she be able to bear it? Jiang Wanwan mused, reminiscent of the loss of her father at the tender age of 6. Gradually, her eyes reddened, tears welling up on the brink of spilling over. Perhaps it was the heightened sensitivity of this tumultuous period, or perhaps her inherent vulnerability stemming from her family background. She felt increasingly uneasy, even fearful. Qin Song leaned closer, cradling her face in his hands, brushing against the tears that cascaded down her cheeks. No, I don't think you're childish. You know, it's only in front of someone you like that you unconsciously reveal your youthful side, which only proves that you care for me. Let's not be sad anymore, shall we? Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan looked into his sincere eyes and nodded vigorously, though her tears continued to flow unabated. Qin Song leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. The salty tears, oddly enough, tasted of happiness. In intimate relationships, the greatest vulnerability lies in shedding tears face to face. For within such closeness, the depth of emotions and trust between individuals is most profoundly manifested when they allow their tears to fall freely in front of one another. This is not a display of weakness. Rather, it reveals the truest and softest parts of one's heart. It tests the capacity for tolerance and understanding in both parties. When one weeps, the other must provide ample space and comfort, rather than hastily seeking solutions or evading reality. Only in an atmosphere of mutual support and care can these tears transform into deeper connections and growth. They illuminate both the fragility and authenticity of human nature, while also attesting to the resilience and strength of love. Each droplet serves as a baptism for their feelings, fostering a greater appreciation for one another as they navigate the storms of life together. Cry, let it all out. and release what has been bottled up in your heart for so many years. You were so lively and clever as a child. Why have you grown up to be less expressive of your emotions? Aunt Sue has been holding back, not wanting you to see it. But you must be holding back too, right? Qin Song took a deep breath, gently massaging the girl's cheeks. Wan, you can take your time growing up. It's perfectly fine to do so at your own pace. Because this world is not lacking in adults. You can choose to become the person you wish to be at any moment, to pursue the things you desire. I will always be by your side. I don't want to be your mere support. I wish to face everything with you, for even the strongest support is still just that, support. Upon hearing this, the girl lifted her gaze, her once dim eyes now sparkling with clarity. Like a crystal-clear mountain spring, happiness, joy, relief, and affection flowed within her, utterly pure. Nestled in Qin Song's embrace, she nuzzled against his chest, her voice trembling as she asked, "Then can I choose not to grow up, to remain your little child?" "Solely yours, your only child?" Jiang Wanwan's heartfelt words struck Qin Song like a bullet, leaving him breathless. This bullet was not propelled by gunpowder, but by sincerity, the most unadulterated emotion. Qin Song couldn't help but pinch her little cheek. "Of course you can. In fact, teachers have imparted lessons on love as well. The political science teacher once said, 'Some choices are not wrong, just unsuitable.' The English teacher suggested, 'If you don't know, just take a guess.' What if you're right?" The math teacher remarked, "If the process is flawed, the result will be too." The language arts teacher advised, "It's better to be wrong than to leave it blank." The biology teacher noted, "There is no absolute fairness in this world. Even hearts lean to the left." The history teacher remarked, "What you hold dear has long become history." Even the physical education teacher would chime in as you run. "Could you please not walk?" Qin Song believed that while all these statements held truth, they required 3 prerequisites. Those 3 conditions are sincerity. Sincerity. And once more, sincerity. For sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Never abandon what you love for any reason. Can the shrimp of the sea and the fish of the river ever yield a result? Just place in a pot, and there you have it. Once cooked, the outcome is undeniable, and the flavor becomes even more exquisite. Wan, do you realize? At your tender age, it is perfectly acceptable to embrace a touch of childishness. You ought to be lively, a bit naive, mischievous, and even rebellious. At this stage of life, such traits are entirely normal and should not be suppressed. Before assuming any other identity, the most crucial thing is to be true to yourself. Qin Song pulled out a few tissues and gently wiped away her tears, planting a tender kiss on her forehead. As her emotions began to stabilize, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Comforting a girl was truly beyond his experience. Chapter 56, Of Course I Like You. Jiang Wanwan's demeanor is rather composed around familiar faces, yet somewhat reserved in the presence of those she does not know well. Hence, she resorts to keeping a diary to articulate her thoughts and feelings. In class, she excels academically and is well liked by her teachers. However, to the majority of her classmates, she bears but one label, the top student. Apart from Qin Song, her only friend is Chun Cece, another academically gifted individual. Yet, their conversations predominantly revolve around studies. Consequently, one could say she possesses few friends, only Qin Song. This is precisely why Qin Song wishes for her to be a bit more playful and vibrant. Humans are inherently social beings. Lacking friends can be a daunting experience, especially during one's school years. The fleeting friendships formed during this time are often the purest, and many of them endure a lifetime. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan, once she regained her composure, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she have just cried in Qin Song's embrace? She should have held it together. But why could she not? After a moment, she abruptly asked Qin Song, "Do you like me?" Taken aback, Qin Song paused. Uncertain of why Jiang Wanwan posed such a question, he nonetheless nodded, affirming, "Of course I do." The girl widened her eyes in surprise. "Why is your response so straightforward?" Qin Song shrugged. "Liking someone is not something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it is an act of courage. Why should I not acknowledge it? Liking someone is not a fault, is it?" Jiang Wanwan's face flushed crimson as she covered her face. After a while, she stood up, and playfully nudged Qin Song. "All right, it's getting late. I need to take a shower and go to bed. You should head home for the same." With that, she pushed him out the door and shut it with a decisive click. Once Qin Song had departed, Jiang Wanwan flung herself on her bed, rolling around joyfully. "Oh," Qin Song said, "he likes me. How delightful, how delightful." Outside the room, Qin Song, hearing the commotion within, chuckled affectionately and shook his head. This girl truly leaves him helpless. The shift in her emotions was remarkably swift. One moment, she was nestled in his arms, sobbing, and the next, she had ushered him out. He approached Su Qiaoling's door and knocked gently. It was only polite to bid farewell before heading home, and knowing she would surely message him in the morning, it was best to mention it now. "Aunt Sue, I've finished studying for today, so I'm heading home to wash up and rest. Tomorrow morning, I need to accompany my friend whose grandmother is undergoing surgery, but I will return for lunch." As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled voice replied from within. "Alright, Aunt Sue understands. If you have any preferences for lunch tomorrow, just let Aunt Sue know, and I'll prepare it for you." "Great." At that moment, Su Qiaoling stood silently in her room, holding a delicate photo framed tightly in her hands. Her gaze was fixed upon the photograph within, as if she were transcending time to lock eyes with the person captured in it. The man in the frame, clad in a vibrant firefighter's uniform, exuded a valiant presence, his face displaying both strength and gentleness. Standing tall, he offered a radiant smile to the camera and saluted with precision. In that instant, his eyes brimmed with determination and confidence, as if declaring his unwavering commitment to duty and purpose to the world. The light cascaded upon the photograph, illuminating the golden sheen of the man's uniform, while also highlighting the glistening tears in Su Qiaoling's eyes. She tenderly caressed the edges of the frame, absorbing the warmth and strength that emanated from a distant past. Each touch felt like a connection to memories shared, allowing her to relive cherished moments spent together. Her slightly swollen eyes and the traces of tears upon her cheeks indicated that she had been crying. Su Qiaoling had inadvertently overheard the conversation between Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. Initially, she had intended to inquire whether they would like a glass of juice or milk. However, just as she was about to knock on Jiang Wanwan's door, she accidentally caught the sound of her sobs. Unaware of the full context, Su Qiaoling hesitated, standing silently as she listened carefully to the sounds emanating from within. It was only when Jiang Wanwan stood up and playfully shoved Qin Song that she retreated to her own room, gently stroking the face of the man in the photograph. Su Qiaoling smiled softly. "Darling, your judgment remains impeccable. Even before Qin Song matured, you had already arranged for a betrothal between the two children, intending for him to be your son-in-law. It is a pity that it was ultimately called off, yet perhaps it is for the best, allowing them the freedom to pursue their own love stories. But knowing your discerning nature, why did you rush into that burning building when you were aware of its imminent collapse? You saved your two comrades, but you could not save yourself. I once blamed you for not considering our well-being during your missions, but I no longer hold that against you. After all, every child is a treasure to their parents. Now that Wanwan has found a good home, I will find solace when these two children marry and have children of their own. Did you know? Old Qin and his wife mentioned that if Qin Song and Wanwan marry, their firstborn son will carry the Jiang surname, ensuring that your lineage does not extinguish. They claim that the Jiang family has but one heir, while the Qin family has siblings aplenty. I am perfectly agreeable to this arrangement. After all, with the recent policy allowing for second children by the time they wed, I imagine the third child policy will be in full effect. It would be wonderful to have more children, providing companionship for one another. When the time comes, I will take your grandchildren to the cemetery to visit you. So you must wait for me and not wander off." Upon returning home, Qin Song quickly washed up and settled in front of his computer to compose. As per his usual routine, he first checked the statistics of his work and was pleasantly surprised to find that over 100 people were already reading it. The engagement was promising, surpassing even his expectations, with the first reviews and segment comments beginning to trickle in. It should be noted that his novel was only 60,000 words long, and he had yet to enter the verification phase. As a newcomer to the platform, such numbers were commendable. Many remained in a solitary state until they reached 80,000 words. Qin Song liked each review and comment, then browsed through the hidden content he had tucked away within the narrative. You cannot add chicken essence to fried rice noodles. Otherwise, it will explode. What are you doing? Oh dear. Gazing at these timeless memes from a past life, Qin Song felt a sense of emptiness. Wishing fervently for Chicken Brother to make his grand debut as the NBA's ambassador sooner, so he could engage with his fellow readers. Alas, another day in the realm of JQN. With that thought, Qin Song began to type, determined to complete today's 20,000 words ahead of schedule. For he needed to rise early the next day to see off to June and Xiao Jun at the train station. Chapter 57. The Strategist Chun Cece. Meanwhile, in Jiang Wanwan's room, freshly emerged from a bath, she pondered a pressing question. What exactly was her relationship with Qin Song? It was indisputable that romance could only blossom post-examinations. If that were the case, then she and Qin Song could not be classified as boyfriend and girlfriend. Thus, they remained friends, childhood companions. Yet what kind of friends engage in kissing and salivary exchanges so casually? This was maddening. Jiang Wanwan scratched her head, her thoughts swirling like a CPU on the verge of overheating. Unable to fathom the situation any longer, she resolved to seek external assistance. With a few deft taps on her phone, she sent a message. At that very moment, in a nearby room, Chun Cece, seated at her desk working on math problems, heard the familiar ping of her phone. She picked it up to discover a message from Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, Cece, are you there? I have a question for you. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's message, a smile graced Chun Cece's lips. Scholars often find themselves in solitude, and those who are socially awkward are even more isolated. Jiang Wanwan, shaped by her family background, tended to withhold her emotions in front of others, while Chun Cece simply grappled with social anxiety, a quintessential introvert. Apart from her conversations with Jiang Wanwan, she shied away from interactions with others. In class, Jiang Wanwan had Qin Song as her childhood friend and Chun Cece as her sole confidant. Consequently, the arrival of Jiang Wanwan's message brought her a sense of joy. Chun Cece, speak up. Is it about physics, chemistry, or biology? Chun Cece excelled in the sciences compared to Jiang Wanwan, while the latter outperformed her in math and English, leading to their frequent academic collaborations. Jiang Wanwan, I kissed a very good male friend. What does that make our relationship? Chun Cece, I was wondering what it could be. Chun Cece noted that Jiang Wanwan's inquiry was decidedly unrelated to academics, and she promptly responded, wait. It seemed something peculiar had slipped into the conversation. Chun Cece retracted a message. Chun Cece, wait. You kissed. Her aloof, esteemed scholar friend had kissed a boy. At that moment, Chun Cece's curiosity ignited, transforming her demeanor into one of eagerness. I must uncover the details. Chun Cece, did you use your tongue? Jiang Wanwan, that's not the point, okay? Ooh. Chun Cece, wait. You've learned to use emoticons? What exactly did he do to you? Jiang Wanwan, that's not the focus. The crucial thing is, what are we right now? Chun Cece, so, are you two together? Jiang Wanwan, what are you thinking? We are still high school students. How could we be in a relationship? Jiang Wanwan, besides, if we were together, would this question even arise? Chun Cece, it seems like it does. Let me think about your relationship. Chun Cece lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Finally, she opened a search engine. After an exhaustive search, she synthesized the responses of countless netizens and arrived at a definitive answer. Chun Cece, your relationship is currently one of lip friendship, meaning your bond has deepened through kissing, which differs from mine with you. Chun Cece, are you familiar with platonic love? It embodies a pursuit of the spiritual while rejecting the corporeal. Given your relationship, you likely share a non-platonic friendship. Chun Cece, your connection is simultaneously beyond friendship, yet short of romance. My suggestion is to maintain this status and continue exchanging kisses to nurture your friendship. After much contemplation, Chun Cece dispatched these 3 messages. Although she had never been in love or had feelings for a boy, surely Baidu and the internet wouldn't mislead her? If so, perhaps she was excelling as a strategist? It seems I've inadvertently performed exceptionally well. Jiang Wanwan blinked at the messages from Chun Cece. Lip friendship, non-platonic friendship, kissing to deepen friendship? Something felt amiss. It sounded appealing. Qin Song. By the way, the person you kissed must be Qin Song, right? Upon reading Qin Song's message, Jiang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Wanwan, how did you know? Qin Song, you only talked to one boy in class, and who else could it be? Besides, you two have been childhood friends. Qin Song, by the way, what does kissing feel like? Jiang Wanwan contemplated this question, secretly reminiscing about her 2 kisses with Qin Song. At that time, all she felt was nervousness. She hadn't truly savored the taste of his tongue. A twinge of disappointment crept into the heart of the young girl. Jiang Wanwan, I don't know. I was too nervous, my mind went blank. Qin Song, then kiss him again tomorrow, and remember to share your feelings with me. You're temporarily ahead of me in this subject, so keep me informed, or I'll be at a loss later. Seeing this message, Jiang Wanwan blinked in confusion, her large eyes reflecting her bewilderment. Can this be something we learn together? Jiang Wanwan, all right, but when I have questions, you must offer me advice. Qin Song, no problem. I'm quite the capable strategist, and I'll help you keep Qin Song firmly in your grasp. Easy peasy, JPG. Jiang Wanwan, I'm counting on you, JPG. After a moment, Qin Song sent another message. Qin Song, by the way, it seems Qin Song's academic performance, ISNT, particularly stellar. If you both can't attend the same university, wouldn't that mean a long-distance relationship? Jiang Wanwan, he has been studying diligently every day. Today he completed a set of exam papers and scored above the 2nd-tier line. I believe he can do it. Qin Song, well then, your ideal university is Jiangxing University. What about him? What schools are you both planning to apply to? Jiang Wanwan, he wants to apply to Jiangxing University too. We plan to apply together. Qin Song, it won't be easy for him to catch up. There is a lot of room for improvement now, so we should make quick progress. Later, as his potential diminishes, it will be harder to raise his scores. Qin Song, I excel in physics, chemistry, and biology more than you do, so tell him that if he has any questions in these subjects after school starts, he can come to me. We'll teach him together, and he'll improve faster. Reading Qin Song's message, Jiang Wanwan felt a swell of gratitude. Jiang Wanwan, I'll keep you updated on his progress, and I promise not to leave you in the dark later. Chapter 58, Farewell. After conversing for a while longer, the two concluded their chat. Once Jiang Wanwan turned off the lights and lay in bed. She couldn't help but indulge in dreams of her life with Qin Song in the future. Graduating from high school, falling in love, completing university, marrying, and then having children. Just the thought of it filled her with joy. Then, she inadvertently pondered the possibility of a child vying for her affection in the future. Qin Song had promised her that she would be his only child. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan found herself amused by her own jealousy towards the child she might have with Qin Song. Is there such a small-minded mother in the world? Well, she resolved that if that child ever contested her love, she would inundate him with an abundance of homework, leaving him no time to compete for her affection. If he were still an infant, she would simply wean him off his milk. Her thoughts then spiraled further. What if it were her grandchildren vying for her affection? She would seize all their lollipops. After all, she is their elder. As she contemplated these scenarios, Jiang Wanwan's consciousness gradually sank into slumber, completely forgetting to send Qin Song a good night message. At that moment, Qin Song had just finished typing out 20,000 words and clicked the button to begin recommending his work on the platform. He stood up, stretching his limbs and listening to the satisfying pops and cracks of his joints. Picking up his phone, he noticed that there were no messages from Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song tapped on his phone and sent a message. Qin Song, silly Wanwan, good night. See you in your dreams. After sending the message, he plugged his phone into charge, turned off the lights, and lay down under the covers, closing his eyes with a grin. Let me see. What will you dream of? The next morning at 7 o'clock, the alarm clock rang on cue. Qin Song rose to turn off the alarm, freshened up, and rode his little electric scooter to the hospital. Since he had important matters to attend to today, he did not give Jiang Wanwan the car keys. At that moment, Hishun was already waiting at the hospital entrance, looking as if he had been drained of all vitality. As Qin Song approached, he noticed the deep circles under Hishun's eyes and teased, "Aren't you afraid of dropping dead from exhaustion?" Hishun sighed helplessly. "I really couldn't sleep, whether from the unfamiliar bed or anxiety. It feels like my heart has been suspended and hasn't come down. To be honest, I've never been this nervous, even in a 1v5 situation. Qin Song patted his shoulder. Didn't the doctor say it was just a minor surgery? The operation scheduled for 10 o'clock will be done by 11, and the lead surgeon is quite experienced. There's nothing to worry about. He-shun ruffled his disheveled hair. I know, but I can't help but feel anxious. You don't think the anesthetist would accidentally inject the anesthetic into the lead surgeon's backside, do you? Qin Song looked at He-shun as if he were foolish. Rest assured, rather than fretting over the surgery, you should be more concerned about yourself. In your current state, if you go to sign the preoperative consent form, your grandmother might be worried. He added, let's go get some noodles. After that, we can drop off Dajun and Xiaojun before heading back to the hospital. Breakfast in Jiang City primarily revolves around various noodle dishes. Lean meat noodles, 3 delicacies noodles. Liver noodles, fish noodles, beef offal noodles, brisket noodles, beef noodles, pork noodles, braised noodles, and fried noodles. There's a plethora of options to satisfy even the pickiest eater. The two arrived at a decade-old establishment and ordered 2 bowls of freshly cooked beef noodles. To ensure He-shun woke up properly, Qin Song had deliberately added a generous dollop of spicy oil to his broth. What the hell? I only added a spoonful of chili. Why is the soup completely red? He-shun slurped up the steaming hot and spicy noodles, experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. After finishing the noodles, Qin Song went to a nearby fruit shop to buy some seasonal fruits, and after purchasing a pack of cigarettes favored by Dajun and Xiaojun, he rode his electric scooter to the train station. Due to the need to scan identification to enter the waiting area, Dajun and Xiaojun did not go inside and waited outside for Qin Song and He-shun. Fortunately, there was a small supermarket outside the station with a sizable area designated for temporary seating for people entering and exiting, allowing them to sit and wait. At that moment, Chun Xiaorong was tugging at Chun Dajun's shirt, her eyes red and filled with reluctance. Her introverted nature meant her parents had not been particularly attentive to her. It was her brothers, Dajun and Xiaojun, who had raised her. As the eldest brother, they were her only family in the world, and her feelings of reluctance were understandably profound. As for her remarried mother, Chun Xiaorong had never intended to acknowledge her. A woman who abandoned 3 needy children to remarry and run away does not deserve to be called a mother. He-shun has told me about Grandma. He-shun said, thank you, Qin Song, and thank you, Jiang Wanwan. Chun Dajun looked seriously at Qin Song. Qin Song playfully punched his shoulder. Grandma, he is not just your grandmother. You don't need to be so formal with me. He added, if you really want to thank me, just call me Dad. Chun Dajun retorted, you idiot. After a moment, he continued, we've gathered Grandma his surgery fees, so Xiaojun and I1T have to go to that shady factory. That agency is truly disgusting. I asked about the conditions for an advance on wages, and not only do they take 10% off the top, but they also demand another 10% as a kickback. If I advance 100 yuan, I end up with only 80. Qin Song tossed him a cigarette and handed some fruits to Chun Xiaojun before asking, so where are you planning to go? Chun Dajun opened the pack of cigarettes, took one out, and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to light it, he glanced at the no-smoking sign nearby and set the lighter back down. Xiaojun and I found a place to work as apprentices. It might be tough, but we'll learn something. You and he should need to focus on your studies. The college entrance exam is a turning point in life. I need to work hard too. One day, when I become a boss, maybe I can even hire a few graduates from prestigious schools to work for me. Haha. Chun Xiaojun, usually quiet, stepped forward and handed Qin Song a roll of cash. I know that the day after tomorrow is your 18th birthday. And since Grandma, he's having surgery today, He-shun and Xiaoro will need to take care of her, while you have your own family and plans. So the 4 of us 1T celebrate with you. We are all grown men, and we didn't know what gift to get you, but here is some money. It's 1,431 yuan, while it isn't much. It's a token of our feelings. Without waiting for Qin Song to respond, Chun Xiaojun pressed the money into his hand. Looking down, Qin Song saw the colorful bills. A mix of denominations. It could be 1,000 yuan or 2,000, but it could not possibly be 1,431 yuan. Chapter 59, A Headache. Qin Song managed to force a smile. All right, I understand. Qin Dajun then turned to Qin Xiaorong. Xiaorong, from now on you'll stay at Brother Shin's house. If you need anything, just call me, or talk to Brother Shun or Qin Song. Chun Xiaorong replied with a soft yet she still clung tightly to his shirt. Chun Dajuan patted her head, embraced her, and then checked the time on his phone. "It's about time. We should head inside. Take care of yourselves." With that, the two of them pulled their luggage and entered the train station. Chun Xiaorong stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the retreating figures of the two men, tears inevitably streaming down her cheeks. This parting would likely extend until the new year. After bidding farewell to Dajuan and Xiaojun, the two escorted Chun Xiaorong back to He Shun's residence. The previous day, Dajuan and Xiaojun had already vacated their rented apartment and moved their belongings to He Shun's home. So Chun Xiaorong had little to retrieve and could simply settle in at He Shun's. Qin Song and He Shun had no intention of allowing Chun Xiaorong to accompany them to the hospital. Although such places were not strictly off-limits, it was preferable to avoid them, especially the surgical ward. Upon arriving at the hospital, they first proceeded to Grandma He's ward. Grandma He appeared to be in good spirits and decent health. Upon seeing Qin Song and He Shun, she insisted on peeling an apple from a table for them. He Shun quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Grandma, please don't trouble yourself with that. You need to rest before your surgery." Grandma He patted his hand and smiled. "I'm resting quite well, just a bit hungry and thirsty. That is not a problem, is it? Fasting for 8 hours and abstaining from liquids for 4 hours before surgery is entirely normal. You'll be able to eat something after the operation as per the doctor's orders," He Shun replied. Grandma He chuckled. "That is good to hear. This is the first surgery of my life, and I must admit I'm feeling a bit anxious. It is natural for individuals to experience tension and fear when faced with the unknown, regardless of age." Qin Song spoke gently. "Don't worry, Grandma. He Shun and I will be waiting right outside the operating room for you. When you come out post-surgery, you'll see us." He uttered a kind-hearted falsehood. For surgeries like Grandma He's, anesthesia would certainly be administered. Provided the anesthetist made no errors, she would emerge from the operating room in a deep slumber. Thus, when she next awoke, it would undoubtedly be in her hospital bed. After a brief conversation with Grandma, medical personnel entered the room. A nurse approached Grandma He's bedside and addressed Qin Song and He Shun. "Which of you is the family member of the patient in bed 3? Upon hearing this, He Shun raised his hand, saying, I'm her grandson." The nurse nodded and continued, "The patient's surgery is scheduled for 1 hour from now, and she needs to go to the preoperative waiting area for a series of examinations." With that, she handed over a sheet of A4 paper. "This is the preoperative consent form. Please review it, and if there are no issues, kindly sign it. Otherwise, the surgery cannot proceed." She then produced a pen from her pocket and offered it to He Shun. Without glancing at it further, He Shun quickly signed his name. Qin Song looked at the nurse and kindly inquired, "Miss Nightingale, may I ask in which operating room this surgery will take place? Would you like to wait in the corridor over there?" The nurse smiled, covering her mouth. "You're quite the charmer, little brother. The surgery is scheduled in operating room 5, located on the 3rd floor of the adjacent building. Just follow the directional signs, and you'll find it easily." With that, she and 2 other nurses wheeled Grandma He's bed away, engaging her in conversation to divert her attention and alleviate her anxiety. The preoperative waiting area and the operating room were not located in the same vicinity, so the two did not follow, but instead proceeded directly to the 3rd floor of the main building. As soon as they reached the stairway, Qin Song barely had time to steady himself before an overpowering, somewhat acrid scent surged forth like a tsunami. Unlike the previous area, this place emanated a distinct odor, a unique amalgamation of the hospital's antiseptic and cleaning agents. This scent seemed to possess an invisible force, penetrating his nostrils and burrowing deep within his body, causing him to furrow his brow. The stark white lighting and various white furnishings conjured an indescribable feeling within him. It bore a hint of freshness from cleanliness, yet simultaneously exuded an unspeakable sense of oppression and heaviness, akin to the unique aura radiated by such a specialized environment, one that was impossible to overlook. Qin Song abhorred this scent. It was fair to say he detested it. Upon inhaling it and seeing the lights above operating room 2 illuminate, memories from a past life flooded back like a tide. When his parents passed away, he had visited the morgue, where the same intense antiseptic odor lingered. Before Jiang Wanwan succumbed to cancer in his previous life, He had visited her in the hospital, unable to escape this scent. In Qin Song's nostrils, these odors morphed into countless fine needles, piercing his olfactory nerves deeply. Each breath felt as though he were being gnawed upon by thousands of ants, rendering him nearly despondent. Yet, that was not the worst of it. This indescribable discomfort surged like a tide from his nostrils to his heart, swiftly spreading to every corner of his being. He attempted to cover his nose with his hand, yet the potent scent infiltrated through the gaps between his fingers. Qin Song felt his heartbeat quicken, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This torment seemed endless, becoming nearly unbearable. In the next instant, he suddenly sank into a chair in the corridor beside Operating Room 5, startling He-shun significantly. He-shun, observing the beads of sweat dotting Qin Song's forehead and his pallid complexion, anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Qin Song forced a smile, replying, "I'm fine. Just a sudden stomachache. Perhaps I had something too spicy for breakfast. I'll step outside for some fresh air. You stay here, and if anything happens, message me immediately." He-shun nodded repeatedly, assisting him into the elevator and accompanying him down. Once outside, Qin Song sat on a bench by the roadside, inhaling the sweet scent of osmanthus carried by the wind, and the piercing pain in his mind began to recede slightly. He suddenly recalled a phrase. "The memories of the deceased are assailing me." Chapter 60, Shaolin Kung Fu. Observing as the color returned slowly to Qin Song's pale face, He-shun finally let out a sigh of relief. "Perhaps it was the antiseptic odor that unsettled you. You should rest here for a bit. I'll manage upstairs alone. There's a small garden nearby, according to the sign. Take a stroll there once you feel better. I'll message you if anything arises." Qin Song nodded and slowly stood up. "Do you need me to assist you?" He-shun inquired. Qin Song shook his head. "No need. I feel much better now. You should head upstairs. If Grandma doesn't TC you before entering the operating room, she might get anxious." "My apologies for causing you worry," Qin Song added. He-shun's tone turned serious and sincere. "What are you saying? Do we need to exchange such pleasantries in our relationship?" He then expressed concern. "All right, I'll head up first. Message me if you need anything." Qin Song nodded. "Yes, go ahead." Once He-shun took the elevator upstairs, Qin Song followed the directional signs, leisurely making his way toward the nearby small park. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers along the way gradually eased his mind, bringing him a sense of joy. At this moment, the sun had only just risen, and it was merely 9:15 in the morning. The warm and pleasant sunlight bathed the earth, imparting a perfectly balanced warmth to the people. This gentle radiance upon his body evoked an indescribable sense of comfort and contentment. The park was bustling with a multitude of individuals, most of whom donned hospital gowns. A smooth path, paved with blue stone slabs, meandered through the area, allowing those with limited mobility to relish this beautiful moment from their wheelchairs. The sun at 9 in the morning cast its warm glow over the fragrant blossoms and lush grass of the park, where koi fish gracefully glided through the pond and birds chirped softly from the branches, creating an atmosphere teeming with vitality. Yet, upon observing the elderly, predominantly silver-haired figures clad in hospital attire, a poignant feeling stirred within Qin Song. A bittersweet beauty reminiscent of the setting sun, splendid yet tinged with the melancholy of twilight. As he took a few steps forward, he noticed an elderly gentleman maneuvering his wheelchair alone, leaning down in an attempt to extricate a blade of grass that had become ensnared in the front wheel. Qin Song hastened to assist him, deftly pulling the stubborn grass free. After graciously acknowledging the old man's thanks, he pushed the wheelchair around the park for a few laps. Shortly thereafter, the elderly gentleman's nurse arrived to escort him back for medication and treatment. After bidding farewell to the old man, Qin Song made his way to a small pavilion within the park, settling into a chair while observing a family of 3 nearby. The boy's father, clad in a hospital gown, walked alongside his 4 or 5-year-old son, who held his father's hand in his left and his mother's hand in his right. As they approached the pavilion in unison, once seated, the father produced a tablet, placing it upon the stone table, where an animated series titled Jackie Chan Adventures began to play. Gradually, the boy became entranced by the animated world, his face lighting up with joy as he watched the protagonist deftly defeat the villains. Jackie Chan is amazing. His martial arts are incredible, the boy exclaimed, clapping his hands and glancing at his father. Seeing the boy's delight, the father inquired, "Son, how would you feel if Daddy learned martial arts?" "Shaolin Kung Fu, you know. Isn't that cool?" The boy jumped off the wooden bench, his eyes wide with excitement. "Really? Is Daddy really going to learn Shaolin Kung Fu? When will you start?" The father affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "Tomorrow, Daddy will begin his training, and I'll have to shave my head. Do you know why?" The boy eagerly raised his hand. "I know. Because there are only monks at the Shaolin Temple, and they can't have hair." The father chuckled and kissed his son. "Correct. My son is so clever. Daddy, you must learn well and come back to teach me. I want to be as formidable as Jackie Chan." The boy's gaze was filled with yearning as he looked up at his father. In response, the father displayed a determined glint in his eyes, replying, "Absolutely. If I learn quickly, I'll be home soon. If it takes longer, it might be a while. But you must promise me to listen to your mother while I'm away, okay? When I return, I'll teach you everything I've learned, all right?" He extended his pinky. "Let's make a pinky promise." A promise is a solemn vow. The boy nodded earnestly and linked his pinky with his father's in agreement. At that moment, the boy's mother fought back tears, tilting her head back and blinking to hold them at bay before returning to a composed expression as she watched her husband and son. "You've been such a good boy. Come here, let Mommy give you a kiss." The little boy leaned in, and his mother planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Moo, I also kissed Mommy." The father feigned displeasure. "Why does my son only kiss Mommy and not Daddy? Do you not love me?" The boy quickly countered, "Not at all," and then planted a kiss on his father's cheek. The family shared a moment of happiness, and after a brief respite, they prepared to depart. As the boy's father stood, his sleeve lifted slightly, revealing a wristband that should have been concealed. Qin Song's gaze sharpened as he read the glaring words, "Malignant brain tumor." He glanced at the family, then raised his eyes to the distant sky, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. After sitting in contemplation for a while longer, Qin Song finally rose to leave, calculating that Grandma's surgery was likely nearing completion. On his way back, Qin Song encountered an amusing scene. An elderly man, approximately the same age as his father, was adamantly refusing to take his bitter medicine, despite his wife's persistent coaxing. Eventually, she resorted to calling the elderly man's mother, who arrived promptly with a lollipop in hand. The sight of the lollipop seemed to work wonders, as he readily swallowed the medicine and began to enjoy the treat. Indeed, no matter how old one becomes, one remains a child in the eyes of their parents. Upon arriving at the comprehensive building, Qin Song did not rush upstairs, but rather stopped at the pharmacy on the first floor to purchase an N95 mask. Once donned, and reassured that most unpleasant odors were kept at bay, he ascended to the third floor via the elevator. As he stepped out, he immediately sensed a stark contrast to the park's atmosphere. The expansive corridor was filled with a dozen or more individuals seated in silence. The air outside the operating room seemingly suspended, heavy enough to stifle a breath. Each face bore the marks of anxiety and concern. Time dragged on, each minute feeling interminable, as a suffocating tension enveloped the space. Occasionally, a soft sigh or whispered prayer would punctuate the silence, only to be quickly swallowed by the stillness. Qin Song approached and settled beside He Shun, casting inquiring eyes his way. He Shun shook his head and murmured, "The surgery hasn't reached the expected duration yet. It's normal for them not to have emerged. No need to worry. What's wrong? Are you all right? Why are you wearing a mask?" Qin Song replied, shaking his head, "I'm fine. I think I'm just not accustomed to the smell of hospital disinfectants, so I bought a mask." Not far from them, outside another operating room, an elderly man knelt on the ground, bowing deeply towards the room. This scene reminded Qin Song of an elderly man he once saw at an internet CF, bowing before a statue of Galen. In his previous life, Qin Song had initially dismissed such acts as superstitious folly, until a series of events led him to bow and kneel before statues made of metal and stone. In truth, the prayers heard outside hospital operating rooms are often more devout than those in temples, and the kisses exchanged at train stations and airports carry a sincerity that surpasses those in wedding halls. The elderly, nearing their twilight years, may well be clad in the most recent garments they have ever worn, their hospital gowns. Qin Song rose and wandered to the balcony of the third-floor corridor, gazing down at the low rooftops, which were strewn with yellow and white leaves of humanity. As he observed the cigarette butts, he instinctively reached for his pocket, only to remember that he did not smoke. Even the addiction he had acquired after his parents' passing had been quelled with Jiang Wanwan's assistance. Suddenly, a wave of longing for Wanwan washed over him. Qin Song murmured to himself. The craving for a cigarette was secondary. What he truly yearned for was to study alongside her. After indulging in his literary musings for a moment, he took out his phone to capture the scene of the fallen leaves before returning to sit beside He Shun, continuing their wait. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the physics exercise book, feeling utterly bewildered. Each character and letter was familiar, yet when strung together, they formed an incomprehensible puzzle. With a light scratch of her head, she switched to a chemistry workbook, beginning with the multiple-choice questions. As she worked through the problems, her mind drifted back to that night, when Qin Song had mentioned the absence of 6 elements from the periodic table. She couldn't focus, her frustration mounting. Unlocking her phone, she opened WeChat, only to discover that Qin Song had not sent her a morning greeting, though she hadn't initiated the conversation either. One would expect him to take the lead. After a moment's contemplation, she deftly tapped out a message. Jiang Wanwan, good morning. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and still no reply. Growing increasingly agitated, she struggled to concentrate on her studies. Taking a few deep breaths, she pulled out her math and English papers, hoping to find some solace. After solving a few problems, her phone suddenly chimed, only to reveal a news notification from a browser. In a fit of irritation, she uninstalled the app and returned to her exercises, though her eyes kept darting back toward her phone. Once, twice, thrice, the young girl halted her writing, intertwining her fingers, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, determination flickered in her eyes, and she resolved to act. Grabbing her phone, she typed out a message. Jiang Wanwan, Qin Song, I miss you. Upon sending it, a soft blush crept onto her cheeks as she tossed her phone onto the bed and collapsed onto the mattress. Kicking off her slippers, her feet swung playfully in the air, her neatly trimmed nails and rosy toes reminiscent of freshly unwrapped pudding, evoking an irresistible desire to savor them. Gravity gently pulled her nightgown down to her waist, revealing her smooth, fair legs, akin to polished jade, filling the room with an enchanting fragrance. Unaware of how captivating she appeared, she picked up her phone and, after a moment's reflection, her delicate fingers swiftly tapped the screen. Jiang Wanwan, I just want to study with you, nothing else. Ding. This time, the reply came instantaneously. Qin Song, really? Jiang Wanwan responded without delay. Jiang Wanwan, of course it's true. Qin Song, I meant, do you really just want to study with me, and nothing more? Is that true or false? Staring at the message, she found herself at a loss for words. That mischievous rascal. He had taken advantage of her twice yesterday, and now sought more? Though she harbored a fondness for him, and kissing truly brought joy, they were merely innocent childhood friends. How could they indulge in such intimacy? While Chen Cici's suggestion of kissing to strengthen their friendship was indeed appealing, was it not a bit peculiar? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Wanwan decisively shook her head, casting aside the thought. What was so strange about a mutual expression of affection? It was merely a kiss, nothing monumental. After all, it was with Qin Song, not someone else. They shared a pure, unblemished bond. What was there to worry about? Moreover, she had promised Chen Cici to share the experience of kissing. She could not go back on her word. Yes, it was imperative that she keep her promise. Jiang Wanwan, I also want to try the taste of your lip balm. Is that okay? As she read her own text, she felt as though steam might escape from her ears. Her cheeks flushed. She was astonished at how she had typed such embarrassing words. Just the thought of it made her feel shy to the core. Finally, mustering her courage, she pressed the send button. The next moment, the notification chimed again. Qin Song, open the door, I'm outside. Startled by the message, Jiang Wanwan quickly slipped on her shoes and dashed to the door, opening it without hesitation. A familiar figure stood before her. As she opened her mouth to speak, Qin Song enveloped her in his embrace. Chapter 62, A Warm Embrace for Recharge. Qin Song led her a few steps into the room before closing the door. Don't speak just yet. Let me hold you for a moment. I need to recharge. I'm nearly drained. He gently buried his head in her silky hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance that wafted around him, compelling him to take a deep breath. Outside the operating room, despite wearing a mask, the potent scent occasionally pierced through the protective barrier, invading his senses and sending sharp pangs through his already frazzled nerves. He felt that the scent was 1,000 times more unbearable than nails scraping against a chalkboard. Qin Song had forced himself to return. Grandma, he had just undergone surgery, which had been successful, and she had been moved to a regular ward 15 minutes ahead of schedule. With Yishun finally able to rest on the caregiver's bed, Qin Song felt reluctant to disturb him, not wanting to cause unnecessary worry. After inquiring with the nurse about Grandma, his dietary restrictions, and what she could eat, he messaged Chun Xiaorong, asking her to prepare some food to bring to the hospital, along with a portion for Yishun. Chun Xiaorong was quite understanding and an excellent cook. She readily agreed. Although there were nutritious soups and various kanjis available near the hospital, Qin Song preferred the comfort of homemade food for Grandma, his recovery. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat at a loss and gently patted his back, softly asking, "What's wrong? Was Grandma's surgery not successful?" After taking a deep breath, Qin Song replied quietly, "No, the surgery went smoothly. I just want to hold you for a while longer. Is that okay?" Noticing Qin Song's rare display of vulnerability, Jiang Wanwan felt a mix of curiosity and concern. "Let us hold each other for a bit longer, and after that, you can tell me what happened, all right?" Qin Song nodded and asked, "Has Aunt Sue not returned home yet?" "I haven't heard any cooking sounds from the kitchen. It was already 11 o'clock, and logically, Aunt Sue should have been home by now." Jiang Wanwan shook her head and softly replied, "Mom said that today. There are people from the Market Supervision Administration coming for surprise inspections. All vendors selling raw and cooked meat in our neighborhood must undergo health inspections regarding food and food storage conditions. She might be home a little late, so she told us to snack on some treats to tide us over." Qin Song nodded slightly. Jiang Cheng paid considerable attention to food hygiene, a sentiment he wholeheartedly endorsed. For food was indeed a fundamental necessity. Moments later, after taking another deep breath, he reluctantly released his hold on her. Jiang Wanwan took a couple of steps back, allowing her to see Qin Song's face more clearly. Upon noticing the faint impressions on his skin and the redness in his eyes, she gently touched his face, her heart aching as she asked, "What happened to you?" Qin Song gently ruffled Jiang Wanwan's hair and, with a somewhat awkward smile, remarked, "I simply cannot abide the scent of disinfectant prevalent in hospitals. It may also be that I find the overall ambience of hospitals quite unsettling. The moment I catch a whiff, a headache ensues, but it typically subsides after a brief respite." After taking the young girl's hand and settling onto the sofa together, he continued, "Grandma's surgery was a resounding success. Yishun was restless last night, not managing to sleep a wink. He just lay down on the accompanying bed and fell asleep. After I had Chun Xiaorong, Chun Dajuan, and Chun Xiaojuan's sister bring them some food, I returned." Jiang Wanwan, feeling a pang of sympathy, tidied up the creased fabric of Qin Song's shirt, where she could distinctly detect the unmistakable scent of hospital disinfectant. "One might think you were up all night." Qin Song chuckled softly, stifled a yawn, and stretched languidly before reclining on the sofa. "I am utterly exhausted. I must catch a brief nap." Jiang Wanwan tugged at the hem of his shirt. "You won't be comfortable sleeping here on the sofa. Why not rest in my bedroom? You'll be able to sleep more soundly and avoid any neck strain." By this point, Qin Song was already feeling drowsy. He nodded, rising to his feet with Jiang Wanwan's assistance, and staggered slightly as they made their way to her room. Noticing that Qin Song was about to remove his shirt, as was his habit, Jiang Wanwan quickly interjected, "No need to undress. Once you're finished sleeping, I'll change the sheets and duvet. I do that weekly anyway, and today is due." The air conditioning in her bedroom meant there was no need for a cooling mat on the bed. Upon hearing this, Qin Song flopped onto the bed, kicking off his shoes before curling himself beneath the air-conditioned blanket. The delicate fragrance wafting from the sheets and duvet caused the lingering scent of disinfectant in his nostrils to dissipate, replaced by a soothing aroma. It was the fastest he had ever fallen asleep. Within less than a minute, he was lost in the realm of dreams. As the hour grew late, The sounds of cicadas and birdsong filled the air outside. Qin Song felt as if he were cradled in a warm embrace. A gentle breeze caressed the hair of the person nestled in his arms, the strands dancing like sprites between his fingers, leaving a faint, enchanting scent. Unable to resist, he squeezed gently, eliciting a soft murmur from the one in his arms, her delicate hands playfully pounding against his chest as if to tickle him. Qin Song inhaled greedily, cherishing the fragrance of the person he held, wishing to etch this scent into his memory forever. Yet, suddenly, a shadow pried his hand away, and the person he held was whisked away by that very shadow. He chased after them, following the silhouette into a circle of white light. As he focused intently, he found himself in an operating room, and the person he had just held was now lying on the surgical table, surrendering herself to the white figure wielding a scalpel over her. Gauze, tweezers, needle holders, sutures, and various scissors and forceps were exchanged in the hands of the white figure. Finally, the beeping of a heart monitor filled the air, and the pulses from the defibrillator proved futile. With a sigh from the white figure, the person on the operating table was covered with a white sheet, marking her severance from this world. Qin Song yearned to scream, to weep, but he found himself voiceless. He wanted to see her, to hold her hand, to caress her face. However, no matter how he tried to move closer, he could not bridge the distance. Ultimately, a piercing pain shot through his mind, making even breathing a struggle. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for air, and after a few seconds of bewilderment, he realized that it had all been but a dream. Turning his head, he saw the young girl seated at her desk, nibbling on a pen cap, deep in thought. The warm, radiant sunlight outside cascaded over her petite form like a gossamer veil, as if draping her in a golden shroud. In that moment, everything appeared so vividly real and beautiful to Qin Song, a stark contrast to the nightmarish vision he had just experienced, a veritable return from hell to heaven. Chapter 63. Eyes Miles Away. Upon hearing a sound, Jiang Wanwan turned her head and noticed that Qin Song had awakened. She stood and approached him. Observing the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, she inquired with concern, "But I turned on the air conditioning. Why are you still sweating so profusely? Were you having a nightmare? Are you unwell?" Jiang Wanwan reached out to touch Qin Song's forehead, but he grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace. She found herself enveloped in his warmth, an inexplicable sense of comfort washing over her. "Aren't you fully charged yet?" she asked in a soft voice. "Not quite," he replied. "By the way, what time is it?" Qin Song tilted his head to glance at the blazing sun outside. Given the intensity of the sunlight, it was likely well past noon. He must have slept so soundly that he didn't wake up for lunch. "It's about 2:30 in the afternoon. You were sleeping so deeply that I didn't want to disturb you for lunch, hoping you'd get a bit more rest. I left some food on the table. If you're hungry, you could just microwave it." Qin Song responded with a non-committal hum, holding her a little longer before finally releasing her. Jiang Wanwan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Then you should lie down a bit more. I'll go heat up the food." Qin Song shook his head. "I want to shower first." Even now, he could still detect the lingering scent of disinfectant on himself, which was quite unpleasant. "All right then, go ahead," she replied. "I'll heat up the food for you, and you can come over to eat after you finish." Qin Song shook his head again. "No, I want you to come with me." After the series of events that morning and the vivid dream, he truly did not wish to be apart from Jiang Wanwan. While it was unrealistic to remain together every moment, at least during this time, he wanted to stay close. Feigning a headache, he furrowed his brow and pleaded, "My head still aches a bit and feels dizzy. Could you help me back to my house? Just wait for me in the living room. Once I'm done showering, we can return together, all right?" Hearing Qin Song's request for her to wait in the living room, Jiang Wanwan sighed with relief. Shower together? Wouldn't that mean being completely exposed? That is absolutely out of the question. However, waiting for him in the living room was acceptable. After all, she had been to Qin Song's home before. As Jiang Wanwan mulled this over, Qin Song added, "I'm mostly worried that I might faint in the shower. If no one finds me, it would be disastrous. Just wait for me in the living room, and if you hear a thud, you can come to rescue me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan found some logic in his words and nodded. "All right then, let us go downstairs together. I'll wait for you in the living room." It wasn't that Qin Song was lying. He genuinely felt a bit dizzy and disoriented, a symptom of having just awakened without sufficient rest. Generally, a warm shower would remedy this feeling. Regardless of the season, Qin Song never had the habit of taking cold showers, as he always felt cold water failed to cleanse properly for some reason. Upon arriving home, he noticed Jiangwan adeptly switching the Wi-Fi on her phone, seated on the sofa engrossed in her device, while he retreated into his bedroom to prepare a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom for a shower. In reality, the seemingly composed Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of anxiety the moment she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. She contemplated whether she should go in to check on Qin Song if he had indeed fallen. How would she even go about rescuing him? If I were to push open the bathroom door and walk in, wouldn't that mean I would see him in all his glory? Yet, if I were to enter with my eyes covered, it would be rather inconvenient. Ultimately, perhaps it's best to see him in all his splendor after all. Safety is paramount. Contemplating this scenario, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard, yet she remained seated with an air of decorum, not daring to cast her gaze toward the bathroom, only listening intently to the sounds emanating from it. In truth, she was the quintessential example of someone with lustful thoughts but lacking the courage to act on them. An intellectual giant, yet a physical dwarf. The kind who merely boasts without action. If the opportunity were to present itself, she would likely blush and feel overwhelming shame even at a mere glance. A classic case of being inexperienced yet eager for adventure. Gradually, she ceased fiddling with her phone, her gaze fixated on a distant point, lost in thoughts unknown. Meanwhile, at a highway service area in a neighboring province, Liu parked her truck within the designated lines. As her husband, Qin Song, sat in the passenger seat, he promptly remarked, "According to our planned schedule and route, we should arrive home by tomorrow morning, just in time for our son's birthday the day after. We might even catch a decent rest." Liu nodded, stretching lazily. "Darling, I am hungry. What would you like to eat? I can cook for you. Or we could buy something from the service area," Qin Song inquired. Having spent years traversing the roads delivering goods, they had cultivated a network of acquaintances. Within the service areas of their province and nearby ones, they had friends they could rely on. Occasionally, when passing through, they would borrow their kitchens to whip up some dishes from the ingredients available, paying for whatever they used. Liu glanced at the service area's name. The water-fried buns here were quite good. "I'd like some water-fried buns, and let us boil some dumplings too, as I recall there is a bag in the fridge." The vehicle was equipped with a small refrigerator capable of freezing. Qin nodded, first retrieving a small electric pot to boil water before heading toward the stall selling water-fried buns. Seeing this, Liu stepped out to stretch her legs, taking a cloth to dampen and clean the dust-covered notices for missing persons affixed to the side of the truck. Noticing Qin Song had not yet returned, she placed the dumplings into the pot of boiling water. She then returned to the truck, feeling somewhat bored, and pulled out her tablet. Once she activated the hotspot on her phone, the tablet automatically connected to the internet. Suddenly, a notification popped up. "Warning, the camera placed in the living room has detected a stranger entering the electronic fence. Please confirm promptly." "Is that little Qin Song bringing another friend home?" Liu murmured, opening the live feed from the surveillance camera. "Wanwan, why is she wearing a nightgown in our house?" She then saw Qin Song heading toward the bathroom, followed by the sound of running water. "What is this boy doing bringing Wanwan home for a bath? And in her nightgown?" The camera's clarity was quite impressive, allowing Liu to observe the anxious expression on Jiang Wanwan's face with great detail. Suddenly, a thought crossed Liu's mind. Could it be that this boy is... Chapter 64. Do you need to recharge? The hand-holding kind. At that moment, Liu wished she could fly home instantly, wielding a metaphorical club against Qin Song. While she supported the union, these two were still in high school. Was Qin Song really attempting to lure a girl into his bed? Wasn't that beastly behavior? After taking a few deep breaths, she reassured herself. This was the worst-case scenario. Perhaps there were other explanations, right? The camera had a speaking function. If it truly came to that, she could simply cough into the microphone to intervene. Liu wasn't ready to become a grandmother just yet. The camera did have audio capabilities, but aside from the sound of water running from the shower, there were no other noises from the living room. Liu had no choice but to keep watching, just in case something unexpected occurred. Suddenly, she heard Qin Song's voice from outside the car. "Honey, I've bought the water-fried buns, and I've taken the dumplings out of the pot. Let us eat." Startled by his voice, Lu Yu realized she couldn't let him know about the surveillance in the living room. She was counting on it to discover more of his secret stash of money. However, she couldn't just leave the tablet in the car while they went to eat. What if those two couldn't control themselves? They were at that fiery age, and with a boy and a girl alone together. What if something went wrong? If such a thing were to happen, there would be no need for Su Qiaoling to intervene. Just Qin Song alone could make Qin Song understand why flowers bloom red. After a brief mental calculation, Lu Yu leaned out the window to take the water-fried buns from Qin Song darling. "I just remembered, I do like some delicacies from the prepared food shop, particularly duck intestines, duck tongues, and duck frames. Could you please get them for me?" Qin Song looked toward the prepared food shop about 300 meters away and complained, "You just said that. I could have picked some up while I was there. Now that I've gotten the water-fried buns, I have to make another trip." Upon hearing his complaint, Lu Yu immediately unleashed her secret weapon. "Honey, please just go get them for me. I want to eat. You're the best, the most amazing husband. Would you please go?" "Pretty please, Qin Song." A woman's charm can be quite persuasive. Lu Yu's status in the family was greatly enhanced by her ability to be endearing and to know how to be so. A marriage requires mutual effort. If only one party contributes, it is bound to falter. Listening to his wife's relentless charm offensive, Qin Song felt unable to resist. Who could say no to a captivating wife who knew how to play her cards right? Certainly not him. Thus, he cheerfully went off to the prepared food shop. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Lu Yu wore a content smile. After sending Qin Song on his way, she continued to monitor the tablet until she saw Qin Song emerge from his room in a tank top and baggy shorts, grab a few exercise books, and leave the living room with Jiang Wanwan. Only then did she feel a sense of relief. "This boy really needs Wanwan to keep him company even while taking a bath," Lu Yu remarked with a smile. She set up a small folding table and 2 chairs on the flat ground nearby. After placing the water-fried buns and dumplings on the table, she retrieved the dipping sauce she had prepared earlier from the fridge and set it beside the dumplings. At that moment, Qin Song returned with the prepared food. Lu Yu took the bag from him and, glancing at the receipt inside, exclaimed, "Just this small bag of duck intestines, a small bag of duck tongues, and 4 duck frames cost over 100. So expensive. Had I known, I would have ordered it. But some could have bought several pounds of ribs to stew at home." Qin Song chuckled. "It's all right. We earn more on this delivery than usual. Treating ourselves to a little luxury now and then isn't a crime. Besides, as long as you enjoy it, it's worth every penny. Your happiness is priceless. Let us eat, and afterward, we can rest a bit. I'll take over the driving tonight, and we'll reach home by morning." Saying this, he placed a piece of duck tongue into Lu Yu's bowl. Lu Yu, gazing at Qin Song's cheerful face, tilted her head and smiled, lifting a piece of duck tongue in return. "Mr. Qin, thank you for your love all these years." In response, Qin Song picked up a piece of duck tongue and tapped it against hers with a grin. "Madam Lu, it is my honor." Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan first reheated the rice and vegetables in the microwave. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Song was eating, she changed the sheets and duvet covers in the room, placing the used items in the washing machine before finally making her way to the living room. Observing Qin Song devouring his meal from a large bowl typically reserved for soup, she couldn't help but marvel at the substantial appetite of boys. She had witnessed his earlier actions with keen interest. After warming all his food, he retrieved a large bowl from the sterilizer, poured in a base of rice, and then added the remaining dishes, excluding the soup, creating a colossal rice bowl topped with various dishes. Having consumed only a bowl of noodles for breakfast, which barely sufficed, coupled with the mental fatigue incurred during his time at the hospital, he was now experiencing a significant surge in appetite. Not only did he finish all the leftover food, but he also drank the soup to the last drop, to the point where he felt uncomfortably full even while seated. Switching the television from channel mode to network search mode, Qin Song selected one of his favorite animated films from his past, Bear's Ear. He firmly believed that if this movie were released in theaters, even years after its initial showing, it would not fail to draw a substantial audience, regardless of how many had already seen it. Though the film lasts only 68 minutes, it encapsulates the profound and unique obsession the Chinese have with returning home for the new year, eliciting deep emotional responses. This sentiment is more than nostalgia. It is a spiritual anchor and a source of belonging. The series of Bears films caters to audiences of all ages. Adults accompany their children to the cinema, and it is not solely the children who become engrossed. Sitting beside Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan watched intently. Noticing her rapt attention, Qin Song asked Wanwan, "Have you never seen this before?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "No, I rarely watch television. I usually spend my time either studying or reading. When I say reading, I mean extracurricular books of various genres, such as those on history, gardening, and the migration of animals in nature." Qin Song softly replied, "Then in the future, I will accompany you and help you catch up on everything you haven't seen." The girl tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vibrant light. Her gaze fell upon Qin Song, and an involuntary, sweet smile graced her lips. "Sounds great," she said, playfully hooking her pinky around Qin Song's hand, gently asking, "Do you want to hold hands?" "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Song responded, immediately taking her delicate hand in his and giving it a gentle squeeze. It was soft, truly soft, so small, tender, and smooth. How could there exist a hand in this world so delightful to touch? Qin Song gazed at the delicate little hand in his palm, which, apart from the small calluses formed from writing, had no other imperfections. Even her nails were neatly trimmed, with the moonlight gleaming brightly beneath them, quite enchanting. He didn't even consider the calluses a flaw. They were a testament to her diligence. The sweetness of her hand was evident even without needing to sniff it, almost tempting him to take a nibble. Moreover, it was amusing how Jiang Wanwan possessed such delicate hands while he had a mouth with a tongue. What a fortuitous coincidence. Qin Song pondered how someone could have lived in a world where they had never held a girl's hand. How painful that must be. Sigh. He felt a twinge of sympathy for those unfortunate souls for 3 seconds. As the couple charged their spirits while watching Bears, time slipped away unnoticed. After the film concluded, Qin Song first washed the dishes that needed cleaning in the kitchen before heading to Jiang Wanwan's bedroom to study together. It was only right to contribute a bit after enjoying their meal. He couldn't bear to let Jiang Wanwan wash the dishes. Such soft, tender hands should be kept in his own, not submerged in a sink. Amidst their busy study session, dinner time arrived before they knew it. Considering that Qin Song had eaten lunch rather late, Su Qiaoling inquired with Jiang Wanwan and, upon learning she was not hungry, decided to postpone dinner slightly. After the trio finished their meal, Su Qiaoling returned to her room while Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan continued their studies. Following the study plan Jiang Wanwan had devised for Qin Song, the evening consisted of reviewing English vocabulary and dictation. A relatively light task that didn't require much mental exertion. Jiang Wanwan initially had Qin Song revise the words from the previous night, confirming accuracy through dictation before proceeding to new vocabulary. The amount to memorize was not excessive. Depending on the difficulty of the words, it ranged from 20 to 30. Given that in his past life, Qin Song's spoken English was already at a level where he could communicate normally with foreigners, it was not difficult for him to grasp. He could read and understood the meanings, needing only to memorize the spellings. However, he still needed to strengthen his grammar, as his English tended to be overly conversational. During his previous interactions with foreigners, he rarely employed the formalities typically found in textbooks, nor did he use elaborate vocabulary. His exchanges were very much colloquial. Just like his fellow countrymen, many of their daily conversations contained grammatical errors, yet these did not hinder the intended message. After completing the vocabulary for the day, Qin Song tackled some multiple-choice questions and a few reading comprehension exercises. Upon finishing, he submitted his work to Jiang Wanwan for correction, and unsurprisingly, his accuracy exceeded 95%. As long as he continued to practice and improve his handwriting to be more fluid and neat. Achieving a score above 130 in the English section of a college entrance examination would not pose a challenge. Checking the time, he noticed it was nearly 8:30. Qin Song had maintained a very regular schedule lately, going to bed early and rising early, though he did enjoy lingering in bed a bit longer. It was definitely not due to laziness. It was all the fault of the comforting embrace of his blankets. He stood up, stretched, and let out a sigh of relief. Signaling the end of today's study session, Jiang Wanwan remained seated at her desk, engrossed in her exercises. Teacher Jiang Wanwan, have you forgotten something? Qin Song teased. The girl looked at him, blinking her large eyes innocently. Forgotten? What? I can't recall anything. Classmate Qin Song, it's time for you to head home. Don't linger in the classroom, he replied, playfully narrowing his eyes at her. Teacher Jiang, have you learned to feign amnesia as well? If you don't give it to me, I might just take matters into my own hands, you know? Shall I remind you? Someone mentioned wanting to taste my lip balm. He added, and I haven't received today's study reward yet. At his words, a deep blush spread across the girl's face, her ears turning a rosy hue. No, close your eyes then. Don't open them, or the reward will vanish. She added hastily. Obediently, Qin Song closed his eyes, resisting the urge to peek. If this girl decided not to grant him the reward out of shyness, he would be at a loss. A sound akin to the crinkling of plastic wrapping danced in the air, followed by the soft smacking of a girl's lips. In the next fleeting moment, two delicate and supple lips pressed fervently together. Almost immediately, a tender, fragrant tongue gently pried open Qin Song's tightly sealed mouth, swiftly darting inside like a nimble serpent. Concurrently, an intoxicating aroma of mango wafted through, saturating the entire oral cavity. This unexpected caress of her tongue caught Qin Song off guard, yet he soon found himself entranced, unable to extricate himself from the moment. The softness of the sensation and the sweetness of the taste sent his heart racing uncontrollably, triggering an inexplicable reaction within his body. For a brief instant, Qin Song was at a loss as to where to place his hands. Letting them hang limply felt inappropriate, yet embracing her seemed daunting, lest he startle her. However, before he could fully savor this exquisite encounter, her tongue retreated with remarkable swiftness, and the two soft lips parted. Just prior to this separation, a mango-flavored candy was delicately placed upon his tongue. I remembered you liked mangoes, so I had one before kissing you. I want you to remember that my kiss is sweet, like mango, Jiang Wanwan declared, her cheeks flushed, gazing intently into Qin Song's eyes, her orbs shimmering like pools of spring water. Upon hearing her words, Qin Song momentarily froze. The calming of his heartbeat was abruptly interrupted, quickening once more, accompanied by a slight breathlessness. He was taken aback by how this young girl had stirred his emotions. He then absent-mindedly tasted the candy in his mouth. Indeed, it was quite sweet. Regaining his composure, Qin Song's gaze fixated on the girl's lips, swallowing hard as desire lingered. Upon noticing his subtle movements, Jiang Wanwan hastily ushered him out of her bedroom. Mustering the courage to initiate a kiss had already left her feeling bashful. She feared that repeating the act would lead her to burst from embarrassment. After locking the door behind her, she flopped down onto her bed and grabbed her phone. Jiang Wanwan. The kiss felt sweet, infused with a hint of mango. Chen Sisi, what nonsense. A kiss can taste like mango. Chapter 66. The healing plan shows initial results. Upon returning home, Qin Song savored the candy in his mouth attentively. Mango flavor. He reflected on Jiang Wanwan's recent demeanor. Not bad at all. At least she was willing to express her feelings in his presence. A significant improvement, the healing plan was progressing well. Initial results were promising, yet further efforts were required. After a quick shower, Qin Song first messaged He Shun to inquire about the situation, receiving confirmation that all was well. He then checked in with Jun and Xiao Jun, who reported that they had arrived at their apprenticeship location, signed contracts, and were assigned dormitory accommodations. They had just finished their meal and were now shopping for daily necessities. Next, Qin Song sent a message to his mother. Qin Song, Mom, will you be home tomorrow? Around what time? Lu Yu, yes, probably in the morning, around 7 or 8. Seeing her message, Qin Song replied with an okay gesture before reclining on his bed to scroll through Douyin. He stumbled upon an amusing video and opened the comment section, where the remarks were exceptionally kind. There was no online harassment, no insults or discrimination, only comfort and encouragement. Back then, Douyin was truly a platform for sharing life rather than a vent for frustrations. The viral videos primarily showcased skillful talents rather than risky antics. And there was no universal formula like the sugar girl inequality, nor the absurd term biological father. In his previous life, Qin Song had encountered a plethora of foolish comments and outrageous statements in the comment sections, as well as the viral Watermelon Man, making it hard to fathom that the commenters and video creators were indeed human. It was both foolish and malicious, with even the most nonsensical arguments being defended with audacity. And, when challenged, the individuals demanded rebuttals. Sometimes, he genuinely envied monkeys, having evolved only halfway, maintaining a perfect balance. They neither attended school nor worked, free to snatch food from tourists, occasionally delivering a slap without fear of retaliation, as monkeys were at least a second-tier protected species. In that moment, as he listened to the song The Wind Rises, Qin Song felt as if he had returned to 2018. Wait, he had indeed returned to 2018. Why was he even pondering such a notion? Sometimes, he truly found himself foolish. For instance, it took him half an hour of scrolling through Douyin to realize he hadn't written today as words. With that thought, he sprang for his bed, sitting at his computer to open the Writer S section, first crafting 4,000 words, which he divided into 2 chapters for publication, then penned additional words for storage. There was still time to write. Once school resumed, he would be busy and have less time to compose. Rather than overindulging his readers, he deemed it essential to leave some reserves, as 2 chapters of 4,000 words per day constituted the standard update. Moreover, he had entered the verification period, and he was certain he could reach 100,000 words by the end of the month, ensuring full attendance the following month should pose no issue. He merely hoped this literary gem would be discovered sooner, allowing for increased royalties. After completing his writing, Qin Song gazed at the prominent L-shaped icon on his desktop, unable to resist double-clicking it. Upon successfully matching, he instantly selected Yasuo on the hero selection screen. Once in the Summoner S Rift, he decisively learned E and dashed toward mid lane with the Doran S blade. However, as he engaged, he met an untimely demise at the hands of the Fishman Fizz S Trident. His game lagged. Qin Song typed in the chat to explain. It wasn't the computer that lagged, it was him. After such a long hiatus, his hands felt rusty, and he lacked the familiar rhythm. Ultimately, under the guidance of the exceptional Yasuo with a record of 31,720 and the 3,049 kill champion Kaisa, the team emerged victorious. Afterward, Qin Song quietly opened the hero damage statistics panel, observing Kaisa's nearly 100,000 damage compared to his meager 30,000, and silently uninstalled the game. Henceforth, he decided to stick to CSGO. Even if his skills were lacking, he could at least provide weapons for his teammates by casually farming. After sending Jiang Wanwan a good night message, Qin Song collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber, a night devoid of conversation. The following morning, Qin Song did not linger in bed, but instead rose early. After washing and hanging the necessary laundry, he mopped the floor and wiped down the tables and cabinets in the living room and his room. He refrained from entering his parents' room. The Qin family adhered to an unspoken rule. Without permission, Qin Song was not allowed into Qin Ong and Lu Yu's room. Likewise, they could not enter his room without his consent. No matter how close, boundaries and respect for privacy were essential. Qin Song considered himself fortunate. Compared to parents who rummaged through their children's bags and diaries, Qin Ong and Lu Yu were exemplary guardians. They had never once invaded his privacy, always respecting his wishes. Even during his childhood, Qin Song exclusively wore underwear adorned with Ultraman motifs, only transitioning to solid colors upon entering the first year of middle school, deeming the previous designs too juvenile. After completing household chores, Qin Song took a refreshing shower and settled into the living room. Observing the immaculate tiled floors and the neatly arranged sofa and coffee table, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. His efforts were motivated solely by the desire to provide his parents with a more comfortable homecoming after their long hours at work. With a click and a creak, the sound of a key turning in the lock announced the arrival of Qin Ong and Lu Yu, who had just successfully completed their delivery task after several days of relentless effort. Seeing the tidy home and his son lounging on the sofa, Qin Ong was filled with a sense of pride. His child had grown up, demonstrating initiative in household chores and showing concern for his father. Indeed, the daily chores in the Qin household were typically managed by Qin Ong, with Liu often taking on the role of supervisor. Dad, Mom, you're back. Please take a shower first. What would you like to eat? I'll go downstairs to Aunt Sue's to fetch it. After you finish eating, take a good rest. I need to head to Jiang Wanwan's room to study later, Qin Song announced. Liu was certain that this was indeed her son, yet she sensed something subtly different. She discreetly wiped her eyes and chuckled. Just grab whatever, don't overdo it. If we eat too much, your father and I won't be able to sleep. Nodding in agreement, Qin Song took the keys and stepped outside. He had just sent Jiang Wanwan a good morning message and noticed that she had only just awakened. It was the perfect opportunity to pick up her breakfast as well, ensuring it would be ready for her once she finished her morning routine. Chapter 67. Happy Birthday. It is well known that consuming food immediately after brushing one's teeth can result in an unpleasant taste, particularly when contrasting the refreshing mint flavor of toothpaste with the sweetness of an orange. The effect can be utterly disorienting. Upon arriving at the breakfast shop downstairs, Qin Song found it relatively quiet, as there was still ample time before the morning rush began. Adhering to the customary queue, he soon reached the front. Aunt Su, I'm here to pick up breakfast for Wan and myself. My parents just got home, so I'll help them out too. Aunt Su Qiaoling nodded and skillfully prepared the breakfast for Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song, along with 2 cups of freshly made soy milk. She carefully selected dishes that favored Qinong and Liu Yu's tastes, avoiding those with overpowering spices, opting instead for vegetable buns and fresh meat buns. She also retrieved 2 bags of warm milk from the heating cabinet, as Qin Song instinctively reached for his phone to make a payment. Su Qiaoling shot him a disapproving look. He reluctantly set his phone down, grinning sheepishly, and took the breakfast back home. Given the close relationship between their families, if he had paid, Aunt Su would likely have taken offense. Well, I suppose marrying her daughter when we grow up could be seen as a form of gratitude? Qin Song mused, contemplating the prospect of bringing her a grandchild to play with, while also alleviating Jiang Wanwan's menstrual discomfort, a 2 birds, 1 stone scenario. After delivering his parents' breakfast, Qin Song knocked on Jiang Wanwan's door with his and her breakfast in hand. Following their meal, the 2 embarked on a day of studying. As per their usual routine, Qin Song had lunch and dinner at Aunt Sue's, while Qinong and Liu Yu opted to relax at home, snacking when hunger struck or ordering takeout. Before long, evening arrived, marking the end of study time. Qin Song felt a tinge of disappointment, however, as the reward for his diligent study today was merely a kiss on the cheek, with no tasty morsels to savor. The following day, June 23, 2018, according to the lunar calendar, marked Qin Song's 18th birthday. Since the celebration was to take place at home, only Aunt Su and Jiang Wanwan were invited, making it a family gathering, with the festivities scheduled for the evening while the day unfolded as usual. However, in the morning, Qinong made a special trip to the seafood market to procure a king crab, some black tiger shrimp, and a grouper, along with various other meats and vegetables. Meanwhile, Liu Yu ordered a cake from a renowned bakery. That evening, at the Qin residence, after Qinong set the final dish on the table, everyone took their seats. After some deliberation, they decided to enjoy a bit of white wine, which would not bloat them like beer nor intoxicate them like spirits, making it suitable for a light sip alongside seafood. Fortunately, Jiang Wanwan's special time had concluded the previous day, or she would have missed out on this culinary delight. Gazing at the array of exquisite dishes spread across the table, Qin Song found himself momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Son, start eating. What are you waiting for? Liu Yu teased playfully. Today, you are the guest of honor. You are the eldest, so if you don't start, neither your father, nor I, nor Aunt Su will dare to serve ourselves. Observing the faint wrinkle at the corner of Liu Yu's eye, Qin Song took a deep breath and gingerly placed a shrimp into her bowl. Mom, a birthday is also a mother-esque difficult day. You've worked hard all these years. Tears glistened in Liu Yu's eyes as she smiled and nodded gently. It felt surreal that her child had grown up and reached adulthood, both mentally and physically. How swiftly time had passed. The memory of him calling her mom for the first time remained vividly etched in her mind, as if it had been just yesterday. Liu Yu glanced at the few new strands of white hair at Qinong's temples, lost in her thoughts. Next, Qin Song placed another shrimp into Qinong's bowl. Dad, please don't feel jealous. You have some too. In response, Qin Song chuckled, "You little rascal. Do you think you can charm your old man like a child?" The playful reprimand from the father couldn't conceal the twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Gathering his courage, Qin Song picked up a third shrimp and placed it in Aunt Sue's bowl. "Aunt Sue, my parents are often away. You'll have to keep an eye on me. I'm an adult now. I could even go to jail. For reasons unknown." The carefully crafted words he had intended to say vanished, replaced by that rather absurd declaration, making it sound as if he might commit a crime if left unattended. Recalling a moment of intimacy shared with Jiang Wanwan while studying in her room, he felt a twinge of guilt, reminiscent of a rogue at the dinner table. Lu Yu noticed Aunt Sue's stunned expression and approached to hold her hand in solidarity. "Yes, during this time in his senior year. We will need your help keeping an eye on him. You know how my husband and I are always busy outside. Treat him like your own son. If he misbehaves, just discipline him without needing to inform me or Lao Qin. Just leave him a little dignity. If he resists, give me a call, and I'll personally come back to deal with him. No matter how far away, I can make it back in just about a day." Aunt Sue shook herself from her reverie and smiled, nodding. "Oh, it's not as dramatic as you make it sound. Qin Song is quite well behaved. He has been studying at home with Wanwan every day and eating on time." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu regarded Qin Song with admiration. He sheepishly scratched his nose, wearing an innocent smile, and quietly placed a shrimp into Jiang Wanwan's bowl. "This meal is a family gathering. There are no formalities. Wanwan, please don't hold back. Take whatever you like," Lu Yu encouraged with a smile. Jiang Wanwan shyly nodded in agreement. A family gathering? That sounds lovely, given the abundance of dishes. They had prepared only a small amount of rice, just a little bowl for each person. The white wine was similarly modest, with each person consuming roughly 100 milliliters. The bottle had been nearly empty after serving everyone. After finishing their meal, the group settled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in the flickering images on the television while engaging in light-hearted conversation, thus avoiding any sense of ennui. Jiang Wanwan produced a small wooden box and handed it to Qin Song, her voice soft and sweet. "Qin Song, this is your birthday gift. Happy birthday." Upon hearing this, Qin Song carefully accepted the offering, a mix of anticipation and shyness evident in his demeanor. "Can I open it now?" he inquired, and after receiving her assent, he slowly lifted the lid. Inside lay a hand-woven bracelet, delicately crafted from intertwined red and black threads, adorned with 9 cartoonish dragon heads, each one a unique expression. Fashioned from 3D hard gold, at the ends of the adjustable cords, 2 small red agate beads dangled. As he gazed at the bracelet, Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. On his 18th birthday in a previous life, Jiang Wanwan had gifted him a similar bracelet, though this one was distinctly different. This new version featured an additional black thread, and the number of dragon heads had increased from 6 to 9. Noticing Qin Song's momentary daze, Jiang Wanwan's heart raced with concern. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" she asked nervously. "I made it by hand, and if you don't like it, I would be saddened for a long time. Moreover, it held a special significance for her." In response, Qin Song shook his head and smiled. "Not at all, I really like it." He slipped the bracelet onto his wrist and lifted his hand to inspect it, noticing that the 9 cartoon dragon heads seemed to gaze back at him, their expressions brimming with joy. "Why 9? Does it have a special meaning?" he queried. "Can you guess?" Jiang Wanwan tilted her head and smiled at him playfully. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Qin Song's mind. He looked at the smiling dragon heads and murmured, 9 dragons playing with a pearl? The bracelet, devoid of any additional embellishments besides the 9 dragon heads, made his identity all too apparent. He was the pearl. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan quickly refuted, "Of course not. I didn't mean to imply that you're a pig. The meaning behind it is extraordinarily positive. It certainly does not refer to you." Lu Yu observed the bracelet adorning Qin Song's wrist, her expression laden with unspoken thoughts, before finally diverting her gaze. At that moment, Su Qiaoling placed 2 delivery boxes she had brought in onto the coffee table. "Annie Su also bought you a gift. I heard the younger ones talking about it recently, so I got it for you. I don't know if you'll like it." Qin Song immediately recognized the larger box as the packaging from an official sneaker website. Upon opening it, he discovered a coveted pair of AJ sneakers in a size 425 and in a colorway he adored. "I love it. I absolutely love it," Qin Song exclaimed. It wasn't merely the sneakers he cherished, but the feeling of being valued and acknowledged. Next, he poked the second package, which felt oddly shaped and heavy, reminiscent of stacked books. "Annie Sue, what is this?" he asked. "This is for both you and Wanwan. Open it, and you'll find out." Su Qiaoling replied with a smile. "Just be careful when you unwrap it, so you don't damage what's inside." Nodding in agreement, Qin Song took a knife and carefully sliced along the edges of the packaging. As he unveiled its contents, he was met with a sight that could evoke dread in any high school senior. A comprehensive set of examination papers and practice tests, known as the 5-3 series. 2 complete sets of the science version lay on the table, enough to induce a headache at first glance. "Thank you, Annie Sue," Qin Song said with a bittersweet smile. Staring at the mountain of exercise books and tests, he felt an overwhelming sense of being burdened. Although he was willing to study diligently, the sight before him made his resolve waver. Would he write endlessly until his wrist gave out? Liu Yu had already gifted Qin Song a present days prior, the latest model of smartphone, which he was now using. As for Qinong, he had no funds to contribute. The family finances were firmly managed by Liu Yu, and after the mishap with the truck, the several thousand yuan had long since been spent. As for Qin Song, who was he to be of concern? Traditionally, couples only exchanged one gift. After a leisurely chat to aid digestion, the time for cake arrived. Liu Yu retrieved a beautifully crafted 6-inch cake from the refrigerator. It lay quietly on a plate, generously topped with a thick layer of chocolate shavings. The moment the cake box was opened, a rich aroma of chocolate wafted through the air, captivating everyone present. Additionally, a colorful assortment of fruits adorned the top, though the price tag was rather unpalatable. 498 yuan for a 6-inch cake. Liu Yu took 2 candles from a nearby bag, one shaped like the number 1 and the other like the number 8. After placing them atop the cake, she extinguished the lights and lit the candles, placing a folded birthday hat on Qin Song's head, signaling the moment for the birthday wishes. "I've heard that wishes made on your 18th birthday are particularly potent. Have you thought about what you want to wish for?" Jiang Wanwan inquired. The gently flickering candlelight danced upon her fair, smooth cheeks, giving her already stunning features an enchanting allure. The flames twinkled like stars descending from the heavens, illuminating the corners of her eyes and the curve of her smile, which held a subtle hint of joy, reminiscent of spring flowers blooming with a delicate fragrance. Her starry eyes resembled a tranquil pool, brimming with infinite tenderness and affection. At that moment, Qin Song felt her warm smile was more intoxicating than anything in existence. Without a hint of shyness, he met her gaze, his lips curving into a smile. He had already contemplated his wish. With closed eyes and hands pressed together in prayer, he silently wished in this life, "I seek neither wealth nor fame. I desire nothing but to spend my days peacefully with those I love and who love me in return, free from illness, misfortune, and calamity." Once he completed his silent prayer, he blew out all the candles in one breath, and the lights flickered back to life. Now, it was time to savor the 498 yuan cake. Smack! Smack! It must be said, although the cake's price was steep, its flavor was delightful. Thus, it earned the highest accolade for desserts, not overly sweet. A rich chocolate flavor, mingled with notes of egg and milk, made it pleasantly indulgent, even coaxing a small piece from Su Qiaoling, who typically abstained from cake. Of course, the majority found its way into the bellies of Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song found himself puzzled by Jiang Wanwan's peculiar cravings. During her physically restrictive days, she yearned for spicy food, as if denying her the sweets was akin to taking her life. Yet when she could indulge in spice, she shunned it in favor of other flavors. For instance, that evening, the king crab was prepared in 2 styles, one stir-fried with garlic and the other simply steamed with crab vinegar. Qin Song had assumed Jiang Wanwan would gravitate towards the stir-fried option, yet she relished the steamed version with great delight. Though the braised beef offered spicy sauce for dipping, she opted for the plain flavor instead. After the cake was devoured, Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan bid their farewells. Before leaving, Qin Song reminded Jiang Wanwan not to forget to take the 5-3 set with her. She took the initiative, teaching herself along the way, which she thought was rather commendable. While tidying up after dinner, Qin Song voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes and pots, even though today was his birthday. As the saying goes, a birthday is akin to a mother's day of hardship, rather than aspiring to be a hero admired by the world. He preferred to assist his mother in washing the dishes. He was willing to do anything that would bring his mother joy. Mom, are there really girls in this world who like me? Of course there are. When I first met you, I was only in my 20s. Chapter 69, The True Meaning. After finishing the dishes, just as Qin Song was about to rest on the sofa before heading off for a shower, Liu called him over, and the two made their way to the study. Let me see the bracelet that Wanwan gave you, Liu said with a serious expression, leaving Qin Song somewhat puzzled. Could it be something particularly valuable? He couldn't discern it, compared to the 9 golden dragon heads. He valued it more for the fact that it was meticulously crafted by Jiang Wanwan's own hands. He could easily tell whether the bracelet was handcrafted or machine-made. The bracelet bore imperfections, which attested to its handmade nature. He removed the bracelet and handed it to Liu, who then fiddled with the weaving strands, her demeanor shifting from serious to solemn. At that moment, Qinong entered the room and, upon noticing Liu's grave expression, inquired, "What is the matter? Why the frown on my son's birthday?" Liu handed the bracelet to Qinong, stating, "This girl Wanwan embedded a strand of her hair into the bracelet she gave to Qin Song." Hair? Upon hearing this, Qinong's expression also turned serious. In that study, Qin Song felt like an outsider. Observing the two enigmatic figures of Liu and Qinong, he remarked somewhat impatiently, "Mom, Dad, please stop playing riddles. I truly don't understand what it means to weave hair into a bracelet." In response, Qinong cast a deep glance at Qin Song before leaving the study. Moments later, he returned holding a small box, comparable in size to the one Jiang Wanwan had given to Qin Song, though it bore a more classical design. Upon opening the box, he handed it to Qin Song. When Qin Song accepted it, he discovered another bracelet inside, woven with black and red threads. But the embellishments differed from those on the one gifted by Jiang Wanwan. Mimicking Liu's earlier actions, he fiddled with the bracelet and indeed found hair within it. However, the small rust-like dots on the hair puzzled him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed similar markings in other parts of the bracelet. "This was a gift from your mother to me on the 2nd anniversary of our relationship," Qinong explained. "Those dark spots are bloodstains." "Blood? Whose?" Qin Song asked, astonished. "Mine. Yours." Qinong carefully retrieved the bracelet from Qin Song's hands and gently placed it back into the box, continuing, "In the early days after your mother gifted me the bracelet, I cherished it dearly. I wore it every day, except when bathing, until one day, I had to travel to another province and chose to take a bus. While navigating the winding mountain roads, the driver, fatigued, lost focus and overturned the bus down a cliff. We had just started on the winding road, and the cliff was very high. Nevertheless, the vehicle rolled down for quite a while before coming to a stop. There were 36 people on board, including the driver and ticket collector. 16 died. 10 were severely injured, and 9 sustained minor injuries. I emerged unscathed, with only a minor scrape on my forehead. The blood on the bracelet came from when I accidentally cut my arm on shattered glass while attempting to save others. I've never heard you mention this," Qin Song remarked. Qinong motioned for him to refrain from further questioning and continued, "A few days after I returned, your mother suffered an acute appendicitis attack, which was particularly severe with various complications. At that time, medical technology was not as advanced as it is today, but fortunately, the surgery was successful. Ever since that incident, I found it peculiar that I emerged from that accident without a scratch, while others suffered fractures. Shortly thereafter, your mother developed acute appendicitis, a condition that, if treated promptly, should not have been life-threatening. I began to ponder this, and, lacking search engines, I turned to books on the subject and even sought guidance from a master on the mountain. It was then that I realized your mother had shielded me from disaster." Listening to this tale, steeped in superstition and a hint of mysticism, Qin Song felt a wave of skepticism wash over him, but he quickly suppressed the thought. The notion of rebirth had already occurred in his life. Thus, other superstitions didn't seem so far-fetched. Now, Qin Song harbored no disbelief. Even if someone added him on WeChat claiming to be Qin Shi Huang, he would gladly treat them to KFC just to test the waters. "And what did the book and that master say?" Qin Song inquired. Qin Song cleared his throat, contemplating for a moment before responding. When a girl weaves a strand of her hair into a bracelet for someone she likes, it symbolizes her wish to dedicate her life to that person. Additionally, it holds a special meaning of warding off misfortune for the other. Even if you were to betray her, as long as you wear that bracelet, she will continue to shield you from calamity. Of course, there is another saying in folklore that if you accept the hair bracelet and later betray her, you will face dire consequences. However, I lean more towards the protective aspect, as it is something I have personally experienced. Moreover, the dragon heads on the bracelet Wanwan gifted you are 9 in number. In ancient times, 9 represented the utmost yang number and phonetically resembles long-lasting, symbolizing longevity and health. Thus, I am confident that Wanwan harbors no ulterior motives. At this point, Qin Song paused momentarily, suggesting perhaps you should return this bracelet to Wanwan tomorrow. The weight of this gift is too great. Lu Yu shot a disapproving glance at Qin Song, saying, "A girl has given your son a birthday gift for his 18th. You expect him to return it? What are you thinking?" She turned to Qin Song, continuing, "Your father's words are merely a story. However, it's better to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it entirely. It's best that you don't wear this bracelet. Keep it in the box, tucked away in the drawer of your bedroom desk." Although those 3 interpretations are mentioned in non-canonical historical texts, your father and I aren't Wanwan. We can't decipher her true intent. Perhaps she simply thought it a trendy way to gift something, right? Wanwan is so dedicated to her studies that she likely has no time to peruse those fanciful historical tomes. Chapter 70, Never Tiring. Upon hearing this, Qin Song paused, recalling Jiang Wanwan's earlier mention of reading extracurricular books, some of which might pertain to history. Since they were extracurricular, they surely differed from traditional historical accounts and could very well delve into mysticism. He nodded gently, affirming, "She reads." Qin Song firmly believed that Jiang Wanwan would never wish him harm. Hence, the notion of dire consequences would not cross her mind. The intention behind her crafting this bracelet must be to dedicate her life to him, along with the protective aspect. I'll simply refrain from wearing this bracelet. Keeping it in the drawer and taking it out to admire daily would suffice, he remarked to Qin Song. Qin Song looked at him, nodded in agreement, and left the study. After Qin Song left the study, Lu Yu gazed at Qin Song and questioned, "Be honest, during the days when your father and I were away, what exactly did you do with Wanwan in her bedroom, aside from studying?" Qin Song was taken aback by the inquiry. Feeling somewhat guilty, he nonetheless retorted, "It was nothing but studying. What else could there be? You and Dad have kept your secrets well. When Wanwan's father passed, he specifically requested that I take a year off from school to accompany her. What that year meant for a young girl, I need not elaborate, right? To be frank, were you not already contemplating bringing Jiang Wanwan into our family back then?" Lu Yu shook her head at that time. "I truly hadn't thought of it that way. I merely felt pity for that child, and since you two were getting along so well, I thought it would be best for you to take a year off to be with her." Returning to the topic, Lu Yu continued, "As for your relationship with Wanwan, both your father and I approve, as does your Aunt Sue. However, you must absolutely refrain from early romantic entanglements. Your primary focus now is to excel in your studies. Once you graduate from high school, you may pursue your relationship freely, but for now, that is absolutely out of the question," Lu Yu asserted firmly. Qin Song nodded, pursing his lips. "Don't worry, Mom, I understand that much. Who in their right mind starts dating in their senior year?" Lu Yu huffed, "As long as you know, I want to say more lest you find me bothersome. By the way, Mom, was that story Dad mentioned earlier true?" Qin Song inquired curiously. Lu Yu cast him a helpless glance. "Of course it's true. Your father and I wouldn't concoct a story just to deceive you. Besides, where would we find such realistic props? Then, could you share your thoughts after that incident?" Qin Song was intrigued. For some reason, he found himself particularly fascinated by such mystical occurrences happening in his vicinity. Thoughts? Since Qin Song had asked, Lu Yu was more than willing to share with her son. "After my appendectomy, I proposed to your father." "What? Mom, you proposed to Dad?" "Shouldn't it have been Dad proposing to you? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Qin Song exclaimed, astonished. "No, it was indeed I who proposed to your father," Lu Yu replied, her eyes crescent-shaped as she reminisced about the details of her proposal. "When we first got together, your father pursued me. When it came to marriage, I was the one who proposed. Isn't that lovely? There is no law against women proposing to men, is there? Qin Song silently nodded. In a few years, the perspectives on love among some young people will become exceedingly distorted. While technology and human civilization progress, moral values seem to regress. The older generation may hold more traditional beliefs, but their sincerity in love is something today as youth cannot rival. After that incident, I was left with a singular thought. I wanted to marry your father. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of happiness. I envisioned waking up beside him each morning, lounging in bed, and after breakfast, we would each go about our own activities. In the evenings, I would cook, and he would wait in the living room. Once I finished cooking each dish, he would help serve the food. After dinner, he would wash the dishes, and we would nestle together on the sofa, enjoying our favorite shows. Day after day, year after year, such a simple life would never grow tedious. I don't seek immense wealth. If we have money, we spend a little more, and if we're short, we spend a little less. I know how to spend and save, even if our home is small. It doesn't matter. Being together is what makes it a complete family. Love is something that deepens through mutual compromise. Your father is willing to indulge my whims, and I'm willing to let him splurge on fishing rods that he might use only a few times every few months. When he drives, I watch him, and when I drive, he watches me. It's simply perfect. Upon hearing this, Qin Song, feeling somewhat overlooked, lamented, "So you and Dad are true love, and I'm just an accident, right?" Lu Yu chuckled. "It's not quite that simple. You are the fruit of our love. We love you dearly. If we had to choose one among the three of us to sacrifice, your father and I would certainly choose ourselves first. In both our eyes, you are someone we cherish deeply and would never consider eliminating from the equation." Despite the ominous nature of his question, Qin Song couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what if one day you or Dad were to have an accident?" Lu Yu shot him a stern glance, but upon seeing the palpable sadness in his eyes, she softened her tone. "Then you must live well on your own." When saying this, Lu Yu's eyes held a gentle light, her voice more tender than usual. "If that day were to come, you still have Wan, right? You're grown now, and it's time for me to share some wisdom with you. Letting go of someone you love is called growth, while holding on to someone you love is a skill. Dating is essentially a cycle of affection, quarrels, breakups, and reconciliations. The true essence of love lies in who is willing to perpetuate this cycle into old age. That is what constitutes a lifetime. Your father and I will continue this cycle, and I hope you will do the same with your partner in the future." "But Mom, what if Wan?" Qin Song's sentence remained unfinished as Lu Yu interrupted him. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You little rascal. You think just because it's your birthday today, I won't dare to discipline you? Hurry up and go wash up and get to bed. Tomorrow morning, you need to study diligently at Wan's place. You must also start working on the exercise book Aunt Sue got you. If I catch you staying up late playing games beyond midnight, I'll come to your room with a hanger to show you what it means to be disciplined." Upon hearing this, Qin Song cheekily chuckled before swiftly exiting the study. Chapter 71, Memories, Part 1. After showering, Qin Song casually uploaded 4,000 words of his draft and laid down in bed, memories from his past life flooding his mind. That year, he was 21, in his third year of university. Compared to his first and second years, the third year was packed with classes, particularly major-specific courses. Qin Song clearly recalled that it was an afternoon when he was attending a course on Marxist theory. Most schools offered this course in the second semester of the sophomore year, but their school had it in the first semester of the junior year. At that moment, he was attentively listening when his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number calling. Without a second thought, he promptly hung up, typically to avail discounts. He had foolishly shared his number everywhere, leading to an incessant stream of spam calls and advertisements. What irked Qin Song was that the same number kept calling back one after another after he had hung up. However, just as he was about to block the number, a message from that very number popped up. "Hello, I'm a highway traffic police officer. Your parents were involved in a car accident on the highway, and both have died on the spot. I found this number in the glove compartment of your parents' vehicle. Please respond to this message as soon as you see it." Prior to this, Qin Song and Lu Yu had playfully joked with Qin Ong, suggesting they create an acrylic name card bearing his name, phone number, and their relationship to him. This was to ensure that in the unfortunate event of an accident, rescuers would not struggle to find a contact person. They recounted a story about a truck driver in their circle who had never seen his loved ones one last time, though the tragedy had stemmed from fatigue driving. At that time, Qin Song dismissed their jest, as both had impeccable driving habits, never exceeding speed limits or violating traffic regulations. Being a couple, they kept each other in check, thus avoiding fatigue while driving. Upon receiving the news, Qin Song felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, struggling to breathe. Trembling, he raised his hand to signal the teacher for a restroom break. And once in the stall, he dialed a number with a flicker of hope, perhaps thinking it was merely a scam message. The number labeled Emperor was switched off. The number labeled Empress also met the same fate. Due to their work, the couple never turned off their phones while on the road. In that moment, Qin Song's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. He stared wide-eyed at the call that ended automatically due to the inability to connect, his heart brimming with helplessness and despair. The hope and anticipation he once harbored evaporated in an instant, leaving only a haunting silence and desolation. As if the entire world had receded from him, plunging him into an unprecedented solitude. He redialed the unfamiliar number, and upon connection, he asked with a trembling voice, "Is what you said true? Why didn't you call me from my parents' phones? Why are their phones off?" The voice on the other end seemed accustomed to Qin Song's illogical questions and patiently explained the accident scene was quite horrific and chaotic. The windshield on the driver's side was completely shattered, and your parents' phones were lost in the wreckage. Even if they hadn't been lost, I cannot access them without the passwords. I understand this is hard for you to accept, but you should come as soon as possible. They've been taken to the hospital's morgue, and you need to identify the bodies. I will send you the hospital's address via text. With that, the call ended. Moments later, an address text message arrived on Qin Song's phone, accompanied by several photos. One showed the front of the truck, its windshield entirely shattered, with the driver's and passengers' seats in disarray, stained with large patches of blood. A protective talisman hung from the rearview mirror, which Qin Song immediately recognized as one he had obtained during a summer trip to the mountains with Jiang Wanwan, costing him 299 yuan. As the monks did not speak of money, only of fate. The license plate number, color, and model of the truck matched the family vehicle in his memory, and the missing person notices plaster on the truck further confirmed that this was indeed the vehicle driven by Qin Song and Lu Yu. Yet, he shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of it all. It couldn't be. The master had assured him that the talisman was effective, and this had to be a figment of his imagination. How could he prove this was not a dream? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he forcefully slammed his head against the wooden partition of the stall. Bang! The loud noise reverberated through the restroom, drawing irritated murmurs from others inside. All Qin Song felt was pain. A warm trickle coursed from his forehead. He could sense blood oozing from the impact, streaming down his cheek. But he dared not wipe it away, stifling his cries of agony. If he wiped it away, it would mean he acknowledged the blood. If he cried out, it would signify that he felt the pain from the collision. Pain and blood meant this was all real, and it was not a dream. But if it were true, he was utterly at a loss as to how to confront it. How could two perfectly healthy individuals simply cease to exist? Just as he stood paralyzed by uncertainty, another text notification chimed from the same unfamiliar number. Please rush to the hospital at your earliest convenience. My condolences. Upon reading this message, Qin Song finally snapped back to reality. He slapped himself hard and staggered out of the restroom, racing toward the counselor's office. Upon reaching the open door, he prepared to burst in, but instinctively knocked first. The teacher inside looked up at the sound, and the closest one quickly grabbed some tissues. "Student, what happened? Your face is covered in blood." A female teacher raised her hand as if to help, but hesitated and instead offered him the tissues. She was unsure of where his injury lay, worried she might disrupt a healing wound. The counselor, sitting nearby, finally recognized the bloody-faced Qin Song after a moment and hurried to guide him to a chair. "Qin Song, what happened? Shall I take you to the infirmary?" Holding the tissues the female teacher had given him, Qin Song opened his mouth to request a leave of absence, but could not find the words. His lips moved without sound, and his vacant expression startled the counselor. "Come on, we need to get you to the infirmary," No, to the city center hospital, the counselor urged, alarmed by the sight of Qin Song's bloodied face. Chapter 72, Reminiscence, Part 2. Qin Song stood motionless, wiping the coagulated blood from his face with a tissue. His voice hoarse as he said, "Counselor, I need to take a leave of absence. My parents have died in a car accident." This time, the counselor was taken aback. He opened his mouth, wanting to comfort the student before him, but unsure of what to say. "Do you want me to accompany you?" he asked softly. Qin Song shook his head, replying, "Thank you, counselor, but I can manage alone." The counselor nodded. "All right, take care. I'll grant you a month off. Just complete the paperwork when you return. A month should suffice. Half a month won't be enough." "Very well, then, a month it is," the counselor agreed quietly. Watching Qin Song's retreating figure, he added, "First, go wash the blood off your forehead and face. Some things have already happened, since they cannot be undone. Take care of yourself, and do not let those who have passed worry." "Understood," Qin Song nodded in response. He first went to the restroom to clean the blood from his face before returning to his dorm. He didn't have anything specific to collect. He simply needed his ID from the desk drawer. Though uncertain if it would be necessary, it was best to have it on hand. Qin Song also grabbed a suitcase, packing some clothes, as the location mentioned in the text was in another province. He organized his belongings slowly, not due to an abundance of items, but from an inability to confront the reality. Carrying a 16-inch suitcase, he booked the earliest flight to the province online and took a taxi to the airport. Throughout the journey, he felt dazed, unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind or what thoughts he should entertain. Gazing at the photos depicting the blood-soaked drivers and passenger seats, Qin Song could only imagine the horrific scene that had unfolded. Exhausted yet reluctant to succumb to slumber, he endured the fatigue until boarding the flight, through the landing, and until he arrived at the hospital. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, bore witness to his torment. Upon reaching the hospital, he dialed a number. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a traffic police uniform approached him and inquired, "Are you a relative of the victim?" The term victim sounded foreign and unsettling to Qin Song. Nodding, he presented his identification, stating, "I'm the son of Qin Ong and Lu Yu." The couple? The officer took the ID, verified it, and returned it, gesturing for him to follow. As they walked, Qin Song asked, "Are you the one who sent me the message?" The officer shook his head. "No. The officer responsible for the notifications is from the highway department, assisting us because the determination of fault for this accident has been assigned to our traffic unit, and thus we are tasked with guiding the victim's family." They ascended to the basement-level morgue in the elevator, and upon entering, the frigid air sent a shiver down Qin Song's spine. "There are just these two more drawers. Would you like to take a look?" The officer inquired. "We have confirmed their identities, and the vehicle contained their identification. Their appearances match accordingly, so there will be no mistakes. However, for safety's sake, you may wish to see." Pausing briefly, he added, "Although I know it is inappropriate to say this, I would advise against it. I mean no offense, it's just the nature of the scene." He fell silent thereafter. Qin Song nodded, and in contrast to the overwhelming heartbreak he felt upon first receiving the news, he now seemed to experience a peculiar sense of detachment. If one were to encapsulate his inner state in an idiom, it would be one of utter tranquility. A calmness so profound it felt abnormal. He was uncertain if this reaction was normal, nor could he exert control over it. He yearned to weep, yet not a single tear escaped his eyes. "Let us forego the viewing for now. Might I inquire if you have recommendations for a funeral home? Once the mortician has prepared my parents' remains, I shall return." During his journey to the hospital, Qin Song had conducted some online research regarding such matters. The visage of those who perish in car accidents is often grotesque, even terrifying. Distorted features, fractured bones protruding through the skin, limbs contorted at unnatural angles, and so forth. He was not afraid of these sights. He merely wished to preserve the most beautiful memories of his parents in his heart. If they were to have any awareness beyond this realm, they would likely not wish for him to bear witness to such horror. The officer nodded in understanding. He was indeed familiar with several commendable funeral homes, both in terms of the mortician's skills and the standard operating procedures. There are 3. I will provide you with their contact numbers for you to reach out to them. Upon returning to the hospital's first floor, the officer borrowed paper and pen from the consultation desk and jotted down the 3 phone numbers. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, they have branches in Jiang City, so you can request that the remains be transported there. This will facilitate arrangements for memorial services or cremation." He had noted the couple's identification and knew they hailed from Jiang City. Qin Song nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. "Oh, once you have completed the funeral arrangements, do remember to return to our traffic unit. Due to the severity of this accident, which involves numerous parties, we can only guarantee the issuance of the Accident Responsibility Determination Report within 15 working days. However, rest assured, your parents are in no way at fault. They are purely victims in this tragedy." In a blink, all funeral arrangements were finalized. During that period, Qin Song felt as though he had abruptly matured. He personally notified relatives on both sides of the family, and he was solely responsible for liaising with the funeral home and managing all arrangements. He was not fond of the self-serving relatives, but in order to ensure peace for his parents in the afterlife, he had no choice but to summon them one by one, and all necessary attendees were present for the funeral. His grandparents had long since passed away. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have struggled to bear the weight of such an unforeseen calamity. After selecting 2 adjacent plots in a picturesque cemetery for his parents' burial, Qin Song scarcely had time to rest before he rushed to the traffic unit. The Accident Responsibility Determination Report had been completed. The cause of the accident was attributed to a sudden protrusion of a long stretch of concrete on the highway, which caused the preceding vehicle to lose control, resulting in a catastrophic series of rollovers and collisions among several subsequent vehicles. The Road Maintenance Authority bore full responsibility, and with the various compensations from the insurance company, the total amounted to a staggering $3 million. In an effort to swiftly resolve the aftermath of the accident, the funds were deposited into Qin Song's designated bank account within 3 working days. Chapter 73, Reminiscence, Part 3. Having settled all matters, Qin Song finally returned home. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto his bed, enveloped in his blanket, and succumbed to sleep. After what felt like an eternity, he awoke at dusk, gazing out at the oppressive darkening sky, feeling as if the world had cast him aside. Reluctant to venture outside, he rose and ordered takeout. After some consideration, he located a decent Hunan restaurant nearby and selected a few dishes to accompany his drink, ordering a bottle of Fingio. After placing the order, he sent a private message to the delivery driver, requesting him to procure 2 packs of Li Huan cigarettes and a cup of iced tea from a nearby milk tea shop. If he smoked, he could keep 1 pack. If not, he would compensate him with 20 yuan as a token of gratitude for running the errand. The delivery driver, thrilled by this unexpected delight, readily agreed. Fetching the cigarettes would merely take a minute, and a bag of ice could be bought for just 1 yuan at the Snow King shop. At the previous funeral he attended, the bereaved relatives had wept uncontrollably upon learning of the tragedy, resorting to alcohol and cigarettes to numb their pain. During this time, he had abstained from alcohol due to the multitude of matters requiring his attention. Getting intoxicated would only hinder his ability to handle those affairs. However, after claiming the body at the hospital, he had begun smoking 2 packs a day, developing a slight addiction. Qin Song was uncertain why he could not cry, nor did he feel any sorrow. Yet he wished to experiment, to see if alcohol and cigarettes could elicit some emotion. His intuition told him he was not in a normal state and needed to release his pent-up feelings. Otherwise, he would inevitably face repercussions. Upon receiving the takeout, the delivery driver mentioned he did not smoke, prompting Qin Song to transfer 20 yuan to him via WeChat. The driver expressed his gratitude with a cheerful farewell. Setting the items on the living room coffee table, Qin Song retrieved a cup for the sterilizer, poured some ice inside, and added a measure of Fingio. The liquor was too harsh. It required chilling to be palatable. He had initially contemplated ordering beer, but its bloating effect led him to choose a bottle of white liquor instead. After consuming a few bites of food to settle his stomach, he finally lifted the cup to take a sip once the liquor had sufficiently chilled. The ice-cold Fingio was far more agreeable than its room temperature counterpart. Upon careful tasting, he could discern its rich aroma and lingering aftertaste. It was not unpleasant at all. Having discarded his lighter before boarding the high-speed train, he had forgotten to ask the delivery driver for another. Thus, he resorted to igniting a cigarette using the flame from the kitchen stove. perhaps due to his haste. The first inhalation burned his throat, sending stinging sensations coursing through him, accompanied by an uncomfortable smokiness lingering in his throat. Somehow, Qin Song inexplicably felt a sense of exhilaration, prompting him to take another deep drag. It still choked his throat, still made him cough, still brought forth that sharp sting and the acrid taste of smoke. Yet, it was still pleasurable. During this period, his emotions had scarcely fluctuated. He felt as if the sky had fallen after the incident, yet miraculously, he had managed to endure without revealing even a hint of sorrow in front of others. Could pain truly bring about pleasure? After finishing the cigarette, Qin Song began to eat and drink, planning to test this theory after his meal. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and in a state of mild inebriation, Qin Song instinctively rose to answer the door. As he opened it, two groups of relatives from his parents' side rushed in, carrying gifts of varying sizes. They expressed concern for Qin Song while surveying the decor of the living room. Upon seeing the white liquor on the table, his third aunt, with a sympathetic expression, remarked, "Oh dear, look at you, hiding away in here drinking alone. If you wanted company, I could have sent your third cousin to keep you company. It's not right for you to drink all by yourself without anyone to look after you." Shaking his head, Qin Song took a deep breath to regain some clarity and asked the suddenly arrived relatives, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, his maternal uncle frowned slightly. "We are your elders, here to check on you. Your parents, Qin Ong and Xiao Yu, were kind to us in life. It is only natural that we show our concern for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the other relatives chimed in agreement. Hearing this, Qin Song's expression softened a bit. He stood and replied, "Thank you, all my uncles and aunts. However, my house isn't large enough to accommodate you all. It's late, and there are no buses back to the county. Why don't you find a hotel to stay at? I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. How's that sound?" His third aunt smiled. "That sounds good. You can book us a hotel. I heard the newly opened 3-star hotel is quite nice." His maternal aunt shot her a disapproving glance and turned to Qin Song with a smile. "Little Song, your uncle and I can skip the hotel to save you some money. You have an extra room, so we can just stay here." Upon hearing this, his third aunt became agitated. She knew better than anyone the true purpose of their visit, as she had the same intentions. If they were to secure the prime spot, she would be infuriated. "Oh dear, Little Song, I can stay here too. I'll sleep on the couch. It'll save you money," she said with a forced smile. With these two leading the charge, others began to argue as well. "I can sleep on the floor. I'm very easygoing." "Hey, I'm your sister-in-law. Are you trying to take the space from your sister-in-law? Do you even understand decorum? I'm still your younger brother. Why don't you give me a little leeway?" The group descended into a heated debate over who would claim the sleeping space, nearly coming to blows. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Song began to feel the effects of the alcohol, his head spinning and aching. "Well, there is still a room available. I'll just take that." His third aunt, unable to secure the couch, turned towards his parents' closed door. "Stop. Don't go into that room." Qin Song's voice was cold as he intervened. "That's my parents' room." Feeling challenged by a younger relative, his third aunt bristled. "Your parents have passed. What is wrong with me staying in their room? When they were alive, I would have needed their permission to stay there. Is this how you speak to your elders?" Seeing that he could not deter her, Qin Song swiftly stepped in front of her, pointing to the open door and coldly stating, "You, leave now." The others turned to witness the confrontation, and his third aunt, feeling humiliated, became furious. "I'm going in today. I am your elder. How dare you speak to me like that? Your parents would have called me sister-in-law when they were alive." She pushed past Qin Song, striding towards the room. However, just as her hand was about to grasp the doorknob, a fruit knife flew through the air, embedding itself in the wooden door frame beside her. "If you dare touch that doorknob, you won't be going home today. You'll accompany my parents instead," Qin Song said expressionlessly. Instantly, the room fell silent. The relatives too shocked to utter a sound. His third aunt, seeing the knife just inches from her head, felt a cold sweat break out. Realizing she had irreparably severed ties with Qin Song, she decided to escalate the situation. "So, no one is speaking up? Watching a younger generation bully an elder without a word? Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. You've seen the news reports and know this boy received a hefty compensation and won a piece of the pie, right? We can only work together to get a share. Otherwise, none of us can stand against him. At this, the relatives began to whisper amongst themselves once more. Finally, someone spoke up. Little Song, technically, we are all relatives of your parents, so we should get a share of that money. The eldest aunt chimed in. How about this? We will not take the house your parents left behind. You can just give us the compensation. How's that sound? Qin Song looked at these relatives, who had revealed their true colors, and felt a mix of anger and amusement. The primary heirs to an estate are typically the spouse, children, and parents. As long as he was alive, this money would forever remain beyond the grasp of these foolish relatives. Fine, the compensation is $3 million, and the house is worth $2 million. I'll give you $5 million in total. How do you plan to divide that? Upon hearing this, the relatives' faces lit up with surprise and excitement. The eldest aunt smiled broadly. You just need to give us the money, and we can divide it ourselves. Qin Song counted the number of people in the room, smiling. There are 10 of you, so that's 50,000 per person. Not too steep. Wait here. I'll go to the kitchen to fetch the money. At the mention of his chilling smile and tone, a few astute individuals began to back away, positioning themselves near the door, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. However, several others, clouded by greed, remained oblivious to the unfolding danger. Their minds were solely fixated on the $5 million Qin Song had mentioned, filtering out everything else he said. The money is coming. Who wants it first? Qin Song held a kitchen knife in each hand, grinning at the assembly of relatives. Aren't you after money? 50,000 a life. I can afford that. Don't worry. When you're gone, the court will ensure my assets go to your children, but only if I don't donate the money before I'm caught. Right? With the scent of alcohol on him and bloodshot eyes, Qin Song brandished the knives, looking quite menacing. In less than 30 seconds, the group scrambled for the door, abandoning even the gifts they had brought. He has lost it. This kid has gone insane, was the last thing his third aunt muttered in a panic as she hastily exited. Watching the door sway from the rush of bodies, Qin Song grinned, placing the knives on the coffee table before returning to his food and drink. Moments later, footsteps approached the door again, and Qin Song felt a wave of impatience wash over him. He had neither the interest nor the inclination to continue playing games with these foolish relatives. Without lifting his head, he coldly remarked, "What is it? You want money but don't want to risk your lives?" Qin Song, it's me. A melodious and familiar voice wafted into the air, prompting Qin Song to look up. A graceful silhouette stood at the door, holding a thermos. She was poised and elegant. "Wanwans, it's been a while," Qin Song finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence, gazing at the young girl before him. Although they had dined together during the recent National Day holiday, it felt as if an eternity had passed. He had been contemplating the perfect moment to confess his feelings to Jiang Wanwan, but with the current turn of events, he found himself at a loss regarding this burgeoning affection. As he understood, a promising rich heir was pursuing Jiang Wanwan at her school, a young man whose family's company earned $5 million a month, while Qin Song's parents' compensation amounted to a mere $300,000. The girl nodded softly, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. Noticing the scattered gifts and the disarray of the sofa, along with the two gleaming kitchen knives on the coffee table, she asked no questions and began tidying up. She returned the knives to the kitchen, straightened the sofa, arranged the gifts neatly, and finally, her gaze lingered on an open bottle of white liquor. "Qin Song, can we not drink? How about some soup instead? My mother made it and asked me to bring it over," Jiang Wanwan suggested gently. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at school?" Qin Song inquired. "After the funeral of Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu, I requested a month's leave from my counselor," she replied. Qin Song nodded. Just as he was about to pour himself another drink, Jiang Wanwan confiscated the bottle along with its cap. "No drinking, only soup," she asserted with an uncommon firmness. While drowning his sorrows in alcohol seemed reasonable, the bottle was nearly a quarter empty, and given Qin Song's poor tolerance, he could only imagine the repercussions of further indulgence. He suppressed his retort, accepting the bowl of soup Jiang Wanwan offered, sipping it slowly. After finishing the small bowl, he seized the opportunity to light a cigarette while Jiang Wanwan excused herself to the restroom. In the quiet of the living room, he took a few puffs, but Jiang Wanwan, wanting to join him, feared the ash might burn him. Mimicking his actions, she searched for a lighter, but to no avail. With a glare at Qin Song, she snatched up his keys and stepped outside, returning moments later with a lighter in hand, imitating his smoking style. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Wanwan choked, yet she stubbornly continued. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Song extinguished his cigarette and snuffed out hers as well. Why smoke if you can't do it right? Such a waste, he remarked with a hint of annoyance. I'll smoke if I want. Who are you to tell me? Just watch me. Jiang Wanwan shot back fiercely, but her demeanor softened as she continued. Please refrain from smoking and drinking. It's harmful to your health. If you need to vent, I could buy you some AD calcium. You can drink it by the rose. At her words, Qin Song couldn't help but chuckle. Are you trying to sue the child? Go back to school. Don't let your credits fall short. You're an outstanding university student on a scholarship. What child? When my grandmother passed away at 17, weren't you comforting me in the same way? You're only 21. How mature can you actually be? Jiang Wanwan retorted, unimpressed. Drink more soup. It's good for your stomach, she added, serving him another small bowl filled with chicken. You must be hungry. Eat some chicken or soak some rice in the soup. I'll heat up the dishes for you. She retrieved several bowls from the sterilizer, transferring the food from the takeout containers one by one, before heading to the kitchen to warm them up. Qin Song wished to protest, but found his head spinning, nausea washing over him. Damn, the after effects are kicking in. I shouldn't have down the liquor so quickly, he thought, before succumbing to the urge to vomit, pulling the trash can closer and expelling the contents of his stomach. When Jiang Wanwan emerged from the kitchen with the warm dishes, she found Qin Song doubled over the trash can, retching. She quickly set down her bowls and gently patted his back. Are you all right? I'll get you some honey water. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, another wave of nausea hit him. Ugh, he groaned, regretting his poor choices. Jiang Wanwan, feeling both concerned and exasperated, busied herself preparing honey water, ensuring it wasn't too hot before bringing it to him. Here's your honey water. Sip it slowly. I'll run out and get you some hangover medicine, she said, grabbing her keys and leaving the room. Upon her return, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Supporting Qin Song, she administered the medicine, then brewed another cup of honey water. After replacing the trash bag, she finally settled onto the sofa to rest. Perhaps I should stay the night to look after you, she suggested, but Qin Song interrupted. It's getting late. You should head home and rest. Jiang Wanwan's brows furrowed at his words. What do you mean? Am I just a tool for your convenience? You can summon me at will and dismiss me just as easily? Stammering, Qin Song replied, That's not what I meant. It's just late, and I didn't call you here. I didn't mean to imply you weren't welcome. His thoughts trailed off, leaving him in silence. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes, the tension in his body dissipating. The alcohol dulled his senses, and sleepiness began to overtake him. Hey, don't fall asleep yet, drink some soup. You've just vomited everything. An empty stomach won't feel good. Qin Song, Qin Song. These were the last words he heard before drifting off. When he awoke again, it was already the following morning. Thanks to Jiang Wanwan's honey water and hangover remedy, he was spared the agony of severe headache, though a slight dizziness and queasiness lingered. As he attempted to rise, he felt a weight resting on his abdomen. Lifting his head, he saw Jiang Wanwan sitting on the chair beside the bed, her upper body resting against him, her breathing calm and steady. Recalling the events of the previous night, Qin Song realized he had indeed fallen asleep on the sofa. At 21, he had ceased growing, although his frame was not large. It was hardly small either. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and maintaining a fitness routine, his weight was a healthy 165 pounds. Jiang Wanwan, tall for a girl at about 5'7", weighed close to 130 pounds, though their weights seemed similar. The differences in muscle and fat distribution between genders meant that she possessed less strength. Last night, while he had slept like a log, Jiang Wanwan had single-handedly moved him from the living room to the bedroom, a feat that required considerable effort. Carefully, he shifted, intending to carry her to the bed. However, as soon as he made a sound, her eyes fluttered open. You're awake. Are you hungry? She inquired, just as Qin Song was about to assert he wasn't. His stomach betrayed him with a growl. I made porridge last night. It's warming in a rice cooker. Let me serve you some. With that, Jiang Wanwan sprang into action, returning shortly with 2 bowls of millet porridge. One for you, one for me. I added some sugar. If you find it lacking in sweetness, I can add more, but no pickles, as they might upset your stomach, she explained, lifting a spoon to feed him, only to be gently declined by Qin Song. He was merely feeling a bit dazed. He was not incapacitated to the extent of needing assistance to consume a bowl of congee. After they finished their meal, Qin Song suggested, "Why don't you come to bed and rest? I'll wash these bowls." Jiang Wanwan nodded gently, slipped off her slippers, and climbed onto the bed, nestling into Qin Song's embrace. "I'll get up to wash later. You should continue to rest for a while. You have red veins in your eyes, clearly indicating you didn't sleep well last night." Feeling the warmth and softness of the girl nestled against him, Qin Song froze momentarily, stammering, "Why, yes, that sounds fine. You can sleep here. I'll go to the guest room." Just as he began to rise, he was abruptly pulled back down by the girl. "No, sleep right here. I want to keep an eye on you. What if I fall asleep and you sneak off to smoke or drink?" After saying this, she burrowed deeper into his embrace, murmuring, "You're the best, Song. Let's sleep together. Why are you in different clothes? Nothing happened last night, right?" Qin Song looked down at Jiang Wanwan, only to realize she was wearing something entirely different from the previous night. She nodded, eyes still closed. "When I carried you to the bedroom last night, you threw up all over me, so I went home, took a shower, and changed before coming back." Upon hearing this, Qin Song sheepishly rubbed his nose. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. By the way, does Aunt Sue know you're staying here tonight?" "Of course. I told her, and she didn't object." "You're so verbose. All right, let's sleep. I'm really tired." With that, the girl nuzzled against his chest. "If you want to repay me, just take me out to play after we wake up. I worked hard to get this month-long vacation. It can't go to waste." She squirmed a bit, adding, "Don't leave the air conditioning remote under the blanket. It's uncomfortable." Qin Song hurriedly agreed, shifting backward slightly. As Jiang Wanwan's breathing gradually steadied, he too succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, he found himself alone in the bed. As he made his way to the living room, he saw Jiang Wanwan seated on the sofa, a suitcase beside her. "You're awake. Hurry and pack your things. We're leaving. You promised to take me out, and you can't back out now." She then flashed her WeChat balance. My mom agreed and even gave me 20,000 yuan for expenses. In contrast to Jiang Wanwan, Qin Song preferred to keep his money and bank cards in Alipay. His WeChat was linked to a single card meant solely for tuition, with its balance drawn from his parents' allowance. "All right, I promised, and I won't back out. Let me just gather my things," he replied with a smile. He was no fool. He understood that Jiang Wanwan was trying to divert his attention. Without further ado, he packed some clothes into a suitcase and set out with her. For the following week, Jiang Wanwan whisked Qin Song away to another province for food and fun. Their choice to travel outside their home province stemmed from her concern that he might be reminded of past sorrows. She had meticulously planned everything, leaving Qin Song with no responsibilities other than to accompany her. To be honest, the results were quite remarkable. Throughout their escapades, Qin Song no longer fixated on the sorrow buried deep within. Even his cravings for cigarettes gradually subsided. With such an adorable girl determined to make him smile, he nearly forgot the painful incident that had haunted him. On the last day of their trip, Qin Song awoke in the hotel and knocked on Jiang Wanwan's door. They had booked 2 rooms, eliciting surprised glances from the front desk. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead. No more lounging in bed. After we check out, let's grab breakfast and buy some snacks. We have a train to catch." A moment later, the girl, clad in pajamas and yawning, shuffled over to open the door. "Aren't we skipping breakfast? I want to sleep a little longer." Qin Song observed her dark circles. "How late did you sleep last night? Ever since we started this trip, your dark circles seem to get worse each day. We can't skip breakfast. There won't be anything good to eat on the train," he insisted. "Oh, maybe I'm just not used to the bed. I don't want to wake up so early. We still have several hours until the train departs." Jiang Wanwan pouted. "How about you order takeout? We can eat in the hotel, and I can sleep a bit more." After considering it, Qin Song agreed. Ordering takeout would solve the breakfast dilemma, and snacks on the train were not mandatory. Although they'd be on a train for several hours, the direct route was convenient enough. He could pass the time watching movies with his headphones on. If hunger struck, they could always make do with whatever was available in the train's dining car. "All right," Qin Song responded, placing an order for 2 servings of local breakfast. However, when he attempted to pay via WeChat, he discovered insufficient funds. Glancing at the calendar, He showed Jiang Wanwan his balance, exclaiming helplessly, "It's already the 3rd of the month. My parents are going to starve me." Mid-sentence, he abruptly froze, standing still as he scrolled through his phone, opening the chat with his parents. The last time they had exchanged messages was before their passing. His fingers trembled as he clicked on a video call, but it failed to connect. Qin Song bit his lip, looking at Jiang Wanwan with helpless eyes, pleading, "Wanwan, did I upset them? They're not answering my video calls or sending me any living expenses. Can you please reach out to them and apologize for me? They always like you best. Your words would surely have an impact." Jiang Wanwan rushed over from the bed barefoot and gently wiped away the tears that had begun to stream down Qin Song's cheeks. "Qin Song, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu are gone. Go ahead and cry. Let out. Holding it in for so long must be unbearable," she murmured, leaning in to wrap her arms around his waist, resting her face against his neck. She sensed that he was on the verge of breaking. "Please let it all out. I promise I won't take any secret photos or videos." After a moment, Qin Song silently buried his head in her shoulder, remaining there for a long while without lifting it, his body gradually becoming limp. "Are you asleep?" Jiang Wanwan tilted her head, listening to his steady breathing. Thankfully, he was sound asleep. After shifting him to the bed, he didn't wake. She gazed at his swollen eyes and tear-streaked face, letting out a long sigh. In truth, she hadn't slept well these past few days, not due to unfamiliar surroundings, but because Qin Song had been holding back his tears. Bottling it all up would inevitably lead to an explosion. She was not afraid of him crying or throwing things in anger, nor was she scared of him sinking into a pit of despair through smoking and drinking. What terrified her was the thought of him keeping up a facade of indifference and quietly ending it all in solitude. This blow was far too tremendous. Qin Song could not bear such a weight alone without expressing it. Ultimately, they missed their high-speed train and had to rebook for the next one. Fortunately, the next train was scheduled to depart in just over 2 hours, so they didn't have to wait long. They had lunch at the train station. Although the food was decent, it was quite overpriced. After rescheduling, they successfully returned home on the same day. Upon arriving, Qin Song first washed up and hastily consumed a light dinner before falling asleep. Traveling was exhausting, and crying was equally draining. The next day, Qin Song rose early and had just finished breakfast when he received a phone call. Upon glancing at the number, he recognized it as the very one that had delivered the tragic news of his parents' demise. He pressed the answer button and spoke first, expressing his gratitude for informing him of his parents' fate. The voice on the other end hesitated momentarily before replying, "It's nothing." Then the voice continued, "I have something to discuss with you. Are you available?" "Yes, go ahead," he replied. "This matter concerns your parents. When I arrived at the scene of the accident, your mother still exhibited faint consciousness. I endeavored to maintain communication with her, to keep her awareness intact, but she was uncooperative, even exacerbating her injuries. Before she passed, she entrusted me with a message for you." Upon hearing these words, Qin Song inhaled deeply, his hands trembling involuntarily. He questioned, "Then why are you only telling me this now?" There was a pause on the other end before the voice resumed. "This was your mother's wish. She requested that I wait 20 days after the incident to convey this to you, believing that by then you would have managed everything and could calmly receive her words. She said that she was the one driving. Had it not been for your father shielding her, she would have surely been the one to perish, and your father would have survived. She could not accept your father's death. In a moment of selfishness, she feared he would be alone on the road, thus chose to accompany him into the afterlife. In other words, your mother had the chance to survive but opted for selfishness, choosing to die alongside your father. She asked you not to harbor anger towards her, and she insisted I relay this message to you." At this point, the voice paused again. "Additionally, she wanted me to tell you to live well, even if alone. I acknowledge I should have immediately conveyed your mother's final words, but she insisted on waiting 20 days. And I am a man of my word," the voice concluded. Qin Song shook his head, his tone softening. "It's all right. I harbor no ill will toward you. My earlier tone was inappropriate. Thank you for conveying my mother's last wishes. You're welcome. Remember her words, live well, even alone. Goodbye." With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 77, The Past, Part 7, Listening to the dial tone echoing through the receiver, Qin Song found himself momentarily lost in thought. He understood his mother's actions and bore her no resentment. After tidying up his belongings, Qin Song hailed a taxi, making his way to the notary office. Life is unpredictable, and he worried that should anything happen to him without a primary heir, his unscrupulous relatives might benefit from his misfortune. To safeguard against this, he decided to draft a will at the notary office, ensuring that those unworthy would not gain from his estate. "Hello, I need to notarize a will," he stated, taking a seat in the office as directed by the staff. The employee looked at the young man before him, rubbing his ears in surprise. "I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?" "I wish to notarize a will," Qin Song replied, producing the necessary documents. "I have gathered all the required paperwork as listed on the notary's website. By the way, I recently had this property transferred to me. It won't affect the will's notarization, will it?" No, it won't affect it. Please hold on." The process was efficient. Qin Song signed several documents, recorded a video, and left his fingerprints, completing the procedure swiftly. The notarized document would be ready within 15 working days, and Qin Song opted for the notary office to keep it in permanent custody. The total cost, including the storage fee and notarization, amounted to 5,000 yuan, and he tucked the receipt into his pocket. By the time he finished, it was already noon. As winter approached, the weather turned progressively colder, and the streets were less lively than during the initial autumn days. He chose a local noodle shop, ordering the signature hand-pulled noodles and an extra serving of meat. Observing a man at the adjacent table enjoying his meal with garlic, Qin Song decided to imitate him, only to find himself choking on the pungent flavor, eliciting laughter from the man. "Young man, if it's your first time eating like that, take smaller bites. You can't just pop a whole clove of garlic in your mouth." The man stood and retrieved a bottle of soy milk from the fridge, offering it to Qin Song. "Here, have this." With a smile, Qin Song accepted the gesture, expressing his gratitude. He had no intention of trying that again. Self-inflicted discomfort was not a habit he wished to cultivate. He resolved to live well, even if it meant being alone. After wandering about, he bought a lottery ticket, scratching it off to find he had not won. He pocketed it anyway. He purchased another ticket, winning 10 yuan, which he also chose not to redeem, tucking it away. Spotting someone on the street weaving grasshoppers from bamboo leaves, he bought a small one and placed it in his pocket. After exhausting his options for wandering, he returned home and dumped his collected items onto the coffee table. He washed his accumulated clothes in the washing machine, dried them, and returned them to the wardrobe. Then, he undertook a thorough cleaning of the house, excluding his parents' room. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to open the door to his parents' bedroom, tidying it as well. He left the furnishings untouched and chose not to change the bedding. He preferred to leave things as they were. After all, he had no need for that room. Whenever he missed his parents, he could simply lay down there for comfort. After a good sweat, Qin Song took a shower, donning a fluffy robe as he settled in the living room to browse on his phone. Unsure of what he should do next, perhaps he ought to return to school, he decided to finish his break before resuming his studies. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from the distant sky. Qin Song looked up to see fireworks being set off in the city. "Wow, bold move," he murmured to himself. Having not seen fireworks in ages, he felt a surge of interest, grabbed his phone and keys, and headed to the rooftop to record the spectacle. However, just as he settled in, the fireworks abruptly ceased, and he received a call from Jiang Wanwan. "Hello, Qin Song, where are you?" Her tone was fraught with urgency, as if she feared something was amiss. "Oh, I'm just out for a late-night snack. Do you want me to bring you something back?" he replied, only to be interrupted by the wailing of police sirens. Looking towards the street, he noticed police cars hastening towards the location where the fireworks had been launched. Looks like someone is about to get fined. Meanwhile, in Qin Song's living room, Jiang Wanwan, anxiously clutching the receipt from the notary office, heard the sirens through the phone. Rushing to the window, she spotted the police car passing by the street outside the community, the sirens echoing the same sound. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "Wait for me. I'm coming to find you." She hung up the phone abruptly. Qin Song, bewildered by the sudden disconnection, pondered, "What does she mean she's coming to find me? She doesn't even know where I am." He had no intention of revealing to Jiang Wanwan that he was on the rooftop, not wanting to cause her any concern. If she thought he was contemplating something drastic, it could lead to chaos. Sigh, whatever. I'll just head downstairs and find a late-night snack shop, then call her to come over. He tucked his phone into his pocket and took a few steps toward the stairwell. Just as he was about to descend, a figure darted out from the stairway. Before Qin Song could react, the figure rushed into his embrace. Qin Song, please don't do anything rash. We can talk about anything. Just don't think about it. Jiang Wanwan cried, her tear-filled eyes searching his. Rash? When have I ever contemplated anything rash? He was taken aback, confused by her distress. Why are you crying? Come on, let us grab a late-night snack. Then why did you lie to me? Why do you claim to be out having a late-night snack when you were clearly on the rooftop? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Just as Qin Song was about to open his mouth to explain, Jiang Wanwan produced that receipt once more. If you weren't feeling despondent, then why did you go to the notary to draft a will? She accused. You were deceiving me, you great fraud. Qin Song sighed deeply. He had genuinely intended to come up to watch the fireworks, but now they were no more. Reluctantly, he retrieved his phone and showed her the recorded video of the fireworks. I came up to watch the fireworks. I truly wasn't feeling despondent. As for that receipt, well, when you came to care for me, you likely guessed that my relatives brazenly came to divide the inheritance. I thought to myself, should anything unfortunate occur, I must not let those wretched creatures benefit, so I casually went to the notary to draft a will, listing your name and Aunt Sue's. As Jiang Wanwan watched the fireworks video on the phone and listened to Qin Song's explanation, her lingering concerns dissipated considerably. Momentarily taken aback, she tugged at Qin Song's clothing and bit down hard on his shoulder. Ouch! Are you a dog? Qin Song exclaimed, rubbing the mark left by her bite and grimacing at Jiang Wanwan. I tell you, you must take me to get a rabies vaccine, otherwise I might not live long even if I don't commit suicide. Observing his comical expression, the young woman burst into laughter. I'm a dragon. Why would I need a rabies vaccine? Who said dragons can't bite? I am the little dragon girl. And if you're the little dragon girl, then I am. Yan Kuo? No, I am Injeeping. In the next moment, a playful fist landed on Qin Song's chest. Cough, 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 little dragon girl. Must you be so harsh? Jiang Wanwan huffed. Who told you to claim you are Injeeping? Chapter 78. Past Events 8. Qin Song had no intention of returning to school after this month-long break. Jiang Wanwan also took leave to stay at home. And like him, she had fallen behind in her studies during these days. Being alone at home meant delaying both of their academic progress. So Qin Song decided to return to school early. After all, her scholarship should not suffer because of him. The high-speed train ticket was for the afternoon, and they had their lunch at Jiang Wanwan's house. Qin Song, from now on, when you come back for holidays, come eat at Aunt Sue's. Adding an extra pair of chopsticks is no trouble, Su Qiaoling remarked with a smile. Okay, Qin Song replied. Elder's kindness cannot be declined. Regardless of whether he visits in the future or not, it was wise to accept her goodwill for now. After resting for a while after the meal, they grabbed their already packed suitcases and took a taxi to the high-speed train station. On the way, Jiang Wanwan turned her head to glance at Qin Song's phone screen. Puzzled. Qin Song, did you buy the wrong ticket? Why is it for the same train as mine? Their universities were not located in the same city. Jiang Wanwan attended Jiangxing University, and although the university bore the name of Jiang City, its campus was situated in the provincial capital, Fuqing City. What? You were begging me to take you to school at the start of the semester, and now during the break, you are reluctant? Qin Song teased with a tilt of his head. I am willing. When did I say I was unwilling? I thought you had forgotten. Jiang Wanwan replied, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as she clung to his arm playfully. Qin Song, feeling the softness of her arm, dared not make any sudden movements and opted to slightly hunch his body instead. There was no air conditioning remote in the ride-hailing car. If discovered, it would be awkward. The driver, observing their intimate demeanor, jested, you two must be a couple, right? You look so well-matched. Jiang Wanwan remained silent, smiling sweetly at Qin Song, eagerly awaiting his perfect response. Qin Song shook his head with a smile. No, I'm just her bro, her best bro, her buddy, you know? At this, Jiang Wanwan's expression fell, and she forced a smile at the driver. Yes, just best buddies. Yet, she clutched his arm even tighter. The driver, catching the subtle shift in their expressions through the rearview mirror, wisely chose to remain silent. thinking it best not to disturb what seemed to be a couple caught in a quarrel. Once on a high-speed train, they found themselves seated together in the second-class DF section. As soon as they settled in, Jiang Wanwan tugged at Qin Song's shoulder, resting her head against it. "I'm so tired. Let me sleep for a bit." Upon hearing this, Qin Song quietly pulled down the sunshade from the window and adjusted his sitting position to make her more comfortable. The young woman noticed a series of subtle gestures and smiled brightly, rubbing her cheek against his shoulder. "Playing hard to get, are we? I, the young lady, shall conquer you eventually," she thought to herself. The high-speed train sped along, the carriage enveloped in a serene silence as they both tacitly savored their shared tranquility. Qin Song gazed out at the landscape whizzing by, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. After a while, feeling a stir on his shoulder, he realized Jiang Wanwan had awakened. "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" he asked. She shook her head. After a moment, she spoke with utmost seriousness. "Qin Song, I will always be by your side." At her words, Qin Song's heart, which had just found some calm, felt as if a small stone had been cast into it. "I really am fine now. I can manage on my own. How long can you accompany me?" he said absent-mindedly. In an instant, Jiang Wanwan lifted her gaze to meet his, replying earnestly, "That depends on how long I live. Living in this world is, after all, a grand adventure. Isn't it?" Qin Song looked into her sincere eyes, feeling a wave of timidity wash over him. He lowered his head, unable to maintain eye contact with this adorable person before him. "Tell me, if someone encounters an exceptionally stunning person in their youth, can they ever develop feelings for another?" Jiang Wanwan suddenly posed a question to Qin Song. "Perhaps they can, for with the passage of time, many things will change," Qin Song replied after a brief silence. After a considerable pause, the train's announcement echoed through the carriage, signaling their arrival at the station. Qin Song gathered their luggage and stepped off the train alongside Jiang Wanwan. "Let me take you to the subway station. I booked a train for an hour later, so I can't walk you to the school gate." The high-speed train station in Fuqing City had a subway station right underneath, and they could directly take the elevator down without needing to transfer. It was Saturday, and the foot traffic was quite heavy. As they maneuvered through the crowd with their 2 suitcases, it was often inconvenient to navigate like others. However, the spaciousness of the train and subway stations meant they didn't waste much time. While waiting for the next subway, Jiang Wanwan unexpectedly spotted her roommate. Seeing this, Qin Song handed her suitcase back to her, saying, "I'll take my leave now. I have to catch the high-speed train." "Wait," Jiang Wanwan said, her face flushed, as she pointed to her forehead. After a moment, observing the silent figure before her, Jiang Wanwan felt a mix of frustration and anger. She stepped forward, grasped Qin Song's collar, and planted a kiss on his lips. In an instant, Qin Song's face turned beet red, and onlookers cast envious glances his way. "You fool. Just wait for me." After the kiss, Jiang Wanwan glared at him fiercely. "When did you learn to make threats?" Qin Song mused, touching the spot where she had just kissed him, savoring the lingering sensation. "I mean, you better wait for me." Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, which bordered on a confession, Qin Song was at a loss for how to respond. Just as he opened his mouth, the subway rushed in and the doors swung open. In the gaze of Jiang Wanwan, filled with anticipation, he finally spoke. "Got it. Please, you go ahead and take the subway. I must return to catch my high-speed train." Although she received a somewhat ambiguous response, Jiang Wanwan felt quite content. With her suitcase in hand, she boarded the subway alongside her roommate under Qin Song's watchful gaze. At this hour, all the seats had been occupied, so the two made their way to the junction between carriages, where her roommate's insatiable curiosity could no longer be contained. "Wanwan, is that your boyfriend? He seems quite charming," she exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Not quite yet. I am contemplating how to pursue him." "Really?" Her roommate's eyes widened in disbelief. "But you're the belle of our school, excelling in both academics and character. Surely, those who admire you could fill the cafeteria from the first to the second. Trust me, you need not overthink it. Just confess your feelings to him, and he will undoubtedly acquiesce." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment before shaking her head once more. "Let's wait a bit. I need to think this through." "Why is that?" "Because I fear that if I am rejected, I might lose even a friend." Chapter 79, The Plan. After Qin Song's 18th birthday, time flew by, and before they knew it, only 3 days remained until the new school year commenced. Although his days had been filled solely with studying and writing, he did not find it tedious. Rather, he eagerly anticipated the dawn of each new day. On this particular day, their household was devoid of anyone but themselves. Qin and Liu had gone out for deliveries, and Su Xiaoling was attending a funeral for a relative who had passed away in another city, intending to stay there for a few days. Jiang Wanwan had initially planned to accompany her, but with only 3 days left before school started, she hesitated, unsure if she could return in time. Early that morning, just after Qin Song had finished washing up, there came a knock at his door. Without a moment's thought, he knew it was Jiang Wanwan, likely urging him to resume their studies. He opened the door to find her deftly switching into slippers as she stepped inside. "I've already brought breakfast. We can eat in my room and then dive straight into studying. Or we could take a break from studying for a few days and just relax," Qin Song suggested. "Look, we've been studying tirelessly. With the school year about to begin, we need to unwind and prepare ourselves for the challenges of senior year. A balance between work and relaxation is the proper approach to learning. We cannot become mere bookworms, can we?" He continued to persuade Jiang Wanwan with fervor. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was exhilarated by the noticeable improvement in her grades, akin to guiding a previously aimless youth onto the right path, savoring each small victory as they edged closer to their goals. The sense of accomplishment was beyond words, with a touch of maternal instinct infused into his guidance. Jiang Wanwan transformed into a diligent study assistant, and Qin Song found himself faltering under the pressure. Were it not for the rewards Jiang Wanwan offered him after each evening study session, he might have given up entirely. Over the past few days, he had indulged in a delightful array of flavors: mango, strawberry, blueberry, apple, and grape. However, with their parents at home, he could only steal brief moments of affection, forcing himself to restrain his hands from wandering to where they naturally longed to go. It was truly agonizing. Having dedicated much time to studying lately and with school looming ahead, he yearned for a break. Perhaps a little adventure? The destination mattered less than having Jiang Wanwan by his side, which made everything feel delightful. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Wanwan found merit in Qin Song's words and replied, "You make a valid point. What shall we do then?" Encouraged by her affirmation, Qin Song rubbed his hands together. "I have a plan. Let us stay home today. I'll cook for you, and tomorrow we can visit the amusement park, followed by a trip to the newly opened shopping district the day after." "Are you really going to cook for yourself?" Jiang Wanwan mused, intrigued. The amusement park and shopping district sounded wonderfully entertaining, but most importantly, it would be with Qin Song. She had also wished to suggest a break, yet since he had already voiced his plan, she simply agreed. "All right then, we shall spend the day at home." Qin Song nodded indeed. "First, we'll head to your place. After breakfast, we can go to the market for groceries. Let me know what you'd like to eat, and I can prepare it for you." "Great," she replied excitedly. Thanks to his past experiences, Qin Song was quite adept at cooking. While his skills were limited to home-style dishes that sufficed for their needs, should Jiang Wanwan desire something more extravagant, he was willing to learn. With a solid foundation, it wasn't particularly challenging. As long as it didn't demand exceptional knife skills or precise cooking times, the results would be satisfactory and flavorful. After finishing breakfast, the two walked side by side toward the market. Qin Song found himself reminiscing about her delicate hand. He swore he truly wished to hold Jiang Wanwan's hand, to squeeze it gently, perhaps even steal a kiss. Yet he refrained. The road to the market was frequented by neighbors. Although Qin Song did not know them, they recognized him. As for Jiang Wanwan, she was well known in the area, often referred to as the child from that family. Should he openly take her hand in front of those onlookers, Jiang Wanwan would likely not protest, but within a day, the news would spread throughout the market. The elderly vendors loved to gossip, and if they embellished the story, it could become quite troublesome. When Su Xiaoling was home, she would visit the market daily, and those vendors were familiar with her. If such an event occurred, it would undoubtedly reach her ears without a doubt. "Ah, senior year. Can time not pass a bit faster?" Qin Song internally beseeched. Having to sneak around in Jiang Wanwan's room just to hold her hand or share a kiss felt somewhat disheartening. Wait, why did that seem a little thrilling? Clearing his throat, Qin Song suppressed his excitement. Let us give it a try. One dish, one kiss. Surely that's not too much to ask? He mused, chuckling to himself. By the way, Wan, you do wish for a kiss, don't you? How many dishes would you like? Qin Song wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. He almost revealed too much. As they approached the market, an amalgam of unfamiliar scents wafted into their nostrils. While somewhat unpleasant, Qin Song found it far more agreeable than the sterile smell of hospital disinfectant. Should I get you a mask? The aroma here is rather strong, he inquired with concern. Jiang Wanwan shook her head, her ponytail swaying lightly. No need. I'm not someone who has been overly pampered. If so many can endure it, why can't I? All right then, let us head inside and see what delicious ingredients we can find. The two ventured into the market, though it lacked the loudspeakers of a rural fair. The shouts of vendors were plentiful. To Qin Song's surprise, he discovered that live animals were also sold in the market. Chickens, ducks, and even rabbits were all present. What do you think? Shall we get one? Qin Song jested, pointing a lively rabbit in a cage. He had anticipated that Jiang Wanwan would shake her head, exclaiming how adorable the rabbit was and how it should not be eaten. To his astonishment, she began to ponder seriously. Chapter 80. Rabbits are truly cute. Should we save half of one? Jiang Wanwan inquired with curiosity. Is rabbit meat tasty? Some may argue that rabbit meat lacks flavor. Yet this is a misconception. In truth, rabbit meat possesses a distinctive gamey taste and is inherently less savory. When compared to pork, beef, and lamb, its preparation requires a greater degree of skill. However, when paired with the culinary techniques from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, such as braising or using bold spices, dishes like spicy rabbit and cold rabbit can be quite delectable. As Qin Song reminisced about his previous visit to Sichuan-Chongqing, where he savored hand-pulled rabbit meat and spicy rabbit heads, he found himself salivating involuntarily. Can you cook it? Jiang Wanwan inquired. If you can, let us get half a rabbit. I doubt we could finish a whole one. All right, I'll ask the owner. They seem to offer processing services here. Qin Song glanced into the shop and noticed two pots at the back. Along with the enticing aroma of spices wafting through the air, it would be prudent to let them handle the processing. If the rabbit meat turned out to be unpalatable, it would be a waste of good ingredients. He directed his question to the woman sitting at the entrance. Madam, do you offer processing services for rabbit meat? I'm interested in the spicy rabbit. Of course we do, the proprietress replied with a smile, rising from her seat. But we require a whole rabbit to start. Once it's skinned, eviscerated, and had its head removed, we'll weigh it for you, 22 yuan per pound. The head counts as part of the weight. But we want to give that back. Instead, we'll exchange it for a spicy rabbit head. I must tell you, I'm from Sichuan-Chongqing myself. The flavor is absolutely authentic. It's exquisite. The owner's accent confirmed to Qin Song that he had indeed come to the right place. At 22 yuan per pound for fresh rabbit meat, which was still alive when slaughtered, it was quite reasonable, especially with the added bonus of a free spicy rabbit head. Let us have one rabbit prepared as spicy rabbit, and can I buy the rabbit head separately? Qin Song asked. He was curious about the flavor of this establishment's dishes. Although the proprietors hail from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, everyone's palate is unique, and even authentic recipes can differ in taste. The rabbit heads, regardless of size, are 10 yuan each, and the processing fee for rabbit meat is 5 yuan per pound. If you're not purchasing the rabbit here, the processing fee is 8 yuan per pound. We also sell rabbit offal separately at 22 yuan per pound, which includes the processing fee. Qin Song nodded. In that case, let us skip the rabbit for now. I'll just have a rabbit head to start. The proprietress paused briefly before nodding in agreement and went inside to fetch the rabbit head, understanding that Qin Song wanted to sample it first to ascertain its authenticity. This was no concern, as she had confidence in her partner's culinary skills. She retrieved a rabbit head from a large basin of red oil and chili peppers, placing it into a plastic container before drizzling it with an additional spoonful of red oil. After donning disposable gloves, she handed the container to Qin Song. As he opened the lid, a wave of the fragrant aroma of red oil and chili peppers enveloped him, making his mouth water. He lifted the rabbit head slightly, showing it to Jiang Wanwan. The menacing appearance of the rabbit head, dripping with red oil and coated in chili, looked quite daunting. Yet the remnants of oil and chili that dripped off were collected by Qin Song, as they would be a delightful addition to noodles. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanwan was not deterred by its fierce visage. Instead, she swallowed hard, captivated by the enticing scent. It smells so good. May I have a taste? She gazed intensely at the rabbit head in Qin Song's hands, licking her lips. Sure, Qin Song replied, surprised. Not only was she unafraid, but she also seemed eager to partake in half of the rabbit head. What a loss for him. He suggested that Jiang Wanwan hold the plastic bowl while she donned another glove, then gently twisted the rabbit head, effortlessly separating it into two halves. He placed one half into the container, holding the other half in his left hand as he tore away the flesh from the jaw area. Here, try some of the cheek meat and see if it suits your palate. He soaked the meat in the bowl, coating it with red oil and chili before offering it to Jiang Wanwan. The young girl, seeing the tantalizing morsel, did not hesitate to bring her mouth close to it. In the process, her soft tongue accidentally brushed against Qin Song's hand through the glove, sending a delightful shiver through him. Such a tender tongue. It looks so tempting. He thought, once we return, I must indulge. Delicious. Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight, shining brightly as she savored the flavors. It was her first encounter with rabbit head, and she was astonished by how wonderful it tasted. Qin Song also tore off a small piece of meat to sample, savoring its exquisite flavor, which was indeed a harmonious blend of spiciness and freshness, with a firm texture that revealed its quality as a fresh rabbit head. Noticing Jiang Wanwan's eager expression, longing for another bite, Qin Song cautioned, "Let us save the rest for lunch. It's still morning. And too much spice wouldn't be good for you now." At this, Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, discontented. "Then I want to eat 3 or 5 rabbit heads at noon." "All right." Qin Song agreed readily. "Madam, I do like 1 rabbit. A bit larger if possible. Half prepared as spicy rabbit and the other half with pickled peppers. Additionally, I'll take 9 rabbit heads." "Of course, when you need them," the proprietress replied with a smile. It was a wonderful feeling to have her partner's culinary skills appreciated by others. Qin Song checked the time on his phone. It was already past 9. In half an hour, we'll be ready to pick it up. After sending a 100 yuan deposit via phone, he added, "The deposit has been sent. We'll be back shortly." Seeing his straightforwardness, the proprietress was pleased. "Great." She called out to the kitchen, "Hey, wake up. We've got business." Processing the rabbit would take some time, and given that this young man was so forthright and a new customer, they had to ensure the quality and quantity were up to par, leaving him with a positive impression. In Jiang City, not many people indulged in rabbit, particularly rabbit heads. Their business primarily catered to regular customers, but they couldn't afford to neglect new patrons. After all, every loyal customer started as a newcomer. As they continued to meander through the market, Qin Song contemplated their meal plan. A large rabbit, once slaughtered, would yield several pounds of meat, more than sufficient for their lunch. Moreover, with the 9 rabbit heads they had purchased, plus the one he was currently holding, they would have a total of 10 heads. That should suffice for lunch. Any more would be excessive. We could just stir-fry some vegetables. You decide what you want for dinner, and we can gather the ingredients now. So we want Tini to return to the market this afternoon. Chapter 81. Calves and Mischief. Although Jiang Wanwan verbally expressed indifference, Qin Song noticed her delicately furrowed brow from time to time. This was not a matter of being spoiled. Anyone would find the unpleasant odors of poultry and their droppings off-putting. All right, let us explore other options. The young girl's lips curled into a smile, and her steps became lighter, revealing her upbeat mood. Being subtly cared for by someone of importance brings joy to anyone's heart. She fell a step behind Qin Song, occasionally glancing at the rabbit head he held and then up at his face, wearing a dreamy smile. Imagining a life with Qin Song, where they would share the simple joys of grocery shopping and dining together, brought her immense satisfaction. With a slight smile revealing her pearly teeth, she walked alongside him, her heart brimming with delight. As they walked, they arrived at the seafood section of the market. This quaint little market does not offer seafood. Rather, river delicacies are the sought-after fare, affordable enough for every household to enjoy. "Qin Song, I want to eat that tonight," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, pointing at the small crayfish scuttling about in a large basin. "Crayfish, you say? The ones from July are indeed quite plump. A stir-fry with some cucumbers, celery, and onions as accompaniments would be delightful. Sound good? What flavor do you prefer? Garlic, 13 spices, spicy, numbing, or oil-braised? 13 spices, please. The rabbit meat in front already has spicy and pickled pepper flavors, so a lighter taste for the crayfish tonight would be acceptable. All right, let us procure some vegetables first and then return for the crayfish. Upon reaching the vegetables section, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted a basket on the ground. I want to eat that cold dish. Qin Song followed her gaze, his voice trembling. Is that fish mint? Yes. It's absolutely delicious, especially when cold, possessing a unique fragrance that intensifies with each bite. Fish mint, also known as Hautuinia cordata, was something Qin Song had unwittingly tasted before, and the memory of its pungent flavor sent a shiver down his spine. It felt akin to having a particularly fishy fish bouncing around in his mouth. He could accept sweet and salty scrambled eggs with tomatoes or sweet and salty tofu, as well as both sweet and savory rice dumplings. He had no qualms about eating celery, cilantro, scallions, garlic, or even century eggs. Yet, the mere thought of fish mint was simply unbearable for him. I can buy it, but just so we're clear, I want to eat any. You really can't get used to it? The girl inquired. Qin Song nodded fervently. No, I can't. Oh dear. Such a delicious thing, and you can't appreciate it. What a pity, Jiang Wanwan lamented as she went to inquire about the price of fish mint. Meanwhile, Qin Song busied himself purchasing 2 bitter melons, 2 bunches of greens, and some celery, onions, and cucumbers as accompaniments, planning to stir-fry the bitter melon purely for its cooling effects. Having consumed rabbit heads and spicy rabbit meat for lunch, and with crayfish on the menu for dinner, he knew he couldn't neglect his greens. Otherwise, he would surely regret it during his bathroom visits. After gathering the necessary items, the two prepared to head home. Qin Song bought 5 pounds of crayfish on the way back. It looked like a full bag, but in reality, there wasn't much meat to be had. The essence lay primarily in the seasoning. To truly satiate his hunger, he would need to rely on noodles. After boiling the noodles and draining them into the plate used for the crayfish, he mixed everything together. Those in the know would understand. Once you've tasted that flavor, you would undoubtedly crave it again. The rabbit meat was not yet ready, and Qin Song was in no rush, as the market was close to home and he could quickly ride back on his electric bike. Upon returning, he prepared the bitter melon and vegetables for stir-frying, washed rice for cooking, and noticing the time was getting on, he decided to head downstairs to fetch the rabbit meat. He planned to cook in Jiang Wanwan's kitchen, as Qin's parents often traveled for work, and he rarely cooked at home, leaving his spice cabinet rather lacking. In contrast, Jiang Wanwan's kitchen was well-stocked. Her mother, Su Qiaoling, cooked almost daily, ensuring an ample supply of spices such as bay leaves, cinnamon, star anise, and dried chilies. 13 spices, white pepper, and black pepper were all present. Aside from certain modern condiments like rib-flavored seasoning, light cream, and aromatic sauces, everything else was accounted for, emphasizing completeness. Qin Song gazed at the girl beside him, now adorned in a floral nightgown, feeling a momentary distraction. He thought Jiang Wanwan looked particularly lovely in a dress, appreciating the style that aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Rather than the sight of her fair calves, absolutely not. Forcing himself to divert his gaze from her legs, he asked, Wanwan, would you like any beverages? I'll go down to fetch the rabbit meat and heads. The girl leaned back against the cushion, kicked off her dangling slippers, and swayed her delicate feet while pondering his question, her fingers resting on her lips. The sight of her petite, charming feet filled Qin Song with a desire to embrace them. Taking a deep breath, he averted his gaze. He couldn't keep staring. It felt as though his thoughts were becoming increasingly peculiar. I want orange juice, yogurt, and cola, she pondered aloud. Let us get them all then. I'll have cola, Qin Song decisively replied. Get the orange juice from Huiyuan, yogurt from Guangming. As for cola, Pepsi or Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. And remember to get the sugar-free kind. Also, make sure everything is chilled. After making an okay gesture, Qin Song grabbed the keys and stepped outside. As he left, Jiang Wanwan quickly made her way to the balcony, peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows to see him ride off on his electric bike after leaving the complex. She returned to the sofa with a hint of reluctance. Qin Song has only been gone for a short while, and I already miss him. I should have changed and gone with him. She wondered if he would struggle with carrying so many items. Sitting on the sofa with her knees hugged to her chest, she was blissfully unaware that beneath her skirt, a hint of springtime was already revealed. When he returns, I must check carefully. If he finds it cumbersome, I'll give him a little tease, she mused. Since there is nothing pressing, I might as well prepare the fish mint.